In the bustling city of lights, countless insomniacs are in search of their lives beneath a myriad of illuminations. Although the clock has struck 10 in the evening, this metropolis remains ablaze with brilliance, standing as one of the most vibrant cities in the world. New York, the second home to innumerable dreamers. Searching Internet CAF, the largest Internet CAF chain in the United States, commands nearly 90% of the market across the nation. The flagship establishment, located in New York, sprawls over 1,000 square meters. Today, it hosts a world-class competition for WarCraft. At the heart of the CAF lies a designated arena, surrounded by throngs of spectators fixated on two computers facing each other at the center. Seated before these machines are two competitors, a Caucasian youth, heralded as the most gifted player in America, known as the God Z, and an Asian man, a former world champion who has secured 4 prestigious titles, known by his ID, the Emperor. At this moment, the Emperor wears a furrowed brow, while God Z exudes a relaxed demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. Their championship duel has unfolded for 40 minutes. The rising star, God Z, established a significant advantage from the outset, employing a relentless offensive strategy that has left the Emperor in disarray. Within a mere 20 minutes, God Z has created an insurmountable lead, effectively constricting the Emperor's space for survival. After struggling valiantly for 40 minutes, the Emperor still could not find a breakthrough, being thoroughly suppressed by the Z-God. Despite his seasoned experience and profound technical accumulation, the Emperor was unable to turn the tide in his favor. "It's over," he murmured, gently shaking his head. With a sigh, he reflected on the 40 minutes of relentless effort, yet he had failed to seize an opportunity. From the very beginning, the Z-God had relentlessly pressured him, preventing him from settling into his most comfortable developmental rhythm. It was evident that the Z-God had meticulously studied his gameplay and prepared unexpected tactics. The combination attacks were overwhelming, leaving him utterly defenseless. For years had passed. The Emperor gazed nostalgically at the stage he occupied and then at the World Champion trophy, which stood not far away. With a soft exhalation, he exited the game. The Emperor has exited the game. The champion is the 17-year-old prodigy from the United States, Z. The host, microphone in hand, hurried to the center of the stage, loudly announcing the final victor, as the audience erupted in cheers and applause. With striking blue hair that clearly took considerable time to style before the competition, the Z-God casually brushed aside his bangs and yawned, finding the match to be devoid of any challenge for him. Rising from his chair, he raised his arms gently, reveling in the joy of victory as the cheers engulfed him, vibrant lights converging at his feet. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he stepped away from his seat and walked a few paces to stand before the Emperor. Lu, some individuals, upon aging, should gracefully exit the stage. Would you not agree? I hope you adhere to your promise and eternally distance yourself from WarCraft. This path of profession shall henceforth hold no relevance for you. Of course, you may continue to play, yet ultimately, the defeated shall perpetually remain defeated. The weak ought to emulate them, cheering for the victors from the sidelines. Z gestured towards the ecstatic audience below, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "Oh, by the way, my manager imparted a phrase to me before I took the stage, one that hails from your beloved China. I concede defeat." Z awkwardly clasped his hands together in a semblance of politeness, yet the act was laced with unabashed mockery. In stark contrast to this display, the Emperor remained unfazed, gently caressing his keyboard and mouse, as if reminiscing about the final moments of the stage. The customized sinister keyboard set used by the Emperor was designed specifically for this 4-time champion, accompanying him through countless battles and training sessions over the years. "Emperor, look here, look here," a spectator from China shouted, eager to capture a photograph of him. It was a stark reminder of the survival of the fittest. This is the essence of defeat. The victors ascend to the throne, while the vanquished must silently depart, fading into obscurity. Even an emperor cannot triumph indefinitely. Defeat inevitably leads to becoming a mere whisper of the past, akin to grains of sand cast into the air, completely dissipating, lost to the winds. The name of the great emperor is Lin Feng, whose unparalleled prowess in gaming emerged at the tender age of 15, when he ascended to become China's most renowned WarCraft prodigy. In every competition he graced, victory seemed destined to follow him. Upon triumphing over all professional players in China at the age of 16, he set his sights on the global arena, recognizing that the level of WarCraft in China did not reign supreme in the world, with numerous challengers awaiting his conquest. Thus, he joined a club and assembled his own team, embarking on a journey of challenges across the globe: England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and South Korea. He traversed the world, competing in all developed nations, vanquishing adversary after adversary. Every notable WarCraft player of renown fell before him, without exception. However, upon reaching his ultimate battle at the birthplace of WarCraft, the United States, he faced the young prodigy known as Z, who issued a challenge to Lin Feng in the finals. They pledged that the loser would forever exit the professional realm. Lin Feng, confident in his abilities after defeating numerous esteemed competitors, accepted with enthusiasm. How could he fear a brash newcomer? Yet, what transpired next irrevocably shattered Lin Feng, dismantling the legend of WarCraft. 3 years later, in city of mainland China, the now 18-year-old Lin Feng was tidying his belongings in his room. Despite having secured numerous world championships and amassed considerable wealth, Lin Feng's family maintained their steadfast simplicity, continuing to reside in the modest 80 square meter apartment earned through his father's lifetime of toil. I always said my son is intelligent despite the prolonged absence from school. He still managed to reach the threshold for the second-tier college entrance examination, which is certainly better than the son of our neighbor, Old Wong. In the kitchen, Lin Feng's mother was busily preparing a meal, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Indeed, your son is the brightest. Now, hurry up with the cooking, we must leave soon. We ought to express our gratitude to Teacher Bai, who has been tutoring Lin Feng daily despite his extended break from classes. Nearby, Lin Feng's father beamed with joy, bustling about while calling for Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, come to dinner. We must visit Teacher Bai shortly. Okay. Lin Feng responded to his father's call, yet his gaze remained fixated on the computer screen not far away. The screen showcased an esports competition. It was a League of Legends match. Though Lin Feng did not comprehend the intricacies of the game, his past experiences in the esports realm allowed him to feel the palpable atmosphere of the audience, the commentary, the dazzling lights, and the roars of excitement. Each kill and strategic maneuver made Lin Feng's heart race with exhilaration. The glow from the computer screen illuminated Lin Feng's eyes, reflecting his fervent enthusiasm. Following a series of homicides, Chen Yu had already condemned the perpetrator to death in his mind, resolving to annihilate them entirely. With a command, Chen Yu's team launched a coordinated assault, converging and advancing with overwhelming force. The marksman, appearing before the enemy, seemed to wear a subtle, sinister smile, opening fire without hesitation. Beset by pursuers ahead and a ravenous pack behind, the opposing quintet found themselves in dire straits. Escape? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Offering token resistance with a couple of shots, they promptly surrendered, relinquishing their arms and enduring the beating, casting aside their keyboards in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! How can anyone play this? This is a stark contrast between our jungler and the enemies." Securing the inaugural match with ease, the team collectively lauded Chen Yu with admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive. This tactic is simply extraordinary. Chen Yu, you've prevailed." The corpulent figure who had been seated opposite Chen Yu gradually rose. Though teammates, their rivalry was intense, neither willing to concede to the other. Today, a victor had emerged. It's nothing, merely a game. Everyone experiences both triumph and defeat. Chen Yu approached the stout man, exchanging a high five, acknowledging his genuine fondness for his teammate. At the moment of contact, Chen Yu was suddenly overcome by a dizzying sensation. Collapsing to the ground. Chen Yu. Infinite League of Legends system initiated. Welcome, host, to experience the League of Legends God Realm. A rapid succession of images flashed before Qinyu's eyes, before he found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. Qinyu, why have you not submitted your English assignment again? This marks the third time this week. Lifting his head from the desk where he had dozed off, Qinyu glanced at the girl before him. She was a remarkably delicate-looking young lady, serving as both the class monitor and the representative for English. Additionally, she bore another illustrious title, the esteemed Bella by Fu Mei High School. Her name was Lin Yi. She was not only beautiful and academically gifted, but also hailed from a wealthy family. It was rumored that her father was a businessman. Though the specifics of his enterprise eluded Qinyu, one thing was certain, her family was well off. In stark contrast, Qinyu found himself at a disadvantage. Not only did he struggle academically, but his family background was also modest. His parents toiled as laborers in the countryside. In truth, Qinyu was not originally a student of this school. He had attended high school in the county. However, due to his poor performance, he was deemed only fit for a vocational college. Nevertheless, his less educated parents harbored hopes that their child might achieve greater aspirations, placing immense value on education. Bai Fu Mei High School was the finest institution in the city, boasting exceptional educational facilities and resources. It was not in vain that Qinyu's parents invested so much in his education. Within merely half a year of attending, Qinyu had made noticeable progress in his studies, and he might just manage to qualify for a second-tier university. Following each mock examination, his family would commend his improvement. However, Qinyu wished to point out that the remarkable advancements of his peers had also contributed to his own elevated performance. As a transfer student, he often felt overlooked within the school. Furthermore, devoid of remarkable physical attributes or academic achievements, Qinyu was a figure often overlooked within the class. Were it not for the delinquency in submitting his assignments, it is probable that Lin Yi would never have deigned to exchange a word with him in this lifetime. A maiden such as Lin Yi was, indeed, the object of every man's reverie. Qinyu, too, was not immune to her allure, finding her exceedingly comely. Esteemed class monitor, Qinyu proclaimed with unwavering conviction, as a citizen of China, I deem it superfluous to engage in English homework. I would rather immerse myself in the study of China's 4 great classical novels, thereby propagating Chinese culture. Qinyu's words, imbued with righteousness and candor, coupled with an air of rectitude and unyielding integrity, evoked a sense of reverence, striking what he perceived to be a dashing pose. Qinyu harbored the belief that he could undoubtedly captivate Lin Yi, rendering her utterly infatuated. Ouch, why are you so violent, Madam Monitor? You are a lady. A campus belle, a woman of beauty and wealth. You must consider your image. Ah, I acknowledge my error. I shall commence writing forthwith. Qinyu lay prostrate upon the ground, lamenting in agony. It was said that Lin Yi had undergone 3 years of training in Taekwondo, rendering her exceptionally skilled in combat. Submit your assignments punctually and apply yourself diligently to your studies. Lin Yi scoffed with disdain before departing. Heh, serves him right. To dare offend the class monitor. Qinyu is truly courting death. The surrounding classmates derided Qinyu, for within this institution resided individuals of either exceptional academic prowess or those of affluent or influential lineage. Qinyu, in their estimation, was beneath contempt. Accustomed to the derision of those around him, Qinyu lay on the ground, contemplating a rather perplexing question. Why would a beautiful woman choose to learn Taekwondo? It was truly bewildering. Once he stood up, he began diligently working on his English homework, for he knew that Lin Yi would not hesitate to unleash her wrath upon him. The monotony of study was driving Qinyu to the brink of insanity. Though he appeared nonchalant, he was remarkably dedicated to his studies, acutely aware of the sacrifices his parents had made to secure him a place in a prestigious university, depleting their savings in the process. Moreover, within the confines of this institution, he found himself devoid of companionship. In moments of tedium, he often pondered the allure of this place, questioning why so many were willing to invest their resources to gain entry. Perhaps to others, his former classmates were deemed miscreants. Yet they imparted to Qinyu the true essence of friendship and joy. Ah, how he longed for those days. The time spent skipping class to indulge in internet gaming and the camaraderie shared were indeed delightful. He missed those companions dearly. As he reminisced about those cherished moments, Qinyu absent-mindedly doodled in his English notebook. Before long, an imposing figure materialized on the page, a man clad in armor, wielding a colossal sword. His mouth agape, he seemed to exclaim with an awe-inspiring force. Domination. Alas, it dawned on him that he would have to start his homework anew. Returning to reality, he gazed at the powerful Garen he had drawn, a sense of dread washing over him. He had barely completed half of his assignment, only to ruin it so carelessly. Alas, my life is indeed burdensome. Just when it seems that misfortune strikes, I find myself engulfed by the relentless downpour. I truly dread the thought of completing this English assignment, especially since my grades have already plummeted to dismal depths. As a patriotic youth, Chinyu is steadfast in his beliefs, fervently promoting the spirit of nationalism, which has regrettably resulted in his poor performance in English. With a sigh, Chinyu tore out the page adorned with the image of Garen. Such a thing could not remain in his notebook. If the teacher were to discover it, it would spell trouble. In the eyes of many, engaging in video games is deemed inappropriate and a diversion from serious pursuits. He crumpled the torn paper into a ball and carelessly tossed it aside. This is not a matter of lacking decorum. Rather, it is a manifestation of living with a certain nonchalance that mere mortals cannot comprehend. At that moment, Lin Yi entered the classroom and passed by Chinyu. Observing his reckless disposal of waste, she was incensed and instinctively crouched down to retrieve the crumpled paper. A casual glance revealed the glint of a sword, piquing her curiosity, and she unfurled the paper. Garen, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Chinyu, engrossed in his assignment, noticed Lin Yi's presence. To his astonishment, she recognized Garen as well. Could it be that a stunning beauty like Lin Yi also plays League of Legends? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. He had often heard that many girls indulge in the game, but to witness it firsthand was a delightful revelation. Class monitor, do you also play League of Legends? Chinyu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Nodding slightly, Lin Yi returned the crumpled paper to Chinyu, smiling as she remarked, You play quite well during your leisure time. Your drawing is impressive. Hee, it's not bad, Chinyu replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Class monitor, I'm actually a master at League of Legends. Would you like me to guide you? Chinyu declared, brimming with confidence. Gaming was indeed Chinyu's forte, and he had amassed an impressive rank of 2,000 points in League of Legends, establishing himself as a formidable player. He held an unwavering belief in his own abilities. To him, mentoring a girl in the game while dominating the competition seemed like a trivial pursuit. If he could showcase his astonishing skills and execute flawless victories, perhaps he could win over the class monitor's heart. Who knows, this might lead to a blissful escape from singlehood into a delightful partnership. Having a campus beauty as a girlfriend would indeed be a source of great pride. He imagined how the other boys at school would dare to mock him then. The pathetic fools. Chinyu chuckled foolishly, daydreaming about spending every day with Lin Yi, basking in the envious and jealous gazes of others. That feeling would be simply extraordinary. Observing Chinyu's silly grin, Lin Yi felt somewhat perplexed. What had caused this fellow to transform into such a state? Do you really think you can take Yi to play League of Legends? Are your skills even up to par? After all, League of Legends is a game that demands strategic thinking. Just as Chinyu was lost in his fantasies, a voice laced with disdain pierced through the air. He was an exceptionally handsome man, standing at a height of 6 feet, with a well-proportioned physique and a sunlit visage. Undoubtedly the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of many young women. Li Jie. A glimmer of animosity flickered in Chinyu's gaze. This man was Li Jie, the vice class monitor. Not only was he strikingly attractive and academically accomplished, but he also hailed from a remarkably affluent background. Embodying the essence of a true second-generation rich heir, he appeared to be an epitome of perfection, yet his character was far from admirable. He was shallow and snobbish, often looking down upon students like Chinyu, who struggled financially and academically. Li Jie frequently subjected Chinyu to scornful jests, which irked Chinyu greatly, yet he felt compelled to endure it. After all, Li Jie had a considerable entourage within the class, and incurring his wrath would lead to significant trouble. Thus, in order to avoid confrontation, Chinyu had no choice but to swallow his pride. Consequently, their relationship had always been strained. In class, Li Jie was immensely popular among the girls, as he perpetually presented himself as flawless, akin to a character from a fairy tale. However, he harbored disdain for all but one girl, Lin Yi, who epitomized the wealthy beauty. In his eyes, only someone as exceptional as Lin Yi was worthy of a prince like him. Yet, despite his relentless attempts to win her over, Lin Yi maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards him. In truth, she understood Li Jie's true nature well. She had witnessed him bully the weak, which deeply repulsed her kind-hearted spirit. Lin Yi harbored a strong aversion to those who exploited their status to oppress others, and thus, she kept her distance from Li Jie. In contrast, She found herself more inclined to engage with students like Chun Yu, who, despite his lack of excellence and carefree demeanor, possessed an authenticity devoid of malice. His candor was refreshing. He spoke without pretense and refrained from any deceitful antics. Earlier, when Chun Yu mentioned taking Lin Yi to play League of Legends, his words reached the ears of those nearby. Among them was one of Li Jia's subordinates, who, aware of his elder brother's affection for Lin Yi, promptly reported this incident to him. The audacity of Chun Yu attempting to pursue his woman ignited Li Jia's wrath. Though Lin Yi had consistently shown indifference towards him, Li Jia perceived her as already belonging to him. In his eyes, a person of his stature had no rivals worthy of contention. The fact that a destitute individual like Chun Yu dared to harbor feelings for his woman was utterly intolerable. Consequently, Li Jia approached Chun Yu, ready to mock him. As a player of League of Legends himself, he prided himself on his skills and saw this as an opportunity to humiliate Chun Yu while simultaneously asserting his dominance in front of Lin Yi. Perhaps witnessing his commanding presence would sway her opinion in his favor. Chun Yu regarded Li Jia with a cold gaze, recognizing the derision laced within his words. Was he insinuating that League of Legends was a game requiring intellect, thereby belittling Chun Yu's intelligence? Spare me your grandstanding. Should you fail to prove your wit, the shame will be yours. Chun Yu retorted with a biting sarcasm, questioning why he should extend any courtesy to someone with whom he had always clashed. Ha. Chun Yu, you dare to mock me? Now that is truly amusing, Li Jia responded. Without further ado, let us consider your academic performance. If your intellect were indeed commendable, how could you consistently rank at the bottom of your class in every examination? With a mocking grin, Li Jia exclaimed, How dare you use my academic results against me? That's a glaring flaw, Chun Yu retorted, indignation evident in his voice. I may not have applied myself diligently, resulting in poor grades, yet my intelligence is undeniably superior. At least in comparison to yours, of that I am certain. Standing tall, he declared with confidence. What? You claim your IQ surpasses mine. Have you lost your mind? Li Jia scoffed, his face a canvas of derision. Chun Yu's audacity was truly remarkable. He was unafraid of becoming the butt of jokes. Nearby students, witnessing the exchange, could not suppress their chuckles, perceiving Chun Yu as the quintessential dimwit, inviting ridicule upon himself with such statements. With a bold finger pointed at Li Jia, Chun Yu, brimming with arrogance, challenged, What's the matter? Are you unwilling to accept my challenge? Let us settle this one-on-one. Li Jia, taken aback by Chun Yu's audacity, replied with contempt, You? Spare me the effort. You're merely wasting my time. With the mock exams looming next week, I have my studies to attend to. His demeanor exuded arrogance, dismissing any notion of engaging in a duel with Chun Yu. Are you afraid? Chun Yu taunted, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. After all, League of Legends is a game that demands intellect. With your level of intelligence, you are simply a source of disappointment. With this, he aimed to strike back. Fueled by the persistent humiliation he had endured at Li Jia's hands, Li Jia was thoroughly infuriated. Initially, it was he who sought to humiliate Chun Yu, yet he found himself subjected to humiliation instead. Where could he possibly hide his face, especially in front of so many people? If he were to lose face now, it would be impossible for him to maintain his standing in the class. Chun Yu, since you wish to seek your own disgrace, I shall accompany you to the end. You wish for a solo match? Very well, let it be this evening. After school, do not attempt to flee. We shall engage in a proper duel. Li Jia's gaze towards Chun Yu was laden with even greater derision. In his eyes, Chun Yu was merely a buffoon, full of bluster. He could not believe that Chun Yu could possibly excel in League of Legends more than he himself did. Fine. It is settled then. We shall meet without fail. Chun Yu, unwilling to back down, knew he was a master and had no reason to retreat. Very well, I shall await you. With that, Li Jia departed with his entourage. At that moment, Lin Yi cast an irritated glance at Chun Yu and said, Why are you competing with Li Jia? Your most important focus should be on your studies. You are not like him. Your parents have high expectations of you, and you must strive to meet them. Therefore, you are forbidden from engaging in a solo match with Li Jia tonight. Looking at Lin Yi, Chun Yu felt a twinge of gratitude. He understood that her intentions were for his own good. Regardless of the outcome, he would inevitably suffer. If he lost, he would be ridiculed by Li Jia and would have to live with his tail tucked between his legs. If he won, it would mean irrevocably offending Li Jia. Given Li Jia's character, there was no doubt he would not let Chun Yu off the hook. Class monitor, I know you are looking out for me, but I must go. This is a matter of honor between men. Chun Yu earnestly stated that a person's dignity should not rely on the charity of others, but rather must be fought for through one's own efforts. As Lin Yi gazed into Chun Yu's eyes, she felt a profound impact within her heart. What resoluteness she witnessed. In Chun Yu's gaze, Lin Yi perceived the essence of perseverance. In that moment, she realized that this seemingly ordinary man possessed a unique charm that others could not attain, an unwavering dedication to his dreams. Shadow, the rest is up to you. We have truly done our utmost, Qin Peng remarked as he sat before his computer, casting a glance at the message from Fire Ring. Observing his fallen teammates and the 5 formidable opponents advancing aggressively towards him, he felt the mouse in his hand drenched with sweat. Yet, despite the perspiration, it did not hinder Qin Peng's performance. He first slowed down the opposing team, then unleashed his hero's explosive abilities to initiate his assault, all while deftly evading and continuously utilizing his Q skill to launch bouncing bombs at the adversaries. Before long, the 2 frontline heroes, already low on health, succumbed to the relentless barrage of the bomb specialist. Glancing at the 3 pursuers still on his trail, the bomb specialist maneuvered into the bushes, where the enemy lost sight of him, mistakenly believing he was still fleeing. They confidently followed him into the thicket. Almost there, almost there. Qin Peng fervently shouted in his mind as he observed the trio nearing the bushes. The bomb specialist then executed a bouncing bomb that simultaneously struck all 3 adversaries, whose health was already precariously low, causing their health bars to plummet. In an instant, the bomb specialist unleashed his ultimate ability, the cacophony of chaos resonating throughout the summoner's rift. Taste this, everyone. As the 3 adversaries realized their impending defeat, they hastily unleashed all their abilities upon the bombardier. However, to their astonishment, every skill they cast merely passed through the bombardier, who was enveloped in the invulnerable state granted by the Zonya's hourglass. At that moment, the bombardier's ultimate ability descended with devastating force, obliterating the trio who were unable to escape. A pentakill. Observing the crimson letters emblazoned at the top of the screen, his teammates erupted into jubilant cheers, while the bombardier, still basking in the radiant glow of invincibility, shone with an exceptionally blinding brilliance. Qin Peng gazed at the computer screen, exhaling deeply before breaking into a grin. Give me a reason to forget the decisions made back then. Struggling to rise, he pressed the button to decline a call, and lifting his gaze toward the sun that had just ascended beyond the horizon, he squinted at his phone screen. 6:03 a.m. All right. It seems I dreamed of a pentakill. With that thought, he sprang up, swiftly dressed, and turned to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he glanced into the kitchen and noticed his mother had also risen early, perspiration dotting her forehead as she prepared breakfast. Sensing Qin Peng's gaze, she turned to him with that ever-warm smile that brought comfort to his heart. Feeling a rush of warmth, he approached to assist her, saying, "Mom, can't you sleep in a bit longer in the mornings? You don't always have to rise so early." Such a simple statement, yet it struck his mother as deeply considerate. You always have to wake up this early to deliver goods. When you're busy, you hardly have time to eat. How will you manage through the long afternoon without something to sustain you? She replied, nodding in agreement while continuing to cook. With a crestfallen expression, Qin Peng implored, "Mother, you're aware that delivering merchandise immediately after a meal induces nausea due to the vehicle's jostling." He punctuated his statement with a retching gesture. Observing Qin Peng's state, his mother chuckled and retorted, "Surely it surpasses enduring hunger. Heed my counsel and partake in a morsel." Acquiescing to his mother's entreaty, Qin Peng desisted from further protestations and dutifully assisted her in the culinary preparations. "There's no time for dining. Hasten here, and I shall apprise you of today's delivery destinations. Lest you become disoriented once more," a commanding voice resonated from the outer chamber. Grinning, Qin Peng turned to his mother and reassured her, "Understood, mother. Rest assured." In recent years, the family's enterprise had flourished, resulting in a marked amelioration of their standard of living. Nonetheless, the inexorable passage of time had etched its indelible marks upon Qin Peng's mother. Observing her industrious figure, Qin Peng noted the burgeoning wrinkles adorning her countenance. Sweat plastered her hair to her temples, and the sun's rays, filtering through the window, bathed her in a radiant glow. Gazing upon his mother, Qin Peng discovered a renewed vigor coursing through his veins, irrespective of his empty stomach. In her youth, mother must have possessed considerable pulchritude. Qin Peng mused, inhaling deeply as he turned to embark upon the day's arduous labors. Today entails 3 shipments, fortuitously en route to the same locale. Load them all together, and you can dispatch them along the way. They are all long-standing patrons, so I trust one need not furnish you with directions. Allow me to assist you in loading the merchandise, and then you may commence your journey, Qin Peng's father remarked, glancing up from his desk as Qin Peng entered the outer chamber. Qin Peng's father, much like the parents of many rural children, endured considerable hardship from a young age. Although he has managed to earn a decent income over the years by running a steel wholesale business, his body still bears the scars of past struggles. Observing his father, who was preparing to head out with gloves in hand to load goods, Qin Peng noticed the increasing streaks of white in his father's hair. Despite his father's modest height, he stood tall and upright, and each time Qin Peng beheld his father from behind, a wave of guilt washed over him. If only he could have shouldered some of the burdens earlier, perhaps his father's health would not have deteriorated so swiftly. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Qin Peng donned his gloves and prepared to accompany his father in labor. As they sat in the car, jostling along, Qin Peng often found himself lost in thought. Sometimes, as he pondered various matters, the day would slip away before he even realized it. After finishing his meal, he carelessly set down his dishes and hurried upstairs without a word to his parents. That boy, I wonder what keeps him so busy every day. He barely eats and then rushes off, remarked Qin Peng's mother, observing her son's hasty ascent. Qin Peng's father glanced at the half-eaten food left behind, muttering to himself, he can't even finish his meal. I wonder what he will accomplish in the future. Unbeknownst to Qin Peng, his parents were conversing about him as he hurried upstairs. He quickly powered on his computer and poured himself a large glass of water, then pulled out a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the screen. The family computer, configured 3 years prior, was originally a quality setup intended for his education. Even after 3 years, its performance remained impressively swift. The computer powered on, and Qin Peng swiftly clicked on the League of Legends icon, entered his password, and confirmed the server. Excitement was palpable in his voice. After logging into the game, the message bar at the bottom of the screen immediately lit up. It was a message from Fire Rain. Shadow, you're quite early today. Qin Peng's game ID was Shadow, so those who knew him referred to him as Shadow. Reflecting on the dream he had that morning, he smiled and ultimately selected the Bombardier for the mid lane, while Fire Rain opted for the Angel in the top lane, establishing a dual AP strategy. Soon, both teams had made their selections and entered the game. Upon entering, Qin Peng was bemused to discover that this match mirrored the scenes from his dream. Both the top and bottom lanes were collapsing. He glanced at the message from Fire Rain, apologizing for being caught and subsequently overwhelmed. Qin Peng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The conclusion of the game was eerily similar to his dream as well. Leveraging the Bombardier's farming capabilities, they unleashed devastating damage during a team fight for the dragon, securing a triple kill. However, their team was left with only the Bombardier standing. In a later team fight over the Baron, he achieved another quad kill. But luck was not on his side this time. The Bombardier fell victim to a coordinated assault from the opposing team and ultimately succumbed to Ignite. In the climactic team battle at Shangao Heights, although there was no pinnacle, the opposing team ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the bomb thrower, each member falling one by one. It could be deemed a pseudo-pinnacle. The match was turned in our favor primarily due to the bomb thrower's mindless farming, leading to a remarkable comeback. As the enemy's base erupted in flames, time stood still at 37 minutes, while the bomb thrower's farming count ominously reached an astounding 480. Had he not participated in the team fight, this figure would likely have soared even higher. After an arduous ranked match, I consoled the despondent Fire Rain from our previous defeat, and the two of us proceeded to queue for another match. At that moment, Qin Peng's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the computer, he realized it was past 9. Who would be calling at this hour? Upon checking the screen, he saw the name Big Brat and promptly answered. Before he could utter a word, he was greeted with, "Hey, Penggu, you really need to come to the internet CAF this time. That group of red CAF dogs we used to trample on has found a diamond player from the Zuan district and wants to challenge us to a 5v5. It's a sure loss for us, but can we really tolerate these clowns bringing in external help? You absolutely must come and show them what a true master is. Are you listening? Wow, Penggu, is that really you speaking? Have you lost your nerve? Enough with the chatter, hurry over, I'm waiting for you." It seemed like ages since I had last visited an internet CAF. Perhaps everyone was on the verge of forgetting me. With a chuckle, I extinguished the cigarette in my hand, rummaged through the wardrobe for some clothes, dressed quickly, and made my way downstairs. Qin Peng slowly descended to the ground floor and, indeed, found his parents engrossed in watching television on the computer. He wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before resolutely clenching his fists and striding past them towards the entrance. "Hey, Xiaopeng, where are you going at this hour?" his mother inquired, noticing his urgency to leave. "He's grown up. He knows what he's doing. Let him be," his father remarked, casting a glance at the door. Already devoid of Qin Peng's presence, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lingered in his mind. Qin Peng's home was situated in a small town within Ganyu County, neither particularly large nor small, as if that needed stating. The town boasted 2 internet cafes, the Red Internet Cafe and the Power Internet Cafe, both owned by the same proprietor. The Red Cafe lay to the south of the town, while the Power Cafe was positioned to the north. Essentially, the entirety of the town's populace frequented these 2 establishments for their online ventures. People, by nature, possess a degree of vanity. For instance, if one excels at a game, would they truly prefer to remain at home, quietly surfing the net? The occasional visit to an internet cafe, witnessing others' inadequate skills, often ignites a desire to showcase one's own prowess. The patrons of these cafes frequently engage in friendly competitions over the latest trending games, albeit with generally modest technical skills. Perhaps this is what it means to be constrained by one's narrow perspective. Qin Peng soon arrived at the internet cafe, pausing before the vibrant red entrance of the Power Internet Cafe. As he stood before this once familiar place, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the emotions stirring within him. Most of my youth was spent here. Perhaps many would say it was wasted. Yet who could truly understand the experiences of Qin Peng during that time? As I pushed open the door, a cacophony of noise and the acrid scent of smoke rushed to greet me. Qin Peng smiled faintly, acknowledging, "Indeed, it remains just as I remember. Brother Peng, over here. You lot, did you see? This is my brother Peng. Make sure to play well later. Don't embarrass me, or I will make you regret it." Upon entering the internet CAF, I was immediately met with the boisterous shouts of the local ruffian, commonly known as Qin Yuanqing. He was the child of Qin Peng's uncle and had dropped out of middle school, having roamed the town for several years. His imposing demeanor often led others to perceive him as a delinquent, a reputation that aptly earned him his nickname. Spotting Yuanqing's location, Qin Peng strode over with purpose. The internet CAF had undergone some changes. It had expanded significantly, adding numerous machines. Qin Peng recalled that just a year ago, there were barely over 30 machines, with individuals clamoring for a chance to log on. Given that the town was not particularly affluent and not every household owned a computer, the CAF naturally became the favored haunt for those who had dropped out of school and found themselves with idle time. Now, as I surveyed the scene, I counted at least 60 machines, a doubling of capacity, yet the place was brimming with people, many standing behind others to watch them play. In recent years, the rise of League of Legends has rendered the internet CAFs, which were already thriving in town, even more bustling. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized that I could not spot any familiar faces. It seems that among the acquaintances of old, I am the sole one still present here to indulge in gaming. According to Yuan Cheng's account, the situation unfolded as follows. A week ago, the patrons of the Red Internet CAF issued a challenge. Yuan Cheng, possessing commendable skills, at least relative to this town, readily accepted the duel and engaged in a match that very day. Upon learning of this event, the owner of the CAF dedicated 10 machines exclusively for competitive play, ensuring that these would be vacated whenever a match took place. However, not just anyone could challenge. Prior to competing, one must inform the CAF owner, who would then establish stakes to heighten the excitement, thereby drawing more enthusiasts to League of Legends. Little did we anticipate that today, the challengers from the Red Internet CAF would return, accompanied by reinforcements. Yuan Qing, undeterred, rallied the same group from the previous encounter, eager for another bout. Unfortunately, this time, our aspirations were thwarted. Within merely 20 minutes of the match, surrender became our only option. The opposing jungler, a jester, exhibited a level of prowess that was simply beyond our reach. Yuan Qing, frustrated, pulled in Qin Peng for a discussion, who, after hearing Yuan Cheng's lament, could only offer a resigned smile in response. "Did you even grant me the opportunity to speak?" Still the same temperament, unable to maintain composure. "Rest assured, since I have come to assist you, there will undoubtedly be no issues. Please have a few of your young companions make some room for me. A spot in the top lane will suffice. You all should focus on your own game." Upon saying this, he turned to Yuan Cheng. Hearing Qin Peng's unwavering confidence, Yuan Cheng promptly whispered a few words to a nearby lad, who readily vacated his seat. Qin Peng wasted no time and settled down to test the feel of the computer. It must be said, the gaming CAF's equipment had significantly improved. Although his home computer could run League of Legends without lag, it still paled in comparison to the machines at the CAF. The accounts used for the match were all purchased by the CAF owner from a certain online marketplace, level 30 accounts from the Ionia server. The owner, keen on promoting his establishment during the tournament, had put considerable thought into it to avoid any semblance of inadequacy. When it was time to create the room on Yuan Cheng's side, both teams swiftly accepted the invitation. Once the room was filled and confirmed, they began the ban phase. Both sides symbolically banned characters often seen in professional matches, such as Kale, the Righteous, and Ziggs, the Hexplosives expert. Ultimately, after the opposing team banned Malphite, the selection phase commenced. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Peng selected Garen. Yuan Cheng, witnessing Qin Peng's swift choice, swallowed hard. Qin Peng shot him an incredulous glance. You dare to call me here without knowing my skill level? Now you're afraid? Rest assured, I am certainly more capable than you. Focus on your own performance, and do not concern yourself with mine. Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng promptly began to contemplate which champion to select for the mid lane. Both teams swiftly settled on their heroes. At the Power Internet CAF, the lineup consisted of Garen in the top lane, Master E as the jungler, and a fedora-wearing mage in the mid lane, complemented by Graves and Nami in the bot lane. Observing this composition, Qin Peng had little to say. After all, he intended to take on all 5 opponents single-handedly. Meanwhile, at the Red Internet CAF, the champions selected included a novice in the top lane, a jester in the jungle, Yasuo in mid, and Ezreal paired with Sona in the bot lane, presenting a semblance of a balanced team. Qin Peng realized that upon witnessing his immediate selection of Garen, the opposing team had confidently countered with the executioner. His thoughts were straightforward. Regardless of their composition, when faced with overwhelming strength, none would suffice. In a casual match, Garen was the unequivocal choice. How could a Garen without Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and a red buff be considered a true Garen? Both the Power Internet CAF and the Red Internet CAF were convinced that their establishment was the finest in town, in every conceivable aspect. Garen and the Executioner were emblematic figures of Demacia and Noxus, respectively, perpetually locked in rivalry. Yet, in this League of Legends match, would it be a fated confrontation? As the game interface swiftly appeared, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Peng opted for a health potion along with 3 health potions to commence his journey. In truth, Garen's ability to interrupt the Executioner in the early game is rather limited. Garen possesses only 2 skills for damage output. And even if the Executioner stands idle and engages in a direct confrontation, the passive bleeding effect, once stacked to 5 layers, inflicts damage comparable to Ignite. After discussing this with his allies, Yuan Cheng and the others, Qin Peng disregarded further conversation and charged straight to the top lane. Taking position in the triangular bush by the river, opting for a level 1 red buff start, Qin Peng's trio gathered near the river in mid lane, awaiting the refresh of the red buff. Approximately 1 minute later, upon sighting the enemy, Qin Peng noted that his team was outnumbered with only 4 members present, prompting a prudent retreat to avoid confrontation. Meanwhile, Qin Peng remained concealed in the triangular bush at the top lane. Soon, the minion wave approached, and at that moment, the enemy Executioner appeared, advancing towards their position. Unhurried, Qin Peng consumed a health potion, waiting for the Executioner to draw near. With a swift auto-attack, he emerged from the brush and advanced up the lane, catching the Executioner off guard. After the Executioner exited the bush, Garen followed up with another auto-attack and promptly activated his Q ability, Decisive Strike, to cancel the attack cooldown. The Executioner, still unaware, found his health diminished by 2/5, courtesy of Garen, who had utilized the health potion to gain an early advantage. With this newfound upper hand, Garen exerted control over the minion wave, rendering the Executioner too timid to venture out from under the tower. Thus, Garen maintained his grip on the wave, and the first blood notification soon graced the screen, announcing his triumph. Alas, what a disgrace. Cousin, do remember to assist me later. Otherwise, I may find myself unable to contend with the formidable Garen from the opposing team. Witnessing Garen's effortless slaying of his foe, Wang Lin turned to his cousin, who was seated nearby. The cousin, noticeably shorter than Wang Lin, appeared quite youthful, with a fair and delicate complexion that starkly contrasted with the surrounding group of rugged men. I shall first engage the opposing Master E, and then make my way to your lane. Do exercise caution. With a glance at Garen, who had just executed a kill while still nearly at full health. Wang Lin's cousin signaled that Wang Lin should retreat from the impending confrontation. It was imperative that they avoid a reckless clash. At that moment, Master Yi had just finished off the red buff and cleared his side's F4, preparing to head towards the top lane to seize the blue buff. As he approached the brush concealing the blue buff, his mouse suddenly became unresponsive, and his health began to plummet. Master Yi quickly deduced that the jester must have initiated an attack on his blue buff, deploying a fearsome trap to ensnare him. Without hesitation, once the fear's duration expired, he flashed towards the vicinity of the top lane's second turret. However, as soon as he landed, he was met by the jester, who swiftly executed a basic attack on the barely alive Master Yi, causing him to collapse without even having the chance to activate his meditation. Meeting a grim fate in his own jungle, the opposing jester seems to have directly invaded our blue buff, merely revealing himself to ascertain whether the Sword Saint is engaged in securing the red. This jester appears quite adept, Sword Saint. Exercise caution and continue to farm the jungle lest you fall behind in levels. Rest assured, I do not possess the ganking prowess of the jester. I shall prioritize jungle farming while urging the others to remain vigilant. My apologies to the young warriors playing the Sword Saint, who also relay warnings to their nearby teammates. Meanwhile, Yuan Cheng cautiously faces off against Yasuo, refraining from any aggressive actions, instead allowing the robot to clear the minion wave while he lurks safely behind. Avoiding confrontation with the opposing Yasuo, upon returning to the lane, the guillotine has stealthily rendered itself invisible, and Xin Peng continues to maintain control over the minion wave, positioning it just ahead of his tower, slowly accumulating gold and experience until Garen reaches level 5. At this juncture, Xin Peng suddenly hears the sound of a system upgrade. Though faint, he is certain he has not misheard. How is this possible? A single combo followed by Ignite, and I am instantly eliminated. How am I to compete? The opposing Wang Lin, having repeatedly succumbed, begins to grow increasingly anxious. My assistance in the top lane would be futile at this moment. I shall first help establish an advantage in another lane. You must remain cautious, remarks his cousin, who is intently focused on his screen, addressing Wang Lin. At this moment, the jester has arrived in the lower lane where Xin Peng resides. The marksman, agitated by the harassment, swiftly engaged his E ability, drawing his weapon and charging towards Ezreal. Unleashing a formidable Q ability shot, he exchanged blows with Ezreal, who, in the early game, found himself at a disadvantage against the marksman. The support champion, Soraka, diligently healed Ezreal while simultaneously dealing damage to the marksman, who was relentlessly pursued by the healer, landing consistent auto attacks. It became evident that Ezreal could no longer hold his ground. As time swiftly passed, reaching the 10-minute mark, Garen approached level 11, and the first tower in the top lane had long since fallen. While Xin Peng contemplated whether to provide assistance, he chose to persist in pushing the minion wave in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the AP carry was focusing on farming, maintaining economic parity. Though the increasing presence of the jungler, Shaco, began to complicate matters for Yuan Cheng's AP carry, the situation in the bot lane had already deteriorated. Ezreal had accumulated 4 kills, while Soraka had claimed 3. The marksman and the healer were left to cautiously farm minions, too intimidated to confront their opponents. As for Master Yi, he had vanished into the jungle, leaving no trace behind, while Shaco's shadow loomed large, appearing in every lane. After dismantling the bot lane, he restricted the mid lane, casually patrolling the jungle, perhaps hoping to encounter Master Yi for some playful harassment. Outside of Xin Peng's top lane, the circumstances in the other lanes appeared rather bleak. Xin Peng glanced at the mid lane, observing Shaco's failed attempt to ambush the AP carry, who vanished from vision. Heading towards the top lane, Xin Peng held little concern that the trickster would target him. With the executioner at merely level 9, the disparity in levels was too significant. Even if they were to collaborate, the likelihood of a successful kill against him remained exceedingly low. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Peng made his way directly toward the opposing red buff, and indeed, the red buff remained intact. Garen, displaying patience, concealed himself in the nearby brush, awaiting his adversary. Soon, the jester arrived, eager to claim the red buff. The experienced clown, before engaging, strategically placed a fearsome box in the brush to the left of his own red. Upon noticing the clown's approach, Garen swiftly applied Ignite, followed by a lethal strike with his Q ability, cleaving into the jester. He then executed his E ability, spinning relentlessly around the clown, who appeared momentarily bewildered. At this juncture, Garen's attack power soared to nearly 200, and the clown could hardly withstand the onslaught. As the silence effect of the Q ability began to fade, Garen abruptly ceased his spinning and unleashed his ultimate, roaring domination. A colossal golden sword descended from the heavens, piercing the jester's head with devastating precision. The entire sequence, from the initial Q strike to the clown's demise, transpired in a mere 2 or 3 seconds, showcasing Garen's formidable damage potential as he effortlessly eliminated the jester. A tidy sum of 500 gold was credited to him, and he proceeded to clear the minion waves in the top lane with delight. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the beleaguered Miss Fortune and Nami, suddenly invigorated as if under the influence of some elixir, unleashed a barrage of skills upon Ezreal and Sona. At that moment, Garen activated both his Yomu's Ghostblade and his Q ability, accelerating toward Ezreal. The latter's instinctive reaction was to retreat, yet Garen would not afford him such an opportunity. With a swift flash, a lethal strike descended upon Ezreal, followed by a flurry of massive sword swings that unleashed a barrage of damage upon the silenced champion, rendering him utterly powerless. Under the dazzling light of Garen's judgment, Ezreal met his demise. Witnessing his fall, Sona hastily retreated, yet Garen's E-skill continued to whirl, and fueled by the last remnants of his Yomu's Ghostblade, he closed the distance to Sona, who had previously been battered to half health by Gangplank and Nami. Alas, Garen's judgment had already ceased. Wang Lin's cousin, previously composed, now exhibited signs of impatience. The opposing Gangplank had performed exceptionally well, and in a moment of distraction, a bald young man sitting beside Wang Lin's cousin immediately interjected. "All right, let's remain steady. We have the advantage. Garen is developing splendidly. You guys in the bottom lane, push the wave, then regroup in the mid lane for a team fight. Remember, stay composed." With that, Wang Lin's cousin resumed his intense focus on the screen. Glancing at the time, Qin Peng signaled in the mid lane, indicating to his teammates that they could commence the engagement. Given Garen's valorous performance thus far, his allies were incredibly cooperative. Soon, all 5 players converged in the mid lane. As Qin Peng contemplated how to initiate the team fight, Nami attempted to advance slightly and utilize her Q skill to harass the enemy, only for the opposing Sona to flash in and unleash her ultimate, ensnaring Nami, Gangplank, in the rearguard Gragas. In an instant, the enemy team surged forward, and thus, the battle commenced. As Garen realized he could no longer initiate the attack, he promptly activated his Yomu's Ghostblade and his Q ability, propelling himself into the fray of his adversaries. Upon noticing Garen's advance, Ezreal swiftly employed his E ability to leap away, retreating while simultaneously raining damage upon Garen. Undeterred, Garen expertly struck at Seraphine, unleashing his judgment ability amidst the cluster of opponents, initiating a devastating spin. The inherent critical strike capability of judgment, coupled with the dazzling effects from the spinning greatsword, instilled a sense of dread in the eyes of their foes. Seraphine fell swiftly, dispatched in mere moments, having only reached level 11 and equipped with but a Sunfire Aegis. She soon joined the ranks of Garen's slain adversaries. Embracing his inevitable demise, the jester vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Ezreal in the next instant. With a singular strike, enhanced by the resplendent effects of his electric dagger, he carved away a third of Graves' health, a critical hit. Bolstered by the surge of confidence from the critical damage, the jester followed up with his E ability, applying poison with his daggers while relentlessly pursuing Graves. Due to a miscalculation in the positioning of both the robot and the ultimate, Yuanqing's team found themselves merely spectating during this engagement. As for Master Yi, he was likely indulging in a leisurely soak at home. At that moment, Garen maneuvered behind the jester, redirecting his judgment ability to synchronize with Graves' assault, dispatching the last of the jester's essence in 3 decisive strikes. With 3 opponents felled and 2 others barely escaping, Qin Peng's side emerged victorious from the initial skirmish. Without hesitation, Qin Peng signaled his teammates to push the towers. Meanwhile, Ezreal remained safely positioned behind the tower, launching his abilities from afar, while Yasuo could only watch helplessly as their opponents ruthlessly dismantled their mid-tier turret. Glimpsing at his transcendent self, Qin Peng remained silent, continuing to lead his minions along various paths. To him, it seemed that he had always been the most financially strapped among them. His teammates were equally helpless. The remaining Graves could only farm the jungle, while daring to contest minions with Garen was out of the question. The Enchantress's ultimate appeared to invigorate Garen, enabling him to charge with even greater speed towards the three adversaries left standing. Ezreal was the first to flee, while the Enchantress fell victim to Garen's swift strike. The guillotine, rendered powerless, awaited its impending slaughter. Meanwhile, the allies in the rear had caught up. The big-headed one swiftly positioned his robot, unleashing his ultimate against both the Jester and Yasuo in a barrage of destruction. Graves, with fervor, rolled his face across the keyboard, delivering a flurry of damage to the duo, leaving them severely wounded, ultimately succumbing to the big-headed one's explosive grenade, which claimed their lives. In this instance, Qin Peng promptly acquired a resurrection item, and within a mere 30 minutes, he boasted an arsenal that included Garen's Yomu, enchanted boots, Infinity Edge, Mercury's treads, and the resurrection item. With such formidable equipment, he plunged into the fray against the enemy, boldly questioning their fear. Upon returning home after replenishing supplies, Yuanqing noticed that the opposing team had not attempted to engage the Baron. He promptly signaled that they could proceed. However, Qin Peng interjected, deeming it unnecessary, and urged his teammates to follow him instead. Without hesitation, they advanced with Garen towards the enemy's high ground, disregarding any communication. Garen boldly ignored the 5 adversaries and, under the protection of the defensive tower, initiated a forceful demolition of the enemy's final turret. Observing this development, the opponents quickly resolved to unleash their damage upon Garen, who instantly became the focal point of their aggression. Yet, Garen remained undaunted, resolutely intent on dismantling the enemy's defenses. With Qin Peng's team delivering concentrated fire, the last turret of the opposing side crumbled. Although Garen succumbed to the overwhelming damage, he was equipped with a guardian angel. At this juncture, the enemy entered a brief period of skill cooldown, prompting Qin Peng to advise his 4 companions not to engage, but to push for the base directly. Witnessing the foes entirely disregard them as they continued their assault on the base, his team understood the urgency. They could not allow their base to be dismantled without a fight, for such a defeat would be utterly humiliating. Despite their best efforts, the health of the base continued to plummet rapidly. Graves fell first, followed by Master E, then Jace, and finally, Nami met her demise. Just as the opposition rejoiced in their apparent advantage, Garen resurrected on the spot, delivering a decisive blow that obliterated the remaining health of the base. As Qin Peng watched, several young men immediately rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly. "Well, Brother Ping, why didn't you mention your prowess earlier? When I saw you chose Garen, I thought you were just a novice yet to reach level 30. Yuan Cheng exclaimed, laughing heartily as he leaned closer to Qin Peng. However, Qin Peng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the opposing team. How could they have squandered such a significant early advantage? They hadn't even played recklessly. Yet, the glaring red of defeat was unmistakable, and a heavy silence enveloped the 5 of them. Qin Peng strode directly toward the opposing team, standing before them with an impassive expression. "There's still another game. Are we continuing?" he inquired. "Indeed, enough chatter, let us get on with it. You were just lucky with Garen this time. Next round, I assure you, you won T last 20 minutes before it's game over," he mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. But in the next moment, he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Lin's cousin. "There's nothing to fear. As long as you can play, I'm ready to match you." Confidence radiated from Qin Peng, his eyes sparkling with competitive spirit. "All right, let us have a 1v1. If you win, I'll cover all your expenses at this internet CAF for the next 2 months. But if I win," he paused, a smirk gracing his lips, "you might as well prepare your wallet, for victory seems unlikely." Before Wang Lin's cousin could finish his sentence, Qin Peng interrupted with a smile. "Quickly, go over there and take a look. I've heard a diamond-level player is about to solo someone. Hurry, go pay your respects to the master." A young man with golden hair, engrossed in his game, overheard the surrounding chatter and swiftly exited, pulling along a closely cropped youth towards the gathering crowd. "What does it matter if a diamond-level player is present? The match isn't even over. Is it appropriate to leave now?" the cropped youth remarked, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "What do you know? I've heard that shaking hands with a master guarantees a 10-game winning streak in ranked matches." "Hurry up," the golden-haired youth exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Really? Then let us go check it out. I must be the first to greet him once he finishes." The cropped youth hurriedly followed in the wake of his companion. Unbeknownst to Qin Peng, he had no idea what champion Wang Lin's cousin had chosen. The account was provided by the internet CAF owner, and the selection of heroes was rather limited. After a cursory glance, Qin Peng suddenly smiled and decisively selected the champion, Frost Archer, Ash. Ashe had gradually begun to fade from players' focus, primarily due to the intense scrutiny faced by ADCs in both lane duels and team battles. Heroes like Ashe, lacking mobility, were particularly susceptible to reckless assaults from the opponents. Pungo, it seems the opposing team has chosen a champion that counters you quite effectively. Are you sure about using Ashe? Yuan Cheng could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned over to inquire of Qin Peng. With a squint, Qin Peng replied, "You're quite bothersome tonight. Just watch from the sidelines." With that, he dismissed Yuan Cheng and continued to scrutinize his runes and summoner spells. Although Qin Peng harbored immense confidence, he understood the importance of caution. A misstep was not in his nature. Soon, both individuals found themselves in the loading screen, and upon seeing the opposing Talon, Qin Peng couldn't help but chuckle. Yuan Cheng, let this serve as a lesson. Who truly dominates whom? Once the game commenced, Qin Peng swiftly purchased a Doran's blade and a health potion before heading to the mid lane. He glanced at Talon's starting items, which were identical, a Doran's blade and a health potion. Qin Peng positioned himself confidently in the center of the lane, while Talon cowered beneath his turret, hesitant to reveal himself. Observers standing beside Wang Lin's cousin paused momentarily before one remarked, "Talon at level 1 isn't particularly strong. The master is undoubtedly waiting to engage until he is at a higher level." "Indeed, that must be the case," echoed the others around. However, Wang Lin's cousin, seated in his chair, felt a twinge of unease. He did not doubt that his Talon could outperform the opposing Ashe. Rather, the shadow of the previous match's Garen lingered in his mind. While he believed his cousin Wang Lin had propelled Garen to an impressive performance, the champion's actions in several teamfights were far from those of a novice. Observing the timid Talon sulking beneath the turret, Qin Peng merely smiled. "So timid at level 1. It seems you shall remain timid until your demise." Before long, the minion wave arrived, and Ashe boldly awaited the oncoming tide. Standing behind her minions while keeping a watchful eye on Talon, Qin Peng brimmed with confidence. Regardless of what Talon had chosen to learn at level 1, he saw no reason to fear the opponent. Having selected Frost Shot as his first skill, he anticipated that should Talon dare to advance, he could unleash a flurry of attacks, combining his passive critical strike to slow Talon down. He would then unleash a full combo, leaving Talon unable to retaliate. The opposing players seemed to possess some sense, yet if he preferred to cower, Qin Peng was more than willing to let him remain in that state. Soon, the icy chill reached level 3, and the minion wave inexorably pressed towards the enemy tower. Despite this, Talon remained at level 1. And upon witnessing the minions arrive beneath his tower, he could only cautiously soak up experience from a distance. Should he dare to approach for last hits, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Ashe's arrows, for she had not missed a single opportunity to capitalize on her passive critical strikes. As time drifted to the 5-minute mark, Talon remained hidden beneath the tower, waiting for the enemy minions to be dispatched. At last, he achieved level 5, and with level 6 within reach, hope flickered anew. Wang Lin's cousin gripped the mouse tightly, silently contemplating his next move. Just as 3 ranged minions remained on their side, Qin Peng boldly crossed the minion line, unleashing a barrage of arrows that struck Talon. As Talon processed the sudden assault, he realized too late that Ashe had initiated a tower dive against him. And before he could revel in the thought of retaliation, a radiant glow emanated from beneath Ashe's feet. She had leveled up, utilizing his W skill, Rain of Arrows. Qin Peng struck Talon, simultaneously eliminating 2 weakened minions from the opposing side. This led him to swiftly attain level 6, just as Talon was still reeling from the surprise. In a moment of precision, Ashe unleashed her crystal arrow, colliding forcefully with Talon. Despite the proximity, Talon found himself momentarily stunned. At this juncture, the turret had already targeted Qin Peng, inflicting a quarter of Ashe's health due to her fragility. As Qin Peng advanced toward Talon, he unleashed Frost Shot, relentlessly targeting him. The duration of Talon's stun was nearing its end. Regaining composure, Talon executed a decisive W skill, striking Ashe, while the turret dealt another blow, leaving her with just over half of her health remaining. In rapid succession, Talon initiated his E skill, lunging toward Ashe. Though Ashe was slowed, she pressed forward. At the pivotal moment when Talon was about to unleash his E, Ashe utilized a flash, repositioning herself behind Talon. Caught off guard, Talon continued his advance, only to find himself behind Ashe. At that moment, Ashe had evaded the tower's assault, standing resolutely before Talon, her movements fluid and unhesitating as she continued to strike him. Simultaneously, she applied Ignite upon him. Recognizing the peril, Talon swiftly flashed toward his tower. However, hampered by a slow effect, he remained within Ash's range despite the escape. Ash pursued relentlessly, landing another strike before the tower once again targeted her, with her health dwindling to a mere sliver. She knew that one more hit would spell her demise. Yet, in a final act of defiance, Ash delivered her last blow, the Ignite ensuring Talon's final breath. In his dying moments, Talon's gaze lingered on Ash, for if the tower were to claim her, they would have exchanged fates, granting him another chance. As Ash unleashed her final auto-attack, she instinctively began to retreat. The tower's second strike was imminent, yet she narrowly escaped its lethal grasp. First blood, blared in crimson letters at the top of the screen. Talon, witnessing Ash's survival with a scant 100 health remaining, could only succumb to the ground with an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. In a state of disbelief, the once formidable Talon found himself utterly suppressed by Ash, ultimately falling prey to a tower dive that sealed his fate. Witnessing such an unexpected turn of events, accompanied by Ash's splendid maneuvers and her precise calculations of health, the surrounding crowd erupted into exuberant cheers after a brief moment of stunned silence. No one anticipated that the revered player they admired would be so decisively overpowered by another, seemingly just an Ash. On the other hand, Qin Peng, who had just suffered first blood and promptly exited the game, appeared oblivious to the raucous shouts of the onlookers, lost in contemplation, pondering if he had truly been this inept when he first ascended to diamond rank. One could only wonder what expression would grace the face of Wang Lin's cousin if he were privy to Qin Peng's current thoughts. Having lost the match, Wang Lin's cousin swiftly removed his headphones and approached Qin Peng with purpose. Yuan Sheng, under the impression that the opposing player wanted to engage in a real-life duel due to the loss, positioned himself directly in front of Qin Peng, scrutinizing Wang Lin's cousin with a challenging gaze. "What do you intend to do? Can't handle the defeat?" he proclaimed, his voice resonating loudly enough to silence the previously boisterous crowd, redirecting their attention entirely to Wang Lin's cousin. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Lin's cousin quickly regained his composure, meeting Qin Peng's gaze with unwavering confidence. "I lost, but I will uphold my promise. For the next 2 months, I will cover all your expenses at the Internet CAF." Yuan Sheng, standing nearby, interjected with a scoff. "Oh, are you saying that if Brother Peng decides to spend money on skins, you'll cover that too?" "Certainly." This time the competition was won by the Power Internet CAF, and it is believed that for a long time to come, no one will dare to provoke them again. Wang Lin's cousin, however, paid no heed to Yuan Sheng and turned to a regular patron beside him, saying, "Pinggu, are you leaving? I was hoping to get closer to you." "Ah, you really are leaving." Yuan Sheng, gazing at Qin Peng's departing figure, suddenly had a thought, sighed, and disregarding his teammates who were eager to celebrate, lit a cigarette and retreated to a corner to sit. Qin Peng observed the person before him with keen interest. "You must still be a student, correct?" "Yes, I just graduated from high school," Wang Lin's cousin replied, maintaining his gaze on Qin Peng. "I'm not even aware of your name. Why do you wish for me to teach you League of Legends?" Qin Peng inquired further. Suddenly, Qin Peng fell silent. And just as Wang Tao thought he would refuse him, Qin Peng spoke up. Looking at Wang Tao, he abruptly broke into a smile. "I see." After saying this, he disregarded Wang Tao and turned to leave. Just as Wang Tao's fervent gaze began to wane into disappointment, Qin Peng, having distanced himself somewhat, raised a finger and declared, "If you've decided to pursue this, then strive for excellence. I look forward to witnessing your future. See you tomorrow night. It might be a bit late." Gradually, Qin Peng faded from Wang Tao's sight. Wang Tao stood rooted in place, eyes closed tightly, hands clasped together, murmuring, "One day, I will surpass you and ascend to greater heights." In this manner, Wang Tao inadvertently became the first disciple accepted by Qin Peng. Many years later, Wang Tao would reminisce about that night with a wistful expression, remarking that it was indeed the most courageous endeavor of his life. Even when confronted by the pinnacle of professional athletes from various countries, he had never felt the anxiety he experienced then, fearing that they would turn away and disregard him. Lying in bed, Qin Peng gazed at the ceiling, accustomed to the relentless roar of passing vehicles outside his window, which somehow alleviated his solitude. At that moment, he sat up, retrieved a cigarette from beneath his pillow, and, after lighting it, leaned back against the headboard, inhaling slowly. As he observed the smoke curling from the burning cigarette, Qin Peng furrowed his attractive brows. Had he not resolved to abandon such trivial fantasies? Why then Did his heart feel so tumultuous? Was it because of him? He recalled the sincerity conveyed in Wang Tao's gaze when he looked at him, sensing the steadfastness of his commitment to his dreams and the readiness to sacrifice for them. Alas, the burden weighed heavily. Tomorrow he would have to work. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Qin Ping glanced at his phone to check the time, 12:10 a.m. He tossed the phone aside and buried his head under the blanket, surrendering to sleep. He was unaware of when he had finally dozed off the previous night. But upon gazing into the mirror at his weary reflection the following morning, Qin Ping felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Soon, he made his way downstairs. The morning was not particularly hectic, and he sat at the dining table, sharing breakfast with his parents. "Xiaoping, you seem a bit under the weather. Are you feeling unwell?" His mother inquired with concern, noticing his demeanor. Qin Ping offered a shy smile. "I'm fine, Mom. I just stayed up a bit late last night." Upon hearing this, Ping's mother feigned a stern expression and remarked, "You need to drive during the day, and yet you do not retire early at night. How can you possibly maintain your vitality?" Realizing that his mother was about to commence a lecture, Qin Peng hurriedly finished his meal and hastily retreated to the outer room, exclaiming, "Dad, I'll wait for you outside to load the goods." With a furrowed brow, Peng's mother glanced at Peng's father, who remained remarkably composed, continuing to savor his meal. After a considerable time, once he had set down his bowl and chopsticks, he seemed to have pondered deeply before speaking. He is no longer a child. If you persist in treating him as one, he will never mature. Without waiting for Peng's mother's stunned reaction, he rose and proceeded to the outer room to assist Qin Ping with the loading. Seated unsteadily in the three-wheeled vehicle, Qin Ping yawned incessantly, mustering his energy to drive. Just as he narrowly avoided colliding with a woman riding an electric bike, she stood by the roadside, visibly shaken, and unleashed a torrent of invective. In a panic, Qin Peng pressed the accelerator, hastening his departure. "Why am I overthinking?" he mused. "What does the future hold? Can I truly seize it?" He decided to let it go, reassuring himself that if the day ever came when he could reclaim his dreams, he would face it with a smile. After sharing a brief laugh with his reflection in the vehicle's mirror, Qin Peng suddenly felt invigorated, pressing the accelerator to its maximum as he sped towards his destination. The day's labor soon passed. It is rather peculiar, one might observe. If one does not rest well the night before, the ensuing day can feel unbearably exhausting. Yet once the work is completed, it is as if the fatigue of the day had never been theirs, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of energy. After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock in the summer, and the sky had not yet darkened completely. Qin Peng bid farewell to his parents and stepped outside. He meandered for a while before deciding it was time to head to the Internet CAF. At this hour, the Dongli Internet CAF was already teeming with patrons. Yet the 10 machines designated for competitions at the back were occupied by just 2 individuals, who were not even online. They merely sat there. "Hey, what is going on?" A young man, sweating profusely while clutching his ID, inquired of the attendant. "Aren't there machines available over there? Why can't we go online?" The female attendant at the counter glanced at the area the young man pointed to and replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, but those machines have been reserved by the 2 individuals sitting there. If you wish to use the internet, please be patient for a while." She then returned to her duties. Who do they think they are, hogging everything? On such a hot day, can't we all enjoy some time online? The young man grimaced, continuing to wait and see if a machine would become available. "Hey, kid, if you have nothing to do, why not go to the Red Internet CAF? What brings you here?" One of the 2 seated individuals, Yuan Cheng, inquired. "I don't particularly enjoy crowded places. They're too noisy," Wang Tao, Wang Lin's cousin from the previous night, replied with a glance at Yuan Cheng before turning his gaze back to the entrance of the CAF, seemingly awaiting someone. "Ah, the privileges of the affluent," Yuan Cheng muttered to himself, observing Wang Tao's nonchalant demeanor. "Master, you've arrived." Upon noticing Wang Tao suddenly rise, Yuan Cheng also lifted his gaze, only to find Qin Peng approaching. "Wait a moment. Did this fellow just refer to me as Brother Peng?" Qin Peng approached with a smile and greeted Wang Tao, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We are getting older. If you prefer, you can call me Brother Peng, just like Yuan Cheng does." As he arrived, he caught Yuan Cheng's questioning gaze and couldn't help but chuckle wryly at Wang Tao, saying, "All right, whatever suits you." "So, Master, Brother Peng, have you figured out how you'll teach me?" Wang Tao inquired eagerly. Qin Ping casually seated himself beside Yuan Cheng, ignoring the latter's inquisitive look, and pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? I need to play a couple of rounds with a friend first. If you don't mind, you can watch for now." After contemplating, Qin Peng proposed. Sounds great, Yuan Cheng exclaimed, promptly moving to sit beside Qin Peng, his face alight with anticipation. Hey, Brother Peng, how is this wealthy heir planning to support you? Yuan Cheng leaned in to ask Qin Peng. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng playfully threw a light punch in response, saying, Don't speak nonsense. I merely promised to teach him how to play League of Legends. However, if you have an interest in that realm, I could certainly put in a good word for you. No need to be shy, Qin Peng remarked with a mischievous grin. Yuan Cheng shivered slightly, exclaiming, Seriously, can one joke about such things? Ignoring Yuan Cheng's complaints, Qin Peng proceeded to power on the machine and prepare for the game. Wow, Diamond 1. Brother Peng, you're quite impressive. Hiding your talents, are you? Ignoring the commotion caused by Yuan Cheng beside him, Qin Peng promptly messaged the online player Fire Rain, suggesting they queue for a duo match. Before long, the two found themselves in the waiting lobby. Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed Qin Peng. He had noticed that Qin Peng had just logged onto the server of Ionia. As the premier server of the National League, Ionia is regarded as a sacred realm among many League of Legends enthusiasts. Achieving a rank of gold or even platinum on Ionia instills a sense of superiority in any player fortunate enough to do so. Wang Tao, suppressing his own exhilaration, felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking that they were indeed lucky this time, as they swiftly entered the champion selection interface within minutes. Ji Gu, are you recording a commentary video? As they entered the selection interface, a player with the ID Hate Picking Up Soap inquired via chat. Almost immediately, another player named I Guarantee No Coin Deduction chimed in. Yes, I want to capture the jungle perspective. It seems quite challenging today, as I've encountered quite a few actors. By the way, I'm third pick. Could I have the jungle position? Without exception, the teammates, including Fire Rain, responded affirmatively. Is this Ji Gu really that famous? Qin Peng, having never watched commentary videos, had relied solely on his own explorations and attempts since starting to play League of Legends. Wang Tao, somewhat astonished, replied, Peng Gu, you don't know? This Ji Gu is a renowned commentator for League of Legends. His videos are exceptional, providing thorough explanations. And he consistently ranks first in views on the multiplayer homepage for League of Legends videos. Moreover, his technical skills are quite remarkable, and he is exceptionally approachable, displaying kindness towards his fans. Consequently, many League of Legends enthusiasts have watched his commentary videos, and I frequently keep track of his work. Wang Tao elaborated in detail beside me. I see. I initially planned a jungle and was eager to try my hand at it, but since that's the case, I shall take the top lane. Subsequently, Qin Peng indicated his desire to occupy the top lane position on the interface. In high-ranking matches, the demand for positions is usually accommodated, as most players prefer to participate in the roles they excel in. Shortly after negotiations, Huiyu, positioned on the first floor, selected the ADC champion Misfortune, commonly referred to as. On the second floor, Fei Zhao Jun chose Thresh as a support, while on the third floor, the commentator Jige opted for the jungler Jarvan 4. The fourth floor selected Zyra for the mid lane. Upon noticing that the opposing team had chosen Jace for the top lane, Qin Peng decisively picked Kennen for his own top lane. The matchup of Kennen against Jace can be regarded as fairly balanced, as both top laners are primarily focused on farming and rely on poke damage. In terms of team composition, our setup is quite favorable for team fights, with Lucian and Zyra ensuring substantial damage output from the backline. Jarvan 4 serves as an excellent initiator and a formidable presence during skirmishes. Furthermore, Thresh provides protection for the backline, complemented by his ultimate ability to control team fights effectively. However, this success hinges on maintaining a stable lane phase. If we suffer significant losses before grouping for team fights, the opposing team, despite their advantageous development, could overwhelm us without much strategy. As Qin Peng entered the buffering interface, he found himself on the blue side. The opposing lineup consisted of a Jace in the top lane, a Lee Sin in the jungle, a Ryze in the mid lane, and a combination of Graves and Janna in the bot lane. Their composition seemed to favor the protection of the backline. After carefully observing the summoner spells of each enemy champion, Qin Peng patiently awaited the commencement of the game. Before long, both teams plunged into the fray. His teammates swiftly purchased their equipment and began their journey towards the jungle. Qin Peng opted for a Doran's Blade and a health potion for his Kennen, as the Doran's Blade had reverted to its former lifesteal effect, offering some sustainability in the early game. In the initial skirmish, neither side displayed any intention to engage. They merely exchanged glances before retreating to secure their buffs. The prince, having given away first blood, recognized the futility of further words and signaled to the Kennen in the top lane. Noticing the prince's unfortunate demise, Qin Peng understood that the Lee Sin, now adorned with double buffs, would undoubtedly attempt a gank in the top lane. However, with both minion waves situated in the middle, retreating to the tower would allow Jace to control the lane, resulting in substantial losses in gold and experience. Thus, Kennen swiftly dashed to the blue side's river brush to place a ward and continued to face off against Jace. Gradually, Kennen and Jace both reached level 3. At this moment, the blind monk had arrived at the bush where Kennen was positioned. It appeared that Jace had signaled to the blind monk regarding Kennen's presence. The blind monk hesitated for a moment upon spotting Kennen, who was still busy last-hitting minions. He emerged from the bush and unleashed his Q ability towards Kennen. Observing the blind monk's reveal, Jace decisively advanced, executing a quick EQ combo in an attempt to chip away at Kennen's health. In response, Kennen activated his E ability, swiftly retreating with his lightning rush, deftly evading both Jace's and the blind monk's abilities. Realizing that the gank had proven ineffective, the blind monk withdrew, preparing to leave. Before long, Kennen reached level 6, at which point he no longer needed to control the minion wave. Pushing it forward to the enemy's top turret and commencing to chip away at its health. Thanks to thorough vision control, the blind monk attempted to gank twice more. Yet to no avail. The turret's health diminished rapidly, and upon recognizing the futility of defending, Jace began to retreat. Kennen chose not to pursue. After demolishing the top turret, he brought along another wave of minions before commencing his descent down the map. Having already secured an advantage by taking the first turret, it was imperative for him to roam and seek opportunities to assist his teammates in gaining further leverage. After all, League of Legends is ultimately a team game, and fostering his own development while aiding his allies is essential for maintaining a significant advantage. Kennen swiftly made his way to the mid lane, where Ryze and Janna were already engaged in a fierce duel, both nearly out of health. Kennen aimed to encircle them by taking the upper route through the river. At this moment, Ryze from the opposing team had arrived, perhaps not anticipating the swift demise of his ally. Ryze, already drained of health by Zyra's relentless assault, found himself beset by Kennen, who had secured a double kill. With a sudden flash, Kennen activated his E skill, Lightning Rush, colliding with Ryze, followed by a precise Q ability, Thousand Birds, striking true, and then he unleashed his W skill to eliminate Ryze, achieving a triple kill. This maneuver was a resounding success for Kennen, who adeptly claimed his third victim. As time progressed, it approached the 20-minute mark. Although Jarvan 4 had initially fallen prey to a gank from Lee Sin, resulting in a first blood, he had subsequently executed several successful ganks in both the top and mid lanes. Meanwhile, Zyra maintained a firm grip over Ryze in the mid lane, and the bottom lane continued to develop steadily. Both teams boasted comparable equipment. Upon noticing the signal, Kennen's teammates quickly convened in the mid lane, while the opposing team swiftly regrouped, assembling all 5 members. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Kennen, now equipped with the Zhonya's hourglass, felt emboldened. As the minion wave reached the enemy's first turret, he signaled to his foes and promptly activated his E skill, charging forward. The opposition, caught off guard by Kennen's ferocity, found themselves overwhelmed as he plunged into their ranks. Kennen, seizing the moment, unleashed his ultimate ability. Although the enemy momentarily faltered, they quickly rallied, unleashing a torrent of damage upon him. Observing the unstoppable force that was Kennen, Janna prepared to cast her ultimate, only for Kennen to seemingly anticipate this, activating his Zhonya S and rendering himself invulnerable, remaining steadfast in place. At this juncture, the teammates had also caught up. The prince executed a swift EQ combo, launching the opposing Ryze and Graves into the air. He then unleashed his ultimate ability, creating a cataclysmic barrier around the airborne foes. Simultaneously, Janna followed closely behind the prince, activating her ultimate to deal damage. Ryze and Graves were swiftly eliminated. Although Kennen had already expended his ultimate, he continued to pursue the retreating enemies, unleashing his abilities. Jace was struck by Kennen's Q, becoming incapacitated in front of the mid lane's second turret. Ezreal relentlessly dealt damage from the rear, and upon seeing Jace incapacitated, he promptly employed his E ability to leap forward, bombarding Jace with a flurry of skills. The final blow came from his Q, finishing off Jace. At this point, the remaining Soraka and Lee Sin could only flee in disarray, resulting in a favorable exchange of 0 for 3. With Kenin's fearless initiation, a triumphant team fight ensued. They then awaited the minion wave's approach to commence demolishing the turrets. In short order, the enemy's mid-lane's second turret and the base's crystal defense tower were reduced to mere remnants of their former strength by the 5 members of the blue team. At this moment, the opposing team had respawned. Although the 5 members on their side were in good condition, Can Lin signaled for a withdrawal, indicating that they should refrain from continuing to destroy the crystal to avoid leaving 1 or 2 enemies behind, which could lead to a disastrous situation at Baron. After returning home, he replenished his items with sorcerer's shoes and a belt, while also acquiring a control ward. At this stage, the opposing team was largely deterred from initiating a fight. He signaled to his teammates to focus on Baron, while Kenin placed the control ward to eliminate the enemy's vision in that area. Together with his assembled allies, they commenced the assault on Baron. Although the opposing team was aware that Kenin's side was attempting to slay the Baron, their vision had been eradicated, and their development had surpassed that of their adversaries. At this moment, they dared not recklessly approach to contest the Baron. Soon, the Baron fell under the relentless assault of the 5 players, all of whom were in commendable condition. With the assistance from the previous team fight, Prince was now quite robust, having secured 5 assists. Observing the victory, Can Lin exhaled softly, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes for a brief respite, while Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao wisely refrained from disturbing him. After a short while, Can Lin opened his eyes and first glanced at Wang Tao. Your analysis from the sidelines was quite commendable. It is evident that your macro perspective and situational judgment are rather impressive. Your forte must be in jungle play, correct? Upon hearing Can Lin's unexpected inquiry, Wang Tao nodded without hesitation. Can Lin said no more, clicking on the screen to continue the game and exiting the game interface. I intended for you to purchase it. I have no funds in my Taobao account, Can Lin remarked as he stood up, offering the computer to Wang Tao, shrugging his shoulders. Seeing Wang Tao's embarrassed expression, Yuan Cheng burst into laughter beside him. Before long, Wang Tao settled on purchasing 2 30-level accounts from Area 1. With IDs, half-hand covering the sky, and your most dearest wild father, Can Lin silently selected the account covering the sky, leaving Wang Tao with the rather absurdly named ID. Observing Wang Tao's mockingly contorted face, Yuan Cheng chuckled. That name is utterly ridiculous. I wonder if it will get reported. Haha. He continued to laugh to himself. Upon hearing Yuan Cheng's mockery, Wang Tao maintained an indifferent demeanor, tilting his head as he remarked, "Ah, what a pity. This game possesses an item known as the name change card." With that, he promptly logged into the game to check his account. Rich second-generation heirs are indeed impressive. There is simply no comparison, Yuan Cheng lamented. Having already logged in, Can Lin briefly surveyed Wang Tao's acquisitions. Noting that he had purchased the most expensive level 30 accounts from Taobao, each containing 200,000 gold coins, Can Lin then navigated to the shop, beginning to procure runes and heroes. For him, it was unnecessary to master every hero. Although he could confidently play well in various roles, he was proficient with only a select few heroes. Therefore, Can Lin decided to purchase 2 heroes for each role, focusing on those he excelled at. Regarding runes, he opted for the 2 most conventional sets of AD and AP runes, which were sufficient to handle the majority of heroes. Pungu, should we buy a few rune pages? Wang Tao queried, having just purchased all the jungle heroes and noticing the substantial amount of gold still remaining. He began contemplating runes. Let us use what we have for now. Money should not be spent frivolously, Can Lin responded without hesitation. All right, no problem, Wang Tao shrugged in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Cheng leaned closer to Wang Tao and whispered, I recall you mentioning that you possess an account from Zon. Considering you'll undoubtedly be striving alongside my brother Peng in the 1st district, wouldn't it be better to let me take care of that account while it sits idle? Yuan Cheng gazed at Wang Tao with an ingratiating smile. Without hesitation, Wang Tao divulged his account password to Yuan Cheng, who gleefully rushed off to log in. A few minutes later, a sudden scream pierced the air. Wow, all skins. It's a goddess account. Wang the Tycoon, shall we become brothers? As Yuan Cheng awaited outside, he noticed Can Lin emerging, his demeanor starkly transformed, wearing a serious expression. He inquired, why did you decide to teach Wang Tao how to play League of Legends? This is entirely uncharacteristic of you. I know you abhor trouble. Once home, Can Lin closed the door and stood at the threshold, waiting for a considerable time until he heard the sound of Yuan Cheng departing on his motorcycle. He exhaled deeply, then ascended the stairs to prepare for sleep. Before lunch, Qin Peng called Wang Tao to inform him he would not be going to the internet CAF that evening. Wang Tao responded without objection, urging Qin Peng to rest well at home and not to overexert himself on his account. However, fate has a way of unraveling plans, and what transpired next would irrevocably alter Qin Peng's life, steering him towards the path of a professional League of Legends player. Yet, at that moment, preoccupied with thoughts of his sister, Qin Peng remained oblivious to the silent turning of destiny's wheel. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, and afterward, Qin Peng accompanied Ning Jing upstairs to tidy their room. He promptly urged her, "We haven't cleaned up yet. The bed isn't dirty. Let's tidy up first before you indulge in daydreams." Ning Jing stuck out her tongue and began to assist Qin Peng in organizing the room. The space was not particularly large, and soon the two of them had it in order. Sitting on the bed, observing the tranquil figure lying before him, Qin Peng felt an overwhelming sense of serenity. It was only in the company of family that his heart could attain such stillness. "Brother, how have you been at home these past 6 months? Your relationship with mom and dad must be quite harmonious now." Ning Jing suddenly sat up and remarked. Gazing at Qin Peng, with a smile, Qin Peng reached out to touzle Ning Jing's hair, but she deftly evaded his touch. Unperturbed, he responded, "Life has been quite pleasant. The family has been bustling, which makes it feel fulfilling. Mom and dad are treating me well, so you needn't worry too much. Just focus on your studies. Seeing you thrive brings them joy." Upon hearing this, Ning Jing's expression shifted to one of distress. "The pressure at the Key High School is immense. I'm only in my first year and already utterly exhausted. What will happen when I reach my final year? I might just collapse." Qin Peng chuckled in disbelief. "Indeed, my sister has grown up and is taking things seriously." He shook his head and looked at Ning Jing earnestly. "A little fatigue is acceptable. Our parents are counting on you to excel in your studies. You must learn to persevere, understood?" Ning Jing, meeting Qin Peng's earnest gaze, nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, brother. You know my capabilities all too well," she replied with a grin, playfully raising her fist. Seizing the moment when Ning Jing was distracted, Qin Peng swiftly ruffled her hair again, thinking fondly, "This little girl remains unchanged in spirit." In the distance, he spotted Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao seated nearby. As he raised his hand to greet them, a sudden crash echoed from outside the internet CF, startling them. Soon after, the familiar shouts of Qin Peng echoed in the air. Upon hearing the commotion, he dashed outside, and Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao exchanged anxious glances before hurriedly following him. At that moment, the driver of the Qian opened the door and stepped out. Immediately noticing that Ning Jing had scraped a sizable mark on his vehicle with her electric bike, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, the stout middle-aged man staggered over to the unconscious Ning Jing and, with a careless kick, struck her while loudly berating her. "Can't you see? Do you not notice that I'm driving? You've marred my car. Who is this unfortunate soul?" As he spoke, he spat in her direction. Qin Peng approached the middle-aged man without raising his head, softly uttering, "What did you just say?" The man, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. "Is this unfortunate soul a member of your family? Am I wrong in what I said? If you're related to her, how do you propose to compensate me for my vehicle?" Before he could finish, Qin Peng abruptly lifted his head and shouted, "You're the unfortunate one." With that, he delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The inebriated man, already unsteady on his feet, crumpled to the ground under the force of Qin Peng's blow. A man accustomed to arduous labor. After knocking the man down, Qin Peng stepped forward and kicked him, eliciting loud cries of distress. The man, still reeling from the impact, shouted back, "Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? I will ensure that your entire family suffers." Upon hearing this, Qin Peng lunged onto the fallen figure of the rotund man, delivering blow after blow to his face, exclaiming, "I will ensure your demise." Qin Peng roared like a beast. At that moment, Yuan Cheng rushed to his side, attempting to pull him away. Qin Peng abruptly turned to face Yuan Cheng and growled, "Get lost." He then resumed his relentless assault on the man lying on the ground. Gradually, the once boisterous figure fell silent, his visage unrecognizable from the beating. Yuan Cheng, disregarding the unfolding chaos, forcefully embraced Qin Peng and began to pull him back, insisting, "If you continue, it will lead to a fatality. Think not only of yourself, but also of your family. Ning Jing is still here." Listening to Yuan Cheng's words, Qin Peng finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He staggered towards Ning Jing, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. As he beheld the increasing pool of blood beneath her, Qin Peng sat there, helpless and despondent. Soon, the ambulance summoned by Wang Tao arrived, and upon seeing Ning Jing being lifted into the vehicle, Qin Peng attempted to follow her. At that moment, Wang Tao abruptly seized Qin Peng's arm and whispered, "The police are on their way. We must leave now. There is still time, and I can assist you." After absorbing Wang Tao's words, Qin Peng cast a complex glance at him, then nodded solemnly before swiftly following Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao as they vanished into the crowd. Nearly a day had passed since the incident of violence. Observing Wang Tao, who had not rested since the previous day due to the turmoil instigated by Qin Peng, he looked at him earnestly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Were it not for you, I might not be able to hear these words at this moment. In any case, I am profoundly grateful." Qin Peng lowered his head, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally looking up at Wang Tao and speaking, "I shall refrain from uttering any pretentious sentiments. Nonetheless, I thank you sincerely. This kindness shall be etched in my heart. Furthermore, I wish to trouble you with one more request, merely to convey a few words on my behalf. It is as follows. In a senior ward of a certain hospital in the city, a plump man lay on a hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes. Beside him stood a tall, slender elder, his head adorned with a crown of white hair that perpetually reminded onlookers of the elder's weariness. At that moment, the plump man gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing the elderly figure beside him, he was evidently startled and exclaimed loudly, "Father, this time it is truly not my fault. I was driving along just fine when suddenly a girl appeared in my path. I barely had time to react before colliding with her. Before I could even call for an ambulance, perhaps her family came and assaulted me. Just look at what they have done to me." After expressing his pain with a series of groans, he cautiously turned to observe the elder's expression. The elder regarded the plump man with an impassive demeanor, his gaze inadvertently betraying a hint of disappointment. With that, he turned away, refusing to look at his son any longer. The plump man, clearly anxious, hurriedly interjected, "So, is this how it shall end? Father, look at what they have done to me. If we simply let this boy go, how shall the Qin family maintain our standing in the town?" The elderly man trembled slightly, turning his head in indignation to glare at the obese figure sprawled on the bed. "You useless creature," he scolded. "All you do is stir up trouble from dawn till dusk. But this time, you can rest assured. Seizing this opportunity, I can gauge the current stance of the Wang family. If Wang Qing truly intervenes to protect that young man, we must tread carefully." The portly man, reclining on the bed, was bewildered by the conversation. "What should we be cautious of?" he inquired, confusion evident in his voice. The elder huffed heavily, expressing his impatience as he elaborated. "If Wang Qing is indeed intent on safeguarding that boy, it signifies that he has resolved to sever ties with our Qin family. We must be vigilant." After uttering these words, he disregarded whether the man comprehended or not, turning his gaze toward the window where a light rain began to fall, enveloping the room in a prolonged silence. At that moment, Wang Tao, who had recently departed from Qin Peng's side, knocked gently before entering. Upon seeing the unmistakable weariness etched on Wang Tao's face, Qin Peng could not help but offer a wry smile, tinged with resignation. Noticing Qin Peng's demeanor, Wang Tao felt a surge of internal conflict. He hastened to Qin Peng's side, shaking him gently. "I'm sorry," he said earnestly. "My father insists that now is not the time to confront the Qin family, so he will not intervene. However, he did not instruct me to abandon you. Trust me, everything will turn out fine." Gazing at Wang Tao's earnest expression, Qin Peng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if others had not yet surrendered, what right did he have to give in? He then spoke resolutely to Wang Tao, "Tell me what to do now. I shall follow your lead." "Very well. I shall accompany you to Nanjing, but I must trouble you with a concern regarding my family. I fear that should I flee, the Qin family may retaliate against my loved ones. I implore you." Wang Tao pondered for a moment and reassured, "Rest assured. I will speak with my father about this matter. I believe that even if the Chun family becomes aware of your departure, they will not act excessively. My father will intervene, and we can arrange a visit to my uncle's home at an opportune time. I trust the Qin family will not dare to be overly arrogant." With confidence, Wang Tao addressed Qin Peng. "That is a relief. I am truly grateful. If we are to leave, we must do so promptly, for delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Do not worry. I shall inform my father at once. If all goes well, we may set out this evening." With that, Wang Tao swiftly exited to make the necessary preparations. Qin Peng turned back to gaze out at the rain, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Peng's father and mother sat at the dining table in their home. Why is this child so restless? Even if there are troubles, is there not the police? What shall we do now that he has resorted to violence? Ping's mother lamented with a worried expression. Once, Ping's father had a significant altercation with a neighbor over a trivial matter, yet neither party had engaged in any extreme behavior, and the situation gradually faded. One day, as Ping's father went out to procure goods, he would not return until 1 or 2 in the morning. Coincidentally, on that day, the neighbor arrived with a group, intent on causing trouble, threatening to teach Ping's father a lesson. Upon regaining his composure, Qin Peng hastily entered the house, only to find his sister Ning Jing terrified, clinging to their mother and sobbing uncontrollably. Their mother, visibly anxious, inquired about the situation. Relieved to see his family unharmed, Qin Peng silently made his way to the kitchen, seized a knife, and rushed out the door. Xiao Peng, as your mother has said, think of it as a journey. Take good care of yourself, his father silently reflected. As Qin Peng waited in quiet anticipation, evening finally descended. Wang Tao strode into Qin Peng's room, beaming as he approached. Brother Peng, everything is arranged. You needn't worry about home. I've discussed it all with my father. We can set off now. Come, let us grab a bite downstairs before we depart. Qin Peng forced a faint smile and replied, I can leave at any moment. I'm not hungry now. You go ahead and eat. We'll set off after you finish. Observing Qin Peng's demeanor, Wang Tao's smile gradually faded, and he sighed. Never mind, Brother Peng, I won't eat either. Let us just head out now. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour. Sitting in Wang Tao's car, Qin Peng gazed out the window, contemplating his imminent departure. Why did he feel such a heaviness in his heart? Was it simply due to his youth? Yet, the thought of leaving was truly difficult to bear. At that moment, Wang Tao, having gathered his belongings, settled into the car and turned to Qin Peng in the back seat. Brother Peng, we're going to pick someone up first, if that's all right. Qin Peng nodded quietly, and Wang Tao, undeterred, signaled the driver to commence their journey. Half an hour later, an additional person joined the vehicle. Brother Peng, Xiao Tao, and I are about to embark on an adventure together, and my heart is filled with excitement. Come on, Brother Peng, don't doze off. Let us engage in conversation. It turns out that the person Xiao Tao mentioned he was going to pick up is you. Did you simply leave without a word? Aren't your family members worried? Upon seeing Yuan Cheng, a faint smile finally appeared on Qin Peng's face. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Qin Peng in warmth. He stretched lazily, opened his eyes to the still unfamiliar surroundings, rubbed his eyes, and walked to the window. Outside, towering buildings stood tall, and the city was already bustling with activity at this early hour. Qin Peng often felt an inescapable sense of unfamiliarity. Having arrived in Nanjing 3 days ago, they had merely caught a glimpse of their accommodation before Wang Tao suggested they explore the city. Yuan Cheng readily agreed, and Qin Peng understood Wang Tao's intention to help him unwind. After tidying up his room, he joined them on their outing. Now, 3 days later, Qin Peng felt much better and had released a lot of his burdens. Unbeknownst to him, his relationship with Wang Tao had grown increasingly amicable, with the three of them often laughing and playfully teasing one another. Together, they reveled in joy, making their days vibrant and fulfilling. Dressed and stepping out of his room, Qin Peng was greeted by the sight of clothes strewn haphazardly across the living room. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and began to tidy up. Before long, Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng had risen as well. Upon noticing Qin Peng diligently organizing the chaos, Yuan Cheng broke into a silly grin and hurried over to assist him. Brother Peng, let me help you, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Qin Peng glanced at Yuan Cheng and replied with a smile, perhaps it's best if you don't. I'm nearly finished here. You should go and whip up some food with Wang Tao. I'm quite hungry already. Wang Tao, standing nearby, burst into laughter. You scoundrel! Have you ever seen a rogue tidying up at home? Look at me, fully aware that I'm not cut out for such chores, so I wisely refrained from embarrassing myself. Your audacity truly knows no bounds. Amused by Wang Tao's mockery, Yuan Cheng dashed after him. Come back here. If you don't feel the sting of my iron fist today, you'll never comprehend the essence of a rogue brother. Wang Tao, anticipating the chase, quickly fled outdoors, with Yuan Cheng hot on his heels, exchanging playful insults as they raced down the stairs. Observing this lively duo, Qin Peng couldn't help but smile wryly before returning to his task of tidying the room. Having slept alone in a room since his youth, Qin Peng had learned the importance of maintaining a clean space. Faced with two housemates who thrived on chaos yet avoided responsibility, he silently accepted the burden of restoring order. Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng exchanged a glance, with Wang Tao shrugging nonchalantly. I'm fine with it. I haven't had time to play lately, and my hands are itching for action. It's the perfect opportunity to practice. With that, he sauntered over to the computer, ready to boot up a game. Yuan Sheng sat there, his head drooping as he sighed. Alas, I must once again become a punching bag. What a wretched fate. He then leisurely made his way to the computer and powered it on. Wang Tao had provided a commendable residence for Qin Peng and Yuan Sheng. Situated in a picturesque community, the home was well equipped, and Wang Tao had even set up a long table in the living room, adorned with 3 computers for their use. An hour of training swiftly passed, and the trio began to team up for matchmaking. In ranked play, only 2 players could queue together in team mode. But matchmaking was different. It was common for 5 players to team up if they so desired. The 3 friends joyfully played together throughout the day, even ordering takeout to satisfy their appetites. As they indulged in their meal, Yuan Qing remarked, "It's truly wonderful here. I need not worry about 3 meals a day. And there are no obligations, just pure leisure. Yet, I ponder, what if I succumb to this life of idleness?" Observing Yuan Cheng's comical eating habits, Qin Ping and Wang Tao exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the 2 entered the hero selection interface. Although they were both Diamond Rank 1, Ji Gu was positioned on the 1st floor while Qin Peng was on the 5th. The teammates seemed to recognize Ji Gu, greeting him warmly. Indeed, Ji Gu was amiable, and despite his fame, he engaged in friendly conversation with everyone. This match found Qin Peng on the purple side. And as his teammates completed their hero selections, only the position for the ADC in the bottom lane remained. At this moment, Ji Gu inquired via text, "Can you play ADC? If not, I can swap with you." Ji Gu opted for the champion Gragas in the top lane. Although Qin Ping was familiar with Gragas, he had never played him in the top lane and graciously declined GG's offer. Consequently, Qin Peng decisively selected the champion Ezreal, the Explorer. They swiftly entered the loading screen, where Ji Gu was playing Gragas in the top lane, accompanied by a support Nami, a mid lane Syndra, and a jungler named Zhao Xian. Meanwhile, the bottom lane featured the aforementioned Ezreal. Overall, Qin Peng's composition appeared to possess remarkable synergy, with each champion capable of establishing an advantageous position in their respective lanes. Particularly in team fights, the combination of Gragas and Nami's initiating ultimates, Zhao Xian's aggressive engagement, Ezreal's sustained damage, and Syndra's formidable burst potential could easily catch their opponents off guard. In contrast, the opposing team consisted of a top lane Renekton, a mid lane Talon, a jungler Olaf, and a bottom lane duo of Lucian and Thresh, which also exhibited considerable aggression. It seemed that this match promised intense skirmishes. Both teams swiftly commenced the game, purchasing their items and immediately grouping to invade the enemy jungle. Qin Peng's team, equipped with Nami's crowd control and solid follow-up damage from his teammates, aimed to capitalize on a level 1 skirmish. The opposing team, bolstered by Thresh's ability to pull enemies and capable of delivering significant damage, shared a similar mindset of engaging in a level 1 confrontation as they advanced towards the jungle. The anticipation of an impending clash was palpable. The 5 individuals from Qin Ping swiftly arrived at the vicinity of their blue buff. The day goddess placed a ward in the bush along the river to scout the movements of the adversary. And then the 5 of them concealed themselves in the nearby foliage. In the early skirmishes, they were particularly wary of Thresh. His Q ability, Death Sentence, posed a significant threat. Even if it failed to ensnare anyone, the mere attempt could disrupt their formation, allowing the enemy to concentrate their fire on a single target, potentially resulting in a first blood or the expenditure of a flash. Qin Peng remained hidden near the blue buff until approximately 1 minute and 45 seconds had elapsed. Just as they began to suspect that the enemy might not come, and the barrel intended to teleport to the top lane, Thresh revealed himself. The enemy team displayed remarkable cunning, opting to move as a cohesive unit to the river's bush in the lower lane to avoid detection. Once the timing was right, they advanced together towards Qin Peng's blue buff. As the day goddess prepared to initiate control over a target, Thresh cleverly launched a probing Q ability, directing Death Sentence straight into the bush. Zhao Xian, caught off guard, was dragged from the cover, just as Thresh's 4 companions were poised to unleash their damage. The day goddess executed a diagonal maneuver and targeted Thresh with her E ability. Thresh's teammates, still positioned behind him, were unable to react in time. With decisive resolve, the day goddess secured Thresh, prompting Zhao Xian to activate his Q ability, Triple Strike, and relentlessly assault Thresh. At the very moment when the support champion, Leona, ensnared Thresh, the barrel-wielding champion, Gragas, swiftly followed suit. With a decisive E ability, he charged forward, colliding directly with Thresh. Just as Thresh regained his senses from Leona's control, he was struck once more by Gragas, leaving him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Can Peng maneuvered his Ezreal from the rear, relentlessly dishing out damage. Thresh's health dwindled rapidly, and as he emerged from his stupor, he attempted to flash away. However, Zhao Xian's Q ability, Triple Strike, landed upon him. And Syndra subsequently unleashed a basic attack followed by her Q ability, Dark Sphere, at Thresh's feet. In less than 3 seconds, Thresh succumbed, granting first blood to his adversaries. The remaining opponents appeared momentarily stunned, still advancing towards Ezreal. After the swift elimination of Thresh, Ezreal found himself in a brief lull, prompting a strategic retreat. Despite the loss of Thresh, the opposing team recognized that all their abilities had been expended. Talon surged to the forefront, utilizing his W ability, Noxian Diplomacy, to slow Zhao Xian, while Olaf followed up with his Q ability, Undertow, effectively hampering Gragas as well. As Zhao Xian found himself at the rear, he faced imminent danger from the approaching Renekton, who sought to stun him in place. In a critical moment, Zhao Xian executed a flash, narrowly escaping to safety. Thus, the initial skirmish concluded in this manner. Can Peng's side had incurred some losses. Although Thresh had perished, both Zhao Xian and Leona had expended their flashes, leaving them vulnerable to potential ambush. Leona swiftly made her way to the bottom lane, while Thresh and Lucian opted to position themselves further back to continue farming and developing their resources, with Ezreal also advancing to secure minions. Previously, Ezreal was alone in the bottom lane, absorbing experience. At this moment, he succumbed to a distant minion, reaching level 2. After upgrading his E ability, Arcane Shift, he had not yet signaled to his ally, the support champion, when she swiftly executed her E ability, Zenith Blade, to immobilize Lucian, the opposing marksman. Without hesitation, Can Peng advanced, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Lucian. In response, Lucian cast his Q ability, Piercing Light, to chip away at the support champion before opting to retreat. Thresh, seemingly unwilling to concede, launched a Q ability, Death Sentence, towards Ezreal as Lucian withdrew. Observing that Thresh had expended his Q, Ezreal utilized Arcane Shift to reposition himself to Thresh's left, unleashing his skills upon him. The support champion promptly cast Exhaust on Thresh, causing him to retreat in disarray. Given that Lucian had only one ability available in the early game, he found himself at a disadvantage in the skirmish. He could only retreat while attempting to poke at the support champion. However, she chose to retreat as well, leaving Ezreal to handle the situation. Ezreal's decisive actions during this engagement forced Thresh to adopt a more cautious stance, positioning himself behind Lucian, who dared not advance too far. Emulating Ezreal's previous strategy of safely gaining experience from a distance, Ezreal and the support champion were determined not to allow their opponents to comfortably collect experience and level up. In a synchronized maneuver, they flanked the enemy minion wave, effectively pinning Lucian and Thresh beneath their turret. Just moments earlier, Lucian had been exerting pressure on Ezreal. Now, he found himself unable to secure even a fraction of experience, undoubtedly feeling a profound sense of frustration. Despite the efforts of Ezreal and Diana to control the minion wave, once they both reached level 4, the minions gradually pushed towards the enemy tower. Unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, they positioned themselves in front of the enemy tower alongside the minions. By this time, multiple waves of minions had arrived, and the level 1 Lucian lacked the necessary attack power to eliminate the minions that had been weakened by the tower's assaults. The low-health Thresh could only cower behind Lucian, unable to provide any support. Ultimately, Lucian decided not to last hit the minions, choosing instead to merely absorb the experience, adopting a posture that beckoned, "Come at me. Tower dive if you dare." Ezreal and Diana effectively obstructed Lucian's attempts to lure them in, and aside from Ezreal occasionally landing a basic attack on Lucian, neither of them exhibited any aggressive behavior. Upon returning to base, Ezreal purchased a Trinity Force outright. He pressed the tab key to assess his teammates' progress. In the top lane, Diego's Gragas had been persistently suppressing the crocodile, while the enemy Olaf lingered ominously. Nevertheless, Diego was faring well overall, and Zhao Xian's several counter-ganks had yielded favorable outcomes. Shifting focus to the mid lane, the First Blood Syndra had thoroughly dominated Talon, rendering him nearly helpless. In just 10 minutes, Talon was still only level 7, while Syndra had ascended to level 9, bolstered by 2 solo kills on Talon and her consistent wave clear. At this point, she had already acquired a large Rod of Ages and a pair of Sorcerer's Shoes. The enemy team was on the verge of collapse across all lanes. Without hesitation, Qin Peng signaled for a team fight in the middle. After returning to the city for supplies, the teammates signaled and rushed toward the Baron, while the opposing team was still struggling to develop. Unbeknownst to them, the Baron was swiftly lost. Once in possession of the Baron, Qin Peng's side became unstoppable, forcefully dismantling the Crystal Defense Tower and eliminating 4 opponents, with only Lucian positioned at the back managing to escape through a timely flash. Following a near-total annihilation of the enemy in that team fight, the opposition immediately conceded defeat. Qin Peng had no intention of toying with them further. He proceeded to demolish the enemy base, the explosion of which was frozen in time at the 19-minute mark. After a brief exchange, the 2 players prepared for another match. At that moment, a friend request notification flashed on Qin Peng's game interface. Upon glancing at the name, he recognized it as Cold Face, the support from the previous match. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed the request without hesitation. Cold Face added Qin Peng and sent a message. "Let's play together when you have time." Before their avatar dimmed, unperturbed, Qin Peng continued to await the game's commencement. Soon, they were thrust into the match, where Qin Peng opted for Ezreal once more. However, this time, his support was not as sharp as Cold Face had been in the last game. Qin Peng consistently signaled to his support, indicating whether to engage or retreat. Fortunately, although the support, Sona, did not achieve significant feats, she excelled in vision control, even without any explosive kills in the bot lane. Qin Peng's Ezreal steadily progressed in his development. The teammates proved to be remarkably capable once again. Although the bottom lane faced considerable challenges, the mid and top lanes managed to gain a significant advantage with the assistance of the jungler, despite the support player missing several crucial ultimates during team fights. This did not impede Qin Peng from securing the ultimate victory, perhaps due to being suppressed in the bottom lane. Once the team fights turned in his favor and he acquired the necessary equipment, he began to play with remarkable audacity, consistently seeking opportunities to engage in 1v2 confrontations. He even managed to escape several times unscathed from tight situations, much to the anxiety of his teammates. In the final team fight, Qin Peng achieved an impressive 4 kills, annihilating the opposing team before swiftly advancing onto the high ground to conclude the battle. As he exited the game, Qin Peng let out a long sigh. Having faced pressure in the bottom lane, he had been harboring frustration, which perhaps fueled his flamboyant plays thereafter. "In truth, your skills are commendable. I hardly noticed you being suppressed during the landing phase. I recorded your performances as Ezreal in both matches, and I plan to commentate on them and share the recordings. When you see the audience's reactions, you will have a clearer understanding of your proficiency. Those 2 girls were genuinely attractive. Xiao Tao. You boast incessantly about how many girls are pursuing you. Why did you hesitate to ask for their numbers earlier?" Yuan Qing, who was entering while continuing the conversation, looked at Wang Tao with a sense of regret. Wang Tao merely rolled his eyes in response, implying that Yuan Cheng's taste might be limited to this lifetime. "Are you suggesting that those 2 girls are unattractive?" Yuan Cheng challenged, clearly unwilling to back down and pressing further for an answer. After completing his nightly routine, Qin Peng lay on his bed, feeling a bit dizzy after an entire day immersed in League of Legends. He recalled the words of his friend, Ji Go, and couldn't he help but smirk, realizing he was merely seeking refuge from the world. What was the point of overthinking? Sleep, he decided. With that thought, he pulled the covers over himself and drifted into slumber. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, only to be gradually obscured by a passing cloud. As if the moon too bore its own burdens and, much like Qin Peng, sought solace in sleep. In the days that followed, Qin Peng, along with Wang Tao and Yuan Qing, continued to lead a monotonous existence, unrestrained and almost exhausting themselves in their gaming pursuits. "Brother Peng, what do you think we're training for?" Yuan Cheng lamented one day after a grueling session, slumped in his chair. Taken aback by the question, Qin Peng paused for a moment. To be honest, he had initially joined in to help Wang Tao improve his skills and to accompany him in practice. Now, however, daily training had become an indispensable part of his routine. Wang Tao, accustomed to training alongside Qin Peng, nodded in agreement with Yuan Cheng's statement. "With skills like yours, Brother Peng, you could easily go pro. What do you think?" Back in his room, Qin Peng lit a cigarette, reclining on his bed as he gazed out at the night sky. Despite the passage of time, he found himself unable to forget, unable to overcome the emotional barrier within him. Lost in thought, he exhaled deeply, extinguished the cigarette, turned his head, and closed his eyes. "Alas, my friend, speak candidly. What was Brother Peng like in the past? Why does he transform whenever the past is mentioned? In the end, Wang Tao could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Yuan Cheng for answers. With a sigh, Yuan Cheng regarded the perplexed Wang Tao and replied, "This is a private matter concerning Brother Peng, and I cannot divulge too much. Just know that he has always been exceptionally skilled at any game he played, especially 2 years ago when his relationship with his family became strained. During that time, he practically lived in the internet CAF, and it was then that I came to know him." After Yuan Cheng finished his explanation in one breath, Wang Tao refrained from further inquiries, simply staring at Qin Peng's door, lost in thought. After dinner, the earlier events seemed to have faded away as the trio resumed their playful banter. Once the meal concluded, as Qin Peng began to clear the table, he suddenly remarked, "Yuan Cheng's words at noon served as a wake-up call. Indeed, while I can play all positions, my performances are rather similar. Being versatile can also mean mediocrity. From this day forth, I shall focus on mastering a single position. You both take a break. I will join you after I tidy up. Furthermore, Wang Tao, we have practiced our fundamentals sufficiently. Tonight, you and Yuan Cheng can rest and simply observe my gameplay, which will also help me determine the position that suits me best. Is that agreeable?" Without waiting for the astonished reactions of Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng, he took the dishes into the kitchen. What is Brother Peng planning? Could it be that he is truly considering a professional career? Unexpectedly, it appears one must concentrate on mastering a specific position. Yuan Cheng whispered to Wang Tao, who, though initially taken aback, quickly adapted. Brother Peng surely has his reasons. Tonight, you could say you're liberated. We shall simply watch Brother Peng play. Indeed, haha, tonight I can finally refrain from playing. After days of incessant gaming, I'm on the verge of exhaustion. Ignoring Yuan Cheng's boisterous exclamations, Wang Tao's gaze shifted to Qin Peng, who was diligently occupied in the kitchen, pondering, Brother Peng. Could it truly unfold as Yuan Cheng suggests? If so, that would be splendid. It seemed that Long Yin contemplated her choice for a moment, only committing to her hero selection when the timer was nearly up. However, upon witnessing Long Yan's final choice, Yuan Cheng, who was sitting nearby sipping water, abruptly spat it out. "This fellow can play support?" The screen prominently displayed Long Yan's selection of the Desert Reaper, Nasus, also known as Doghead. Qin Peng was momentarily stunned. "I see. The young lady must be devising an unconventional strategy. Doghead's W ability, Wither, is indeed formidable. Wouldn't you agree, Wang Tao?" Yuan Cheng earnestly analyzed. Wang Tao shot him a disdainful glance. "Have you seen the opposing duo? A combination of Twitch and Janna. What of Doghead's slow? If the enemy's Twitch cannot contend, he can effortlessly vanish, with Janna providing ample cover. Brother Peng's side would struggle to pursue, and given Doghead's short reach, aside from employing a slowing skill, he is merely a target." Oblivious to the discussion between Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao, Qin Peng was about to send a message to Long Yin inquiring about her choice of champion when she preemptively messaged him, "I'm sorry, I picked the wrong hero. If it doesn't work out, I'll just forfeit." Qin Peng sighed as he read her message. It was no matter if she had chosen the wrong hero. They could still give it a try without conceding. After all, how could a man ever admit defeat, even if his support was a peculiar champion? However, he reluctantly acknowledged that the bottom lane would indeed prove to be a challenge. As Qin Peng pondered, both teams entered the loading screen. Aside from the unconventional choice of the support champion, the other teammates had selected relatively dependable heroes. The top lane featured a crocodile, the jungle a scorpion, the mid lane a bomb thrower, and in the bottom lane were his own Ezreal and the support dog-headed champion. This match would require strategic utilization of the bomb thrower S and his own poke abilities. Even though the opposing team boasted formidable initiation potential with both the scorpion and crocodile, there was no choice but to set aside the dog-headed champion for now. The support would need to shoulder a considerable portion of the team's vision and economy. And given the dog-headed champion's inability to farm, he would likely serve merely as a super minion during team fights. The opponents had selected their heroes as follows: a Pantheon in the top lane, a Syndra in the mid lane, a Jax in the jungle, and in the bottom lane, the previously mentioned Rat and Wind Girl. Upon observing the opposing lineup, Qin Peng felt a sense of helplessness. The reckless advances of Pantheon and Jax, coupled with the terrifying damage output of Syndra, posed a significant challenge. Although his team could launch a counter-initiation during skirmishes, the formidable protective capabilities of the opposing Janna for her back line were a cause for concern. In contrast, the only source of protection on his side during team fights was the presence of the Tahm Kench. Sighing, he acknowledged that this match would demand considerable effort. As the game commenced, Both teams appeared relatively weak at level 1, leading to no intentions of invading the enemy jungle. Soon after, Ezreal assisted his jungler in securing the blue buff before heading to lane. During the initial phase, neither side engaged in skillful combat. Instead, they focused on methodically last-hitting minions. After successfully farming a wave, Can Lin Feng noticed he was on the verge of reaching level 2 and signaled to Janna, indicating for Tahm Kench to engage. Tahm Kench promptly approached the two opponents. The enemy Janna had already placed vision near the river in the bot lane, and upon noticing that Ezreal's jungler had not arrived, she grew confident. Undeterred, Janna shielded the enemy Twitch, who then unleashed a flurry of basic attacks on Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, Ezreal, rather than targeting Twitch, directed his damage toward Janna. In response, Tahm Kench applied his weaken effect to Twitch, and together with Ezreal, they pressed forward against Janna. The Wind Lady was taken aback when the opposing team immediately focused their attacks on her. In a state of urgency, she attempted to retreat, while the canine-headed character, having learned the first level of the W ability, Withered, promptly unleashed his own W skill to slow her down. Realizing she was hindered, the Wind Lady swiftly flashed backward. At that moment, a distant soldier from the enemy side perished, granting Can Lin Feng enough experience to ascend to level 2. In the very instant he leveled up, he instantly upgraded his E skill, Arcane Shift, and leapt toward the Wind Lady. With a basic attack followed by a Q skill, Mystic Shot, the Wind Lady was left with a mere sliver of health. In a desperate maneuver, she turned and cast weakness on Ezreal, continuing her retreat. However, Ezreal still possessed his flash, and the effects of weakness faded quickly. He flashed behind the Wind Lady, landing a basic attack that eliminated her, thereby securing first blood. This confrontation caught the opposing team entirely off guard. Although the canine-headed character had a shorter reach, in this early engagement where both sides were at level 1, his disadvantage was not immediately apparent. Can Lin Feng astutely capitalized on this fact, utilizing his steady damage output to achieve a double kill. At this juncture, both the Rat and the Wind Maiden have become somewhat hesitant to engage in direct confrontation. Ezreal has not exerted excessive pressure, and it is imperative to discern the moments of dominance and the times for caution in the bot lane. After reaching level 3, the Rat and the Wind Maiden's coordination with the Doghead is insufficient to secure kills. Moreover, the opposing jungler, having witnessed the double kill, is certain to lend assistance to the bot lane. Therefore, it is crucial to manage the minion wave effectively and focus on development with a steady approach. Reaching level 6 first is assured. Upon attaining this level, the synergy with Doghead's ultimate can facilitate a successful tower dive kill. For now, the priority is to cultivate growth steadily, although the other lanes are evenly matched. The well-farmed Ezreal and Doghead take advantage of the early destruction of the enemy's bot tower, continuously rotating to the top or mid lanes. In doing so, they either eliminate or repel the opponents, successfully assisting their teammates in securing the first towers in both the top and mid lanes. By the time 10 minutes have elapsed, all first towers across the 3 lanes have fallen, with all teammates thriving under the support of Ezreal and Doghead. After claiming the second dragon, the 5 members on Ezreal's team decisively choose to group and push mid. The opposition, refusing to concede defeat, boldly initiates a team fight. Pantheon leaped directly behind Ezreal, who remained unfazed. The jungler and top laner valiantly obstructed the oncoming support from the opposing team. Upon landing, Pantheon had little impact and was swiftly eliminated. At that moment, Jax activated his E skill, Counter-Strike, attempting to engage, but Ezreal's aggro had already reached critical levels, compounded by his 3 core items. The opposition was determined to eliminate Ezreal first, yet he wisely chose to retreat rather than engage recklessly. A well-timed slow from the enemy Nasus ensnared Jax, who, after the duration of Counter-Strike expired, followed Pantheon's footsteps and was subsequently focused down. Meanwhile, Ezreal stood resolutely, absorbing damage from Syndra and Twitch, maintaining a relatively healthy health pool. Twitch, having been killed twice, was struggling with minimal development, possessing only a blade of the Ruined King and no completed boots. Soon, Ezreal along with the mid laner arrived, coordinating with the jungler and top laner to eliminate both Twitch and Syndra. The team fight concluded with an effortless victory, a result that Can Lin Feng had not initially anticipated. This was primarily due to the opposing team's desperation following the destruction of 3 towers. Otherwise, a staunch defense of their second tower or crystal might have yielded a more formidable resistance. After 2 desperate attempts to hold on, the opposing team succumbed, allowing Ezreal to effortlessly push down their nexus. Even Nasus can win, What an eye-opener, Yuan Qing remarked with a relaxed demeanor. The key was Brother Peng's impeccable timing in engagements, catching the opposition off guard multiple times. Had we played more conservatively, we might not have secured such a significant advantage in the bot lane, Wang Tao rationally analyzed from the sidelines. Wang Tao spoke quite accurately. This match was primarily a stroke of good fortune. The opposing jungler did not relentlessly pursue the bottom lane but opted to secure advantages in other areas. However, Leng Yan's performance as Nasu's was commendable. Although he selected an unsuitable hero, he often seemed to intuit my next intentions without needing reminders. This support player is truly remarkable. At the very least, I wish I could play support as effortlessly as he does. Qin Ping also provided timely commentary from the sidelines. After exiting the game, Leng Yan sent a message praising the ADC's performance. Observing Leng Yan's terse communication, Qin Peng smiled helplessly and subsequently invited him to continue with another match. The two of them played 2 more games, effectively dominating the opposing bottom lane. After employing a more conventional support, Wang Tao and Yuan Sheng concurred with Qin Peng's earlier assessment. This support player possesses undeniable skill. Throughout the matches, Qin Peng utilized various ADC champions, but was acutely aware of his support's power spikes. There were instances when he was about to engage, only to find that the support had already initiated, reinforcing Qin Peng's belief that this support player is undoubtedly of professional caliber. After 3 games, Leng Yan messaged to say he had matters to attend to, and his profile picture promptly went dark. Qin Peng paid it little mind, but Yuan Sheng remarked, powerful women tend to be somewhat proud. Brother Peng, you are fortunate. To this, Qin Peng could only smile resignedly. What if the opponent is a guy with a supportive heart? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Qin Peng's realization dawned. Is that true? Please tell me about the person you found. Peng Ge, do not fret. The individual has been located, and I have already negotiated the terms. Everything has been arranged in accordance with your specifications. The person is 28 years old, reputed to be exceptionally honest. A few years ago, he sustained a back injury due to the demands of work and has since been recuperating at home. He is now fully capable of handling light tasks. Most importantly, his salary expectations are modest, at 4,000 yuan per month. This has already been settled, and I have informed someone to communicate this to your uncle. He can start working tomorrow, so you need not worry. The day after Qin Peng's incident, he entrusted Wang Tao with the task of finding a reliable delivery person for his family, aware that his father is straightforward and may inadvertently offend someone. Qin Peng specifically requested an older, more dependable individual, ideally with a monthly salary around 5,000 yuan, and someone who could commit for the long term. Wang Tao rose to the occasion, successfully securing a candidate in just over a week. As Qin Peng contemplated his father's advancing age, he felt a deep sense of guilt for not being able to support him at home, despite immersing himself in the world of League of Legends daily. The following morning, before he had fully awakened, he was jolted from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Who is it? He grumbled, rising from his bed and hastily dressing. Peng Ge, it's me, Yuan Sheng. Hurry up and come see. Assuming something urgent had transpired, Qin Peng quickly donned his clothes and proceeded to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Yuan Sheng immediately pulled Qin Peng to the computer in the living room. At that moment, Wang Tao also urged Qin Peng to take a seat. Just as Qin Peng settled down, still perplexed about the situation, Yuan Sheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Peng, you must see this. GGE's latest easy tutorial is out. Look at this ID. Isn't it yours? Fantastic, Brother Peng. Jigu referred to you as a grassroots deity in the video, and the comments are all praising your incredible easy skills, especially in the second match. It was simply dazzling. Listening to Yuan Sheng's words, Qin Peng shifted his gaze to the computer screen and was greeted by a striking title, Easy Early Game Domination Tutorial, the Grassroots Deity's Spectacular Easy Display. Brother Peng, this video is nearing 1 million views. If this trend continues, the national server will surely ignite a wave of easy enthusiasts. Wang Tao remarked with a sense of awe. It seems impossible for you to remain anonymous now. Do you have any plans moving forward? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Qin Peng chuckled. What plans could I possibly have? I might already be wanted by the local police for this. Do you really expect me to show my face and compete? By the time the tournament ends, I might be apprehended. With that, he shook his head and approached his own computer to boot it up, preparing to start the game. Wang Tao, aware that Qin Peng was joking, paid it no mind and continued to watch GG's easy commentary video alongside Yuan Sheng. Soon, He powered on his computer and logged into the game. As soon as he entered, he received a message from Jigo. I have released the easy video recorded a few days ago, and the response has been quite positive. I wonder if you have seen it. If you are interested in continuing our collaboration, here is my QQ. Add me, and we can discuss the details further. Upon reading GGE's message, Can Peng hesitated for a moment but ultimately opened his long-unused QQ. The moment he logged in, the sound of incoming messages filled the air. Glancing at the message bar, Can Peng first opened a message from his sister, Ning Jing. The message was from the days immediately following the incident. Can Peng certainly knew who those people referred to, and upon reading this, his hands instinctively clenched. After calming his emotions, he continued to read. No problem, but remember to ensure the quality of the video. Haha. No worries, I will put my heart into it. Before long, the three of them played together until nightfall. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Tao and the other two went to buy food. Can Peng logged into his account on server 1, checked his friends list, and saw that Lung Yin was indeed online. He promptly sent a message. Shall we continue tonight? In the early morning, standing by the window, Can Peng felt the warm sunlight cascading upon him as he sipped water. Hearing a knock at the door, he furrowed his brow, set down his cup, and turned to open the door. Upon hearing about the outing, Yuan Cheng's countenance brightened slightly, and he wore his usual smile as he said to Can Peng, "All right, let us not overthink it. After all, with Wang Tao's money at our disposal, there's no burden in spending. Let us go and first satisfy our hunger. Speaking of which, I actually feel quite famished now. Let us hurry and grab something to eat." The two soon ventured out, aimlessly wandering down the bustling streets. As Can Peng beheld the vibrant scenery before him, he couldn't help but reflect that a metropolis was incomparable to his hometown. In this light, he truly ought to express gratitude to Wang Tao. Otherwise, he might have spent his entire life confined to that small town. "Penggu, shouldn't we have a destination?" Yuan Cheng inquired, feeling a bit bored as they strolled. "Are we just going to wander aimlessly?" "Do not ask me. I am not familiar with Nanjing. What good would it do to ask me?" Can Peng replied nonchalantly. "Let us continue to explore. We might stumble upon something interesting." "Very well, let us carry on," Yuan Cheng responded with a hint of resignation. "Hey, Penggu, look over there. There are people playing basketball. Should we join them for a bit? I've been cooped up at home so much that I feel like I'm rusting away." Following Yuan Cheng's gaze, Can Peng noticed an outdoor basketball court set up at the periphery of a residential complex, where about 5 young men were engaged in a game. Before Can Peng could respond, Yuan Cheng had already dashed over, beckoning him to join. With a sigh of resignation, Can Peng followed suit. On ordinary days, Yuan Cheng enjoys engaging in basketball activities, and being naturally sociable, he cheerfully approached a group of players and greeted them with a smile, eagerly joining in their spirited game. Observing Yuan Cheng's joyful demeanor on the court, Can Peng chose to sit quietly in a nearby spot, waiting for his friend to finish playing. Suddenly, the long-haired beauty appeared lost in thought, furrowing her brow and gently biting the tip of her pen as if contemplating something profound. Can Peng unabashedly gazed at her for an extended period until, at last, she stood up, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed him. "You've been staring long enough. How do you find my appearance?" Almost instinctively, Can Peng responded, "You are beautiful, truly stunning, and your figure is remarkable." Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, he quickly stood up, meeting the long-haired beauty's amused gaze with a smile of his own, alleviating his earlier embarrassment. He approached her and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. To be honest, you are exceptionally lovely, at least among the women I know." With that, Can Peng smiled openly. "Shall I call you Can Peng then? Are you here to play basketball?" After speaking, Lu Xueqing shifted her attention to the players on the court. "My friends are playing. I'm just watching. And what about you? Are you with these individuals?" Can Peng turned his gaze back to the players, then tilted his head to look at Lu Xueqing as he inquired. "Indeed, all 5 of them are my classmates. Recently, they may have been under considerable stress, so they decided to step out and engage in some activity to stretch their limbs." At this moment, Lu Xueqing seemed to recall something disheartening, and her previously smiling face began to furrow with concern. Observing her troubled expression, Can Peng was uncertain about the cause of her distress, thus he refrained from inquiring. Consequently, the two stood side by side, silently watching the players on the court, each lost in their own thoughts. The players on the court engaged in a brief shooting practice before splitting into 2 teams for a friendly match. Yuan Cheng displayed commendable skills in basketball, and his tall stature allowed him to score repeatedly in the paint right from the outset, leaving the opposing team unable to contain him. However, it wasn't long before he became the target of defensive strategies. As the game was merely for fun, the concept of fouls was largely disregarded. Gradually, whenever Yuan Cheng gained possession of the ball, two players would converge upon him, and when it appeared that he might score, they would resort to outright fouling him. Initially, Yuan Cheng played with a smile, but as the game progressed, his expression grew increasingly somber. Qin Peng, observing this unfolding situation, felt a sense of foreboding. Yuan Cheng had already been feeling somewhat downcast due to Wang Tao's sudden departure, and although he had improved considerably with Qin Peng's encouragement, the current state of the game threatened to ignite his frustration. If it continued in this manner, it was likely that no one on the court would emerge unscathed from the encounter. Just as Yuan Cheng turned to leave, the player who had been fouling him called out from behind, prompting laughter from his companions on the court. As Yuan Cheng followed closely behind Qin Peng, his pace abruptly faltered. Qin Peng timely grasped his arm, urging him, "Let us not dwell on the quarrel with those children. Come along." Despite his indignation, Yuan Cheng had no choice but to continue in Qin Peng's wake. Gradually, Qin Peng approached the young man who had provoked them, a sardonic smile plastered across his face. He inquired, "What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that. Would you be so kind as to repeat it?" The young man, caught in Qin Peng's piercing gaze, instinctively stepped back, yet recollected the numerical superiority of his companions. Realizing that should a conflict arise, it would be Qin Peng who would bear the brunt of it, he boldly advanced another step, adopting an assertive demeanor. "I said your friend is rather useless, is he not?" he retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng's smile widened. He leaned closer to the young man and murmured, "Very obedient." Without hesitation, he snatched the ball from the young man's grasp and sprinted towards the basket. Approaching the hoop, he leaped high into the air, relishing the rush of wind against his ears. With both hands firmly gripping the ball, he emphatically slammed it into the hoop. A dunk. The group of young men who had anticipated Qin Peng's embarrassment were taken aback by the swift turn of events. They had not expected him to seize the ball and perform such an impressive dunk right before their eyes. Upon landing, Qin Peng continued to wear a mocking smile as he regarded the now dumbfounded onlookers. Pointing at the one who had earlier provoked him, he taunted, "Whatever game you wish to play, I am more than willing to engage. Just do hope you can handle defeat better than you suggested earlier. You mentioned League of Legends? Huh. If I play with one hand, do you truly believe you could defeat me?" Upon finishing his words, he shook his head and prepared to leave. Yuan Cheng, imitating Qin Peng, pointed at the few young men whose faces were flushed with embarrassment, and then let out a hearty laugh before following Qin Peng out. Standing aside, Lu Xueqing observed the formidable presence that Qin Peng exuded at that moment. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. As Qin Peng departed, the previously provocative young man felt a sting of humiliation and, with a reddened face, shouted after him, 1,000 yuan. I challenge you to a solo match. Aren't you supposed to defeat me with one hand? Do you dare? After uttering those words, he felt even more ashamed, having been intimidated by Qin Peng only moments before. And now audaciously challenging him to a one-handed duel was utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing the insolent challenge, Qin Peng, with a bemused smile, turned to Yuan Cheng and asked, "Where shall we dine this evening? How about I treat you?" Yuan Cheng's smile broadened, replying, "Of course. We ought to find a splendid place to indulge ourselves." He. With a mischievous grin aimed at Qin Peng, he continued. Qin Peng, with a resigned expression, remarked, "It seems we should indeed seek a fine restaurant tonight. If it's not of good quality, do not bring me there, understood?" Yuan Cheng immediately responded with a grin, "Brother Peng, rest assured, I've taken note of our journey. Just along the way, there was an impressive restaurant that caught my eye. We shall dine there tonight. Don't be stingy." The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Soon, guided by several spirited youths, Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng arrived at an internet CAF. The sign reading Jintong Internet CAF seemed to beckon to Qin Peng as if 2,000 yuan were enticing him. Upon entering the CAF, Qin Peng surveyed his surroundings. It was his inaugural visit to an internet CAF in a metropolis, a far cry from the modest establishments back in his hometown. Setting aside the stark contrast in decor, which was undeniably of a different caliber, he marveled at the rows of meticulously arranged computers, each boasting top-tier gaming equipment. The space was thoughtfully divided into a non-smoking area and a free zone. Reflecting on the suffocating atmosphere of his local internet CAF, Qin Peng chuckled and shook his head. As they passed a private room, glimpses of opulent sofas through the slightly ajar curtain further underscored the disparities he felt. The group eventually arrived at the free zone. typically characterized by lower rates, where patrons were less concerned about their surroundings. These individuals were the most numerous in any internet CAF, justifying the reduced pricing. Sitting there, Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng observed their surroundings while waiting for the youths to swipe their cards and power up the machines. Brother Peng, this CAF is incomparably better than the one at home. Just look at these chairs. When I have the means, I will surely acquire something of this quality. It's so comfortable to sit here, Yuan Cheng remarked, playfully patting the plush sofa behind him as he spoke to Qin Peng with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Peng's expression turned serious as he turned to Yuan Cheng and remarked, "Have you noticed? This internet CAF boasts at least 200 machines, yet it seems remarkably underpopulated. During our walk here, I observed no more than 20 individuals online. It is inconceivable that the proprietor would invest in such exquisite renovations only to incur daily losses." Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Now that you mention it, there is indeed something amiss. Brother Peng, we should finish our game promptly and leave. This place might very well be a den of organized crime. If things go awry, I will cover your retreat." With that, he cast a furtive glance around, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Soon, Yuan Cheng secured a game lobby, and both of them logged into the gaming interface. "You create the room. My ID is Little Bull on his period, so please send me an invitation." Upon hearing this, the other young men seated nearby erupted in laughter. "What an impressive name. We haven't even started, and I'm already awestruck." In response to their teasing, Qin Peng maintained an air of indifference. "What a joke. This game is not merely won by eloquence." Yuan Cheng's character roster was somewhat limited, and after some contemplation, Qin Peng ultimately settled on the hero, Talon, the Blade Shadow. This hero was the very one Wang Tao had used during their solo matches. The sight of Talon evoked memories of that fateful night and the unwavering determination etched on Wang Tao's face. "Though you are no longer here, your aspiration to reach the pinnacle of esports remains firmly lodged in my heart." Qin Peng also retracted his previously serene smile, awaiting his entry into the game. Both sides had selected their characters, and soon, they found themselves at the loading screen. The opponent had chosen Riven, and Qin Peng knew instantly that the adversary sought to exploit his one-handed gameplay, leveraging Riven's early game dominance to suppress or even eliminate him. But would Qin Peng allow that to happen? Upon entering the game, Qin Peng opted for a pair of boots, accompanied by 2 health potions and 2 mana potions. The more his opponent aimed to pressure him early on, the more resolute Qin Peng became in denying any opportunity for consumption. He had already resolved in his mind to learn the W skill, Ruthless Strike, at level 1. This way, should Riven attempt a direct confrontation, the additional movement speed from the boots, combined with the slowing effect of Ruthless Strike, would ensure that Riven could scarcely lay a finger on him. Before long, both players were nearing level 6. The provocateur across the lane grew increasingly anxious. Glancing down, he noticed he was on the cusp of leveling up. Gritting his teeth, he mentally urged himself, "If I continue to be worn down like this, I will surely falter. However, I am about to reach level 6. And then I shall flash in to stun the Master E and eliminate him in one fell swoop." The provocateur maintained a strong confidence in his abilities. Almost simultaneously, both players reached level 6, seemingly oblivious to Master E's advancement while comfortably last-hitting minions. Just as the minions were about to breach the tower on the side of the male assassin, Riven suddenly unleashed her ultimate ability. With a swift flash and an E-skill dash, she aimed to execute a lethal combo to eliminate the assassin. Although Qin Peng was maneuvering the mouse with one hand, he recognized that once Riven reached level 6, the champion, who had been persistently harassed, would undoubtedly initiate an attack. Level 6 marked Riven's peak burst potential. Glancing at his health bar, Qin Peng consumed his final health potion. At this moment, Riven had expended all her abilities but showed no intention of retreating. "You are already defeated," Qin Peng silently exclaimed. The provocateur, seated nearby, stared incredulously at the computer screen. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pointing accusingly at Qin Peng. "You must be cheating. How can someone use skills so fluidly with just one hand?" Qin Peng regarded the enraged youth with a mere smile, while Yuan Cheng, standing beside him, rose as well. He directed his ire at the provocateur, exclaiming, "Are you blind? Can't you see that his fingers are still on the keyboard? Are you unable to accept defeat? What, do you wish to back out? Numerous witnesses observed the wager between you and my brother Peng. He graciously allowed you to play with one hand. If you lose, you have only yourself to blame for lacking skill. Hurry up and pay. A bet is a bet." With that, he stood with an air of disdain, gazing at the provocateur. The provocateur stood there, absorbing Yuan Cheng's words and observing Qin Peng's fingers still poised over the keyboard. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He finally gritted his teeth and declared, "If I lose, then so be it. I can accept defeat." Initially, as he prepared to reach into his pockets, the young man discovered a mere 1,000 yuan to his name. With a hint of embarrassment, he glanced at the other young men accompanying him and shyly inquired, "Could you fellows lend me 1,000? I promise to repay you in a few days." Upon hearing this, the others began rummaging through their own belongings, ultimately managing to gather a total of 2,000 yuan. The provocative young man approached Qin Peng slowly, placing the 2,000 yuan on the table beside him without meeting his gaze. "This is the amount I owe you, just 2,000 yuan. I can afford to lose that." With those words, he turned to leave, but Qin Peng called out to him, retrieving 1,000 yuan from the pile and returning it to the provocative young man. "I'll keep this 1,000 for myself. Although you're not the best of characters, you've made some good friends who are willing to support you in times like these." He then turned to Yuan Cheng, signaling it was time to depart. As they prepared to leave, Lu Xueqing, observing Qin Peng's imminent exit, glanced back at her classmates. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and chased after him. "Pengge, you're just too straightforward. Why return the money when it's yours to keep?" Once outside the internet CAF, Yuan Cheng expressed his discontent, saying to Qin Peng, "It's merely about leaving a line of respect. Being so ruthless benefits no one. Let us find a place to spend this 1,000. With a smile, Qin Peng replied, "I wonder if I have the honor of joining you for a meal?" At this moment, Lu Xueqing, who had chased them out of the internet CAF, called out to Qin Peng and approached him with a smile. Qin Peng, taken aback for a moment, quickly returned the smile and remarked, "It is indeed our privilege to treat such a stunning beauty to a meal. Let us go. We are not familiar with this place, so you shall lead the way." With that, he stepped aside, allowing Lu Xueqing to walk ahead. Lu Xueqing, unfazed, confidently took the lead. Observing the apparent camaraderie between the two, Yuan Cheng silently lamented, "Why am I perpetually devoid of fortune with such goddesses?" Resolute, he decided that he must make a good impression during their meal. With this thought in mind, Yuan Cheng hastened to catch up with the two already ahead. Under Lu Xueqing's guidance, Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng soon arrived at a rather commendable restaurant. The cuisine was delightful, and the ambience exuded an air of sophistication. Yet the prices were quite reasonable. "I visited this place once before. Today, I am fortunate to share this experience with you," Lu Xueqing mentioned as she guided them. "Indeed, it appears quite appealing. Let us find a place to sit," Qin Peng responded, surveying the establishment and affirming the high standards Lu Xueqing had described. Lu Xueqing's smile deepened as she whispered a few dish names to the receptionist, who nodded with a smile and departed with the menu. Observing her radiant demeanor, Qin Peng mused inwardly, "In my hometown, one merely walks into the kitchen to place an order. There is no need for such formality." The next moment was spent in anticipation of the dishes being served. The three of them, sharing an unspoken understanding, fell into a somewhat awkward silence. Lu Xueqing, observing Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng, both of whom were characterized by their intense focus, took the initiative to break the ice. "Qin Peng, could you now reveal your true level to me? Please, spare me the pretense. Having watched your match against my classmate, I can surmise quite a bit." With that, she smiled and gazed at Qin Peng. Feeling rather uneasy under Lu Xueqing's scrutiny, Qin Peng thought to himself that this woman was undoubtedly not one to be trifled with. After all, what did it matter if he divulged his capabilities? Lu Xueqing, undeterred by Yuan Cheng's barrage of questions, maintained a serene demeanor, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before continuing. "This depends on whether your esteemed brother Peng is willing to take on the challenge of guiding me. However, there is indeed one matter I would like your assistance with." Upon hearing this, Qin Peng instinctively recognized the underlying expectation. Dining with a beautiful woman often implied ulterior motives, unless it stemmed from affection. Of course, we would conveniently overlook the sheer act of freeloading. Noticing that Qin Peng remained inscrutable, Yuan Cheng immediately interjected, "Do tell. What is it? As long as I can manage it, consider it done." He patted his chest affirmatively. Lu Xueqing flashed a charming smile and turned her attention back to Qin Peng, inquiring, "I wonder what you think?" Yet, Qin Peng remained silent, still wearing a smile as he regarded Lu Xueqing. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the trio momentarily set aside their earlier conversation to indulge in their meal. During the meal, an unspoken understanding enveloped the group, silencing further conversation. Qin Peng and Lu Xueqing were both lost in their thoughts. while Yuan Qing was too preoccupied with eating to spare time for dialogue. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Peng spoke. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with this matter. I will not participate in the competition, and I cannot explain the reasons behind my decision. My apologies. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Lu Xueqing's eyes. Just as she intended to persuade Qin Peng further, the topic shifted. Sighing, she continued, in truth, I am at my wit's end, which is why I sought your help. You must remember the internet CAF we visited earlier. Did you not wonder why? Despite its appealing appearance, it was so sparsely populated. Since then, every few days, that individual brings a group to the CAF to cause disturbances. They do not engage in online activities. Rather, they simply harass those who are. Since their actions have not crossed any severe boundaries, my uncle feels powerless to act against them. This situation persisted for quite some time, leading many to avoid the CAF out of fear of harassment, resulting in a significant decline in business. At this point, Yuan Shang, filled with indignation, interjected, Did your uncle not consider reporting it to the authorities? Surely every internet CAF has surveillance footage? Lu Xueqing smiled wistfully. Your uncle has certainly contemplated what you have suggested. Several times, I dialed 110. Yet each time the police arrived, their inquiries were merely perfunctory. Upon seeing the officers, that group immediately transformed into model citizens. Given their audacity to cause such disturbances, it was evident they had certain connections within society. Soon, the meal approached its conclusion. The three individuals engaged in casual conversation before rising to depart. Upon reaching the first floor, Yuan Qing followed the server to settle the bill, while Qin Peng and Lu Xueqing stood at the restaurant's entrance awaiting him. Thank you for your hospitality today. However, I sincerely hope you will consider this carefully. I assure you, I won't let you suffer any losses, Lu Xueqing remarked. Hailing a taxi by the roadside. Before entering, she turned and smiled at Qin Peng. He reciprocated with a polite grin, indicating that she need not worry. Understanding his unspoken message, Lu Xueqing bid farewell and proceeded to enter the vehicle. As Qin Peng watched the taxi gradually recede into the distance, a helpless smile crept upon his face. This woman perpetually exuded an inscrutable aura. Despite her consistent kindness, radiant smile, and graceful demeanor, he felt as though she stood before him, yet remained utterly unreachable. Had it not been for the matters requiring his assistance, he believed their lives would have remained entirely unentwined. Approaching home, Qin Peng and Yuan Qing stopped by a nearby supermarket to procure some snacks. Initially reluctant to spend any more money, Qin Peng was met with Yuan Qing's nonchalant response. It's not like it's your own money. Spend as much as you like. It won't hurt. Brother Peng, you're just too frugal. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng's face twitched slightly. It seemed the money was not his own. He had earned it through arduous solo victories against others. Nonetheless, it hadn't been overly taxing. Yuan Shang, while munching on snacks, feigned indifference and remarked, I am in no rush at all. With no one around to mock me, I find this quite peaceful. Observing Yuan Cheng's facade of nonchalance, Qin Peng chuckled softly but chose not to respond. He settled onto the sofa, opened his phone, and enjoyed snacks alongside Yuan Cheng while watching television, relishing the comfort of the moment. By the way, Brother Ping, what do you think about the competition that Lu Xueqing mentioned? I believe it would be worthwhile to participate. I heard from her that it's merely a cyber CAF league, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem, Yuan Cheng said, stammering a bit as he spoke. Seeing that Qin Peng did not appear to be joking, Yuan Cheng swallowed the morsel in his mouth and continued. So, if Wang Tao decides to participate, you'll join as well, right? I have a strong feeling that Wang Tao will definitely sign up, so you should prepare yourself for the competition. After all, my skills are not as proficient as yours. I can merely cheer you on from the sidelines. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Wang Tao will surely agree. What are we waiting for? Let's start training right away. Quickly now, Brother Peng, Yuan Cheng exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him as he hurried to his computer to boot it up. Seeing Yuan Cheng take the initiative to train for the first time brought a smile to Qin Peng's face, and he joined him in the training session. Finally, as if he had made a resolute decision, Wang Tao took a deep breath and paused before the door, preparing to enter. At that moment, the door swung open by itself. Without hesitation this time, Wang Tao followed his father into the room and gently closed the door behind him. For the next 2 days, Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng immersed themselves in League of Legends, playing day and night. Ever since Yuan Cheng learned he would be competing, he transformed his previously apathetic demeanor, becoming increasingly enthusiastic. He even began to eat his meals in front of the computer. Each day, Qin Peng observed Yuan Cheng, who sat there with two prominent dark circles under his eyes and felt a sense of inadequacy. He spent his time beside Yuan Cheng, offering occasional guidance. And in the evenings, when boredom struck, he teamed up with Lung Yan for duo matches, recording videos to send to Brother G. At times, excessive tension and fatigue would detrimentally affect their training. All right, Yuan Cheng, you've completed your training for today. You should get some rest. I estimate you've only been sleeping for about 3 or 4 hours these past few days. If you continue like this, you'll be worn out before the competition even begins. After their daily training regimen, Qin Peng stood beside Yuan Cheng, attempting to persuade him to take a break. However, Yuan Cheng seemed to ignore him, continuing to queue for a match. In recent days, Yuan Cheng's ranking points in the first server had surged dramatically, now nearing Platinum 3. Qin Peng was astonished by Yuan Cheng's rapid improvement, an elevation in skill he had never anticipated. After a long while, Qin Peng slowly opened his eyes. The hand that had rested upon his heart was now placed before him. Suddenly, a look of relief seemed to wash over his face as he lay there, smiling and saying, "It turns out I have been merely making excuses for myself all along. No matter how I deceive myself, I cannot fool my own heart. Indeed, I yearn to pursue a career in esports. This has been my dream since I first encountered it, and my passion for it has never waned. I had simply set it aside. But now I reclaim it for myself. Regardless of what the future holds, I seek an experience that I will not regret." With that, he clenched his hand tightly over his heart and closed his eyes to continue feeling its rhythmic beating. In the days that followed, Qin Peng and Yuan Cheng persisted in their routine. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Peng gradually added 2 extra hours to his training each day, transforming his previously casual approach into one of earnest dedication. However, to Yuan Cheng, who was training just as fervently, nothing seemed to have changed. The only difference was that Yuan Cheng slowly grew accustomed to this new schedule, while Qin Peng, though anxious, felt powerless to alter the situation. Pausing deliberately, Qin Peng observed Wang Tao's puzzled expression and gestured for Yuan Cheng to continue. "Oh, I was just about to mention this. I've been bursting to share it. Haha, Wang Tao, I have good news for you. Brother Peng has agreed to compete with us. In just a few days, we will represent a local internet CAF in an upcoming CAF League tournament. Brother Peng will provide you with the specifics shortly. So what do you think? Is this not splendid news?" As soon as Qin Peng finished speaking, Yuan Cheng, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, "Wang Tao, did you hear that? Brother Peng, is what the rascal said true? Have you agreed to compete with us?" Qin Peng touched the tip of his nose and replied with a smile, "Yes, you heard correctly. I wonder if you would be willing to join Yuan Cheng and me in this endeavor?" Wang Tao, overflowing with joy, exclaimed, "I would. Of course, I would. Haha. Compared to this, my good news seems trivial." He laughed heartily alongside Yuan Cheng. Qin Peng waved his hand and inquired, "You mentioned earlier that there was some bad news. What is it? Please, enlighten me." Upon hearing Qin Peng's question, Wang Tao momentarily subdued his exuberance and continued earnestly. "The bad news is that while my father has agreed to sponsor us, there is a condition. We must participate in formal competitions and achieve commendable results without relying on his assistance. Only then will he consider providing support. However, from what Yuan Cheng just mentioned about the Internet CAF League, I believe it presents an opportunity for us to use this event as a stepping stone to gain some recognition. Furthermore, it seems we need to find a new place to stay, since my father insisted we do this independently. We can no longer continue living here." As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet, revealing the modest sum of money he had saved, amounting to around 10,000. "It appears we need to expedite our plans," he concluded, standing there and awaiting Qin Peng's response. After listening, Qin Peng supported his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "Can we take these 3 computers with us?" Wang Tao promptly replied, "That's not an issue. After all, without computers, everything is mere talk. My father understands this principle as well." Qin Peng nodded. "Then there shouldn't be any other problems. However, I must ask you, my friend, to endure a bit of hardship alongside me. Given that, let us pack our belongings now. When I spoke with Lu Xueqing yesterday, she expressed a desire for us to visit her for some regular training. It would be a perfect opportunity for her to assist us in finding accommodation, as time is still quite pressing for us." Having observed that Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng had no objections, Qin Peng took the lead and began tidying up his room. Halfway through, Wang Tao entered his own room. "Are you done packing? Is there something on your mind?" Qin Peng inquired while continuing his task. Wang Tao nodded. "I have fewer belongings, so I'm finishing up quickly. Moreover, Brother Peng, I am truly delighted to have the chance to stand on the competition stage with you. Honestly, it still feels like a dream to me." He smiled shyly after speaking. Qin Peng paused his packing and approached Wang Tao, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The future is in the hands of young individuals like you. I am already 21. Even if I compete, it will only be for 2 or 3 more years. You, on the other hand, I foresee will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. So give it your all." With that, he clenched his fist towards Wang Tao in encouragement. Wang Tao nodded with excitement, assuring Peng Gu, "Rest easy, I shall not disappoint you. I will go and check on Yuan Sheng. He's such a procrastinator." Qin Peng chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Wang Tao turned to head towards Yuan Cheng's room. Soon, the three of them had packed their belongings and gathered in the living room. Observing the eager expressions on Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng's faces, Qin Peng shook his head and stood seriously before them. Both Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng mirrored his solemn demeanor, anticipating that Qin Peng had something significant to impart before their departure. Qin Peng scrutinized the two for about a minute, then waved his hand dismissively, picked up his luggage, and stated, "Let us go." With that, he led the way, opening the door to leave. Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng exchanged glances, then followed closely behind Qin Peng as they stepped outside. As soon as they were out, Yuan Cheng hastily approached Qin Peng, his face filled with doubt. "Peng Gu, were you not going to give us a lecture just now?" Qin Peng, still walking, looked up and smiled. "You are all so enthusiastic. What I say would be of little consequence. It's better left unsaid, allowing you to experience it all in your future lives. If I were to issue stern words, you would likely interpret them as encouragement. Since that is the case, I might as well remain silent." After saying this, he noticed Yuan Cheng still had questions, and waved to Wang Tao, who was lagging behind, saying, "Enough with the questions. You will understand in due time. Wang Tao, hurry up and catch up." With that, he continued ahead, leaving Wang Tao to inquire of Yuan Cheng. What did Peng Gu just say? Yuan Cheng, perplexed by his own confusion, responded with irritation to Wang Tao's inquiry, exclaiming that he would not inquire further, likening him to a woman. After casting a fleeting glance at Wang Tao, he hastily followed Qin Peng. Wang Tao, bewildered yet determined, hurried after Yuan Cheng, rebuking him. "You scoundrel, who did you just compare to a woman? Come back here." Shortly after concluding his phone call, Lu Xueqing emerged from the entrance of the internet CAF, her face bright with a smile. She reproached Qin Peng gently, saying, "Why didn't you inform me in advance about your decision to come? It would have allowed me to prepare sooner. Nevertheless, I am delighted that you have honored my request. After all, those who possess greater prowess often carry an excessive air of superiority. Is this individual your friend as well? Did you bring him along to participate in the competition?" Lu Xueqing initiated the conversation with a few polite remarks before noticing Wang Tao, who appeared to be quite young, standing beside Qin Peng. Qin Peng, eschewing further pleasantries, gestured toward Wang Tao and introduced him. "This is also my teammate, Wang Tao." Lu Xueqing appropriately greeted Wang Tao. And after the exchange of niceties, Qin Peng candidly broached the subject at hand. "Since we have resolved to assist you in your competition at the internet CAF, it is now time to discuss the specific dates and the prize money should we emerge victorious. It would be prudent to finalize these details." With that, he smiled at Lu Xueqing, awaiting her response. Lu Xueqing was unfazed by Qin Peng's candor, spreading her hands with a smile as she spoke. "You are well aware of the situation in the internet CAF. Thus, unless we secure the championship, the CAF will not offer substantial prizes. However, the prize for this competition is quite generous in itself. We can discuss the specifics once we enter. Surely, you wouldn't want a beauty like me merely standing at the entrance, engaging in idle chat, would you?" After her words, she cast a playful glare at Qin Peng, who feigned ignorance and gestured for Lu Xueqing to lead the way. Subsequently, the trio followed her into the CAF. Before long, Lu Xueqing guided Qin Peng and the others through the CAF, arriving at the entrance of a small room resembling a studio at the back. Upon reaching the door, Lu Xueqing turned to address Qin Peng and the others, stating, "My uncle is quite easygoing, especially during this period. I hope that when we enter, everyone can speak kindly. He is merely a straightforward businessman. I trust that you will consider your requests thoughtfully, as we are all partners in this endeavor." After finishing her remarks, she nodded in apology to Qin Peng and the others. They exchanged glances and shared a smile, after which Lu Xueqing knocked on the door and ushered Qin Peng and the others inside. As soon as they entered the room, Qin Peng immediately sensed a stark contrast between this space and the bustling atmosphere of the internet CAF. The room was sparsely furnished with a few simple chairs and a desk, where a middle-aged man sat, wearing glasses and perusing several open ledgers. Qin Peng surmised that these were likely the CAF's financial records, as the man wore a troubled expression. Upon entering, Lu Xiueqing immediately reminded the middle-aged man, who was intently focused on his ledger, of their previous conversation regarding the competition participants. Upon recognizing Lu Xiueqing, the man promptly set aside his gaze and closed the ledger, mustering a faint smile as he greeted Qin Peng and the others. "Xiueqing, is this the team you mentioned?" he inquired. "They all seem rather respectable. Since I have no pressing matters at hand, let us discuss the specifics." After this remark, he cast a knowing glance at Lu Xiueqing, who promptly understood and moved several chairs to the front of the desk, signaling for Qin Peng and his companions to take a seat. To be frank, as soon as Qin Peng heard the middle-aged man speak, he sensed a certain resignation in him, indicating that he likely held little hope for them. Realizing this, Qin Peng furrowed his brow, contemplating that some of the thoughts he had entertained on the way here would need to be adjusted accordingly. Once they were seated, the middle-aged man cheerfully stated, "You all appear quite impressive. By the way, my name is Lu Yi, with E being the character for ease. Please, feel free to address me informally. Just as you do with Xiueqing, simply call me uncle." In response, Qin Peng and the others politely addressed Lu Yi as uncle, with a smile still gracing his face. Lu Yi continued, "Now, let us delve into the specifics. To be candid, my internet CAF is currently facing a downturn, and participating in this competition was indeed Xiueqing's suggestion. However, it seems to be our only viable option now, so please do not hesitate to express any requests you may have." With that, he settled back, attentively observing Qin Peng and his companions. Qin Peng promptly articulated his demands, which were quite straightforward. They did not require the monetary incentives offered by the internet CAF, but they did need the establishment to provide them with accommodation. Lu Yi immediately acquiesced, noting that the room was seldom utilized and that adding a few beds would suffice for their lodging. Additionally, he insisted that should they secure the championship, the entire prize money must belong to them. Lu Yi concurred, reasoning that winning the championship would undoubtedly invigorate the business of his internet CAF, rendering the prize money insignificant. Finally, Lu Yi put forth a request of his own, should they achieve commendable results. He hoped to designate Qin Peng and his team as the representative squad for the CAF. This would entail that they could not remain aloof during future events hosted by the CAF and would occasionally need to promote it on Lu Yi's behalf. Considering this was a matter for the future, Qin Peng tentatively agreed to Lu Yi's proposition. Before long, both parties reached an understanding. Their initial meeting concluded swiftly, and after Qin Peng and his companions signed the contract that Lu Xiueqing had prepared on short notice, they expressed their gratitude to Lu Yi and exited the room. Watching them depart, Lu Yi's smile gradually faded. He turned to Lu Xiueqing, who was still organizing the documents, and inquired, "Xiueqing, do you truly believe this strategy will yield results? Are you certain these young men are the individuals you seek?" Lu Xiueqing paused her tasks, turned confidently to Lu Yi, and said, "Uncle, rest assured, you should have a bit more faith. Given the current state of the internet CAF, your words hold little weight now. Trust in me. Enterprise planning is my forte. I have witnessed the caliber of the individual I was just conversing with, and to be candid, I hold a great deal of confidence in him." Observing Lu Xiueqing's self-assurance, Lu Yi merely shook his head and chose not to comment further. Qin Peng and his companions did not vacate the internet CAF. Instead, they proceeded to set up 3 machines to commence their online activities. As they settled in, Wang Tao could not restrain himself from voicing, "Ping, you agreed far too quickly, and we have yet to assemble even the basic 5 members for a team. How can we participate in the internet CAF League? Furthermore, do you intend to remain in this internet CAF indefinitely? Why did you agree to become a permanent team here?" Yuan Sheng also shook his head in agreement. Qin Peng replied, "I have indeed contemplated this matter. However, at present, apart from acquiescing to their demands, do we possess an alternative course of action? Regarding Wang Tao's mention of 5 members, I already have potential candidates in mind. I merely need to persuade them personally. If all else fails, we may have to rely on Lu Xiueqing to find individuals. For now, let us focus on training." Did Lu Xiueqing not mention that there are only 9 days left until the preliminary rounds of the internet CAF League commence? Competing on behalf of an internet CAF at other locations still necessitates participation in matches. We are fortunate in this regard. Now, let us not dwell on uncertainties and commence today's training. With that, he donned his headphones and logged into the game. Wang Tao and Yuan Cheng found themselves at a loss. Since Qin Peng had expressed such confidence, it was likely he harbored considerable assurance within. Consequently, they decided to dismiss their concerns and commenced a day of training alongside him. Meanwhile, in a modest, low-rent apartment on the outskirts of Nanjing, a young man with a mane of fiery red hair was reclining with his eyes shut upon a dilapidated iron bed, adorned only with a tattered mat. As the faint light streamed in through the meager window, he shielded his eyes with his hand and gradually opened them, surveying the cramped quarters. He noted his belongings scattered haphazardly about, while the lone table had succumbed to the floor. With deliberate slowness, he rose from his bed, his bare feet padding softly to the table. He picked up a crumpled note from the ground, having encountered its words for the third time. Yet, each reading sent a wave of dizziness coursing through him. Uncertain of how long his phone had been ringing, impatience washed over him, prompting him to rise unsteadily and prepare to hurl the device to the ground. However, upon seeing the name flashing on the screen, he hesitated, ultimately pressing the answer button. Fire Rain, is that you? This is Shadow. I've been calling you, but you've not picked up. I need to discuss something important with you. The familiar voice resonated from the other end, and Fire Rain offered a bitter smile, remaining silent. Fire Rain, are you there? I wanted to ask if you would be interested in forming a League of Legends team with me. We have gamed together for quite some time, and I believe we would make an exceptional duo. Fire Rain, are you even listening? Please say something. At last, Fire Rain spoke, his voice hoarse as he uttered a single word. Reason. If you wish to pursue something, then go forth without hesitation. Moreover, do you not have a profound affection for the game League of Legends? Is it necessary to have a reason for endeavors you are genuinely eager to undertake? The voice on the other end of the phone continued to resonate. Listening intently, Huiyu shook his head, suddenly catching sight of a note that had just fluttered to the ground, remembering the words from Li Xiang. Is playing on the computer all you can do? I am taking the computer away, so think for yourself. Secure a decent job, at the very least to sustain yourself. Huiyu burst into laughter, an unrestrained guffaw directed at the phone. Huiyu, what is the matter with you? If you truly do not wish to, it is perfectly fine. I recall you mentioned you were in Nanjing, and coincidentally, I am here as well. I have been unable to seek you out in the past few days. But now that I am free, how about we meet up? After all, we have yet to cross paths. Did I ever express reluctance? Very well, I shall agree. I can come over right now, but I find myself short on funds at the moment, so I might need you to come and fetch me. I reside at the place called The Rascal. What has Pingu been up to? Did he just mention Huiyu? Did you hear that? Engrossed in their game, Wang Tao and Yuan Qing had just secured a pivotal victory in a team battle, only then recalling that Qin Peng had seemingly addressed them earlier. Yuan Qing, with wide eyes, exclaimed, Did Peng Gu just come in? I was unaware. What did he say? Wang Tao, with a resigned glance at Yuan Cheng, chose to ignore him and redirected his attention back to the screen. Upon arriving at the intersection where Huiyu had instructed him to meet, Qin Peng spotted a figure with crimson hair standing at a distance. After exiting the vehicle, he approached with a smile, but his expression faltered upon noticing Huiyu's pallid visage. Tentatively, he inquired, Huiyu? Despite the ashen hue of his face, Huiyu managed to muster a faint smile, nodding slightly as he replied, Let us go, we should set off now. Observing Huiyu's unsteady gait, Qin Peng instinctively grasped his arm and summoned the taxi that had just brought him, helping Huiyu into the vehicle. Let us eat something first, Qin Peng remarked, his countenance betraying concern. They arrived at a noodle shop, where they sat down and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, neither daring to speak. After a while, noticing Huiyu's reluctance to share his predicament, Qin Peng broke the silence, asking, Huiyu, what has happened to you? I'm fine, really. It's just that I'm alone now, and being alone can be quite liberating. I am free to pursue my own desires, am I not? Huiyu replied with a bittersweet smile. Qin Peng found himself at a loss for words, as Huiyu's demeanor evoked memories of his own solitude from 2 years prior. With a resigned smile, he shook his head, realizing that only those who have been deeply ensnared in such anguish can comprehend its true nature, the torment of feeling as though the entire world has detached from oneself. How many can genuinely fathom this suffering? With this thought, Qin Peng ceased to inquire further about Huiyu. Everyone harbors their own stories. As long as Huiyu can face the future of her life with sincerity, there is little more he needs to do. Unable to contain herself any longer, Huiyu's tears fell into the bowl of ramen. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat fervently, and for a moment, it was hard to distinguish between her sobs and the sounds of her slurping noodles. Witnessing this scene, Qin Peng silently turned and exited the ramen shop, lighting a cigarette as his mind was consumed by Huiyu's earlier demeanor. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of painful memories. Though time has passed, they still torment one from time to time. Yet, one must progress forward. Remaining stagnant would only lead to perpetual suffering without any release. After exhaling the last puff of smoke and extinguishing the cigarette underfoot, he was suddenly called back by Huiyu's voice. "I'm done eating. Let us go? And could I have a cigarette?" Seeing Huiyu, who had seemingly shed all her burdens, Qin Peng smiled and nodded. From that moment onward, he officially embarked on the journey with Huiyu into the realm of professional esports. No one could have anticipated that the two would form a formidable LOL duo that would reverberate around the globe. Huiyu would remain unaware that today marked the turning point of her destiny. Soon, they arrived at the internet cafe, and along the way, Qin Peng took the opportunity to explain the current structure of the team and their short-term goal, the Internet Cafe League. Huiyu listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, to which Qin Peng responded with a smile, addressing each one in turn. Upon entering the Internet CAF, I first approached Yuan Chang and Wang Tao, swiftly removing their headphones. Now that we have all made each other's acquaintance, our team consists of 4 members, leaving us in search of one final support player. However, I have decided to inquire later this evening whether Long Yin might be interested. For now, let us engage in some gameplay together, as it will also allow us to become better acquainted with each other's playstyles. You have witnessed the prowess of Huiyu in ranked matches before. He is an exceptionally reliable player in the top lane. If there are no objections, shall we commence? Noticing the growing camaraderie among us, Qin Peng seized the moment to steer the conversation towards the game. After all, the commencement of the league is rapidly approaching, and our team has yet to assemble a full roster of 5. If we do not take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with one another, we may find ourselves unable to execute even the most fundamental strategies when the time for competition arrives. With this thought, Qin Peng could not help but shake his head. Before long, everyone took their positions, and after a brief training session, the 4 of us dove into some exhilarating matches. Although they were merely casual matches, we played with utmost dedication, often concluding battles in under 20 minutes. The unluckiest of all was a team of 5 who repeatedly faced Qin Peng and his companions, suffering merciless defeats in each encounter. It is likely that this experience will leave a profound impact on their future gaming endeavors. Soon, Qin Peng, who was allowing the other 3 to play at their leisure, logged into Area 1. Upon checking his friends list, he discovered that Long Yin was indeed online. Qin Peng, known for his forthright manner of communication, promptly sent a message to Long Yin. "I have formed a team with a few friends, and we are currently in search of a support player. I wonder if you might be interested in joining us. I have not seen you play mid lane, so I am uncertain of your prowess in that role. However, I have been playing alongside you in the bot lane daily, and you should be aware of our impressive win rate in that collaboration. We consistently dominate the bot lane, and although we have not played extensively together, I trust you are familiar with my skills. Our team, though newly established, is in dire need of a high-caliber support player like yourself. I hope you will give this serious consideration. Is not the beginning of many endeavors merely an act of experimentation? Your near attainment of the highest rank in League of Legends surely attests to your dedication to the game. I believe our team will not disappoint you. Could we regard this as an opportunity to explore together?" At that moment, Qin Peng spoke his mind without hesitation. After all, securing Lang Yin as the team support would mean far more than merely filling the roster. With the competition approaching, the bot lane requires a high level of synergy and coordination. If he were to settle for just any support to accompany him, he could manage to carry through against a weaker duo. However, if faced with equally skilled opponents, Qin Peng found himself lacking in confidence. In a luxurious apartment in Beijing, a woman sat intently before her computer screen in the spacious room. A man stood beside her, smiling at her, before slowly departing from the computer to continue tidying up his belongings. "Sister, you are doing well. In 2 months, you can pursue the things you desire. As for me, I must regretfully say goodbye. I lack the courage to chase after everything I want. However, seeing you like this brings me a sense of fulfillment." After finishing his tasks, the man let out a quiet sigh, quietly took his luggage, and gently closed the door behind him as he exited her room. "I can join your team, but do not rejoice too soon, if you wish for me to be part of it. My debut must be on the final stage of the Internet CAF League you mentioned. If that is acceptable, let it be decided thus. If not, you shall have to seek another." A moment later, upon receiving a message from Long Yin, Qin Peng could scarcely contain his excitement. knowing better than anyone the immense benefit Lung Yan would bring to the team. So, are you still playing tonight? I will be logging off shortly. Soon. The duo secured victories in both matches of the day. The synergy between Qin Peng and Lung Yan in the bottom lane remained formidable if they were pressured early on. It was certain that the opposing bottom lane would falter unless aided by at least two allies, namely the mid laner and the jungler. Their cooperation grew increasingly seamless, igniting within Qin Peng an unwavering determination to reach the finals of the Internet CAF League. He believed that only with Lung Yan in the bottom lane could he unleash his utmost prowess. After their matches, Lung Yan bid farewell and logged off as was her custom. Qin Peng, still brimming with excitement, sent the recordings of their two matches to Brother G before closing the game. With a week swiftly approaching its end, Brother G was set to release a new video. Qin Peng felt a strong sense of responsibility. Despite the nascent state of their team, he relished the challenges that lay ahead. This life, albeit demanding, imbued him with a continuous drive and purpose. After sending the videos and exchanging a few words with Brother G, Qin Peng logged off and made his way to Yuan Qin and the others, playfully delivering a light smack to both Yuan Qing and Wang Tao. He grinned and announced to the three, "I have successfully persuaded Lung Yan to join our team." Before they could express their delight, he raised his hands to indicate he had more to say. "However, there is a condition. We must reach the finals of this Internet CAF League for her to participate. So, I ask you, do you foresee any issues in making it to the finals?" As Qin Peng spoke, he gradually elevated his volume. Upon finishing, he stood there with a confident smile. Yuan Cheng was the first to thump his chest, declaring, "What is the finals of an Internet CAF? In the future, we shall compete on the world stage and seize the championship." He punctuated his statement with a vigorous fist pump. Wang Tao quickly followed suit, asserting, "Although this cold face seems quite imposing, I find this requirement trivial in light of our greater aspirations." He too stood there with an air of bravado, arms crossed. The support player, however, did not erupt into cheers like the previous two. Fire Rain, having spent an afternoon and evening getting acquainted with Yuan Qing and Wang Tao, had reservations. While Wang Tao's jungle skills were commendable, Yuan Qing's mid-lane prowess was exceedingly susceptible to being suppressed. Yuan Qing's abilities seemed to have been artificially enhanced. Reminiscent of the folly of hastily growing seedlings, such a skill set could easily falter in competition. Upon hearing Fire Rain's inquiry, Qin Peng merely smiled and approached him, patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, I am confident. A team with cold face is undoubtedly on an entirely different level than one without." He then turned a gesture for Yuan Qin and Wang Tao, who were still cheering, to pause. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the three of them, saying, "While I acknowledge that each of you harbors lofty ambitions, I implore you to understand that success is not achieved through mere words. We must continually strive for improvement. Tomorrow, I shall request Lu Xueqing's assistance in finding a support player. Recently, I have also taken to closely observing the strategies and tactics employed by renowned teams. Once we secure a support, we will endeavor to experiment with strategies and tactical arrangements that align with our own system. I hope that in the days to come, you all will persevere. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious." As Qin Peng observed the gradual maturation and composure of the two individuals, he felt a sense of pride for them. It seemed that the pursuit of victory indeed transformed one's attitude. He realized that he must also strive harder, for the team currently lacked any coaching staff, and his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. With this thought in mind, Qin Peng settled before his computer to analyze various match videos of different teams. He toiled away until the early hours of the morning, while Yuan Qing and the others, under his insistence, had retired for the night quite early. Throughout the night, Qin Peng viewed numerous match videos, gaining valuable insights and devising strategies and combinations suitable for his team. However, he also felt a growing apprehension, having seen the performances of other teams. He recognized that his current team was far from mature, and there remained a long journey ahead. The following morning, after only 2 or 3 hours of sleep, Qin Peng arose early. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Lu Xueqing approaching with a large bag of breakfast from the Internet CAF. Startled for a moment, he quickly smiled and walked over to assist her with the breakfast, saying, "Xueqing, I truly appreciate you going out of your way to fetch breakfast for us so early." Lu Xueqing glanced at Qin Peng and pouted. "Must you be so courteous with me? We will be interacting frequently in the future. You cannot possibly maintain this level of formality indefinitely, can you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Peng bashfully scratched his head. Lu Xueqing chuckled and shook her head at his demeanor, choosing not to tease him further. Qin Ping, upon realizing her amusement, quickly stood up and began mumbling something incoherent. Observing his flustered state, Lu Xueqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. I know what you wish to convey. It is indeed my duty to do so. Do not fret. And please enjoy your breakfast. I shall contact the assistant now and send you a message shortly. With that, she waved goodbye to Qin Ping, signaling they would meet again, and then sauntered out of the internet CAF. As Qin Peng stood there, munching on a bun, he contemplated Lu Xueqing's retreating figure. Having a capable woman by my side isn't such a bad thing. Why should I be so guarded? Besides, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Even if she were to outsmart me, it would still be to my advantage. With this pleasant thought occupying his mind, he continued to enjoy his bun. A few individuals made the most of their time by training vigorously throughout the morning. As noon approached, Lu Xueqing returned to the internet CAF with lunch in hand. Accompanied by a lanky boy with glasses who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. After distributing lunch to everyone, Qin Peng introduced, considering the previous conflicts between our team and yours, I have found another assistant. This is Qing Shan, a distant cousin of a good friend of mine, who is visiting Nanjing during the summer vacation. I have heard from my friend on several occasions that he excels at League of Legends. So I brought him to meet you. You can take him along to play a few matches together. However, if you truly find it challenging, let me know, and I will make other arrangements. Upon noticing Lu Xueqing's departure, Qin Peng gently patted the somewhat reserved Qing Shan, saying, do not be nervous. Just treat this as you would a regular ranked or casual game. But remember to take it seriously. Qishan looked up at Qin Peng's beaming smile and nodded earnestly. Seeing Qishan becoming increasingly anxious, Qin Peng gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, conveying an encouraging glance, and then turned back to Yuan Qing and the others, stating, if there are no issues, let us log in and begin. The five swiftly logged into the game, with the team created by Yuan Cheng, aptly named Chick and Enoki Mushroom. Though Qin Peng and the others found the name somewhat absurd, given that it was a makeshift team, they playfully teased Yuan Cheng before collectively accepting the invitation to join the team, embarking on their journey in ranked matches. After the conclusion of 3 matches, Qin Peng smiled encouragingly at Qing Shan, saying, you performed remarkably well. Therefore, do not be anxious. Have faith in your own abilities. If necessary, I am here to support you. Just showcase your true potential and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, as that would be counterproductive. Qin Shan, slightly blushing, nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Peng then turned his attention to Yuan Cheng with a serious expression. Yuan Cheng, you remain the only one in our team exhibiting some instability. Time is of the essence, focus on your practice. Without elaborating further, Qin Peng understood that Yuan Cheng had been doing his utmost. After all, in just 2 weeks, Yuan Cheng's skills had only reached a gold level, yet he was now capable of engaging in simple matches against diamond-level opponents. One could not harbor too much dissatisfaction towards him. They were, after all, a team that needed to trust one another. Yuan Cheng remained silent, staring vacantly at the computer screen still displaying the game as conclusion. Wang Tao stood nearby, offering comfort to Yuan Cheng. Recognizing that it was indeed challenging for anyone to accept such performance during their first competitive experience, Qin Pu was aware that Yuan Cheng required some time. So he advised Qing Shan to continue honing his frequently used support skills and to practice coordination. He then called for Huiyu to step outside and discuss some matters. Standing there, Qin Peng reflected on Huiyu's earlier words, smiling nonchalantly. Regardless of his performance, you know well that I will not abandon any individual. I believe you feel the same way. Huiyu. In the afternoon, the group took a brief respite, engaged in casual conversation, and then resumed their practice with 2 more matches. Perhaps it was due to the initial stages of the game that the opponents they encountered were not particularly formidable. The 5 of them effortlessly secured 2 rounds. Seizing the opportunity during their downtime, Qin Peng visited the official League of Legends website and discovered that Ji Gu had indeed uploaded the latest video. It featured his gameplay with both Graves and Lucian. Qin Peng's strategy for the bot lane was remarkably straightforward. Capitalize on the moment when everyone was still at level 1 to launch a fierce assault. If he had Lang Yin as his support, he could often overpower the opposing duo right at the onset, subsequently controlling the minion wave and suppressing the enemy's experience and economy, thereby gaining a significant advantage. A cursory glance at the view count beneath the video revealed that GG's upload had likely been made that morning, and it was on the verge of reaching 1 million views. Jigu had previously agreed with Qin Peng that once the view count surpassed 1 million, for every additional 100,000 views, he would guarantee Qin Peng an initial payment of 300 yuan plus an additional 50. The team's fortunes now relied heavily on everyone's contribution, and any supplementary income was undoubtedly a boon. After the group had their dinner, they deliberated on continuing their duo queue practice that evening. Huiyu had grown accustomed to playing solo, while Qin Peng regularly teamed up with Leng Yin for 2 matches each night. Soon, they found themselves in the champion selection interface. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Peng sent a message to Leng Yin. I fear that typing may not be timely enough. Shall we switch to voice communication? To be candid, Qin Peng's uncertainty regarding Lang Yan's gender lingered, despite his verbal claims of indifference. It is only natural that anyone would find it difficult to remain unmoved by a captivating voice actor collaborating with them daily, especially one possessing remarkable skills. Hey, Leng Yan, can you hear me? Qin Peng inquired, a hint of nervousness in his tone as preparations were finalized. Yes, I can hear you. Call me if you need anything. Came a delicate male voice from the other end, prompting a flicker of disappointment in Qin Peng. However, he quickly composed himself. All right, let us communicate via voice, he replied. And both parties proceeded to select their heroes, entering the game loading screen. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and his companions, initially filled with anticipation for Lang Yan's voice, erupted into laughter upon hearing a male voice. Peng Gu, have you been deceived? One teased. A man with such a feminine name. If it were me, I might also succumb. Ha. Yuan Cheng, shedding his earlier gloom, joined in the laughter. Indeed, Peng Gu, but fret not. There are plenty of girls in the world. If one doesn't work out, simply move on to the next, Wang Tao quipped. But as he noticed Qin Peng's darkened gaze, he quickly silenced himself, though laughter still escaped him. Huiyu, unfazed, focused intently on the computer screen, analyzing the opposing summoner skills. Suddenly, he spoke up. This match may prove challenging. If I am not mistaken, the opponents should be from the up team. Is the up team formidable? Upon hearing this, Yuanqing instantly became intrigued. Before Huiyu could elaborate further, Wang Tao interjected, stating, the up team is indeed formidable. They were among the top 8 in the previous LPL tournament. To have triumphed over so many Chinese teams to secure a place in the top 8, even if they ranked 8th, their prowess cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, Wang Tao's expression grew earnest. Qin Peng nodded in agreement from the side, adding, I watched 2 of UP's matches last night. Had they not faced the championship team Tianfu immediately upon reaching the top 8, I believe their ranking would have been even higher. Allow me to share my insights. UP's top and mid laners are both well-known figures in the national server, particularly the top laner UA, whose playstyle is characterized by bold and aggressive maneuvers. Huiyu, you must exercise caution in this match, as your approach is similarly confrontational. Be prudent during skirmishes. Of course, the outcome also hinges on Wang Tao's performance, as the effectiveness of the top lane partially relies on the jungle's influence. Noticing that both Huiyu and Wang Tao were nodding seriously, deep in thought about their strategies for the impending match, Qin Peng paused before addressing Yuanqing again. The mid laner of UP is also known for being a farming type. In this match, he has chosen Syndra. Yuanqing, you must play steadily with Oriana. Do not allow yourself to be caught off guard and killed in lane, or else our other lanes will be threatened. Play well, Yuanqing. He offered an encouraging glance at Yuanqing. However, Yuanqing remained silent, his gaze lowered as he pondered something deeply. However, in comparison to other teams, the jungle and bot lane of the UP squad appears somewhat unremarkable. Nonetheless, this match marks our first gathering as a complete team. Every beginning is fraught with challenges, and we must conquer the formidable mountain that lies before us. Even though this is not an official competition, we shall showcase our unique style. Having said that, several of them exchanged determined gestures, embodying an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiao Xue sat at her computer, laughing heartily. With one hand pointing at the voice changer on the screen, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, fools. A mere voice changer has fooled all 4 of you, especially the other 3, who fell silent upon hearing my male voice. I can't stop laughing. Clutching her stomach in amusement, she continued to giggle, oblivious to whether Qin Peng would be infuriated by this scene. As Qin Peng and his companions engaged in discussion, the game had already finished loading, and they entered the virtual arena. Let us play well and demonstrate our true abilities, he encouraged, emphasizing the importance of mental preparation without succumbing to undue pressure. After purchasing their equipment, Qin Peng reminded the others to assist their team's Manus in completing the red buff before swiftly making their way to the bot lane. They learned Q at level 1, ready to exert pressure on the lane with stacked passives. Upon reaching the lane, Qin Peng communicated with Leng Yin via voice chat. The opposing bottom lane features a formidable duo of Lucian and the goddess of the sun, Leona, particularly strong in the early game. However, at level 1, as long as one can evade Leona's crowd control abilities, it is feasible to exert pressure. Vayne and Lucian maintain a steady rhythm of last-hitting minions, while Sona continuously harasses the enemy duo with her Q ability. Soon, Qin Peng notices that Sona's passive has stacked up perfectly and promptly advises Lung Yan, engage. The two deftly maneuver away from the enemy minion wave and advance aggressively, having already sustained some damage from Sona's relentless pokes. Lucian and Leona opt for a temporary retreat upon witnessing the intimidating approach of Vayne and Sona, who remain in hot pursuit. At this juncture, both Vayne and Sona have reached level 2, although Sona has taken a couple of hits from the turret, leaving her somewhat weakened. Lucian dares not venture beyond the safety of the turret. Sona has learned her W ability at level 2, granting herself a healing boost, and gradually retreats alongside Vayne to their minion wave. Meanwhile, the enemy support Leona has fallen, leaving Lucian alone to cautiously remain under the turret, unable to make a move. Vayne and Sona are resolute in their intent to suppress him. Should Lucian dare to step out, they would swiftly leap over the minion wave to engage him. Slowly but surely, Vayne and Sona reach level 3. Vayne's last hitting has amassed close to 20 minions, while Lucian finds himself in a dire predicament. Still at level 1, and with a mere 5 minions to his name from the initial wave. The situation in the bottom lane has significantly tilted in favor of Qin Peng, who deftly maneuvers Vayne while cautiously managing the minion wave, simultaneously shifting his gaze to the other lanes to assess the circumstances. In the tumultuous clash between the Barrel of Fire and the Crocodile on the top lane, both adversaries fought with remarkable ferocity. At this juncture, their resources were entirely depleted, and their health points hovered below 50%. Wang Tao's Mantis lay in ambush in the upper lane, poised to unleash a devastating assault upon the enemy jungler at the slightest opportunity. However, it was imperative to prevent the clockwork from continuing to thrive in the mid lane. Should Syndra secure another kill, the mid-game team fights would become exceedingly arduous. With resolute determination, a signal was dispatched to indicate the dragon's location. Fire Rain swiftly cleared the minion wave and began his descent toward the bottom lane. Aware of the disadvantage in his own lane, the crocodile was unwilling to allow the barrel to assist at the dragon's site. Instead, he activated his ultimate ability and engaged in combat with the barrel. The barrel, having constructed a defensive build, recognized the futility of reaching the bottom lane and chose to battle the crocodile head-on, seemingly unable to contain her impatience. The clockwork detached from her group and ventured alone toward the opposing side, preparing to initiate with her ultimate ability. Just as Qin Peng was about to caution Yuanqing, Syndra, having spotted the clockwork's solitary advance through her vision, swiftly employed her EQ combo to stun her. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the monkey and Lucian surged forward to inflict damage upon the clockwork, who, despite enduring a barrage of attacks, managed to release her ultimate and W ability before succumbing, thereby slowing both the monkey and Lucian in her final moments. As the team battle became inevitable, Qin Peng promptly signaled for an offensive. He unleashed his ultimate ability, relentlessly firing at the decelerated Lucian. The Mantis activated his ultimate as well, rendering himself invisible and swiftly joining the assault. Together, they rapidly eliminated Lucian. At that moment, the monkey realized the urgency of the situation and leaped onto Vayne, activating his ultimate. However, Vayne skillfully dodged the monkey's attack with her Q ability. The songstress followed suit, casting her ultimate to control the monkey, who was in the midst of his own ultimate. Vayne quickly redirected her firepower towards the monkey, dealing damage while deftly evading the relentless spells cast by Syndra from behind him. Just then, the sun goddess unleashed her ultimate, stunning both the mantis and the songstress, allowing Syndra to unleash her ultimate and obliterate the mantis. With no feasible targets left, she turned her focus on the songstress, bombarding her with spells. Before long, the monkey fell to Vayne's onslaught, yet her health had dwindled to half. Tragically, her support, the songstress, also succumbed to the relentless pursuit of Syndra and the sun goddess, who were now devoid of any crowd control abilities. Without hesitation, after dispatching the monkey, Vayne pivoted to unleash her wrath upon Syndra. At this juncture, Syndra had exhausted all her abilities and could only rely on her Q to inflict damage on Vayne. Nonetheless, Vayne's positioning was exquisite, allowing her to evade two crucial Q abilities. Simultaneously, she activated her Blade of the Ruined King, enhancing her movement speed while slowing Syndra. In no time, Syndra met her demise at Vayne's hands, but not before releasing a final EQ combo that nearly depleted Vayne's health. Meanwhile, the Sun Goddess had her skills off cooldown and swiftly dashed towards Vayne with an E ability. As Qin Peng sat before his computer, his hands were ablaze with fervor. Having eliminated 3 opponents, he found himself unable to halt his momentum. Just as the enemy champion was about to engage, Vayne executed a skill that promptly pushed the adversary away. The entirety of this event transpired in the blink of an eye, showcasing the remarkable swiftness of Qin Peng's reflexes. "Well played, Brother Peng," Wang Tao exclaimed, clapping in appreciation. As Vayne pushed the enemy champion away, she continued her pursuit, swiftly dispatching the foe with a few well-aimed strikes, leaving the opponent helpless on the ground. "Quadra kill," Wang Tao cheered as bold letters appeared on the screen, while Yuan Cheng remained silent, intently observing his monitor. Qin Peng exhaled deeply. The recent skirmish had nearly placed him in precarious situations multiple times, yet his timely judgments had secured the victory. How can he excel at any ADC he plays? Fortunately, otherwise, I would not let him off the hook for an unnecessary demise. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat beside her computer, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the screen. Following the successful dragon skirmish, Vayne had been adequately nurtured, making subsequent battles considerably easier. The 4 teammates diligently protected Vayne's output, and the Clockwork champion refrained from making reckless plays, adhering to the commands as they obliterated the enemy team. After the opposing team was completely wiped out, they opted to surrender and conclude the match. Initially, everyone anticipated a fiercely contested battle. However, thanks to Qin Peng's exceptional performance, victory was swiftly secured. Although Huiyu and Wang Tao exhibited commendable skills in the jungle, Yuanjing's mid-lane play was nearly disastrous. Qin Peng pondered over this, as it was not characteristic of Yuanjing's previous style. He had always been aware of his shortcomings, consciously opting to farm minions and prioritize his development. Yet, in recent matches, Yuanjing seemed to favor direct confrontations with the enemy mid-laner, and alarmingly, in this particular game, he neglected mid-lane vision altogether. While this appeared to embody a certain self-sacrifice, Qin Peng felt that Yuanjing had transformed significantly. Perhaps the mounting pressure had compelled him to hastily seek improvement. Yet true growth is not an overnight endeavor. It might be prudent to have a conversation with Yuanjing in due time. Resolute in his thoughts, Qin Peng set this matter aside for the moment. Observing Wang Tao's elation as he sat there, Qin Peng smiled. The primary reason for their success lay in the fact that the opposing bot lane had not anticipated the sudden onslaught from him and Leng Yan. Fortunately, they triumphed in their skirmish, gaining a perfect advantage in the bot lane. Of course, the rest of the team performed admirably as well, and he hoped everyone would continue to strive for excellence. "All right, let us embark on another match this evening, and then we shall rest." As he spoke, others nodded in agreement. The 2 sides swiftly selected their champions and re-entered the game. This time, the opponents were unfamiliar to anyone, leading Qin Peng to naturally assume they were a team of non-professional players. However, this assumption did not imply that Qin Peng and his team would hold back. Undoubtedly, the match concluded in less than 20 minutes, serving primarily as a minor exercise opportunity, particularly suitable for practicing tactics. In the dead of night, Wang Tao rose to use the restroom, noticing that dawn was beginning to break. After finishing, he glanced at the internet CAF and observed Yuan Cheng still engrossed in the game. With a sigh, Wang Tao approached him slowly and whispered, "You rascal, get some sleep. We have another day of training tomorrow, and the sun is about to rise. If you don't rest now, how will you have the energy during the day?" Seemingly oblivious to Wang Tao's concern, Yuan Cheng, whom Wang Tao thought was too focused to hear him, finally spoke. "I don't have much time left. I must seize this opportunity to practice a champion who can aid the entire team when the time comes. However, I believe I have found the right one." Years later, when people inquired of Qin Yuancheng, known as the mid-lane tyrant among League of Legends players worldwide, about his emotions prior to his inaugural match, a smile gradually gave way to a reflective expression. "Those were countless sleepless nights," he reminisced, "as we incessantly contemplated every possible way to become stronger, to enhance our team's impact. Fortunately, although we ultimately lost the match, I have always believed that, even after participating in numerous competitions, that was the moment I truly began to take things seriously." In the blink of an eye, 8 days had elapsed. During this period, the team had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to training, often neglecting basic needs such as sleep and nourishment. Were it not for Qin Peng's constant reminders to rest and eat, they might have lost all sense of time. Notably, after several days of rigorous practice, the synergy among the 5 players had markedly improved. While they had yet to reach the level where a single movement could convey intentions to teammates, they were not far from it, as they all strive towards a common goal, demonstrating remarkable cooperation. Throughout these training sessions, Qin Ping also recognized the depth of understanding his support player, the young boy Qin Shan, possessed regarding each support champion. Although somewhat introverted, Qin Shan boldly pointed out Qin Ping's shortcomings, evoking a sense of the new generation rising while the old falters. Nonetheless, Qin Peng felt a surge of confidence. Even in the absence of a cold demeanor from the team, Qin Shan could effectively fulfill the role of a support player. As for Yuan Chang, apart from the few mandatory training sessions each day, he would seek out a machine in the corner of the internet CAF to train quietly on his own. Several times, Qin Ping was curious enough to approach and discover what Yuan Cheng was practicing, but Yuan Cheng maintained an air of mystery. Whenever someone drew near, aside from Wang Tao, he would swiftly switch away from the game interface. Qin Peng had inquired with Wang Tao about it, but Wang Tao merely smiled enigmatically and replied, "You'll find out in due time." Eventually, Qin Peng decided to disregard it altogether, trusting that as long as Yuan Cheng wasn't engrossed in anything inappropriate, he must have a clear understanding of his own endeavors. On the afternoon of the 8th day, Lu Xueqing arrived at the internet CAF soon after lunch. Upon entering, she noticed Qin Ping and the others gathered around a computer, eating boxed lunches while watching videos of other teams' matches. Lu Xueqing quietly approached from behind, gently tapping Qin Peng on the shoulder. With a smile, she nodded and said, "Indeed, the official competition begins tomorrow. I believe there are some specific matters I should discuss with you in advance." Pausing deliberately, she observed the seriousness that enveloped Qin Peng and his companions, prompting her to set aside her smile and continue earnestly. "First, let me explain the competition format. This time, the Nanjing Internet CAF League comprises a total of 32 participating teams, divided into 2 groups. Each group will thus contain 16 teams, each competing in 4 matches. The 4 teams with the highest win rates will advance as the top 4 from the group stage, ultimately vying for the top 8 in the league. In order to ensure fairness, the league organizers will conduct a draw tomorrow afternoon to determine the opponents for each team. I will come by tomorrow evening to inform you of your opponents. However, do not feel overly pressured. I am confident that, given your capabilities, reaching the quarterfinals should pose no significant challenge." After listening to Lu Xueqing's explanation, Qin Peng and the others pondered in silence. After a moment, Qin Peng, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "The competition format is understandable, but if what you say is true, won't this Internet CAF League take quite a long time?" Lu Xueqing chuckled in response, "Rest assured. According to the information I have received, you will need to play 4 quarterfinal qualifying matches, each a single elimination round. Moreover, the organizers intend for all qualifying matches to be completed within 2 days, so you need not worry about that. The entire league should conclude within a fortnight." Standing there, Lu Xueqing noticed how a few words from Qin Peng had ignited the confidence of the others, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light as she looked at him. With a gentle smile, she nodded at Qin Peng and the group, offered some words of encouragement, and then departed from the internet CAF. Qin Peng watched her retreating figure, pondering how this woman seemed to be perpetually busy, often disappearing from sight. However, he soon reassured himself, recognizing that everyone has their own affairs, like himself, who was also tirelessly preoccupied with training and preparing for the competition. In the remaining days, Qin Peng and several others diligently practiced their tactics and coordinated skills for team battles. With the remaining time, they engaged in solo or duo queues. It was palpable that while the previous days had been filled with busyness, masking the impending competition, now, with the event drawing near, everyone, including Qin Peng, was enveloped in an inescapable sense of anxiety. This was their first experience in a competition. Although they had confidence in their abilities, such feelings were expected to linger. It seemed that only through the crucible of actual competition would they truly evolve. As the eve of the final day approached, Lu Xueqing hurriedly arrived to share the draw results from the organizers with Qin Peng and the others. They discovered that their team was placed in Group A for the quarterfinals. Despite facing some formidable opponents, the draw revealed that their 4 matches would be against teams of relatively average strength. The sole exception was a particularly strong team, with their most formidable player being Huiyu. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng dismissed the threat of this team, no matter how skilled their top laner. Could he rival the current Huiyu? The image of Huiyu as a robust and steadfast top laner had been firmly etched in everyone's minds after days of intense training. And Qin Peng held immense confidence in Huiyu's evolution. After bidding farewell to Lu Xueqing, Qin Peng stood before the others, his gaze earnestly sweeping over each face. Finally, he took a deep breath and, with a voice brimming with confidence, inquired, "Do you possess the conviction to secure victories in all 4 matches of the preliminary rounds?" Tragically, several individuals were so overwhelmed with excitement that they lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Of course, this did not apply to Yuan Cheng, who had been relentlessly training each day and was genuinely fatigued, currently snoring peacefully. "Peng Ge, are you feeling anxious?" Wang Tao, unable to sleep, turned to Qin Peng and Huiyu with his question. "It's manageable, but remember, even amidst tension, one must rest early to ensure mental clarity," Qin Peng replied, surprisingly offering encouragement to Wang Tao. Huiyu, on the other hand, remained silent, feigning sleep. Wang Tao responded with a simple "oh," and then fell silent. Lying in bed and gazing through the window at the night sky, Qin Peng felt a pang of melancholy. The time left for him was indeed too limited, and many issues remained unresolved. For a team still plagued by numerous uncertainties, Qin Peng found it hard to feel at ease. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, realizing that all he could do was take one step at a time. On the first day of the quarterfinal preliminary rounds, the group, having stayed up too late due to anxiety the previous night, nevertheless prepared everything according to the schedule Lu Xueqing had outlined. Qishan had already arrived at the Internet CAF at dawn, ready to meet Qin Peng and the others. Time swiftly approached 7:30. As Qin Peng and his companions stood at the entrance of the Internet CAF, awaiting the arrival of Lu Xueqing. Soon, Lu Xueqing arrived in a van, and once everyone boarded, they set off for the first competition venue of the day. Although each team was typically allowed to compete at their respective Internet CAFs, the organizers, considering the current poor business situation of their establishment, had regrettably denied their request. Therefore, for the next couple of days during the preliminary rounds, they would have to endure the inconvenience of traveling around. Lu Xueqing explained with a smile while driving. As they approached the competition venue, Qin Peng realized that the crowd was far less than he had anticipated, despite merely being a preliminary round for the top 8. The spectators had packed the vicinity of the CAF, with many unable to enter and instead peering through the windows, eagerly observing the unfolding events inside. Apart from Qin Peng and Huiyu, the others gazed in astonishment out the window, while Qinshan appeared somewhat timid, reluctant to look. Qin Peng chuckled helplessly. Once Lu Xueqing parked the vehicle, he was the first to open the door and step outside. "Come on, put on a brave front. It's merely an Internet CAF league. And you're already frightened? Let me tell you, when we reach the international stage, the crowd will be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times larger than what you see now. So, set aside your trepidation, hold your heads high, and follow me inside, then walk out with pride. Do you understand?" Observing Wang Tao and his companions still hesitating to disembark, Qin Peng adopted a serious demeanor beside the vehicle. His words seemed to awaken their competitive spirits, prompting the remaining individuals to open the doors and step out, courageously holding their heads high as they stood beside Qin Peng. "Brother Peng, can we truly reach the international stage?" Qin Shan, though no longer as timid, inquired with a slight tremor in his voice. Qin Peng, upon hearing this, chuckled and patted Qin Shan's shoulder, then turned to face the Internet CAF, raising his right hand forcefully. "I need you to deliver a resounding victory to unequivocally affirm our potential." With his head held high, he strode confidently towards the CAF, and the others quickly followed suit, their faces slightly flushed, yet resolutely marching behind him. Lu Xueqing stood by the vehicle, observing Qin Peng inspire his teammates, particularly the confident declaration he made with that final wave, which echoed in her mind. Watching them advance with determination, she smiled and hastened to join them. Perhaps they truly could ascend to heights that would compel others to look up to them, she mused internally. The group soon reached the entrance of the CAF, where they were met with an entirely obstructed doorway. Qin Peng furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "We are the team here to compete today. Please make way." The surrounding crowd, upon hearing his voice, turned their attention to Qin Peng and his companions. "Is this the team competing today? Why is there a child among them?" One remarked. "Indeed, look at their flushed faces. Is this their first encounter with such a spectacle?" Another laughed. "Without even the most basic team uniforms, they dare to participate in the competition. I truly cannot fathom the mindset of these individuals. Haha. I can already envision them scurrying away in defeat at the hands of the United Internet CAF team. Initially, I anticipated that the onlookers would graciously clear a path. Yet to my surprise, my shout was met with the disdainful glares and mockery of the majority. The five of us stood there, silent, with Qin Peng offering no words, merely standing alongside the others. At that moment, Lu Xueqing arrived, presenting our competition credentials to the security personnel who were also observing. After some back and forth, the guards reluctantly began to disperse the crowd gathered at the entrance of the Internet CAF, allowing the five of us to enter, with Lu Xueqing following closely behind. To accommodate the competition, the United Internet CAF had strategically arranged 10 machines in the central area, enabling the surrounding spectators to clearly observe each contestant's performance. However, when Qin Peng noticed the corpulent CAF owner taking the stage for a speech before the match commenced, he realized that the owner's intentions were far from benevolent. It was more about showcasing the prowess of their CAF team to the audience. Qin Peng could only sneer coldly, hoping that this rotund figure would still be able to laugh by the end of the day. The five individuals, led by Qin Peng, swiftly selected their seats. Despite the occasional cold glances cast upon them by their opponents, they remained undeterred, focusing instead on familiarizing themselves with their machines and configuring their computers. Each of them shared the same resolve. Since their adversaries looked down on them, they would soon leave them bewildered. Now, both teams had arrived at the champion selection interface, yet neither was well acquainted with the other's capabilities. The band champions consisted of those frequently encountered in high-level matches. With the bands concluded, the selection phase began, sparking curiosity about the compositions each side would choose for the preliminary competition. Though the commentary was somewhat unsavory, Qin Peng and his team, donned with headsets, remained oblivious to it. Penggu, what do you think about employing the strategy we've practiced? It may be fragile, but I believe it will suffice against this team. One teammate suggested. Indeed, Penggu, I share your confidence. Winning in this manner will surely leave those onlookers utterly astonished. As Qin Peng pondered the optimal composition, Yuan Qin and Wang Tao chimed in with their encouragement. After a moment's reflection, Qin Peng nodded in agreement but cautioned, let us not overreach. Losing would be quite embarrassing. Rest assured, Penggu, Wang Tao, and Yuan Sheng replied, patting their chests with assurance. The United Internet Cafe team has meticulously selected their champions. The top lane champion, Renekton, the jungler, Elise, the mid laner, Yasuo, and the bottom lane duo, ADC Lucian paired with Thresh. This composition is relatively conventional, offering both crowd control and damage output, augmented by Yasuo's presence, which ensures substantial burst potential. Now, let us turn our attention to the Jintong Internet Cafe team. Oh, am I mistaken? What champions have they chosen? Draven, Twitch, Ezreal, Caitlyn, and Janna, 4 ADCs accompanied by a support. Such an unconventional lineup is truly unprecedented. Do they intend to push mid lane with all 5 champions? How will they fare in team fights in the later stages? The audience has expressed their disapproval with a chorus of boos, as everyone is convinced that the Jintong team has come to the match with a mindset akin to self-destruction, given their seemingly reckless choice of champions. Meanwhile, as they await the commencement of the game, Qin Peng and his team members are eagerly preparing, their excitement palpable as they anticipate the official start of the match. Each player is infused with a fervent competitive spirit. Despite their peculiar champion selection, they are resolute in their belief that victory is within their grasp. Now, both teams have entered the game loading screen. We can observe that the Twitch player has chosen the summoner spell Smite, confirming his role as the jungler. Draven has opted for Ignite, while both Ezreal and Caitlyn have selected Heal. However, I suspect that Ezreal will take the mid lane, with Caitlyn and Janna venturing down to the bot lane. The commentator on stage continued to speak fervently as the match commenced, drawing the attention of all to Qin Peng and his team. They actively pressured the enemy jungle, refraining from engaging directly to conceal their intentions. After purchasing their items, Qin Peng reminded Wang Tao and the others to gather near the bushes by the river. The 5 swiftly congregated in that vicinity, with the Wind Girl venturing to the enemy's blue-buffed bushes to place a vision ward. Upon doing so, she noticed the presence of the opposing team, who were also gathered there. In an instant, the long-range abilities of the ADCs, Caitlyn, Ezreal, and Twitch, were unleashed, prompting the enemy to retreat. However, Ezreal's team chose not to pursue, opting instead to monitor the enemy's movements from the bushes. No unexpected events transpired as they successfully assisted Twitch in securing the red buff. after which Caitlin and the Wind Girl made their way to the lane. It appeared my earlier conjecture was correct. The Jintong Internet Cafe team indeed featured Draven in the top lane, Ezreal in the mid lane, Caitlin in the bot lane, and Twitch as the jungler. With the match now officially underway, let us observe the source of Jintong's confidence. The overly enthusiastic commentator, with a cheeky grin, continued to shout with unabashed excitement. Caitlin and the Wind Girl similarly opted for an aggressive level 1 strategy, harboring the same thought. Since the enemy underestimated them, they would soon be left bewildered. The venue for the preliminary match lacked commentary, but the Internet CAF owner, keenly observing the long-range prowess of the marksman and the shield-enhancing effects of the enchanter, noted that Lucian, initially brazen, was soon met with the relentless fire of the shielded marksman. With a swift application of her Q skill, Lucian found himself retreating beneath the tower, accompanied by Thresh. Contemplating the nuances of life, the atmosphere was charged, yet the opposing team did not exhibit formidable strength. At first glance, they appeared rather arrogant, leading to the misconception of their prowess. As Yuan Cheng remarked with a dismissive expression, "Save your words for after the victory. Focus on the match and play well." Qin Peng interjected, offering a gentle reminder. Yuan Cheng scoffed, muttering to himself, "With such strength, how could we possibly lose? I truly don't understand why Pinggu is so serious." As the match commenced, all three lanes swiftly gained a significant advantage. The duo of the marksman and the enchanter continued to dominate their adversarial counterparts in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the opposing jungler was preoccupied, unable to assist, as the crocodile in the top lane and Yasuo in the mid had already fallen victim to ganks twice. If action were not taken soon, it was likely that their teammates would voice their discontent. As the game progressed, the disadvantages for United Internet CAF became increasingly apparent. The marksman had already acquired Bloodthirster and Berserker's Greaves, while Lucian was equipped only with a pair of boots and a small ice hammer. The situation was even graver for the crocodile in the top lane, where the tower had fallen, and Draven relentlessly pressured him, forcing him to cower beneath the tower's protection. Following a gank from the spider, Draven had single-handedly secured a double kill, leaving the top lane effectively abandoned. Regarding the mid lane Yasuo, the equipment chosen by Ezreal leaned towards the blue Ezreal build. The two champions engaged in a mutual farming endeavor, diligently clearing minions and jungle camps, creating an illusion of peaceful coexistence. As the rat champion increasingly ventured down the lane, Lucian and Thresh found themselves compelled to gather jungle resources to bolster their economy. Meanwhile, the rat, in collaboration with Caitlin, successfully secured the second dragon. Time swiftly progressed to the 20-minute mark, at which point the economic disparity between both teams had escalated to over 10,000 gold. Qin Peng's team began to strategize for a team fight, swiftly assembling 5 members in the mid lane. Conversely, the opposing team had completely lost their rhythm, with only Yasuo remaining to fend off the impending assault. The 5 members rapidly focused their fire on Yasuo, eliminating him in mere moments. By the time the opposing team realized the urgency and attempted to regroup in the mid lane, their second turret had already fallen. Ultimately, the adversaries were left with only their nexus, yet Qin Peng's team exhibited no haste to demolish it. Instead, they positioned themselves at the enemy fountain, a move that incited the ire of several members of the United Internet CAF team. Defeat had been accepted, yet the manner in which they were compelled to concede their dignity felt rather excessive. Trapped at the fountain, the members of the United Internet CAF team repeatedly charged towards the female marksman positioned at the gate, who stood their ground, delivering relentless fire without evasion. The Wind Sorceress merely shielded her allies, contributing little else. In no time, 4 of their comrades, save for the female marksman, met their demise. Just as the united team, buoyed by their morale, prepared to pursue the marksman, she, having awaited her moment, unleashed a final bullet from the base. The projectile pierced through the assailants, striking the base directly and draining its last vestige of health. Initially, they gained an advantage, indulging in a carefree manner, only to deliver the final blow when hope seemed to flicker, leaving no room for doubt regarding the cunning tactics employed by Qin Peng and his team. Nevertheless, to Qin Peng and his companions, such a strategy was essential to foster their self-assurance in the face of those who regarded them with disdain. As the match concluded, Qin Peng and his teammates removed their headsets, standing tall amidst the silence that enveloped them. It was as if they reveled in an alternative form of applause, surveying their surroundings. Although the victory was achieved with relative ease, it undeniably bolstered their confidence and dignity. It was indeed surprising that the Golden Phoenix team triumphed over the United team with such finesse. While I too was taken aback, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to them for securing their first victory in the preliminary rounds. Although Chin Peng harbored reservations about the questionable character of the lecherous man, he found a semblance of merit in the final remark made. Upon hearing the commentator announce the results of the match, the crowd, which had momentarily fallen silent, erupted into joyous cheers. Observing the ecstatic faces of those around him, Chin Peng began to comprehend a profound truth. Much like life itself, one must demonstrate their prowess to earn respect and admiration from others. Yet, such recognition hinges upon years of diligent effort and perseverance. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Chin Peng and his companions slowly approached the members of the United team, gazing down upon those still seated. A sardonic smile broke upon their faces as they addressed their adversaries. "Thank you for enabling our victory." Following their remark, they stood in silence, watching the United Internet CAF team, whose expressions had darkened, before turning away and exiting the establishment. As they swung open the CAF doors, the thunderous applause that greeted them momentarily astonished Chin Peng. Yet, he quickly found himself chuckling at those who had mocked him just an hour prior. Shaking his head as he continued onward, his companions, Wang Tao and the others, found themselves momentarily at a loss, entering with heads bowed and emerging with pride held high. The sensation was indeed exhilarating. Chin Peng reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed, and with a relaxed demeanor remarked, "Now you understand the merits of victory, do you not? Is it a bit overwhelming still? Let me inform you that the upcoming matches will draw increasingly larger crowds. If you wish to bask in the applause following each contest, muster your courage and refrain from cowering at the slightest criticism. I am acutely aware of the strength our team possesses." Upon hearing Chin Peng's words, everyone except Wu Yu lowered their heads. Wu Yu, currently indifferent, adopts an aloof demeanor regardless of the circumstances. Although Wang Tao and the others find this slightly irksome, they cannot help but admire his composure, especially as he had just stood unwaveringly behind Chin Peng, observing everything without flinching. As Chin Peng opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of Wang Tao and the others through the car's interior mirror, he smiled and said, "I am not here to chastise you, but rather to convey that we are now a cohesive unit, sharing in both triumph and defeat. Therefore, in the matches to come, unleash your full potential and demonstrate to those who underestimate us that, in our eyes, they are utterly insignificant." He paused for a moment, casting a cheerful glance at the others, and added, "But do not be too harsh on yourselves, Chin Peng. Do not place undue pressure on yourself. Everyone needs the opportunity to grow, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Lu Xueqing's comforting words, the once ignited spirits of Wang Tao and the others quickly dimmed. Chin Peng sat there, a smile gracing his face as he watched Lu Xueqing, before bursting into laughter alongside Hu Yu. Lu Xueqing stood there, perplexed, wondering if she had misspoken. After a light-hearted exchange, Lu Xueqing led Chin Peng and the others to a restaurant, seeking to resolve their midday hunger. The group, now quite unpicky, only desired to satiate their appetites, indifferent to the establishment they chose. They devoured their meals with remarkable speed. Yuan Sheng, patting his belly while reclining against his chair, burped and turned to Lu Xueqing, who was seated beside Chin Peng, saying, "Sister Xueqing, are the teams in the preliminary rounds all of a similar caliber to the United Internet CAF team? If that is the case, these upcoming preliminaries might lack excitement." Lu Xueqing, observing Yuan Sheng's incessant burping, wiped the corner of her mouth and responded earnestly, "In fact, there are several exceptionally strong teams in this preliminary round. It's just that we haven't been matched against them in this grouping. Otherwise, we might have faced a fierce battle. However, this is a blessing in disguise, as it allows us to advance to the top 8 with relative ease." Yuan Sheng, dismissive of her words, chuckled lightly. Wang Tao chimed in, "Sister Xueqing is right. I had also heard of a team called the Dominance Team, which represents the Feiyue Internet CAF. I understand that their CAF is quite close to the UP Team-ish training base, and they often train alongside them. We should be cautious if we encounter them in future competitions." Upon hearing this, Yuan Sheng became indignant and exclaimed, "What is so special about the UP team? Didn't we defeat them decisively during the group rankings? I tell you, you all are too cautious. We are already quite formidable, all right?" Upon hearing Chin Peng's remarks, Wang Tao and Yuan Sheng ceased their debate. Indeed, Chin Peng's words held truth. One must not succumb to arrogance due to a mere handful of victories. There exist numerous formidable teams across the globe, and even a seemingly mediocre competitive team could pose a significant challenge. Perhaps the impact of Qin Peng's words was palpable, for in the subsequent 3 matches, everyone adopted a notably serious demeanor. Undoubtedly, the Jintong team triumphed in all 4 preliminary matches. Concurrently, other teams from different internet CAFs concluded their competitions, finalizing the list of the top 8 teams. The next phase would involve the intense competition for the top 4. The tournament for the top 4 adopts a best-of-3 format, and our adversaries have been determined. They are the red team from Zhongheng Internet CAF. I have reviewed their information, and like you, they also entered the top 8 with a flawless record. The players within their squad display remarkable balance and skill, and their teamwork is exceptionally refined. Your attitudes throughout the recent matches have been commendable, and I hope that you can maintain this focus during the actual confrontation. The following day, after the matches concluded, the 5 of them jubilantly returned to the Internet CAF and ordered a substantial takeout. Just as they were about to indulge, Lu Xueqing arrived with several documents, briefing Qin Peng and the others on the upcoming matches and the details regarding the red team. Qin Peng and his companions listened attentively. It is worth noting that the competition for the top 4 will commence the day after tomorrow. Despite achieving 4 consecutive victories, do not neglect the importance of training to maintain your form. The top 4 matches are not to be taken lightly. After Lu Xueqing concluded her explanation, she added, "Everyone heard that, right? This chicken leg tastes delightful. Let's hurry and try it." As soon as Lu Xueqing departed, Qin Peng promptly picked up a piece of chicken leg and tasted it. The others, observing him, eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and joined in. "Brother Peng, this flavor is indeed exquisite. Let us have this every day," remarked Yuan Cheng, his mouth full of food, yet still attempting to articulate his thoughts. Qin Peng chuckled and shook his head, noting that the competition was not yet over and the prize had not yet been secured, yet here they were, already thinking about food. However, you are correct. If we could indulge in this daily, who would refuse? Haha, Brother Peng, I appreciate your generous spirit. Cheers, Yuan Cheng exclaimed, prompting the group to raise their glasses and drink heartily. Watching the camaraderie and laughter among his friends, Qin Peng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although life had its challenges, as long as they were together, there was nothing they could not achieve in the future. After dinner, the group tidied up a bit and continued to chat and laugh. Qin Peng decided to grant everyone a break, acknowledging their hard work and winning 4 matches. Tonight, they deserved a proper rest. Brother Peng, I previously informed my father about our participation in the competition. He just called to say he is aware we have reached the top 8. He mentioned that if we manage to secure the championship, he would consider sponsoring our team. Isn't that splendid news? Wang Tao remarked, unable to contain his joy as he looked at Qin Peng. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a positive development. However, it was wise of you to draw me out for this discussion, as it is best that they remain unaware for the time being, to avoid placing undue pressure upon them. Wang Tao, scratching his head, replied sheepishly, Peng Ge, I brought you out because there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Fortunately, I refrained from mentioning it in front of everyone, and your words just reminded me. Well, what is it? You're being rather cryptic, Qin Peng teased with a laugh. Indeed, it is a good thing. I was genuinely concerned that if we reached the finals, my identity issues might prevent my participation, which would be quite unfortunate. By the way, I should call home first. Thank you for informing me, Wang Tao. In his excitement, Qin Peng recalled how long it had been since he last reached out to his family. It was time to make that call. After a moment's contemplation, he finally dialed Ning Jing's number, deciding to postpone telling his parents about the gaming competition. Hello, is that you, brother? You must have heard about everything that has transpired. How have you been? Both Dad and Mom have been quite worried about you. The call connected swiftly with cheerful ringing, and as soon as it did, he heard Ning Jing's familiar voice. Qin Peng chuckled at the other end of the line. I'm doing well. What about you? Is your health improving? Are you at home? And what about Mom and Dad? Meanwhile, on the other end, Ning Jing put down the phone, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at their parents sitting beside her. Dad, Mom, you heard what brother just said, didn't you? At this, Peng Ma nudged Ning Jing, signaling her to refrain from continuing the conversation. Peng's father sat there, lost in thought. After rising, the group began to partake in the lunch that Lu Xueqing had brought. She sat beside them, and when they had nearly finished eating, she took out a disc from her bag and smiled at Qin Peng, saying, Here it is. The match video of the red team you asked me to find last night. There are very few videos from the preliminary rounds, and it took quite an effort to locate 3 matches. Once you finish your meal, let us watch it together. With that, She placed the disc in front of Qin Peng. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng hastily finished his last bite and smiled at Lu Xueqing, saying, "I truly appreciate this. If we had to search for it ourselves, we probably wouldn't find a single video before the competition." Lu Xueqing smiled gently and replied, "No need for formalities. Let us dive into the match videos." Gratefully, Qin Peng nodded and hurried to the computer to insert the disc and begin his analysis. The others continued to eat leisurely. And as Yuan Qing remarked, "This is something we can leave to Brother Ping. We'll just follow his lead on how to play." Nevertheless, after finishing their meal, Yuan Qing and the others gathered around Qin Ping to watch the video together. Soon, they had finished viewing all 3 match videos, and each was deep in contemplation. Although Lu Xueqing stated that the 5 members of their team were relatively balanced in strength, the video suggested that their top laner was likely the strongest. "I will pay close attention during the matches. You can rest assured about that," Huiyu remarked quietly from the side. After listening, Qin Peng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the top lane is their strongest link, and Huiyu should be able to handle it well. However, the other players on their team are quite formidable as well. As they too have emerged victorious in all 4 matches of the qualifiers, their strength is evident. Wang Tao pondered for a moment before speaking. Their jungler has impeccable timing with support. If it comes down to the match, I fear I can only impose slight restrictions. Each of you must remember to place wards." Yuan Cheng remained deep in thought. Qin Peng glanced at him and remarked, "Wang Tao is correct, Yuan Cheng. It is imperative that you remember to purchase wards for your mid lane. The junglers in recent matches have not been particularly strong, allowing you to play more freely. But the semifinals are no trivial matter. You must approach it with seriousness." Yuan Cheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Observing Yuan Cheng's demeanor, Qin Peng felt somewhat helpless. In fact, he had noticed that Yuan Cheng had been increasingly proactive in recent matches. However, given his current skill level, a farming-oriented strategy remains more suitable for him. After their discussion, Qin Peng turned to Qing Shan, patting him on the back with a smile. "Qing Shan, you have performed admirably in the recent matches. Our synergy in the bottom lane has yielded advantages. However, in the upcoming matches, you need not follow me every time. When the moment is right, feel free to support other lanes to secure advantages, understood?" Indeed, Qin Peng was aware that Qing Shan's support leaned towards a defensive style. Recently, he had been following Qin Peng's aggressive strategy. Although there had been no significant blunders, many opportunities for decisive kills had been missed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Shan lifted his gaze to meet Qin Peng's eyes, acknowledging his understanding with a soft reply. Recognizing Qin Shan's introverted nature, Qin Peng refrained from elaborating further. While reviewing the video earlier, he had contemplated a tactical approach that could be effective against the red team. As you might have observed, the red team exhibited remarkable synergy during team fights, their coordination among the 5 players appearing seamless. At our current level, we are somewhat inferior in this aspect. Hence, I have devised a strategy for our upcoming match. With that, he outlined his plan, urging the team to practice the newly proposed tactics while there was still time. "Let us strive for excellence," he encouraged, clenching his fist against his chest in a gesture of motivation. "All right," the others echoed, mimicking Qin Peng's enthusiasm. Subsequently, several members followed his lead and commenced their training. Meanwhile, Lu Xueqing remained seated, observing the training session with a constant smile. On several occasions, Qin Peng turned to see her watching, and he felt a lingering gaze upon him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, leading to a few mistakes during practice. "Pengge, what is wrong with you today? Why are you making so many errors?" During the initial phase of training, Qin Peng momentarily lost focus and misstepped, resulting in being swiftly eliminated by the opposing character, the Fishman. This blunder led to the demise of the entire team, prompting Wang Tao to voice his concerns, perhaps finding the training excessively monotonous. Lu Xueqing quietly slipped away after a brief period. Qin Peng, basking in the glory of a recently executed flawless team fight, turned his gaze towards Lu Xueqing's previous seat, only to realize with dismay that she had vanished without notice. His expression froze as he mused to himself about the enigmatic allure of this woman. He felt an inexplicable urge to maintain a distance, fearing he might be entranced by her charm. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he nervously nodded to himself. Though the training session was brief, lasting just an afternoon, the group diligently adhered to Qin Peng's strategies and achieved notable results. Wang Tao and the others expressed satisfaction with their progress, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their skills in the upcoming semifinals. As night fell, Qin Peng logged into his account on Server 1, exchanged a few words with Leng Yan, and then logged off, merely informing her that they had advanced to the top 8 and urging her to prepare for battle. The night passed without incident, as the team gradually overcame their pre-competition anxiety and retired early for the night. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Nanjing, Lu Xueqing lay in bed, clad in alluring sleepwear, tossing and turning, seemingly unable to find rest. After a considerable time, Lu Xueqing, barefoot, descended from her bed, poured herself a glass of water, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring her graceful figure. She absent-mindedly caressed her face and then chuckled helplessly, pondering her own predicament. Why did that fellow's confident visage incessantly haunt her thoughts? The dream was shattered. She was not the type to throw caution to the wind. The following day arrived swiftly, and Lu Xueqing made her way to the internet CAF early, urging Qin Peng and the others to rise and partake in breakfast before heading to the competition venue. The location was rather distant, and upon arrival, a myriad of tasks awaited them. Hurry up, you lot. Yuansheng, are you ready yet? If you don't emerge soon, I shall come in and drag you out. Lu Xueqing called out in front of their room. Xueqing Jia, please don't. My figure is too alluring. I fear you might lose sleep tonight after seeing me. Yuansheng shouted from within. Lu Xueqing chuckled. All right, do hurry. I've placed your breakfast on the bar outside. I shall wait for you in the car. So remember to be quick. With that, she briskly exited. Once dressed, Yuansheng stepped outside, wearing an expression of resignation as he glanced at Wang Tao, who awaited him. What's up with Xueqing Jia today? She seems as if she has consumed gunpowder, he remarked. Wang Tao smirked mischievously at Yuansheng. You know how women can be. There are days in a month that tend to bring out such moods. And did you not notice the dark circles under Xueqing Jia's eyes? She likely didn't sleep well. Now, let us not delay any longer. We wouldn't want her to come back in and urge us again. Yuansheng rolled his eyes and followed Wang Tao outside to enjoy their breakfast. Several individuals hastily finished their breakfast, urged on by Lu Xueqing, who led them to the competition venue. Along the way, perhaps due to Lu Xueqing's perpetually stern demeanor, Yuansheng and the others wisely chose to remain silent, while Qin Peng sat to the side, absorbed in contemplating tactical deficiencies, oblivious to the atmosphere. They soon arrived outside the grand competition arena, and Yuansheng surveyed the impressive structure with keen interest. Lu Xueqing, smiling, remarked, the semifinals are markedly different from the preliminary rounds. The competition is held in this electronic city, and today we will determine the top 4 contenders. Therefore, the organizers have chosen a rather prestigious venue. Now, let us not be overly astonished. If you aspire to compete at the world level, the venues there will far surpass this one. With that, she led the way inside. Upon entering the arena, Qin Peng and his companions were guided by the staff into the designated competition passage for pre-match preparations. Lu Xueqing followed the staff for some final negotiations, but before parting, she raised her fist to rally Qin Peng and the others, walking through the dedicated corridor. With the venue already teeming with spectators, Yuansheng couldn't help but marvel at the star-like treatment they were receiving. Qin Peng chuckled and said, Did you not hear Lu Xueqing? Today, 4 semi-final matches are being held simultaneously. I glanced at the schedule, and our match against the Red Internet CAF is set as the opening bout. We will be among the first competitors to take the stage, so just try not to be too nervous. Under the guidance of the staff, the group swiftly arrived at the competition stage. The staff provided a few instructions, primarily advising Qin Peng and his team to calibrate their machines. If everything functioned properly, the competition could commence. Notably, during this online CAF league, interruptions were strictly prohibited. Minor issues would be disregarded, while significant problems, such as a player disconnecting, would necessitate an immediate rematch. However, any rematch would ultimately require approval from the organizers to prevent teams from exploiting the rules when facing imminent defeat. As Qin Peng and his companions entered the stage, they were enveloped in a fully enclosed environment that isolated them from the cacophony of the arena. Observing the formal setup of the competition venue, they shed their remaining casual demeanor and began to earnestly calibrate their equipment. Once all adjustments were completed, the commentator took to the stage, speaking about various matters. Inside, Qin Peng and his team could hear nothing, and sensing that the commentary had reached a conclusion, they proceeded into the selection room. Following their pre-established strategy, Qin Peng first secured the jungle champion, Zhao Xian, for Wang Tao. Fire Rain promptly selected the Master of Arms, Jax. Subsequently, Wang Tao assisted Qin Peng in acquiring Vayne, while Yuansheng opted for the Enchantress, Lulu, in the mid lane. Qishan chose Sona, completing the champion selection for the Jintong team. In contrast, the opposing team in the red CAF selected Renekton for the top lane, the Widowmaker for the jungle, the Bombardier for mid lane, and a combination of Ezreal and the Daydreamer for the bottom lane. Upon observing the opposing lineup, Can Lin Feng confirmed that the information he had received was accurate. The red team, while not particularly formidable in individual performance, exhibited exceptional prowess in team battles. In response, Can Lin Feng had meticulously crafted a strategy tailored specifically for his team, eager to reveal their potential during the match. As the selection process concluded, both teams entered the loading screen. Can Lin Feng, taking a deep breath, called out to his teammates, "Will you and the others, shall we aim for a decisive victory or merely a narrow escape?" Initially, they chuckled at his words, but soon adopted a serious demeanor, collectively roaring, "Complete victory! Complete victory!" With that, they resolved to embark on their quest for the championship. Can Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. From her vantage point at the competition stage, Lu Xueqing observed Can Lin Feng and his teammates, each radiating confidence, which inspired her to clench her delicate fists in solidarity, silently urging them on. As both teams entered the game, they swiftly purchased their equipment and made their way to their respective jungles. Now, both teams were positioned at their buff locations. However, the red team appeared to be advancing cautiously, having already positioned all 5 members at the blue team's red buff. Were they preparing for an aggressive play? The commentators outside the stage provided a professional analysis, elucidating the unfolding match for the audience. For a team renowned for its prowess in team battles, the early skirmish presents a splendid opportunity to seize an advantage. Moreover, the red team's laners, inherently of modest strength, typically initiate aggressive plays during the first encounter of each match to secure an edge for their allies in lane. In contrast, within the game, the red team's Nidalee and Ezreal are diligently assisting the Widowmaker in securing the blue buff, just as the Widowmaker prepares to execute her smite. The champion known as Weapon swiftly employs his E ability, flashing over the wall to stun both the Widowmaker, who is about to smite, and the nearby Nidalee. Zhao Xian then follows up with a smite to claim the blue buff. Observing the opposing team closing in, the Widowmaker hastily flashes away, while the already utilized flash of Nidalee leaves her vulnerable to the pursuing enemies. Ultimately, the kill is granted to Weapon, who triumphantly secures first blood. In this instance, Can Lin Feng opts not to exert early dominance in the bot lane, but instead chooses to stand alongside the songstress, gradually farming minions. Having fallen once, the opposing Nidalee arrives at lane a level behind, adopting a strategy of avoidance whenever possible, ushering the bot lane into a brief period of tranquil farming. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yuanjing's Lulu finds herself pressured by the Bombardier. Fortunately, Weapon manages to dominate the Crocodile in the top lane, compelling the Widowmaker to roam nearby, ensuring the Crocodile is not eliminated by Weapon's solo efforts. In a lane susceptible to snowballing, should the Crocodile fall to Weapon, the latter would ultimately become uncontrollable, leading to a potential collapse of the entire game. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xian roamed the mid lane, while the Bombardier, despite initially inflicting significant damage on Lulu with several successful skills, found himself forced to play cautiously behind his minion wave in response to Zhao Xian's relentless pressure. Consequently, Zhao Xian successfully granted Lulu some much-needed time to develop. Through the vision provided by the placed control ward, Zhao Xian discerned that the Widowmaker was absent from the top lane and promptly signaled to the weapons expert, marking the Crocodile. At that moment, the weapons expert had just cleared the minion wave, and the Crocodile stood before his own turret, awaiting the minion's arrival. Zhao Xian, having reached the upper bush near the top lane, observed the Crocodile stationary in front of the turret and swiftly flashed beneath it, unleashing his ultimate ability. Just as Zhao Xian reached level 6, he hurled the Crocodile towards the weapons expert, who had been lurking in the brush, ready to unleash his E ability, Counterstorm. The execution was exquisite. With Zhao Xian's assistance, the weapons expert successfully eliminated the Crocodile. Zhao Xian's decisive maneuver was indeed remarkable, as he surprised everyone by first propelling the Crocodile away before launching a pursuit. The outcome was evident. Had they attempted a direct assault under the turret, the Crocodile would have already reached level 6. Even if they had managed to secure the kill, it was likely that one of them would have fallen in the process. The synergy between the top laner and jungler of the Jintong team was nothing short of seamless. Can anyone assert that this is merely a contest for the top 4 in a CyberCAF league? Such thrilling moments, even in a formal competitive setting, would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 kills of the match. At this moment, the commentator was filled with excitement, it was inevitable. The waves of cheers from the surrounding crowd ignited passion in anyone standing there to commentate. Upon returning home, the champion immediately equipped a blade of the ruined king. At this juncture, even if both the Widowmaker and the crocodile appeared, the champion was undaunted. After stepping out, he swiftly joined Zhao Xian in the bottom lane, where they first collaborated with Vayne and Soraka to dismantle the bottom turret. Shortly thereafter, Lulu also arrived at the bottom lane, and together, the five of them secured the dragon. Although the opposing team conceded a dragon, their top turret had fallen to the crocodile and the Widowmaker. Despite this, a noticeable economic disparity began to emerge between the two sides. The Widowmaker, displaying remarkable cunning, unleashed a control effect and flashed in to deliver a devastating slow to the retreating Soraka and Lulu. Meanwhile, Ezreal and the Bomber were lurking at the back, unleashing their skills for damage output. Soraka struggled briefly before being slain, while Lulu activated her ultimate and employed her W ability to speed up and evade disaster. With Soraka's demise, the opposing team was certainly not inclined to relent, continuing their pursuit of Lulu and the others. Vayne, on the other hand, was deftly maneuvering to deal damage to the crocodile. At this point, Vayne had acquired the blade of the ruined king and Berserker's Greaves, without any kills. Such equipment at the 10-minute mark was already the pinnacle of her farming capabilities. Ezreal and the Bomber were clearly unwilling to let this imminent kill slip away, relentlessly following behind Zhao Xian. Just then, the minions in the middle lane, engaged in a skirmish with the enemy's minions, suddenly halted their movements. Surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, Weapon had activated his teleport. Upon the completion of the transmission, the weapon unleashed a furious ultimate and E-skill. With a swift flash, it incapacitated the Bombardier, who was relentlessly pursuing Zhao Xian. Ezreal, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, executed an E-skill and flashed to the side, pivoting to unleash his offensive prowess upon the weapon. However, once ensnared by the weapon's stunning abilities, the Bombardier was swiftly dispatched by a combination of the weapon's skills alongside the lifesteal from Blade of the Ruined King. Ezreal, evidently caught off guard by the weapon's overwhelming damage output, hastily used his flash to escape. Yet, the weapon relentlessly pursued from behind, leaving the unprepared Daygirl to watch helplessly as Ezreal met his demise. Having claimed 2 kills, the weapon showed no intention of relenting, turning its attention to the Crocodile and the Widow, both of whom had been significantly diminished by the assaults of Vayne and Lulu. With ease, the weapon secured both kills, while the Daygirl, now in a state of panic, sought to flee. Nevertheless, the weapon, now in full pursuit mode, was not one to let her slip away so easily. In a moment of despair, the Daygirl raised her head and cried out, ultimately succumbing to the weapon's relentless strikes. As the crowd erupted in waves of fervent cheers, the weapon completed its pentakill and continued alongside its remaining teammates to demolish the opposing 3 mid-towers and a defensive crystal. The weapon's terrifying damage was fully showcased during the tower's siege. In a corner of the arena, 5 individuals donned in uniform team attire sat together, their jerseys emblazoned with the name of the previous LPL championship team, the Tianfu team. Seated in the middle, a bespectacled gentleman adjusted his slightly askew glasses and remarked with keen interest, the caliber of this team, particularly the top lane champion, is evidently superior to all others in this tournament. He then turned to the tall youth beside him and inquired, if you were to face him, what are your chances of victory? After a moment of contemplation, the young man replied thoughtfully, without the assistance of a jungler, I could outmaneuver him. However, do you truly believe our jungler would be so accommodating, even with support? He fell silent thereafter. Following a pentakill, the top lane champion appeared nearly invincible. Yet Qin Peng and his team steadfastly adhered to their previous strategy. Their plan was to engage 4 players in a standoff, daring the opponents to initiate a team fight in the absence of the top lane champion. Very well, we shall engage. We can fight while retreating, and with the presence of Seraphine, we need not fear a forceful initiation from the enemy. If you cannot swiftly eliminate 4 of us, the returning champion will ruthlessly reclaim the battlefield. What? Attempt to ambush the top lane champion? With his items fully upgraded, unless you come with 3 players. You are merely offering a financial boon. Thus, the Jintong team, buoyed by the prowess of their top lane champion, successfully annihilated the 5 members of the red team once more. At this juncture, the red team had already conceded defeat, signaling their surrender. It was evident that the Jintong team had clinched victory in this first match. and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to them for their auspicious start in the battle for the top 4. The commentator, now composed, calmly announced the results of the match. Yet the audience remained exuberant, their enthusiasm undiminished. At this moment, Can Lin Feng, who had secured victory in the first match, exhibited little excitement. For them, winning was an anticipated outcome. Instead, they sought to showcase the tactical system they had diligently honed during their training. Following a brief intermission, the second match commenced. With the advantage of having won the first game, Can Lin Feng felt minimal pressure, as long as they adhered to the strategy employed in the previous round. They were confident about the second match. Moreover, it was unlikely that the red team could devise a counter-strategy in such a short respite. As each team's system is a product of time and experience, characterized by a set tactical framework that cannot be altered instantaneously. Currently, irrespective of the opponent, Can Lin Feng's greatest advantage lay in their lack of a rigid system. They were adept at adapting to their adversaries' moves, a quality that posed significant challenges for any team, as it rendered them unable to target specific strategies. The second match commenced swiftly, with the red team wisely banning the weapon. However, Fire Rain opted for a champion with formidable battlefield harvesting capabilities, Kha'Zix, in the top lane. The match's outcome was unequivocal. Can Lin Feng's team ensured Kha'Zix's optimal development, and Fire Rain did not disappoint, demonstrating remarkable prowess with 2 team fights that resulted in double-quadruple kills. It is believed that from this day forward, Fire Rain, the top laner for the Jintong Internet CAF team, will become one of the most discussed figures in this Internet CAF league. The match concluded around the 20th minute, and despite their consecutive victories, Can Lin Feng and his team displayed little exuberance. For them, the journey ahead remains long. Yet the confidence they have garnered during this competition is likely to fortify their path towards greater steadiness and success in the future. The Jintong Internet CAF team has triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, securing a spot among the top 4. Congratulations to them. As the commentator finished speaking, the audience rose to their feet, fervently chanting the gaming ID of Fire Rain. To all spectators, it is only the formidable who earn respect and acclaim. As Can Lin Feng and his teammates gathered their belongings and stepped off the stage, they were instantly engulfed by the unending waves of applause from the audience. Hearing the names shouted by the crowd, Fire Rain exhibited a rare expression of astonishment. For him, winning the match was not merely his accomplishment, but rather a reflection of the 4 teammates who believed in him, enabling him to perform so brilliantly. Contemplating this, Fire Rain involuntarily turned his gaze towards the other 4, discovering them smiling back at him, which stirred something within his eyes. Quickly averting his gaze, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Indeed, we are a team. Under the guidance of the staff, both teams approached the center of the 2 stages to shake hands. The members of the red team, having faced defeat in both matches, appeared somewhat disheartened, yet they still managed to smile and nod at Can Lin Feng and his team, offering words of congratulations. Such opponents are undoubtedly deserving of respect from Can Lin Feng and his allies. After everything concluded, the competition for the second spot in the semifinals was about to commence. Can Lin Feng and his companions chose to remain, settling in a corner of the arena. In Can Lin Feng's words, it is essential for us to observe the upcoming match, as one of the teams will soon become our adversary, and our understanding of them is regrettably limited. This presents an opportune moment to assess their capabilities. Not long after they took their seats, the 2 teams slated for the next match entered the arena, the Silver Star team and the Golden Bull team. Both teams exhibited comparable strength, and the contest extended to a decisive third game. In the final round, the Golden Bull team, thanks to the consistent performance of their ADC, emerged victorious, albeit with great difficulty. The average duration of the 3 matches astonishingly reached 38 minutes. It is noteworthy that in such competitions, matches rarely extend to 35 minutes. Yet, the palpable enthusiasm of the audience indicated that both teams had delivered 3 exhilarating contests. The prowess of the Bull team in the bottom lane surpasses that of the Silver Star team. Furthermore, their jungler exhibits remarkable intelligence, consistently targeting the strong bottom lane. Their upper and mid laners have successfully withstood the pressure exerted by the Silver Star team's jungler. However, should we encounter them in the semifinals, I foresee no significant challenges. Qing Shan and I have gradually developed a high level of synergy in the bottom lane, and Wang Tao's skills continue to evolve. In my view, even if we cannot dismantle their bottom lane, we can at least maintain a degree of suppression. After the match concluded, Can Lin Feng sat there, pen in hand, continuously jotting down notes while conversing with others. Wang Tao and the rest nodded in agreement. Although the bull team possesses commendable strength for them, whose capabilities are in constant flux, victory would be assured if they were to meet. Lu Xueqing, seated nearby, observed them in silence. Her gaze fixed on Qin Ping with a smile. Wang Tao and the others had long noticed that Lu Xueqing's stare was somewhat peculiar, yet they chose to remain discreetly silent. Meanwhile, Qin Peng was deeply engrossed in formulating strategies, entirely oblivious to Lu Xueqing's gaze, which she bore without irritation. Hey, do you think Sister Xueqing has a thing for our Pungo? She has been staring at him the whole time. Wang Tao whispered to Yuan Cheng beside him. All right, the next match features the dominance team. Let South pay close attention, Qin Peng interjected, as the audience erupted in fervent cheers, seemingly signaling the prowess of the dominance team. The players of the dominance team soon took to the stage, each wearing an expression of defiance. This left Yuan Cheng feeling quite displeased, muttering to himself, I hope I don't encounter your insolent grandfather. Otherwise, I shall strike you blind. The match of the dominance team commenced shortly thereafter, and Qin Peng and his companions finally witnessed the true prowess of their adversaries. From the very first skirmish, the dominance team deftly maneuvered their opponents, executing a flawless positioning that was nothing short of exceptional. They narrowly evaded the enemy's vision, flanking them successfully and securing 3 kills, all of which were claimed by the mid laner. After a brief return to replenish their resources, the dominance team eschewed the Baron and instead launched an all-out assault on the high ground with all 5 players. At this juncture, the opposing team was bereft of substantial resistance, and, following another team wipe, the dominance team annihilated the base, with the clock halting at 18 minutes and 32 seconds. Quite impressive indeed. Upon concluding the match, Yuan Cheng exclaimed first, while he believed in the superiority of his own team in this league. Witnessing the caliber of the dominance team made him begin to harbor doubts. Upon returning to the internet CAF, Qin Peng wasted no time, rallying everyone for training, and the others voiced no objections. After witnessing the dominance team's formidable strength, each individual now yearned to enhance their own capabilities. The competition has concluded, and the final 4 teams are our Golden Phoenix team, the Golden Bull team, the Dominance team, and the Wolf team. The results of the draw will be announced at the semifinals in 3 days. However, there is no need for concern. I firmly believe that our team, even when facing the dominance team, will possess the strength to fight valiantly. As soon as the training session ended, Lu Xueqing approached Qin Peng, a smile gracing her face. Qin Peng, lost in thought, merely nodded in response. Lu Xueqing took a seat beside him, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Peng. After a moment, Qin Peng seemed to notice her unwavering stare and, feeling somewhat bashful, looked up to meet her gaze. Is there something on my face? He asked, absent-mindedly touching his cheek. Pingge, it seems that Xueqing might have taken a liking to you. Alas, you have stolen my Xueqing from me, leaving me in despair, Yuan Cheng lamented, gazing at Qin Peng with mock sorrow, clutching his heart as if in agony. Yuan Cheng was momentarily speechless. Xiaotao, do you think Pingge is overreacting? I was merely joking. The group continued to train until nightfall. After dinner, Qin Peng indicated that it was both a day of competition and practice, suggesting that everyone should retire early. Yet, it was evident that no one was inclined to rest, with only 3 days remaining. They were determined to hone their skills to the utmost, ensuring their advancement to the finals. As 5 individuals trained together until nearly midnight, it was only due to Qin Peng's firm insistence that Yuan Cheng and the others reluctantly retired for the night. Otherwise, they would surely have continued until dawn. Brother Peng, where shall I sleep tonight? Upon hearing the voice, Qin Peng turned to see Qin Shan hesitatingly eyeing Yuan Cheng, who lay sprawled across his bed like an octopus. With a smile, Qin Peng replied, You can share my bed tonight. It's not practical for us all to squeeze into one. Once our circumstances improve, I promise you a room of your own. How does that sound? Qin Shan shyly shook his head. No need. I actually prefer when everyone sleeps in one room. It feels livelier that way. Qin Peng nodded in agreement, and after washing up together, they settled into bed. Lying there, Qin Peng lost track of time, until he eventually opened his eyes in mild frustration. The memory of the Duoba team's match from earlier weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with concern. After all, the team was still rather inexperienced. Despite their earnest efforts to enhance their skills, some issues could not be resolved in such a short span. Take Yuanqing's mid-lane performance. For instance, the last few matches had shown no significant flaws, yet Qin Peng had witnessed the rival mid-laner. When Yuanqing faced him, The odds were high that he would falter. Wang Tao couldn't possibly remain in the mid lane for the entirety of the match. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Ping sighed helplessly. Brother Ping, are you still awake? Perhaps sensing the sound of Qin Ping's sigh, Qi Shan softly inquired. Yes, I find myself unable to sleep. Qin Peng replied, sitting up and leaning against the bedpost. Are you worried about the semifinals in 3 days? Aoyama continued to speak softly. Qin Peng shrugged, responding, yes. I can't shake the feeling that this competition is not as straightforward as I had anticipated. The smoother the journey, the more I fear failure. After a moment of silence, Aoyama spoke with a hint of urgency. Peng Gu, rest assured, I will certainly give it my all. I believe that Yuan Cheng and the others will strive as well. You shouldn't bear all the burden alone. Didn't you say that we are a team? Hearing Aoyama's words, Qin Peng smiled. Though it was night, and he could not see Aoyama's expression, he imagined that the young man's heart brimmed with an unwavering conviction, perhaps even more resolute than his own. Yes, Aoyama, you are right. We are indeed a team. All right, I'm fine now. Get some rest. We have training tomorrow, he said, lying down to prepare for sleep. Aoyama replied softly. With his eyes closed, a faint smile graced Qin Peng's lips. Indeed, we are a team. Even if the sky were to fall, I believe there would be others to shoulder it with me. All right, time to sleep. Thus, the 5 weary individuals gradually drifted into slumber, the moonlight cascading through the window, casting a serene glow upon them. The following morning, without anyone needing to awaken them, everyone rose early of their own accord. After washing up and enjoying the breakfast that Qin Peng had purchased, they intended to resume their training. However, upon arriving at the internet CAF, they halted in surprise, their faces reflecting astonishment. It was barely past 8, yet the CAF was already at full capacity, in stark contrast to yesterday, when only a meager 20 patrons occupied the internet CAF. The scene has transformed dramatically. Now, the rows of computers are filled to capacity, with eager individuals queuing for their turn to connect online. The ordinarily languid network administrator, who often finds himself on the brink of madness from boredom, is now overwhelmed by the surging crowd. Amidst the commotion, several individuals who had momentarily paused were suddenly drawn to the onlookers, their eyes widening in astonishment as if they had discovered a new world. Look, it's the members of the Jintong team. The one on the far left is their top player. I saw him during yesterday's match, they exclaimed, rushing towards Qin Peng and his companions, their excitement palpable. The 5, momentarily taken aback, found themselves encircled by an enthusiastic throng. Surrounded by faces brimming with exhilaration, Qin Peng and his friends felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Despite the cacophony that left their ears ringing, this was their sentiment at that moment. Thus, the Jintong team's prominence eclipsed that of other competing teams in the CAF, with some clamoring to form fan clubs and others playfully suggesting they wished to bear children for their favorites. The CAF owner, Lu Yi, was taken aback by the unfolding situation. Realizing the potential, he swiftly dispatched 2 additional staff members and formulated a series of activities aimed at cultivating the patrons into loyal customers. However, this circumstance added considerable difficulty to the training of Qin Peng and his companions, as the noise was overwhelmingly disruptive, making it nearly impossible to concentrate. Subsequently, Qin Peng approached Lu Yi to report this situation. Upon seeing Qin Peng, Lu Yi, who was already in high spirits, greeted him with a broad smile. Qin Peng, feeling no need for formality, directly conveyed the current predicament. Thus, their day of training unfolded in such an atmosphere. Despite the cacophony, there were occasional visits from young women offering refreshments and engaging in light conversation, although most were there to see Huayu. Nevertheless, this brought a sense of joy to Yuan Cheng, who became somewhat giddy. There were several instances of errors during training, prompting Qin Peng to sigh in resignation. Under such circumstances, there was little to be said, and he could only hope for the swift completion of the competition area. Before long, night fell. Yet the number of patrons in the internet CAF showed no signs of diminishing, which brought genuine relief to Louis. He even took the time to share some encouraging words with Qin Peng and the others, with Qin Peng distinctly remembering the promise that the competition area would definitely be ready by the following day. In a secluded corner outside the Jintong internet CAF, a man wearing a hat spoke into his phone, his voice slightly sharp, perhaps unsettled by the tone on the other end. He furrowed his brow but maintained a tone of respect. No problem. Please rest assured, boss. After hanging up, he glanced around nervously before hastily exiting the CAF. Humph. Why must we wait until the day of the competition to learn the results of the draw? It is merely a matter of when they choose to announce it. Little ones, as you have just heard, I will ensure that you obtain the best resources possible, yet if you fail to secure victory in this competition, you are well aware of the consequences. After hanging up the phone, a middle-aged man, plump and languid, reclined on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and coldly remarked to the 5 young individuals around him, who were too intimidated to speak. The next morning, Lu Xueqing arrived early at the residence of Qin Peng and his companions, rousing Qin Peng and urging him to step outside. With a hint of reluctance, Qin Peng opened his eyes and saw Lu Xueqing standing there, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her face alight with a smile. Any remnants of drowsiness evaporated instantly, replaced with curiosity as he inquired, "So early in the morning, where are we headed?" With a bemused chuckle, Qin Peng climbed out of bed and began donning his clothes. "Brother Peng, where is Sister Xueqing taking you so early?" He heard Yuan Chen and Wang Tao exclaim, their heads peeking out with mischievous grins. "Ah, my goddess! Brother Peng, you are betraying me." Yuan Cheng's voice boomed as Qin Peng stepped out, prompting a disdainful glance from Wang Tao. "What is it to you? Do not jeopardize Brother Peng's lifelong happiness," he retorted before collapsing back onto his bed. Yuan Cheng let out another shout, but seeing that no one paid him heed, he pouted and covered himself with the blanket, returning to slumber. After they had walked a few steps, Yuan Cheng's voice rang out once more. Lu Xueqing turned to Qin Peng and smiled brightly. "It seems they harbor quite a bit of resentment towards you. Are you blaming me for whisking you away so early?" Qin Peng smiled awkwardly and quickly shifted the topic, asking where they were headed today. Lu Xueqing, choosing not to reveal her thoughts, suggested they first have breakfast. With that, she left Qin Peng to trail behind as she walked briskly ahead. Qin Peng couldn't help but admire Lu Xueqing from behind. Despite her elegant purple dress, it did little to conceal her graceful figure. Her movements swayed gently, captivating Qin Peng's attention, and the black high-heeled shoes she wore only intensified his sense of admiration, evoking a notion of distant reverence. The two enjoyed their breakfast in silence. Qin Peng struggled to find words, while Lu Xueqing, noticing his taciturn demeanor, simply continued to eat without addressing him. Soon, they finished their meal, prompting Qin Peng to inquire about their next destination. Lu Xueqing feigned ignorance and, after settling the bill, made her way outside. Qin Peng silently berated himself for forgetting to pay, hastening to catch up with her. As they reached the entrance, Lu Xueqing suddenly halted, causing Qin Peng, who had been distracted, to nearly bump into her. Noticing his sheepish expression, she smiled and said, "I actually just wanted to go out on a date with you today. Where would you like to go?" Observing Lu Xueqing's retreating figure, Qin Peng felt a pang of disappointment. After all, a woman as beautiful as she was surely had better options for companionship. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly her demeanor could change. Lu Xueqing shook her head with amusement, thinking to herself, "This simpleton." The two continued in silence, eventually arriving at the entrance of the Jinyo Internet CAF. Standing at the entrance, Lu Xueqing addressed Qin Peng behind her, saying, "Keep up. Today's primary purpose is to take you to observe other internet cafes and see how their gaming teams train. Achievements born from isolation are ultimately limited." Qin Peng paused for a moment, casting a grateful glance towards Lu Xueqing, who pretended not to notice and replied with a stoic expression, "I am now tied to your fortunes. If you lose, it reflects poorly on me as well. Let us go." With that, she stepped into the internet cafe first. Upon entering, Qin Peng began to survey his surroundings, feeling a mix of emotions. The facilities at Jinyo Internet Cafe were indeed superior to those at his own. First and foremost, the environment was meticulously arranged, featuring a soundproof area specifically designated for competitive teams, ensuring that players could train without distractions from the surrounding noise. Furthermore, all patrons, regardless of their opinions about the team, maintained a respectful distance, with only a few observing from afar. Additionally, the soundproof area was stocked with various beverages, and a dedicated individual stood at the back of the training team, ready to address any issues that might arise. It was evident that this establishment outshone his own in numerous ways. Qin Peng deliberately approached the soundproof area to observe how the members of the Jinyo gaming team were training. Unfortunately, apart from the glass at the front, the other sides were enveloped in a type of glass that allowed those inside to see out, while concealing the interior from outside view. This left Qin Peng feeling a twinge of nostalgia for his own training sessions, which had been devoid of any such measures. Fortunately, his team lacked any proprietary tactics, or else it would have been a significant loss. After a round of observation, Qin Peng and Lu Xueqing exited the internet CAF. What do you think? Lu Xueqing inquired. Noticing Qin Peng's contemplative expression, Qin Peng nodded thoughtfully and replied, to be honest, the environment here is vastly superior, and they have implemented specific measures to cater to the player's needs. Training in such an environment would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. The reason I brought you here today was not merely for observation. I hope you can discuss these observations with with my uncle. There are certain matters I find difficult to address directly. Do you understand? Qin Peng looked at Lu Xueqing with curiosity, having caught her earlier slip of directly addressing Lu Yi by name. Nevertheless, he nodded in understanding, though his thoughts remained unspoken. Well, now that we've finished here, accompany me on a personal errand, Lu Xueqing suggested, seemingly eager to shift away from her earlier verbal misstep. Qin Peng, of course, had no objections. Accompanying such a beautiful woman was a delightful prospect, even if she chose to disregard him during their journey. Nonetheless, he felt a certain comfort in her presence. As two individuals strolled along the bustling street, this time, Qin Peng exhibited newfound wisdom by walking alongside Lu Xueqing, occasionally inquiring about information regarding various internet cafes. Lu Xueqing, in turn, displayed remarkable patience, elucidating the details for Qin Peng. Suddenly, a change flickered across Qin Peng's expression, yet he maintained his facade, whispering to Lu Xueqing, "Do not glance back. I sense someone has been trailing us for a while." Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Lu Xueqing casually retrieved a small white mirror from her accompanying bag, discreetly peering behind. A man adorned with a black cap and long tongue was meandering behind them. Although the hat obscured his features, Qin Peng couldn't help but exclaim softly, as this figure seemed vaguely familiar. He pondered internally, scrutinizing the man further. Yet the memory eluded him, leading him to shake his head in resignation, muttering that perhaps he had misjudged. Noticing Qin Peng's demeanor, Lu Xueqing curiously inquired, "Do you recognize this person?" Qin Peng slowly shook his head. Sensing his reluctance, Lu Xueqing ceased her questioning, smiling as she urged, "When we are out for fun, what is there to worry about with a bodyguard behind us? Come along." With that, she grasped Qin Peng's hand and strode forward confidently. Caught off guard by Lu Xueqing's firm grip, Qin Peng felt a surge of embarrassment, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet her hold was unyielding. Thus, he was compelled to accompany her. As he felt the softness and delicacy of Lu Xueqing's hand, he found himself momentarily entranced, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. So soft and so comfortable. Accompanying Lu Xueqing on a shopping excursion is inevitably a blend of agony and joy. While the experience of holding Lu Xueqing's delicate hand is undeniably delightful, Qin Peng feels as though his legs are on the verge of collapse. They meander along the street, exploring shop after shop, as Lu Xueqing tries on an array of outfits. Initially, Qin Peng assists her with genuine interest, offering his opinions on her selections, but soon, he becomes desensitized, responding with indifference to whatever she wears, simply declaring each choice is good. This woman looks stunning in everything. Yet she continues to try on clothes without making any purchases, and the sales staff's piercing gazes seem to devour him. As he grapples with his financial constraints, he finds himself seated in a clothing store, attempting to shield his face with his hands, avoiding the judgment of the nearby sales associates. Ultimately relieved, Qin Peng disregards the shouts of the staff behind him and dashes out of the store before Lu Xueqing. Upon exiting, he encounters Lu Xueqing, who can barely contain her laughter at his expression of liberation. Amused, Qin Peng retorts, "You find this amusing? You should have seen that sales associate's face. It was as if they would devour me if I failed to pay for your selections." He adds, "Transactions ought to occur only when both parties agree. If I am not impressed, why should I purchase anything?" Lu Xueqing playfully chides him, "You simply care too much about others' opinions." To which Qin Peng retorts, "As if you were not observing from the sidelines." "Oh no, I have no money, and I find this quite embarrassing," Lu Xueqing replies, unfazed by Qin Peng's protests, as she pulls him onward. However, this time, Lu Xueqing seemed to have transformed into a different person. She accompanied Qin Peng to a menswear store, and as soon as Qin Peng tried on an outfit that met her approval, she promptly settled the bill. On one occasion, she even requested both a large and a small-sized outfit. Qin Peng could only stand by, feeling a bit embarrassed, and smiled as he thought, "Once I have earned some money after the competition, I will repay you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xueqing generously handed the receipt to Qin Peng. When he glanced at the prices, which were all 4-digit figures, he immediately fell silent. After purchasing the clothes, Qin Peng trailed behind Lu Xueqing, burdened with bags, pondering why she felt the need to buy him clothing. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Xueqing halted, turned to him with a smile, and said, "Do not overthink it. Consider these clothes a gift for you. After all, your participation in the competition is partly due to my request. Seeing your hard work, how could I not express my appreciation?" Qin Peng was taken aback and looked at Lu Xueqing earnestly, saying, "We were going to participate in the competition regardless. But these clothes are truly too expensive. Rest assured, once I have the means, I will certainly repay you." Lu Xueqing waved her hand dismissively and continued onward. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Peng hurriedly caught up with her and asked, "You mentioned you all?" Lu Xueqing smiled radiantly. "Of course. Did you not notice that I purchased 5 outfits? There are 5 members in your team, after all. The physiques of Hui Yu and Wang Tao are quite comparable to yours. If you can wear it, they undoubtedly can as well. As for Yuan Cheng and Qing Shan, one is excessively robust while the other is rather diminutive. Did you not notice how I deliberately selected my clothing when I went shopping?" Upon hearing Lu Xueqing's words, Qin Peng found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, relief intertwined with disappointment, leaving him at a loss for words. He merely stood there, unsure of what to say. Lu Xueqing, noticing Qin Peng's demeanor, chuckled softly and remarked, "Though you may be a bit reserved, I still find joy in spending time with you today." With that, she continued forward, disregarding Qin Peng's stillness. Qin Peng, caught off guard by her words, stood there with a silly grin spreading across his face, before hastily catching up to Lu Xueqing, exclaiming, "Where shall we head next?" At the entrance, Lu Xueqing bid farewell to Qin Peng, mentioning she had other matters to attend to. Qin Peng, fumbling for words, could only muster a hesitant goodbye in response. With clothing in hand, he quietly approached the competition area, observing Yuan Qing and the others as they completed a match. In Qin Peng's absence, the group had intentionally invited Lang Yin to join their team. However, what Qin Peng did not anticipate was Qing Shan's outstanding performance as a marksman, aided by Lang Yin. His gameplay was nothing short of flawless, showcasing remarkable positioning and securing objectives with ease. Wang Tao, seated beside Qing Shan, lavished praise upon him. And witnessing Qing Shan's earnest expression, Qin Peng couldn't help but nod in agreement. Qin Peng cleared his throat softly, prompting Wang Tao and the others to immediately notice him and greet him with smiles, except for Yuan Cheng, whose face displayed a look of lament upon seeing the garment Qin Peng was holding. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Cheng exchanged glances with the others before they all lunged toward the clothing, engaging in a playful scramble. Ultimately, it was Yuan Cheng who triumphantly claimed the oversized shirt, one that only he could wear, while Qing Shan similarly secured a piece, and the remaining 3 each settled for their own selections. After they had chosen their outfits, Qin Peng continued, "The clothes were purchased for us by Lu Xueqing. Although she didn't ask for any payment, we must remember her kindness. However, do not entertain thoughts of repayment. Securing the championship in this league will be the best way to express our gratitude to her." The group, in the midst of changing their attire, paused to nod in agreement. Qin Peng smiled and added, "All right, once we're dressed, let us resume our training. Let us all give it our best." "Absolutely," the others shouted with enthusiasm. 3 days of training passed in this fervent atmosphere, with the 5 of them dedicating themselves to relentless practice, their minds singularly focused on the ultimate championship prize. On the day of the semifinals, they all nodded earnestly and stood in anticipation of Lu Xueqing's arrival. There was no playful banter or idle chatter. Everyone was conserving their energy for the competition. The venue for the semifinals was the same as that of the previous quarterfinals, and under Lu Xueqing's guidance, Qin Peng and his companions confidently made their way to the preparation area. Upon arriving at the preparation area, Qin Peng and his companions settled down, calmly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Meanwhile, Lu Xueqing collaborated with the staff to draw lots for the team assignments. Perhaps due to some unforeseen circumstances, there was a delay. Rest assured, the league organizers have proven to be quite reliable throughout the competition thus far. We simply need to be patient, Qin Peng mused. Hearing this, Yuan Cheng could only shake his head and exhale, displaying signs of impatience as he sat nearby. The organizers had indeed overstepped their bounds this time, having completed the draw long before. As soon as Lu Xueqing entered the preparation area, she tossed her belongings aside and stood there, fuming. "What's wrong? Why the sudden outburst? Take your time and explain." Qin Peng hurriedly approached to offer comfort, noting that it was the first time he had witnessed Lu Xueqing so enraged, while the others refrained from speaking. Even so, there is no justification for such anger, Yuan Cheng remarked, perplexed. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Lu Xueqing continued. I fear we might be the last to learn about this matter. I suspect the other teams have already been informed of the draw results, which implies that any team aware they would face us in the semifinals would have been preparing well in advance. Do you understand? What on earth? Who are we up against this time? The others voiced their discontent. The tourist team. While I hold great faith in your abilities, they have undoubtedly analyzed your performance in previous matches extensively. Be cautious in the upcoming competition, Lu Xueqing advised Qin Peng, her demeanor now composed. Qin Peng chuckled nonchalantly, saying, there is no need for excessive concern. If it were the Golden Bull team, it would be manageable. However, if we face the dominance team, it may pose some challenges. Let's not be tense. We should play as we normally do. The time is nearly upon us. Xueqing, please seek out the staff. It is likely time for us to enter. As Qin Peng's words fell, the staff promptly arrived to remind them. Noticing that others still bore expressions of irritation, Qin Peng went around, gently patting each of their shoulders, and with a relaxed smile, he encouraged, I have faith in everything you believe in. Can you not share my confidence? I dare say, today's match is ours for the taking. Compose yourselves. We shall take the stage. Qin Peng's words invigorated the others, and they all gazed with resolute determination at the members of the Golden Bull team already seated on the stage, their spirits ablaze with fighting intent. Lu Xueqing grasped Qin Peng's hand as he was the last to walk, her face etched with concern as she inquired, do you have confidence? This is partly my fault for not receiving the news sooner. Qin Peng responded to Lu Xueqing with a gentle smile, slowly placing his hand over hers, and confidently stated, as I mentioned earlier, I trust them. After finishing his words, he released her hand and joined Yuan Cheng and the others as they proceeded towards the stage. Lu Xueqing stood there, watching Qin Peng's not-so-tall figure, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of reassurance. All right, both teams are now in position. It is likely that the audience is well acquainted with the two competing teams today. The Jintong team boasts a formidable top player, a fact they firmly established during the quarterfinals. On the other hand, the Jinyo team certainly made an indelible impression with their unwavering determination, battling their opponents for over 40 minutes in the same round. This match truly epitomizes a clash of titans, promising to be a feast for the eyes of spectators. Once again, the commentary from the previous quarterfinals is worth noting. The commentators' professionalism and ability to invigorate the atmosphere were commendable. As the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, the ambience was instantly ignited. Seated nearby, Qin Peng meticulously adjusted his equipment while casting a glance at his teammates. Apart from Yuan Cheng, who was visibly frustrated, the others managed to maintain their composure. Yuan Cheng, there is no absolute fairness in this world. What we can do is strive to overcome such inequities in our own way. Thus, your anger serves no purpose and may even hinder your performance in the upcoming match, Qin Peng advised. Yuan Cheng paused, taken aback by Qin Peng's words, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, he replied, I simply cannot comprehend why such matters must arise over a mere game. After a moment of frustration, he took a deep breath and reassured Qin Peng. But Brother Peng, rest assured, I am not the same Yuan Cheng I once was. I know my limits. So you need not worry. Both teams swiftly readied themselves, and the match commenced. First, they entered the champion selection phase. Qin Peng and his team were positioned on the blue side, initiating the selection process. Qin Peng banned champions such as Malphite, Zhao Xin, and Jarvan 4. During the last viewing of the tourist team's match, their coordinated team fights with these three champions yielded remarkable results. As Qin Peng naturally contemplated the welfare of the entire team, the tourist squad first banned the champion Twisted Fate, followed by Kha'Zix, and ultimately Fiora, predominantly targeting formidable top lane champions, all of whom possessed the capability to establish an early advantage through their inherent strengths. Observing the opposing bans, Huoyu furrowed his brow. Evidently, they were aware that our current strategy revolves around orchestrating team fights centered on me. Hence, they prudently eliminated my most proficient top lane champions. Qin Peng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was inconsequential. He recalled that their primary strength lay in the bottom lane. Since the commencement of the league, Qin Shan and he had opted for a developmental approach in the early stages, and it seemed that now was the opportune moment to demonstrate to them that we are, in fact, impervious to being targeted. Following the completion of the bans, both teams proceeded to select their champions. Now, Both sides have finalized their choices. Based on my observations, the Jintong team is likely to deploy Renekton in the top lane, Elise as the jungler, Syndra in the mid lane, and a combination of Miss Fortune and Janna in the bot lane. Conversely, the Taurus team has opted for Riven in the top lane, LeBlanc in the mid lane, Lee Sin as the jungler, and a duo of Caitlyn and Nami in the bottom lane. Both sides exhibit remarkable synergy, selecting champions that are formidable in the early game. It appears this match is poised to be thrilling. The fierce clashes anticipated between such lineups are sure to captivate the audience. Indeed, when Xin Peng first observed the opposing team selecting Riven and Blind Monk, he immediately recognized that the Golden Bull team had undoubtedly studied their strategies. Much of their approach hinged on establishing an early advantage, and with such a composition, it was evident they had engaged in extensive practice during the 3-day respite. However, Xin Peng remained unperturbed, aside from the potential challenges posed by Yuanqing in the mid lane. He harbored immense confidence in his prowess in the bot lane and the upper lane alongside Huiyu. If the opposition sought to confront them head-on in the early game, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of dominance. He growled with fervor. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams aware that such a composition necessitated an early skirmish. Eschewing conventional tactics, all 5 players converged upon the river, engaging directly in combat. The enemy initiated with a bold move from the Dian, targeting the gunner. As the gunner deftly maneuvered, the Dian charged towards the sorceress, who was positioned too far back. Consequently, the gunner and his teammates swiftly focused their fire upon the Dian. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining adversaries unleashed their assaults on the frontline crocodile, who absorbed considerable damage before retreating. The sorceress, in turn, executed a timely Q ability, propelling 3 opponents into the air, aiding the crocodile's escape. Though the initial clash appeared fierce, both sides understood it was merely a test of resolve. Yet, the Golden Bull team had not anticipated that the Dian's initiation would inadvertently target the sorceress, concealed at the rear. Ultimately, this blunder allowed Syndra to secure first blood, much to her delight. The commentary continues with fervent enthusiasm, as the atmosphere at the venue is entirely under the commentator's control. It can be asserted that the level 1 team fight is indispensable for Xin Peng and his team, since both sides have resolved to engage in early combat. The team that secures a kill during this initial skirmish stands to gain a significant advantage in lane, potentially allowing them to leverage this advantage in collaboration with their jungler. As Graves arrives on the lane, he begins to methodically clear the minion wave. Notably, during the level 1 engagement, it was observed that Caitlyn had chosen to learn her W skill first, allowing Graves to freely auto-attack the minions. Occasionally, Caitlyn would approach to harass him, landing a couple of hits, but due to Graves' inherent passive, the damage was negligible. At this moment, Leona is merely level 1. When confronted by the combined assault of Graves and Janna, along with the minions, her health swiftly dwindles. In a desperate bid for survival, she activates her flash to escape. But Janna, having prepared in advance, intercepts her as she lands, using her Q ability to launch Leona into the air, followed by a W to slow her down. Graves, while moving, continues to deal damage to Leona. Both teams, being at a lower level, engage in a relatively restrained skirmish. Oh, look over here. A battle erupts in the bot lane as Leona falls victim to Graves. His flash was executed with such flair, positioning Leona amidst the minions. Regrettably, despite Caitlyn using her heal, Leona cannot evade her demise. It appears that Graves had meticulously orchestrated the entire sequence, which unfolded seamlessly, with Janna's assistance being impeccably timed. Unexpectedly, the bot lane of the Jintong team demonstrates formidable strength. It seems that the Jinyo Internet Cafe must exert considerable effort in this match. When the female champion arrived online, the male gunner had already reached level 4, while she remained at level 1. At this moment, they were entirely hesitant to engage in direct combat. The female marksman could only rely on the minions she had painstakingly farmed to achieve level 2, occasionally using her Q ability to secure last hits. Meanwhile, the situation in the top lane was decidedly one-sided. Although the top laner of the Golden Bull team possessed considerable skill, there remained a significant disparity when compared to the fiery opponent, the Crocodile. Utilizing the positioning of the minions at level 1, along with a fully charged Q ability, successfully harassed the opposing Riven, forcing her to shy away from the minion wave. The enemy's Blind Monk could only helplessly patrol the top lane to ensure that Riven would not be eliminated in isolation. However, the fiery team managed to secure an assist at level 1, which allowed them to purchase a control ward, enabling continuous surveillance of the blind monk's movements, thereby maintaining a firm grip on the lane and pressuring Riven. In stark contrast, the female marksman and the female support, lacking assistance from their jungler, found themselves in a dire predicament. The marksman had fallen behind by 20 minion kills, while the female support remained stuck at level 4. As the male gunner and the wind support ascended to level 6, observing the spider making her way towards the bottom lane, the male gunner silently began to push the minion wave towards the enemy tower. Before long, a substantial wave of minions gradually approached the enemy turret. The beleaguered marksman, upon witnessing such a large wave, was unwilling to let it go, yet she maneuvered cautiously to secure her last hits, fearful of being whittled down by the male gunner. At that moment, a spider suddenly emerged from the bushes behind the female officer, who had not yet had the chance to evade and was instantly stunned by the spider's ability. The wind mage promptly cast a shield and moved forward to apply her slowing skill on the female officer while absorbing the tower's aggro. Observing the situation, the sun mage swiftly immobilized the spider and then retreated. After the wind mage withstood the tower's damage, the gunslinger dashed towards the female officer, unleashing a colossal bullet followed by his ultimate explosive shot, which reduced her health to 1/3 in an instant. Awakening from her stupor, the female officer hastily executed her retreat skill. However, the spider adeptly transformed and evaded her slowing skill with a well-timed leap, subsequently landing on her to deliver a ferocious bite. The female officer quickly used her flash to escape, but the wind mage was right behind her, flashing in as well. And with a quick skill, she struck the female officer as she landed. The gunslinger took advantage of the situation, landing several basic attacks to eliminate her, while the sun mage had already retreated to safety, unable to pursue further. After claiming the female officer's life, the trio proceeded to push the tower, leveraging the damage and health of the cannon minions to successfully take down the bottom lane's first tower. They then signaled to the mid lane Syndra, indicating it was time to engage the dragon. Noticing Syndra moving toward the dragon, the trickster became anxious and unleashed a barrage of skills at Syndra. However, the final skill was deftly dodged by Syndra, who seized the opportunity to retaliate, combining her ultimate with Ignite to swiftly reduce the trickster to low health, prompting her to retreat. Meanwhile, Syndra continued her advance toward the dragon. With the blind monk still lingering in the top lane, the spider successfully secured the first dragon. In the meantime, the well-farmed crocodile in the top lane chose to abandon it altogether, skillfully evading the vision of Riven and blind monk, and seizing the opportunity to dismantle the outer turret in the mid lane while the opponents remained oblivious. The initially defensive LeBlanc was swiftly eliminated by 5 adversaries, and only then did the others from the opposing team begin to rush towards the mid lane, but it was already too late. The strategy of the Golden Phoenix team was astoundingly effective, resembling guerrilla warfare. While one was present in the mid lane, another would dismantle the top lane. Should the opponents venture to defend the top, they would find themselves confronted in the mid lane. Undoubtedly, the members of the Golden Bull team were feeling immense frustration at this moment. This style of guerrilla combat was yielding remarkable results, as all outer turrets had been dismantled, and the second turrets in both the top and bottom lanes fell swiftly to the onslaught of Gangplank and his allies, leaving the mid lane's second turret nearly depleted of health. The members of the Golden Bull team were being led by the nose. Their pre-game strategy, designed for an early aggressive play, had utterly failed, supplanted instead by the rapid siege tactics of the Golden Phoenix team. The 5 members of the Golden Bull team sat there, and although the venue was air-conditioned, their foreheads were already glistening with beads of sweat. Moreover, in the preparation room of the Golden Bull team, a middle-aged man, observing the match, was infuriated, hurling objects in frustration. This useless bunch. I prepared everything they needed, yet they presented me with this. If we do not advance to the finals, all the sponsorships I negotiated will be in vain. What a bunch of incompetence. Meanwhile, Qin Ping and his team remained blissfully unaware of this turmoil. Casting a glance at the timer within the game, it had already reached 17 minutes. The Wind Mage, armed with a true sight ward, led a formidable group towards the formidable dragon. The opposing team was entirely preoccupied, anxiously focusing on farming minions, with no regard for the dragon. Although their assault was somewhat sluggish, the menacing gunner and his comrades ultimately managed to stealthily vanquish the dragon. At this juncture, the economic disparity between both teams had grown alarmingly vast, exacerbated by the dragon buff now in the possession of the gunner's squad. As they advanced towards the mid lane's high ground turret, the opposition, initially intent on defending, found themselves thwarted when the crocodile unleashed his ultimate ability, charging into the fray. Following closely, Syndra unleashed a barrage of skills, while the gunner swiftly executed a combination of abilities before resuming his assault on the turret. At this point, the match time was nearing 19 minutes, and the gunner, devoid of hesitation, led his team in swiftly dismantling the last remaining turret of the opposing team. The Golden Bull team was left with but a single nexus. In this match, the Jintong Internet CAF team imparted a valuable lesson as they began to dismantle the enemy's crystal. Although the members of the Golden Bull team had revived, they remained reluctant to venture forth, indicating that the outcome of this contest was all but sealed. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, captivated by the tension and excitement of such a riveting match. Before long, the gunner and his team dismantled the nexus, the clock halting at a staggering 19 minutes and 55 seconds. This was a professional league match, and to witness such a profound disparity in defeat at the semifinals was met with a chorus of disapproval from the spectators. In the preparation area of the Golden Bull team, the atmosphere was palpable. Upon hearing this, the young man in black hastily departed from the preparation area. For him, any action was preferable to serving the irate boss at that moment. After triumphing in the first match, Qin Ping and his companions appeared somewhat elated. "Brother Ping, I never imagined our strength had already reached such heights," Yuan Cheng remarked cheerfully, gesturing animatedly. The others chuckled in agreement. Indeed, through unnoticed training, each individual's skills had evidently improved, and their efforts had not been in vain. All right, after a brief respite, we shall commence the second match. Unfortunately, the commentator on stage had no opportunity to rest, as he continued to engage with the audience, searching for topics of conversation. In truth, regardless of the profession, if one does not genuinely relish their work, many aspects may seem arduous. It is essential for individuals to periodically recalibrate their mindset. The commentator, for instance, after hours of continuous commentary, would undoubtedly find himself fatigued. Thus, one should not simply focus on the glamour visible to the public. The dedication behind the scenes is equally poignant. The competition resumed, with both teams initiating their bans just as they had in the previous match. Qin Peng primarily targeted heroes detrimental to his team's teamfighting capabilities, while the Golden Bull team remained focused on banning characters suited for the top lane. However, this time, they made the notable exception of banning Graves, indicating that Qin Peng's formidable performance with Graves in the early game had left a lasting impression on the opposing team. Observing the ban on Graves, Yuan Cheng and the others erupted in laughter. "Just kidding. If others are unaware, we certainly are not." The depth of Qin Peng's champion pool as an ADC is profound. Merely banning away a Graves will not suffice. It seems that the opposing team's jungler intends to focus on the bot lane. Huiyu, you must strive to establish an advantage in the top lane swiftly, otherwise, this match may become quite challenging. Yuan Cheng, remember to avoid engaging in skirmishes. Allow Wang Tao to seek opportunities in the bottom lane, Qin Peng contemplated. Ultimately, the selected champions for both teams are as follows. Jintong team features Pantheon in the top lane, Syndra in the mid lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, and Lucian paired with Nami in the bot lane. Conversely, the Jinyo team has Cho'Gath in the top lane, Lulu in the mid lane, Olaf in the jungle, with Miss Fortune and Seraphine comprising their bot lane. Indeed, the Jinyo team has completely altered their strategy, opting for champions that lean towards the late game, while Jintong team continues to pursue their previous match's tactic of early aggression. This match promises to be enthralling, as the steadfast shield meets the piercing spear. Who shall emerge victorious? As both teams have entered the game, let us await the unfolding spectacle. The commentator's voice has grown hoarse, his attire drenched in sweat, a testament to his fervent passion for League of Legends. Soon, the match commenced, with Pantheon and Nami leading the charge into the enemy jungle. However, it was evident that the opponents had diligently prepared their defenses. After a brief exchange of probing tactics, the anticipated level 1 skirmish did not materialize. Following the completion of their red buff, Lucian joined Nami on the lane, as the adversaries Miss Fortune and Seraphine likewise made their timely entrance to the bot lane. This time, Miss Fortune learned from experience, opting to acquire her Q ability at level 1, mirroring Lucian in their efforts to clear the minion wave. Soon, both sides simultaneously reached level 2. Little Cannon had just breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to worry about being overpowered by the opponent's level advantage. At that moment, a golden longsword shot directly towards Little Cannon, who, preoccupied with contemplating which skill to learn at level 2, failed to react in time and was promptly ensnared by the Sun Goddess. Lucian swiftly followed up. At level 2, he had chosen to learn his W skill, launching it at Little Cannon and then leveraging the attack speed granted by the skill to consistently maintain pressure behind her. Alas, she inadvertently suffered further attrition. Olaf, back off. The Sun Goddess has placed but a single ward. On the competitive stage of the Golden Bull team, a young man seated heavily slammed his keyboard and turned to speak to the individual beside him. The person next to him merely nodded in silent agreement, saying nothing further. It is no wonder that they felt such tension. The outcome of the match would dictate their future paths. And the 5 of them were acutely aware of their boss's temperament. Failing to secure victory would inevitably lead them into an abyss of despair. In the game, after completing his double buffs, Olaf maneuvered from the mid lane to the tri-brush in the bot lane, where Lucian and the Sun Goddess had notably neglected to place any wards. Yet, Olaf remained relentless. The Sun Goddess had already immobilized the pursuing Little Cannon, leaving it to Lucian to determine whether he could escape unscathed. As Olaf unleashed his Q ability, he successfully struck Lucian, inflicting a deceleration upon him. Lucian, already on the brink of demise, hastily activated his E ability and dashed towards the turret. Olaf pursued closely, first retrieving his axe, then executing a flash to position himself directly in front of Lucian. With another Q and E ability, he could swiftly eliminate Lucian. However, Lucian, leisurely trailing behind Olaf, struck a pose, unleashed a basic attack, followed by a Q ability, and then, with 2 passive enhanced strikes, combined with turret damage, he successfully vanquished Olaf. Oh my, the ADC of the Jintong team exhibited remarkable prowess, and the display was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, he allowed himself to be struck, reducing his health, only to dodge Olaf's lethal Q with a timely flash, ultimately outmaneuvering Olaf beneath his own turret. This sequence of actions was truly dazzling, and one can only imagine the delight of the audience. Let us vocally support Lucian. The commentator continued to shout hoarsely, and the crowd's reaction grew increasingly fervent. Standing in the audience, Lu Xueqing absorbed the electrifying cheers surrounding her, glancing at Qin Peng, seated with a subtle smile, and could not resist joining in the chorus of admiration. Meanwhile, as Olaf approached the bottom lane, Lee Sin and Pantheon successfully dispatched the opposing Nasus, while Syndra and Lulu engaged in a mutual farming contest in the mid lane. Perhaps fueled by a simmering frustration, Yuansheng played with utmost seriousness in these 2 matches, and it appeared that they were evenly matched against their opponents. Alas, what has befallen the Taurus team? How could they possibly contemplate seizing the small dragon, oblivious to the fact that Lucian has already acquired his Infinity Edge? Lucian's positioning for damage output is impeccable. The jungler and mid laner of the Taurus team have fallen victim to his onslaught, and even Sona finds herself in a perilous situation. Fortunately, Misfortune manages to escape the fray with a well-timed W ability and flash. The commentator stands upon the stage, an expression of lament etched upon his face. In the recent skirmish over the small dragon, Riven initially succeeded in eliminating the enemy Nasus. Subsequently, all 5 members congregated in the bottom lane to commence their assault on the dragon. Logically, the Taurus team, aside from their mid laner who is still scaling, should concede this dragon, as the other lanes have crumbled beyond repair. Yet, perhaps in their haste, 4 members recklessly surged towards the dragon pit. Qin Peng and his team swiftly retreated, halting their assault on the dragon. The Spider and the Sun Goddess initiated the attack, with Syndra following up with her damage, culminating in Lucian executing the final blows, claiming the mid laner, jungler, and support, thereby achieving a triple kill. The Taurus team may have realized their prospects for victory were bleak, yet their unwillingness to concede was palpable, as they seemed to unleash a frenzy akin to rabid dogs. Before the Golden Phoenix team could organize a counterattack, Olaf activated his ultimate and charged forward with his teammates towards Qin Peng and his allies. The Golden Phoenix team, momentarily taken aback by such audacity, found themselves at a disadvantage, resulting in the Sun Goddess's accidental demise amidst the counteroffensive. With newfound momentum, the Taurus team pressed onward, undeterred even by the looming threat of the turret ahead, exhibiting no intention to halt their advance. Seated in contemplation, Qin Peng furrowed his brow and growled. With the turret present, we shall engage directly. As the fallen comrades lay in silence, the remaining members anxiously fixated on their computer screens, awaiting revival, they all nodded solemnly. Upon entering the tower, the 5 members of the Golden Bull team witnessed Riven unleash her ultimate ability, dashing into the midst of the opposing 5. In an instant, She cast her W ability, stunning them all, and began her assault. The others were not idle either. The Spider Champion ensnared Olaf, neutralizing him just as Riven's ultimate effect waned. Syndra swiftly followed up with a barrage of skills, eliminating Olaf, the frontline tank. Lucian trailed closely behind, unleashing his ultimate, leaving the remaining 4 members of the Golden Bull team severely wounded. Just as the dazed members of the Golden Bull team regained their senses and aimed to focus fire on Riven, she let out a triumphant roar, executing a swift blade of the wind that obliterated the last vestiges of health from all 4 opponents, achieving a magnificent quadruple kill. Oh my goodness! The top laner from the Golden Phoenix team has once again showcased his exceptional skills and remarkable awareness in team fights, securing yet another 4 kills. Those who witnessed the previous quarterfinals surely remember the top laner's pentakill with his champion, the weapon. He is undeniably formidable. The commentator, brimming with excitement, shouted passionately, though his voice betrayed signs of hoarseness, even cracking at times. Riven! 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 The entire audience erupted in a fervent chant of Riven's name for them. Such a thrilling match was worth every cheer. Following yet another mid-lane clash, the Golden Bull team remained unchanged, charging headlong towards the Golden Phoenix team, intent on seizing the initiative. Even if they were to perish, they were determined to take a few pieces of flesh with them. This was the unwavering sentiment shared by every member of the Golden Bull team at that moment. Yet, reality often proves to be harsh. After enduring a fierce team battle against the Golden Bull team, Qin Peng and his companions were well prepared. Syndra initially unleashed her Q ability followed by her ultimate against the charging Olaf. While this was insufficient to eliminate Olaf outright, Syndra's intent was never to obliterate him. Utilizing the 4 spheres from her ultimate, Yuancheng executed a flash into the midst of the oncoming foes, positioning himself amidst the scattered spheres. He then cast his E ability, stunning everyone except Olaf. Following this, Riven made her entrance, with Lucian supporting from behind with his ultimate, and together with the control from Leona and Elise, they commenced their harvest. Ultimately, apart from Olaf, who realized the peril and attempted to escape, the rest fell to Qin Peng and his team, resulting in a remarkable 0-for-4 exchange. This decisive clash extinguished any lingering hopes the Golden Bull team harbored for victory. Thus, following their triumph in the team battle, the Jitong team surged forth to the high ground, directly demolishing the Nexus. Congratulations to the Jitong team for securing their ticket to the finals. Meanwhile, the defeated Golden Bull team should not despair. With your prowess, opportunities will surely arise in the future. As the match concluded, the members of the Golden Bull team remained seated, each bearing expressions of frustration and despondence. For them, this confrontation represented more than just a loss in competition. It signified a blow to their future livelihoods. During the post-match handshake ceremony, Qin Peng gazed at the still-dazed members of the Golden Bull team and could only let out a resigned sigh. In the realm of esports, if one wishes to ascend further, it is inevitable to tread upon the shoulders of others. Although Qin Peng felt a twinge of reluctance, he pondered what recourse he truly had. All he could do was relentlessly strive to ensure that he would not display such expressions after the match concluded. A few individuals chose not to depart immediately. Instead, they settled into the preparation area to rest momentarily, gearing up to observe the upcoming match featuring the Dominance team. Before long, the Dominance team and their formidable opponents, the Celestial Wolves, were fully prepared to commence the battle. To everyone's astonishment, the lineup of the Dominance team was somewhat perplexing. Top lane Shin, jungle Nocturne, mid lane Twisted Fate, bot lane Ezreal, and support Nami. This constituted a globally recognized strategy. Although this tactical approach had been conceived long ago, echoes of similar early-game support compositions could still be observed in numerous matches. Lu Xueqing, noticing Qin Peng's grim demeanor, inquired with a hint of amusement, "What transpired? Why the fierce ire?" After she removed Qin Peng's hand from her grasp, she stood resolutely, determined not to leave until he spoke. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing and the others, who had trailed behind, opted for silence in light of the unfolding scene. Having voiced these thoughts, Qin Peng inhaled deeply, his expression serious as he turned to Huiyu and asked, "Huiyu, aside from securing advantages in each lane against us, what other strategies could the Taurus team employ to ensure a swift collapse in the early game?" Huiyu rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking. The defensive capabilities of the Golden Bull team in team battles are formidable. Our strategy is actually quite sound, and additionally, powerful support serves as a potential breakthrough. Upon hearing Huiyu's words, the others began to comprehend somewhat, yet they remained perplexed as to why Qin Peng was so irate. Meanwhile, Lu Xiueqing, seemingly aware of Qin Peng's sentiments, retracted her smile and gently remarked, "Are you suggesting that the dominance team never considered the Howling Wolf team from the outset? Their devised strategy was entirely aimed at countering the Golden Bull team, correct?" Qin Peng regarded Lu Xiueqing and nodded, expressing with a hint of resignation. Xiueqing is indeed correct. It appears that from the very beginning, the dominance team anticipated their adversary in the finals would be the Golden Bull team, which is why they specifically employed that global strategy. It seems that even in such a league, the currents beneath the surface are not easily navigated. After speaking, he observed the astonished expressions of the others and sighed. "Let us depart. There is no need to dwell on such matters here." With that, he turned to leave. Although the others felt a lingering frustration, they understood that expressing anger in this context would be futile, and one by one, they silently followed Qin Peng out of the competition venue. Lu Xiueqing stood there, somewhat helpless, watching Qin Peng's solitary and despondent figure. The burdens he bore were indeed overwhelming, and one could not fault his earlier outburst. "Winning the match has certainly inflated their tempers," Lu Yi remarked awkwardly, as he noticed that no one paid him any heed. Upon hearing Lu Yi's complaints, Lu Xiueqing approached with a smile and said, "The competition has already been won, so you need not worry. Their discontent stems from other matters. Do not overthink it." Hearing Lu Xiueqing's words, Lu Yi's expression brightened considerably. He adjusted his collar and replied, "Indeed, as a young person, I can understand some of their frustrations, but ultimately, winning the competition is what matters, haha." Lu Xiueqing shook her head, choosing not to engage further with Lu Yi, and followed Qin Peng and the others into the room. The organizers had truly overstepped. The results of the competition were evidently predetermined. As soon as Lu Xiueqing opened the door, she saw Yuan Cheng standing there in a fit of rage, shouting. Lu Xiueqing said nothing and casually found a place to sit, preparing to observe how Qin Peng would handle the situation. It was indeed excessive this time. Had it not been for our formidable strength in securing victory, everything would have likely proceeded according to their wishes, Wang Tao remarked angrily from the side. Leaning against the wall, Qin Peng sat with his eyes closed, listening to the discussions around him. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, ready to speak. Lu Xiueqing, seated nearby, could clearly see that the anger had dissipated from Qin Peng's gaze. She nodded in approval, recognizing that as the captain and the very soul of the team, Qin Peng must maintain his composure in the face of adversity. If he were to lose his cool every time something went awry, such a team would ultimately be doomed by his own hands. Well, let us refrain from further discussion. This matter is not solely a mistake of the organizers. We too bear some responsibility. Had we been informed of the lottery results sooner, such a situation could have been avoided. Of course, Xiueqing, I do not hold you accountable. Rather, I believe that as our team evolves, we ought to adopt a more formal approach. Qin Peng remarked with a smile, casting an apologetic glance at Lu Xiueqing by the end of his statement. Lu Xiueqing, however, was unfazed and acknowledged the truth in Qin Peng's words. Strictly speaking, it was indeed her overly relaxed demeanor that had contributed to the issue. At present, all external information concerning the team flows through her. If she fails to manage this adequately, it essentially hampers the entire team's progress. Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Yuan Cheng and the others ceased their discussions, settling into contemplation of what had been said. Observing their expressions, Qin Peng felt a sense of gratification and smiled. Nevertheless, in this competition, we have demonstrated our capabilities. Remember, there is no absolute fairness in this world, but as long as we possess sufficient strength, we can challenge these injustices and dismantle the inequalities that exist. Thus, our journey ahead remains long. Do you have the confidence to continue walking this path with me? He concluded, gazing hopefully at everyone. Following this, Qin Peng embraced them warmly. True brotherhood persists through any ordeal, and as long as they remain together, an unbreakable bond will endure. Qin Peng and his companions embody this essence. Lu Xiueqing gazed at the group of jubilant young adults embracing one another, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she rose to her feet and clapped her hands. Once Qin Peng and the others turned their attention towards her, she feigned an air of mystery and proclaimed, "Shall we celebrate our victory by going out for some fun today?" Upon hearing her words, the entire group erupted in cheers of approval. Under Lu Xiueqing's enthusiastic guidance, they exited the internet CAF in a lively procession, eager to explore the world beyond the confines of their recent training. Indeed, they had almost forgotten what the outside world was like after being cooped up for so long. However, The jovial mood quickly shifted for Yuan Cheng and the others as they observed the couple strolling down the street, hand in hand, and the various young women, regardless of their looks, holding flowers, with a few exceptions among the men. Lu Xueqing could not contain her laughter at Yuan Cheng's expression and playfully tugged on his ear, leaning in to whisper, "What's the matter? Do you need your Xueqing sister to comfort you?" Her laughter grew even louder as she pulled Qin Peng, who was lagging behind, closer to her side. With a playful grin, she addressed him, "Today, you shall be my rental companion, right? Since we're all single, you surely have no objections." Without waiting for Qin Peng's response, she seized his arm and strode forward. "Look, dear friends, these four strong men walking together, accompanied by a child. How peculiar their preferences are," she exclaimed with a chuckle. "Keep it down. What if someone overhears and tries to steal you away?" Came a hushed response. "Rest assured. Just look at their demeanor. How could they possibly have any interest in women? My dear, shall we go for a meal? I find myself somewhat famished. Did we not just dine moments ago?" As I observe the figures of Lu Xueqing and Qin Peng ahead, Lu Xueqing clings to Qin Peng's arm, as if he were a mere marionette being led along by her. Alas, this life has become unbearable. Yuan Cheng sighed skyward. The others around him nodded in agreement. Although Qin Shan was somewhat younger, he too understood that the laughter directed at them from the passing men and women was hardly a favorable sign. "Nanjing, marry me. I vow to treat you well for a lifetime." Just before Qin Peng and his companions, a fashionably dressed man suddenly knelt before his beautiful companion, presenting a ring and proposing. The lovely woman appeared taken aback by this unexpected surprise, covering her mouth as she stood there, seemingly at a loss, her eyes fluttering with evident excitement. Lu Xueqing squinted at the scene ahead, muttering to herself, "I wonder if I will ever experience such a day." After glancing at Qin Peng, who appeared oblivious to her gaze, he remained solemnly focused on the man proposing. Yuan Cheng and the others gathered closer, whispering curiously about the suitor. "That man has quite the audacity. Alas, even the fairest flowers have been ravaged by swine," Yuan Cheng remarked, a hint of heartache evident in his expression. Wang Tao sighed from the side, remarking, "Alas, just by looking at the man's attire, it's evident he is quite affluent, while the woman appears rather ordinary. Accepting his proposal would certainly secure her a promising future." After speaking, he smacked his lips. Wu Yu stood nearby, somewhat distracted as he gazed at the man, yet a flicker of blessing and envy danced in his eyes. As the onlookers speculated whether the woman would acquiesce to the man's proposal, a voice pierced through the air. "And I, Haren, why would you do this?" A beautiful woman suddenly rushed forth, weeping and pointing at the man, her face obscured by her hands. Upon witnessing this, Qin Peng and the others began to look around in confusion. Lu Xueqing, noticing their peculiar behavior, inquired, "What are you searching for?" After a prolonged search, Qin Peng and his companions finally reached a realization. This was not a film shoot. They were witnessing a real-life drama of infidelity. In a moment, several of them approached, eager to partake in the spectacle, oblivious to the shadow that flickered in Lu Xueqing's eyes as she observed the scene. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman, now in tears, covered her face with one hand while pointing at the man kneeling on the ground, who had forgotten to rise. "Did you not say you had matters to attend to today? Why then are you here proposing to this woman?" she cried, gesturing toward the woman still in a daze across from her. The latter, shaking off the woman's hand, wept even more fiercely, insisting, "You must provide me with an explanation today. Do you not understand how well I have treated you? Why would you engage in such actions?" The man, cast aside, stood there in utter embarrassment, gazing at the relentless woman before him and the growing crowd of onlookers, his expression increasingly anxious. At that moment, the woman who had just been proposed to seemed to come to her senses and, somewhat flustered, rushed to the man's side. Grasping his hand, she inquired with a touch of indignation, "Jian, what is your relationship with this woman? Were you not just about to propose to her?" With that, she blinked, her eyes brimming with tears. Feeling the warmth of her hand, the man regained a semblance of confidence and disdainfully pointed at the still weeping woman, declaring, "I do not know this woman at all. Who knows where this wild woman came from? She must meet countless people in a single day." He then cast a look of contempt towards her. Upon hearing his heartless words, the woman ceased her tears and, with a mix of anger and sarcasm, pointed at him, retorting, "You claim not to recognize me, do you? If it weren't for me working tirelessly to support you all these years, where would you be today? Had I not pleaded with our company manager, you would still be an unemployed vagabond, and you dare say you do not know me?" Listening to the woman's words, the proposed lady released her grip on the man's hand and, with a knowing glance, asked, "Is what she said true?" The man stood there, visibly torn, caught in a predicament. The woman who had once clung to him now maintained her distance, amplifying his sense of humiliation. Ah, so he was merely a kept man. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. My dear, come with me, and I shall treat you with the utmost care. Yuanqing stood there, shouting as if to incite chaos. Indeed, I can testify that the man beside me, despite being a genuine rogue, treats women with utmost kindness. Dare you to engage with him and see for yourself. Wang Tao, wearing an expression of disdain, chimed in. Upon hearing the words of those around him, the man's face flushed crimson, while the woman who had just been proposed to discreetly slipped away from the crowd. Such women are often drawn to the fleeting kindness one offers. As long as you are willing to spend on them, they can morph into whatever you desire. However, once you possess nothing, they will be the first to flee. Seemingly suppressing the pressure from those around him, the man, in a fit of rage, stormed towards the woman, forcefully shoving her to the ground. His face contorted in fury as he shouted, "Yes, you have done much for me, but I no longer cherish it. Do you understand? Could you kindly distance yourself from me? Do not trouble me any further. From this moment on, we have no relation. Is that clear? Ouch! Who struck me? You insane woman. How dare you hit me? Is there no law anymore? It is men like you, ungrateful and blind, who deserve such treatment. Your demise would be in vain." Qin Ping and the others stood there, mouths agape, as the man, who just a moment ago was furiously hurling threats, found himself toppled to the ground by Lu Xueqing wielding her high heels. Just moments prior, Lu Xueqing had smilingly handed her bag to Qin Peng, who, taken aback by her smile, stammered in confusion, "You give it to me, but what do you intend to do?" "To engage in matters that ought to be addressed." Lu Xueqing's laughter grew even more exuberant, yet her eyes were filled with a piercing intensity. Before Qin Peng could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Xueqing gracefully bent down to remove her high-heeled shoes, and in the next moment, she had dashed behind the man, delivering a series of vigorous blows. "Wow, Sister Xueqing is fierce. Brother Ping is in for some good days ahead," exclaimed Yuanqing, who had initially felt a twinge of discontent, now beaming with delight as he stood beside Qin Peng. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and the others were left utterly astonished. The man, struck down by Lu Xueqing's high heel, pleaded for mercy, but she, seemingly unsatisfied, removed her other shoe and unleashed a flurry of strikes, soon rendering him sprawled on the ground, whimpering. After a while, appearing somewhat fatigued from the exertion, Lu Xueqing donned her shoes once more and turned her gaze to the woman who had just been pushed to the ground, now sitting there in disbelief, frozen in place. With a sigh, Lu Xueqing did not forget to deliver an additional kick to the man lying on the floor. She then approached the woman, gently helping her to her feet, and softly remarked, "It is best to recognize such individuals for what they are. Before you decide to invest your emotions again, ensure you discern whether you are giving your heart to a person or a mere dog." The woman, newly lifted, glanced expressionlessly at Lu Xueqing, then at the man on the ground, and suddenly broke down in helpless tears. Standing there, she stared blankly at the business card in her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Returning to Qin Peng's side, Lu Xueqing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right. There is nothing more to see. Let us continue our stroll." With that, she took Qin Peng's hand and led him onward. At this moment, Qin Peng appeared to be in a daze. Upon noticing his expression, Lu Xueqing lowered her head and chuckled softly before looking up to inquire, "What is the matter? Did I frighten you?" Upon hearing Qin Peng's response, Lu Xueqing sighed and remarked, "Such occurrences transpire multiple times daily in the city. How could men ever truly comprehend the sacrifices women make?" With that, she cast a lingering, forlorn glance at Qin Peng. Qin Peng found himself somewhat bewildered by Lu Xueqing's words, yet seeing her current demeanor prompted him to firmly grasp her hand. Together, they continued their stroll forward, while Yuan Cheng and the others diligently followed in Lu Xueqing's wake. After all, witnessing her earlier display had left even the most hardened of rascals feeling intimidated. Thus, the six of them meandered through the evening, engaging in cheerful banter and laughter. While the memory of Lu Xueqing's fierce demeanor was quietly tucked away in their minds, such matters are best left unspoken, understood only in silence. Although Lu Xueqing walked alongside Qin Peng throughout the day, she did not neglect the four companions trailing behind. She frequently engaged them in conversation, and the group spent the entire day exploring Nanjing, filled with joyous laughter. Clearly, after a full day of wandering, they had no intention of resuming their training. Qin Peng, recognizing the ample time remaining until the final competition, did not insist. After all, it was indeed time for rest. Upon returning to the room, apart from Qin Peng, the others were animatedly recounting the places they had visited with Lu Xueqing earlier that day. Lu Xueqing had even taken this group of older children to an amusement park, which undeniably brought immense joy to those who had never experienced such a place before. As conversations flowed among them, the night deepened, and eventually, the group succumbed to slumber. Lying there, Qin Peng recalled Lu Xueqing's demeanor from earlier. Inexplicably, a twinge of heartache washed over him. Meanwhile, in a residential district of Nanjing, a man knelt on the ground, pleading with the woman he had encountered earlier on the street. "Qian, please don't go. I was in the wrong this time. I promise it won't happen again. I beg you." His face was blank as he watched her retreating silhouette, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. Just as Qian reached the ground floor, she pulled out her phone along with the business card that Lu Xueqing had given her earlier, dialing the number inscribed upon it. The call was quickly answered, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Xueqing's sultry voice resonated from the other end. "I know who you are. I will send you the address. I'm still awake, so make sure to hurry." With that, she abruptly terminated the call. Qin Peng had also sought out Qin Shan for a private conversation. However, the usually nervous Qin Shan spoke earnestly to Qin Peng this time. "Brother Peng, I want you to win. Therefore, even if I'm not on the field, it would suffice for me to witness your victory." After saying this, he reverted to his previously bashful demeanor. Qin Peng affectionately ruffled Qin Shan's hair, offering him a grateful smile. However, Qin Shan often observed Lung Yin assisting from the sidelines, although the little fellow initially bore no grievances. After witnessing Lung Yan's earnest dedication to support, Qin Shan was entirely convinced. He realized the vast disparity between himself and brother Lung Yan. Yet he firmly believed that with brother Lung Yan's presence, victory was assured. As he clenched his fists in encouragement, laughter erupted among everyone around him. In the past few days, Qin Peng had discussed the team uniform issue with Lu Xueqing as he had previously contemplated. Without much hesitation, Lu Xueqing readily agreed and subsequently approached Louis to discuss the matter of the uniforms. Although Louis typically appeared rather frugal whenever Xueqing sought his assistance, matters invariably came to fruition. The influence of a beautiful woman is indeed formidable. Observing Lu Xueqing, who was deeply engrossed in thoughts about the design of the uniforms, Qin Peng smiled to himself. Lu Xueqing had long noticed Qin Peng watching her from the side. Without lifting her gaze, she smiled and inquired, with the competition approaching, "Why aren't you anxious to train this time?" Caught off guard yet composed, Qin Peng stood there with a mysterious smile, replying, "This time, we have a secret weapon. But I cannot disclose it just yet. You will find out when the competition arrives." He then looked at Lu Xueqing with an air of confidence. Curiously lifting her head to meet Qin Peng's gaze, Lu Xueqing chuckled and remarked, "You should be cautious as well. Have you not noticed what Yuan Cheng and the others are up to?" Qin Peng cautiously approached them from behind, only to discover that the four individuals were engrossed in their own clandestine research. Qin Peng hastily shut down the movie on his computer and earnestly addressed Yuan Cheng, saying, "It's broad daylight, and Lu Xueqing is still here. What are you all up to? Can't we conduct our discussions later in the evening?" Initially hesitant upon being discovered, Yuan Chen and the others immediately adopted mischievous expressions upon hearing Qin Peng's subsequent remarks, conveying a silent acknowledgement. After a moment, Lu Xueqing smiled, lifted her head, and showed Qin Peng the paper in her hands, asking, "What do you think?" Qin Peng gazed at the team uniform that Lu Xueqing had diligently designed for quite some time. To put it succinctly, it was remarkably simple, featuring only black and white hues. Lu Xueqing had adorned the blank spaces with some patterns. Although Qin Peng could not decipher the exact nature of the drawings, they appeared quite appealing, leading him to refrain from asking further questions. Once Qin Peng finished examining the design, Lu Xueqing neatly folded the paper, gathered her bag, and prepared to leave. Of course, this was something that Lung Yin had confided in him. Perhaps it was due to her petite stature. Qin Peng always felt somewhat flustered when confronted with Lu Xueqing's unexpected queries. However, Lu Xueqing seemed unconcerned, tossing her hair before departing from the internet CAF. Qin Peng stood in place, exhaling deeply, pondering why being with Xueqing always felt so pressuring. Was it merely an illusion? After uttering these thoughts, he patted his chest and made his way over to Yuan Qin and the others. In this relaxed atmosphere, the day of the finals soon arrived. Under Lu Xueqing's guidance, the group made their way to the competition venue. The venue for this final is distinct from the previous semifinal, being held within an electronic marketplace reputed to be the largest of its kind in Nanjing. It seems that the organizers may have struck a deal to capitalize on this grand setting. Upon entering the arena, one is greeted by a completely different atmosphere compared to earlier competitions. This electronic marketplace is not only expansive, but also features a spectator area divided across 3 levels, ensuring that no matter where one stands, the view of the match is unobstructed and crystal clear. Qin Peng and his companions have grown accustomed to such spectacles. After a brief tour, they were ushered into the preparation area. As per her usual routine, Lu Shiwecheng was nowhere to be seen upon their arrival. The 5 of them sat in the preparation zone, focused on their pre-match preparations. With an hour remaining before the match commenced, the audience outside began to filter in gradually. Within mere minutes, the venue was filled with eager spectators. Observing the throngs of people, Qin Peng and his companions felt a slight surge of nervousness. Peng Gu, why hasn't Lung Yin arrived yet? The match is about to start in an hour, Yuan Cheng inquired anxiously. Qin Peng, opening his eyes to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, could not help but chuckle. There is no need to be anxious. We simply need to execute the plan we devised earlier. Our chances of winning this match are at least 70%. Moreover, even if Lung Yin does not arrive, isn't Qingshan here with us today? What is there to fear? Qingshan nodded earnestly in agreement. Yuan Cheng patiently continued to wait. An hour slipped away in this interminable wait, as Qin Peng listened to the staff urging him to ascend the stage. With a resigned sigh, his gaze gradually sharpened. Today's competition must proceed, regardless of who is absent, and victory is imperative. The absence of Lung Yin is inconsequential. I firmly believe that with our collective strength, we can secure a win. Let us all strive for excellence. With that, he promptly followed the staff towards the competition platform. Yuan Cheng and the others exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, although Lung Yin was not present. This match was one they simply could not afford to lose. They recognized the fierce determination igniting in each other's eyes, nodded in agreement, and hastened after Qin Peng towards the stage. As they made their way, a woman dressed in the same attire as Qin Peng and his companions suddenly burst through the entrance of the venue. Upon entering, she surveyed the scene, relieved to see that the competition had yet to commence. Phew, thankfully I'm not late, she exclaimed. After catching her breath, she summoned a staff member and presented the competition credentials that Qin Peng had sent her. Guided by the staff, she made her way to the stage. Trailing behind them, the woman observed Qin Peng and his team as they calibrated their equipment, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I hope to give you all a fright soon. She chuckled. At that moment, Qin Peng and his team were engrossed in their final adjustments before the competition, having set aside concerns about Lung Yin's absence. In today's competition, even if Lang Yin does not attend, as long as we can execute unexpected strategies, we still possess a significant advantage in this final match. Observing the quietly preparing Qingshan, Qin Peng thought to himself. Just as they were engrossed in their preparations, the door to the arena suddenly swung open, and the previously muffled sounds of the audience surged into the venue. Qin Peng and his team were evidently startled, casting displeased glances towards the entrance. There she stood, her long hair cascading elegantly, clad in the same team uniform as Qin Peng and his companions. Despite their curious and bewildered expressions, she maintained an impassive demeanor. Qingshan quickly stepped aside, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, Sister Lung Yin, I initially thought you wouldn't come, so I was prepared to take your place. But now I can step back. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. After observing the training sessions that Qin Peng and the others had with Lang Yin over the past few days, Qingshan was utterly in awe of her support skills. Now, standing before his idol, he was understandably exhilarated. Lung Yin, however, remained unpretentious, expressionless as she settled beside Qingshan and began to prepare her equipment. Qin Peng exchanged smiles with the others, signaling them to disregard Lang Yin's demeanor and focus on the competition. The others had no objections. Having such a stunning beauty accompany them in the competition, especially under the gaze of the crowd, was a privilege, even if she appeared a bit aloof. What did it matter? Look, a beautiful woman approaches the Jintong Team's arena. Oh, the support from previous matches graciously offers her seat. Does the Jintong team intend to have her participate in the competition? Although the competition did not stipulate that women were prohibited from participating, it was indeed the first time I witnessed a female competitor after commentating on numerous matches. The members of the Jintong team must feel incredibly fortunate, haha. However, let us reserve our judgment regarding the prowess of this support player until later. The commentator, standing on the stage with a somewhat amused expression, remarked, while the audience below was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the camera capture the support player's image on the big screen, they erupted into cheers. As Akali commenced the match with a magic resistance item, Riven's skills unleashed by her ultimate proved to be quite painful upon striking Akali. Lee Sin swiftly shifted his focus, preparing to join Riven in attacking Akali. Sensing the imminent onslaught, Akali promptly activated her W ability, Twilight Shroud, but Lee Sin had already closed in on her, using his E ability to reveal her position. It seemed that Akali had anticipated being discovered, as she stood her ground and began to unleash damage on Riven. Initially confident in their ability to swiftly dispatch Akali, Riven and Lee Sin soon realized that their attacks were surprisingly ineffective. Hearing the captain's urgent call, despite the top laner and jungler's bewilderment, they chose to retreat without hesitation. At that moment, Yasuo, having amassed 2 stacks of his Q ability, unleashed a ferocious whirlwind that caught Riven and Lee Sin off guard, lifting them into the air. In the blink of an eye, Yasuo unleashed his ultimate ability, dashing behind the 2 airborne adversaries and delivering a flurry of devastating strikes. Akali swiftly followed suit. And after a brief exchange of blows, both Riven and the blind monk found their health reduced to a mere sliver. With determination, Akali retreated, allowing Yasuo to execute another Q ability, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, ultimately securing a double kill. Following this triumph, Wu Yu offered a thumbs up to Yuan Qing, who reciprocated the gesture, their eyes meeting in a shared moment of joy. Thereafter, Akali relentlessly pursued foes across every lane. As a primary W build, she adeptly absorbed incoming damage, enabling her team to claim the lives of their opponents. Although the damage output of W-focused Akali may have been somewhat modest, the enhancement of her resistances upon deploying her W skill, Twilight Shroud, combined with her inherent defensive items, rendered her a formidable assassin capable of both engaging and enduring. As time progressed to the 20-minute mark, Akali's contributions granted significant advantages across all lanes, even allowing Talon, who had only recently transitioned to mid lane, to secure 2 kills. The moment for a team fight had arrived. Qin Peng and his comrades fought with unrestrained fervor. During a pivotal skirmish in the mid lane, Akali plunged into the fray, activating her W skill, Twilight Shroud. Lulu promptly followed, casting her ultimate on Akali. And at the instant Lulu's ability launched the enemy into the air, Yasuo executed his own ultimate, seamlessly transitioning into a well-timed whirlwind upon landing. The synergy between Yasuo with teammates and Yasuo without them is akin to 2 entirely different heroes. At this moment, Yasuo can unleash his ultimate without the need to build up wind, enabling him to utilize his pre-gathered Q skill to lift enemies even after his ultimate has been expended, thus extending his output and control time. Subsequently, Talon activated his ultimate and charged into the fray, unleashing a flurry of skills that left the opposing team in a state of disarray. The ensuing battle became remarkably manageable, as Vayne activated her ultimate to commence the final harvesting, while others picked off a few stragglers. This team fight concluded with remarkable efficiency, resulting in a flawless 0-for-5 exchange, leading to the complete annihilation of the Dominance team. In truth, the Dominance team was feeling the strain at this juncture. Firstly, while on the lane, they faced a steadfast Akali acting as a meat shield, leaving them to ponder whether to engage or retreat. Then, in the team fight, they confronted the relentless advances of Akali, Talon, and Yasuo. What recourse did they have? Moreover, Akali had already constructed her blue shield, becoming nearly impervious after activating her W. Without excessive hesitation, the Dominance team, after being thoroughly vanquished, promptly typed Jijan chose to surrender. Having secured the first game, Qin Ping and his team did not revel in excessive excitement, for they understood that their victory was largely attributable to Yuan Qing's Akali, whose unexpected impact caught the opposing team off guard. Following a brief intermission, as Qin Ping contemplated strategies for the next round, he suddenly turned to Long Yin and inquired, "I recall that the last time we spoke on voice chat, a man's voice emerged. Is that your boyfriend?" Long Yin, taken aback by Qin Ping's question, quickly regained her composure and coldly replied, "It must be an issue with the computer's microphone." With that, she disregarded Qin Peng entirely. "Oh, I see," Qin Peng nodded, feigning seriousness, while inwardly questioning, "Does a faulty microphone truly transform one's voice into that of a man? Who are you trying to fool?" However, now was not the moment for such musings, as everyone was earnestly contemplating their approach for the upcoming match. The break was drawing to a close, and it was evident that the audience was growing impatient. All right, the second match is about to commence. Will the Jintong team secure a consecutive victory to defeat the Duba team and claim the championship, or will the Duba team stage a comeback in triumph? Let us eagerly await the outcome. The match commenced swiftly, and both teams entered the ban phase once more. Without hesitation, Qin Ping opted to ban the heroes favored by the Duba team, mirroring his previous strategy. Conversely, the Duba team maintained their initial 2 bans from the previous match. Just as Qin Ping and his teammates anticipated that the final ban would be directed at Yuan Cheng's Akali, the Duba team unexpectedly banned Vayne. Are you absolutely certain about this? The captain of the Duba team questioned the mid laner with a skeptical expression. Do you truly believe we can overcome Akali in this match? However, the mid laner seemed oblivious to the captain's expression, confidently proclaiming, "Captain, rest assured, I shall make this Akali father unrecognizable." The captain of the dominant team shook his head, allocating the last ban to Vayne, as the previous match had seen Vayne exert relentless pressure, leaving him quite uncomfortable. "Pingge, why didn't they choose to ban Akali?" Yuan Cheng inquired with a hint of confusion. Qin Ping chuckled. "It seems the opposing mid laner is quite confident in their ability to outplay you. You should know what to do." Hearing Qin Ping's words, Yuan Cheng nodded with a smile. Wang Tao, seated beside Yuan Cheng, observed how Yuan Cheng had reached a level where the opponents felt compelled to ban his hero, while he himself appeared to be stagnant. Finding it hard to accept this reality, witnessing Yuan Cheng's earnest demeanor, Wang Tao felt a touch of inspiration and nodded in acknowledgement. The match proceeded, and both teams swiftly finalized their compositions, entering the loading screen. The lineup for the Jintong team consisted of a top lane Gangplank, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Akali, and a bot lane duo of Ezreal and Sona. While this composition bore a resemblance to the previous aggressive setup, it actually offered greater room for error, ensuring that even in the face of missteps, the overall strategy would remain intact. In stark contrast, the dominant team's lineup was evidently a desperate gamble. Top lane Renekton, jungler Jarvan 4, mid lane Syndra, and a bot lane combination of Lucian and Annie. The support of the dominance team, who is also their captain, decisively selected Annie after enduring the torment of the previous match in the bot lane. After all, Annie's crowd control abilities are targeted, alleviating any concerns of misfiring. Be cautious this time, Huiyu, Qin Peng advised as he made his way to the top lane. From the last match, it was evident that the top lane prowess of the dominance team was commendable, and in this game, the crocodile was poised to exert significant pressure on the gunner in the early phases. Huiyu remained silent, merely offering a smile for him. The use of the gunner meant that regardless of the opponent, they must be decisively vanquished under his might. The only distinction in this match was that after assisting the Lee Sin in securing the red buff, Ezreal and Sona ventured to the mid lane, while Akali proceeded to the bot lane. What? Why are Ezreal and Sona in the mid lane? The mid laner of the dominance team, controlling Syndra, was caught off guard as they faced a sudden onslaught from Ezreal and Sona, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. It was clear they had swapped lanes. Hold on. I'll push the tower with ADC quickly and then we'll reassess, the captain of the dominance team promptly instructed. Yuan Cheng's Akali never prioritized her Q ability. In his perspective, Akali was never solely focused on damage output. In this particular match, by level 5, Akali had already invested in 2 levels of her E-skill. This was primarily to counter the opposing duo of Lucian and Annie, who aimed to swiftly demolish the tower. As soon as the enemy minions reached the tower, she would unleash her W skill, continuously utilizing her E skill to clear minions while her Q skill provided supplementary support, ensuring minimal loss of her own minions. Even so, the tower's health had been reduced by more than half. Due to her relentless efforts in clearing minions, Akali found herself unable to focus on farming, resulting in a rather dismal count of last hits. However, in comparison to Syndra in the mid lane, Yuan Cheng felt a tinge of gratitude for his circumstances. The reason was simple. This Syndra was being suppressed by the formidable duo from the Jintong team. With Yuan Cheng's understanding of Qin Peng's tactics, he knew without needing to glance that Syndra's situation was quite dire. Contemplating this, Yuan Cheng felt that being pressured in the bot lane was not as unbearable after all. At this moment, the Syndra from the dominance team was on the verge of madness. Should one observe closely, they would notice that Syndra's last hit count stood at a mere 7. Indeed, you read that correctly, and those 7 minions came at a steep price. Furthermore, Syndra was only at level 4, while both Ezreal and Sona had already reached level 6. The mid laner from the dominance team sat there, face flushed with frustration, gazing at the minion wave trapped beneath the enemy tower, too fearful to venture forth. Ezreal and Sona, displaying a hint of ruthlessness, had pressured Syndra from the very start, opting not to farm but instead dancing tauntingly in front of her, as the minion wave gradually drifted towards Ezreal's tower. Watching the minions recede further away, Syndra was truly at a loss, a sense of despair washing over her. This strategy was a spontaneous decision made by Can Ping and his team before the match commenced. To be candid, the opposing mid laner possesses a skill level that indeed surpasses that of Yuan Cheng. Given this reality, it was prudent to capitalize on their strengths and minimize their weaknesses, allowing the strongest duo in their roster to suppress the enemy's mid laner, Syndra. As for Yuan Cheng, he was left to fend for himself in the bottom lane. However, it must be noted that after witnessing Yuan Cheng's Akali in the previous game, Wang Tao, Huiyu, and even Lang Yin developed a sense of trust in his abilities. This trust served as a significant motivation for Yuan Cheng to withstand the pressure in the bottom lane. As Akali gradually leveled up, Lucian and Annie found themselves unable to push the minion wave with the same carefree abandon, for before the wave could reach the tower, Akali could clear it with just 2 skill rotations. Although Akali faced pressure, she had already reached level 8 and accrued over 60 minion kills. While this number paled in comparison to Lucian's 100+ minion kills, it was still a considerable advantage over Syndra's mere 10. Akali opted for the same build as in the previous match and promptly made her way to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Ezreal and Sona also began to converge on the bottom lane. The strategy devised before the match had now achieved half of its objective. During this period of mutual pressure, the top laners and junglers from both teams continued to engage in a relentless dance in the top lane. Although no definitive kills were secured, the skirmishes persisted without a moment's respite. The mid laner of the Dominance team, who had long been provoked, displayed no inclination to retreat. Despite the significant disparity in levels and equipment, he stood resolutely beneath the tower, engaging Akali in fierce combat, gasping for breath. The mid laner could hardly tolerate being overtaken and slain by someone of lesser skill. Yet, upon assessing his own level and the meager gold in his inventory, he resignedly continued to replenish his items and advance towards the mid lane. Had this merely been a straightforward ranked match, he would undoubtedly have opted to forfeit, leaving others to play as they wished. Initially, Ezreal and Sona unleashed their ultimate abilities, catching the opposition off guard. Annie, unprepared, fell victim to Ezreal's assault. Meanwhile, Syndra had already succumbed to Akali's onslaught twice, appearing to have surrendered her fight, akin to a headless fly scurrying towards the mid lane. For this despondent Syndra, Akali seized every opportunity to strike. After claiming Syndra's life for the 3rd time, Ezreal and Sona made their way to the mid lane, where the trio quickly dismantled the 2 defensive towers, unopposed. It was only then that the top laner, jungler, and Lucian and Annie from the bot lane arrived at the mid lane. Not wishing to linger in battle, Ezreal and his allies regrouped with Gangplank and Rengar, and all 5 ventured towards the dragon, effortlessly securing the first dragon without resistance. At this juncture, the economic disparity between the 2 teams had escalated to nearly 4,000. It appears that the outcome is all but certain, and I believe the audience could hardly have anticipated such a result in the second match. One can only commend the strategic prowess of the Jintong team, whose simple lane swap tactic caught the Duba team completely off guard. However, it must be noted that the Duba team underestimated their opponent, as they inexplicably allowed Akali to go unbanned once again before the match. A significant miscalculation, indeed. The commentator, shaking his head in disappointment from the stage, lamented this oversight. Meanwhile, the audience had unequivocally rallied behind the Jintong team. Witnessing their substantial advantage, the spectators exuded joy, as if the victory of the Jintong team was an inevitable conclusion. As the match progressed, it unfolded precisely as the commentator had predicted. The Jintong team, buoyed by their lead, seized the opportunity to stealthily claim the Baron while the Duba team was caught unprepared, subsequently launching an assault on the Duba team's high ground. In this pivotal team fight at the high ground, the Jintong team showcased their relentless and devastating playstyle, effortlessly dismantling the Duba team's formation and securing an unequivocal victory in the skirmish. On the other side, within the Duba team's booth, the 5 players had erupted into a heated argument. You, mid laner, are a complete fool. Just before the match, you confidently declared you would dominate Akali. Yet you were killed under her tower 3 times. Truly impressive, mocked the top laner, sporting a derisive expression. Alas, in comparison to you, we truly feel a sense of inferiority. At the very least, we refrained from making grand proclamations before the competition commenced. Moreover, can you point out a single lane where we faltered as you did? At this moment, the jungler could not resist a sarcastic remark. The mid laner of the Dominance team, whose pent-up frustration seemed to have reached its boiling point, abruptly removed his headphones, slammed his mouse down, and roared in anger, "If you have the guts, Why not try playing yourself? I could stand here and talk just as well. If you're not convinced, let us settle this in a duel. I'm not afraid of you. Do you dare? To which the top laner, with a disdainful expression, retorted, how could you have the audacity? If I were to dive and eliminate you, wouldn't that leave you with no escape? The entire team appeared disjointed, and it seemed that with just a few more remarks, a real-life duel would unfold before the eyes of the spectators. Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? Do you realize how many people are watching us? Everyone, calm down. We'll address these matters after the match. At that moment, the support captain finally intervened to mediate. Hearing the captain's words, the individuals acknowledged the truth in his statement. Even in embarrassment, they could not afford to lose face in front of such a large audience. They exchanged glances, hinting that once the match concluded, a dramatic confrontation among them was imminent. Amidst the chaos of their quarrel, the base of the dominance team was ultimately obliterated by the Jintong team, resulting in a resounding 2-0 victory for Jintong, who successfully defended their championship title in the Internet CAF League, a title that had been widely predicted to belong to dominance team prior to the match. Upon winning the match, Qin Ping and his teammates stood up and embraced one another. Initially, he intended to include the aloof Ling Yin in the embrace, but upon noticing the colorless gaze she cast, he merely offered a reluctant smile and turned to lift Qing Shan in celebration. Their victory was the culmination of countless days of hard work among the five of them, and achieving such a result felt like a rewarding conclusion to their struggles. As the group exited the competition stage, they were enveloped in the warmth of the audience's enthusiasm. They laughed joyfully as they made their way to the center of the two podiums, awaiting the final award presentation. During the post-match handshake between the two teams, Yuan Cheng observed the opposing mid-laner's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just consumed something disagreeable. Although he masked his amusement, internally he was already reveling in joy. The post-match ceremony concluded swiftly, and just as Qin Ping and his team prepared to collect their prize with beaming faces, the commentator cheerfully announced, "First, let us congratulate the Jintong team on their hard-fought victory. I trust you all remember the surprise I mentioned before the match began. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the UP team onto the stage." With that, the commentator began to clap vigorously. Standing there, Qin Peng and his teammates exchanged puzzled glances, collectively questioning, what is happening? Just as the commentator's words faded, the arena's lights abruptly dimmed, and a brilliant spotlight illuminated the entrance for the competing players. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, 5 young men clad in matching uniforms entered, smiling and waving. Upon closer inspection, the letters UP were boldly emblazoned on the front of their jerseys. Pingke, is this the UP team, one of the top 8 in the National League? How did they end up here? Yuan Qing and Wang Tao stood there, puzzled. Qin Ping intently observed the UP team as they gradually ascended the stage, smiling as he remarked, "What is the hurry? Someone will surely inform us soon." With that, he joined the audience in applauding, never hesitating to express his admiration for the strong. 5 young individuals made their way onto the stage, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Upon reaching the platform, the leading young man accepted the microphone offered by the commentator with a smile, greeted him amiably, and then surveyed the audience, addressing them with a similarly enthusiastic tone. "Hello everyone, it is a tremendous honor to be invited here to engage in a friendly match with the champion team today. We assure you that we will showcase our utmost strength. Thank you, everyone." After delivering his words, he stood there, smiling at the audience, who responded with even more fervent cheers. This individual exuded confidence. However, did he just mention a friendly match with us? Was it a last-minute decision? I recall facing the UP team during our previous ranked matches, and they didn't seem particularly formidable, Wang Tao remarked first. Indeed, his overly confident demeanor is rather irritating. He is merely a defeated foe, Yuan Cheng muttered disdainfully from the side. Qin Peng observed the young man standing there, sensing the aura he radiated. Such composure clearly indicated he was no stranger to this environment. Moreover, it appeared they were exceedingly confident in their own team's prowess. However, Qin Ping merely smiled and did not utter a word. Shortly thereafter, the commentary concluded, and after exchanging pleasantries with the 5 members of the UP team, the topic shifted towards Qin Ping and his team. "You must be the captain of the Jintong team," the commentator began. "First and foremost, I must apologize, as I received a last-minute notification that the UP team would be here today for a friendly match against the champions. Yet, I notice there seems to be no hint of fear on your face, Captain. It appears that you are filled with fighting spirit at the prospect of facing the UP team." With that, he smiled and handed the microphone to Qin Ping. Taking the microphone, Qin Ping surveyed the crowd with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, it is exhilarating to contend with one of the top 8 teams in the National League. I can only hope that the UP team does not go easy on us. Otherwise, the audience will be deprived of the thrill of an intense battle." His words instantly ignited the already high spirits of the crowd, who eagerly shouted for the match to commence. The captain of the UP team stood there, squinting at Qin Peng with a smile, muttering to himself, "This kid is no ordinary player. I hope his words are backed by sufficient confidence." Meanwhile, the other members of the UP team exchanged knowing smirks upon hearing Qin Peng's declaration, jesting, "Come on, we are one of the top 8 teams in the National League. There is no way we could lose to a champion from an internet CAF league. Truly, how boastful." The commentator, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the surrounding audience, exuberantly proclaimed, "All right, let our UP team and the Jintong team take the stage. The final exhibition match is about to commence." Huiyu, intentionally approaching Qin Peng, inquired, "Do you have confidence?" Perhaps Yuan Sheng and Wang Tao were yet to grasp the true essence of being among the top 8 in the nation, but as someone who frequently followed the competitions, he understood that every team reaching this prestigious level was formidable. Qin Ping nodded gravely. In the presence of Huiyu, he saw no reason to conceal his feelings. "To be honest, I have no confidence at all. Let's just play our best. Even if we lose, let it be with grace. After all, we just secured the championship. And I honestly cannot fathom why they would schedule an exhibition match at this juncture, as it completely undermines our newfound confidence." With that, he shook his head and continued toward the stage. Huiyu observed Qin Peng's somewhat resigned demeanor and, feeling a similar weight of emotion, nodded in agreement. However, they could only strive to perform their best now. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Yuan Sheng felt little pressure. They remained convinced that their previous victories against the UP team rendered the top 8 merely a formality. Lung Yin maintained her characteristic icy demeanor, revealing no hint of any other emotion. Once both teams were prepared, the match officially began. Following a brief phase of banning characters, Qin Ping and his team deployed the lineup that had recently triumphed over the dominance team, for this strategy represented their most synergized approach at present. Soon, both teams were fully immersed in the game. The Jintong team, freshly crowned champions of the Internet CAF League, now faces the long-established UP team, igniting the flames of competition. The outcome of the match did not yield any shocking surprises. Qin Peng forced a smile, reflecting inwardly, "It seems there remains a considerable gap between us and the true powerhouses." Throughout the match, from the very first skirmish, the UP team led the proceedings with unwavering control. When confronted with an unfamiliar opponent, Qin Peng and his team typically opted to forego early engagements. Upon the red buff's refresh at 1 minute and 55 seconds, Qin Peng, alongside Lung Yan, assisted Wang Tao in securing it. At that moment, the 5 members of the UP team suddenly emerged from the triangular brush along the lower river, swiftly advancing towards the red buff. Reacting first, Qin Peng and Lung Yan quickly retreated, urging Wang Tao, "Hurry, Wang Tao." However, Wang Tao was evidently a step too slow, falling prey to the UP team's ambush, leading to his demise and the loss of the red buff to their jungler. Thus, not only did Wang Tao perish early in the game, but he also lost the crucial red buff, setting the stage for a challenging match ahead. From that initial skirmish, the UP team appeared fully prepared to seize control of the match. Wang Tao, the jungler, found himself incessantly hindered within his jungle by UP's jungler, culminating in an unfortunate encounter where he was slain in the Three Wolves area. From that point onward, Wang Tao's ability to develop effectively was severely compromised, let alone providing support across the lanes. Subsequently, Yuan Sheng took the mid lane with Akali once more, yet the outcome diverged significantly from previous encounters. The opposing team, perhaps having scrutinized earlier matches, opted for Syndra to counter Akali. However, the mid laner from the UP team was on an entirely different level than their counterpart from the Duba team. Upon regaining consciousness from a stun, Akali hastily consumed a health potion, but alas, her vitality was too diminished, and she ultimately succumbed to ignite beneath the tower. In the top lane, Huiyu engaged in a fierce struggle against UP's top laner, yet the UP jungler's exceptional development proved insurmountable. After several ambushes in the top lane, Huiyu gradually lost the ability to contend, though he managed to barely withstand the onslaught of the opposing top laner, retreating to the tower to farm minions. Nevertheless, even this cautious approach could not shield him from a gank by UP's jungler, who collaborated with the top laner to secure a kill. Following this, Huiyu's top tower fell, effectively extinguishing any hope of resistance. Qin Ping and Lang Yin, despite their efforts, continued to dominate up-spot lane duo, who were indeed lacking in prowess, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. The bottom lane temporarily gained an advantage. However, this promising situation was short-lived, as both the top and mid lanes collapsed, prompting the heroes from those lanes to converge towards the beleaguered bottom lane. In a collective ambush by Up's 5-man team in the bot lane, both Qin Ping and Lang Yin met their demise. From that point onward, Up surged forward with relentless momentum, engaging in continuous team battles and demolishing towers. After several skirmishes, Qin Peng and his companions found themselves utterly besieged within their base. As the match reached the 19-minute mark, Qin Ping and his team faced yet another devastating defeat. The Up team, unhurried, methodically dismantled the remaining defensive towers. Ultimately, when Qin Ping and his teammates resurrected, they swiftly obliterated the base, the clock fortuitously stopping at the 20-minute mark. Underneath the tower, Lu Xueqing observed the despondent expressions of Qin Peng and his comrades, her heart tightening with concern. She could only silently wish that they would not be defeated by this setback, but rather find the courage to rise and pursue their esports journey with renewed vigor. After the match, both teams exchanged handshakes, and the captain of Up leaned in to whisper something to Qin Peng. The darkness that enveloped Qin Peng's face after hearing those words indicated they were likely not kind. Even during the award ceremony, the 5 players remained in a daze. When the prize money was finally handed to Qin Ping, their expressions barely shifted, waiting for them in the preparation area. Lu Xueqing approached and patted each of their shoulders in encouragement. After all, Qin Peng and his team were still quite young, and Lu Xueqing genuinely worried that this unexpected setback might shatter their previously smooth journey. Hearing Qingshan's words, Qin Peng hastily pursued the exit of the arena. Indeed, after these recent matches, Qingshan, who has consistently stood behind Lang Yin, has come to fully appreciate why Qin Peng has long desired to collaborate with Lang Yin in the bot lane. Lang Yin's awareness is truly not inferior to that of her male counterparts. Often, the two need not utter a single word, as they can intuitively understand the next course of action based solely on any movement from their opponents. However, in this match, the brilliance of Yuan Cheng's Akali overshadowed the remarkable performance of Qin Peng and Lang Yin in the bot lane. Anxiously, Qin Peng dashed out of the venue, and as soon as he exited, he spotted Lang Yin standing not far from the entrance, gazing at him. He hurriedly approached her, catching his breath as he inquired, "Are you leaving?" "In truth, I am aware that this match was a dismal defeat. I will not seek to rationalize our failure. However, I implore you not to depart. Trust me, we shall emerge stronger." The perpetually icy Lang Yin seemed to display a hint of a smile at that moment, though it quickly reverted to her usual frosty demeanor, a change even Qin Peng failed to notice. When Qin Peng heard Lang Yin's response, he paused for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed, "So, you are agreeing to stay? Rest assured, it will be fine, as long as you continue to remain." Lang Yin said nothing further, merely nodded and walked slowly toward the black BMW that had been waiting nearby. After opening the door and taking her seat, she swiftly departed, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. As Qin Peng watched Lang Yan's retreating figure, his mind was solely occupied with her recent words, entirely oblivious to her departure in the vehicle. "Sister, was that the person who sought you out for the match earlier? They appear quite young. Can they be relied upon? By the way, did we win today?" As the man driving chuckled and inquired of the aloof cold Yin seated beside him, he remained oblivious to her expression. He continued with a smile, "Rest assured, my brother will certainly assist you. Just be cautious once you arrive. If anything arises, make sure to call me first." The siblings exchanged laughter and engaged in light-hearted conversation. However, had Qin Peng and his companions witnessed Cold Yan's demeanor at that moment, their jaws would undoubtedly have dropped in astonishment. Who could have imagined that the frosty goddess, who presented herself as an ice queen before everyone, could also embody such a playful and endearing young girl? Meanwhile, as Cold Yin departed, Lu Xueqing, along with Yuan Cheng and their group, hastily followed. Upon noticing Qin Peng's seemingly untroubled expression, they collectively sighed in relief. On the way back to the internet CAF, the group appeared somewhat disheartened. Qin Peng, observing their demeanor, concealed his own disappointment and attempted to offer words of consolation. Upon hearing Qin Peng's remarks, the group's expression softened slightly. Yuan Cheng, as if struck by a thought, inquired of Qin Peng, "What did the captain of the Up team say to you just now?" Recalling the captain's words whispered in his ear during the event, Qin Peng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, It was nothing significant, just some post-match pleasantries. Soon, everyone temporarily set aside their disappointment from the recent competition and began to discuss the team's future direction. However, according to Can Lin Feng's perspective, it was imperative to intensify their training following this league, for the national tournament was merely half a month away. The upcoming fortnight of practice would ultimately determine how far Can Lin Feng and his comrades could advance in the national competition. The journey back to the Internet CAF was rather lengthy, and gradually, the group grew weary from their discussions and dozed off in the vehicle. After 3 consecutive matches, especially in such formal settings, fatigue had indeed taken its toll. As Can Lin gazed out at the swiftly passing skyscrapers, he resolutely vowed, regardless of how many formidable teams, like the Up team or even stronger, lay ahead, he would lead his brothers to the pinnacle of success. Before arriving at the Internet CAF, Lu Xueqing had already placed a call to inform Louis about the outcome of the match. However, on one hand, Can Lin Feng and his team held little affection for Lu Yi, and on the other, they were eager to collapse into a deep slumber after the competition. Thus, Can Lin Feng politely declined Lu Yi's kind offer. Lu Yi, unfazed, warmly welcomed Can Lin Feng and his companions inside. Once they returned to their room, Yuan Qing and the others immediately fell onto their beds, adopting a carefree attitude, as if to say that any significant matters could wait until after their rest. Once everyone was settled in for the night, Lu Xueqing signaled to Can Lin Feng to step outside for a conversation, indicating that there were important matters to discuss. Can Lin Feng was not taken aback. With the competition concluded, it was indeed time to address certain issues. Upon hearing Lu Xueqing's words, Can Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. Indeed. It is wonderful that you can discern my thoughts. At the moment, I certainly do not intend for the team to remain in this Internet CAF, especially with the National League about to commence. I aspire to lead them onward. Even if we do not reach the pinnacle this time, there will be opportunities in the future. With that, he cast a smile towards Yuan Qing and the others, who were peacefully slumbering inside the room. Lu Xueqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued with a smile. I understand your intentions, so I will promptly assist you in finding suitable accommodations. You can continue as you did before. Leave everything to me. In a residence near the Jintong Internet CAF, Louis and Lu Xueqing sat facing each other, both adorned with smiles, seemingly engaged in a delightful conversation. Lu Yi, clearly taken aback by Lu Xueqing's timing for such a discussion, paused momentarily before responding with an even broader smile. Is the Internet CAF too noisy for you? Not to worry. I can officially designate the competition area as a soundproof zone, and we can set it up anew. If the living conditions are uncomfortable, I can assist them in finding a place nearby, and I will cover the rent. Xueqing, you know that the team has just secured the championship. This is indeed a prime opportunity for promotion. Lu Xueqing had long anticipated that Lu Yi would not acquiesce so easily. She spread her hands and remarked with a cold smile, "Do refrain from calling me Xueqing, Mr. Lu. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion, and I merely hope that in the end, everyone can bid farewell with joy. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Xueqing's words, Lu Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his smile becoming somewhat rigid. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Lu Xueqing had already picked up her bag from behind and was preparing to depart. The sound of her high heels striking the floor as she walked away resonated in Lu Yi's heart like a heavy hammer, causing a tumult of emotions to wash over his face. When he finally glimpsed the name of the last signatory, Lu Yi's countenance twisted into a grimace. In a fit of rage, he overturned the coffee table before him, his hands resting defiantly on his hips as he bellowed, "You wretched woman. You didn't exhibit this attitude when you took my money. Now that the matter is settled, you think you can simply walk away? I scoff, not a chance." With that, he tore the cooperation document in his hands, his body swaying slightly as he exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to participate in the national competition? Very well. Let us see how you manage that." He flung the shredded papers into the air, which scattered around him, lending an air of madness to his demeanor. Meanwhile, Can Lin Feng and his companions slept soundly until the following morning. As they prepared to leave, they were astonished to find Lu Xueqing waiting for them outside. With a radiant smile, she announced, "I have already found a suitable house for you, and the price is quite reasonable. Now, gather your belongings and let us set off together." With that, she stood there, beaming as she observed their reactions. Yuan Qing, finally coming to his senses, eagerly joined in the hustle to pack their things. Can Lin Feng tidied up swiftly, and after completing his task, he carried a small bag to the side of Lu Xueqing, who stood outside with an air of contemplation. The bag contained little of substance, merely a few articles of clothing and some daily necessities. observing Lu Xueqing, who appeared somewhat preoccupied. Qin Peng set down his belongings and gently patted her shoulder, softly inquiring, "Is the situation difficult to resolve? You haven't had a falling out with your uncle, have you?" Without hesitation, Qin Peng proclaimed, "As long as it is within my capability, feel free to express your needs." Witnessing Qin Peng's earnest demeanor, Lu Xueqing stifled a laugh and, after a moment, spoke to him with utmost seriousness. "In the days to come, allow me to take the role of your team leader." Just as Qin Peng was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly reacted, exclaiming, "What?" Lu Xueqing, amused by his expression, chuckled once more. "You heard me correctly. I genuinely wish to be your leader. Given the current circumstances, your team surely requires someone to attend to your daily needs. I am not averse to hard work. Although my assistance will be limited to preparing 3 meals a day, you will still need to handle your laundry yourselves." Pausing for a moment and noticing Qin Peng deep in thought, she continued, "I do not require a salary from you. And I shall also assist in gathering information on other teams. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." It was Lu Xueqing's final statement that resonated with Qin Peng. He promptly extended his hand towards her, a serious expression adorning his face as he declared, "May our collaboration be fruitful." Such an outcome seemed to have long been anticipated by Lu Xueqing, who graciously extended her hand to shake hands with Qin Peng, equally proclaiming, "A pleasant cooperation." No one could have foreseen that Qin Peng's decision today would lead to the emergence of the Data Queen in the years to come. At that time, any team across the globe, upon learning they were to face Qin Peng and his companions, would undoubtedly first feel trepidation towards the meticulous Data Queen, Lu Xueqing, capable of analyzing every member's data with unparalleled precision. Before long, the group had gathered their belongings and set forth with Lu Xueqing on their journey to their new home. In truth, what everyone referred to as luggage consisted merely of a few scattered articles of clothing and some daily necessities. Standing at the entrance of the internet CAF, Qin Peng, Yuan Qing, and Wang Tao gazed wistfully at the impending farewell to their second abode. Noticing the melancholic expressions on the trio's faces, Qin Shan stepped forward and inquired, "Peng Gu, what troubles you?" Qin Peng shook his head and, with a smile directed at Qin Shan, replied, "It's nothing. Just a moment of reflection. Perhaps when you eventually switch residences with us, you will grasp our sentiments." Qin Shan, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Lu Xueqing, who had been lingering nearby, approached to offer reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. I believe in your potential. As long as you persist, a bright future awaits." Qin Peng and his companions harbored similar hopes for the future. Observing the comforting words from others, the trio soon smiled and let go of their nostalgia. Continuing onward with Lu Xueqing toward their new residence, a group of individuals traversed the path, undeniably captivating, primarily due to the radiant presence of Lu Xueqing at the forefront. Each appearance she made seemed to embody a distinct style, as if any attire donned by her would invariably enhance her allure. As they ambled along, Wu Yu suddenly recalled something and inquired of Qin Peng, "Where is Lang Yin? Will she continue to stay with us?" Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, the others promptly realized that, after their defeat yesterday, they had forgotten this matter amidst their exhaustion. Qin Peng feigned mystery with a smile, assuring, "Fear not. Since she has arrived, I have no intention of letting her go." Yuan Sheng, unimpressed, leaned closer to Qin Peng with a mischievous grin, saying, "Brother Peng, you already have Sister Xueqing. Leave Lang Yin to me." He punctuated his statement with playful winks directed at Qin Peng. Qin Peng was momentarily speechless, as Wang Tao, ever the instigator, continued to tease Yuan Qing. With a dismissive gesture, he remarked, "Some individuals are akin to the toads on the ground. Yet they constantly fancy themselves as toads of grandeur." "Impertinent Wang Tao, repeat that," Yuan Qing retorted, irked, as he pursued Wang Tao, and the two resumed their playful scuffle. Thus, the group, filled with laughter and merriment, soon arrived at their new residence alongside Lu Xueqing. The accommodation she had procured was located within a modestly sized community not far from an internet CAF, although the community itself appeared somewhat small. Each building was adorned with unique decor, exuding an inviting and pleasant ambience. A group of individuals meandered through the enchanting scenery of the neighborhood, guided by Lu Xueqing as they ascended to their destination. Upon entering the abode, they were immediately greeted by a delightful floral fragrance. Although the space was not particularly vast, somewhat smaller than the residence of Wang Tao, the overall decor exuded a refined elegance, suggesting that the previous occupant had a penchant for the finer things in life. As they prepared to take their leave, Qin Peng hurriedly caught up with Lu Xueqing. producing the 10,000 yuan he had won from a recent competition and offering it to her. You have always been there to assist us. But this time we have earned a prize from the competition, so you must accept this money. I understand that such a residence likely incurs a cost far exceeding this amount for 6 months, yet I implore you not to refuse my gesture. Initially reluctant to accept, Lu Xueqing was swayed by Qin Peng's sincerity and, with a smile, accepted the funds before bidding him farewell. It is worth noting that although Qin Peng and his companions had won a total of 30,000 yuan from the competition, they had not remained at the internet CAF long enough for Lu Yi to distribute the promised prize money. However, they were unfazed by this, content to have secured their freedom thanks to Lu Yi. After exploring the rooms, they discovered that the dwelling comprised 3 bedrooms and a living area. Qin Peng reiterated the request made by Long Yin for each person to occupy a separate room, to which everyone readily agreed. Consequently, Qin Peng would share a room with Qing Shan, while Yuan Cheng, Wang Tao, and Huoyu would squeeze into another. Everyone was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Having a place to reside is already a significant blessing. Furthermore, it is inconceivable for the icy goddess, Lang Yin, to share a room with mere mortals such as ourselves. This was Yuan Cheng's contemplation. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their satisfaction. Once the computers and network cables were arranged, the task was largely accomplished, and thus, the new abode took on its general form. Upon entering, Lu Xueqing was intrigued by the 6 neatly arranged computers and inquired, "Oh, have you prepared a computer for me as well?" Qin Peng quickly replied, "Xueqing, do you also play League of Legends? I will configure another computer for you in a few days. By the way, Long Yin should be arriving in the next couple of days, along with Qing Shan. So we will have 6 people in total." He finished with an embarrassed scratch of his head. Lu Xueqing had merely been jesting, and upon seeing Qin Peng's earnest expression, she couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I was just teasing you. Come on, let's eat." Having rushed out without breakfast that morning, lunch was swiftly devoured amidst the enthusiastic competition among the group. After the meal, Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao reclined on the sofa in the living room, savoring the moment. "This is truly the life that young people ought to lead, comfortable and far superior to living in an internet CAF," remarked Yuan Cheng. He was indeed correct. While the internet CAF was not devoid of certain amenities, it felt somewhat dim and oppressive. When they had resided in the room behind the CAF, the 5 of them had to endure the sweltering heat, with only 2 fans for comfort. Fortunately, the back of the CAF was relatively ventilated, otherwise, they might have perished from the heat. In stark contrast, this new home, with the air conditioning on, offered unparalleled comfort. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng chuckled, not missing the opportunity to chide Yuan Cheng. "You can't keep the air conditioning running every day. The utility bills must be paid separately." This remark landed on Yuan Cheng like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his earlier good spirits. He waved his hand towards Qin Peng, saying, I know. I'll be more mindful in the future." Observing Yuan Cheng's exasperation, Qin Peng could only smile in response. He, along with Huoyu and Qing Shan, proceeded to tidy up the remnants of their meal. Lu Xueqing had arrived only after the others had finished eating, and as she sat there watching Qin Peng and the others engage in their light-hearted banter, she couldn't help but feel that the 5 of them were increasingly resembling a cohesive team. Primarily, it was the ease with which Qin Peng, Wang Tao, and Yuan Cheng interacted that fostered this camaraderie. Just like when Huoyu first joined, there was no pretense among them, allowing Huoyu to integrate seamlessly into their group. Although Huoyu had become somewhat reticent over time, it did not diminish the bond shared among the 5. Once everything was tidied up, Lu Xueqing gathered everyone around. As she pulled out a bundle of items wrapped in paper from her bag, resembling discs, she smiled and announced to everyone, "These are the competition videos from the last national tournament that I managed to procure. They encompass all match records starting from the top 16. While these videos can also be found online, I decided to have them all engraved onto discs to prevent any loss." Qin Peng was the first to rush to Lu Xueqing's side, snatching the paper package from her hands. With great care, he opened it to reveal a substantial stack of discs, each adorned with labels clearly indicating which teams were competing against one another in the respective matches. Observing this, Qin Peng felt a surge of gratitude toward Lu Xueqing. The meticulousness with which she had organized these materials surely required considerable time and effort. Reflecting on her earlier declaration of her intention to lead the team, Qin Peng realized that Lu Xueqing's words were not mere rhetoric. As their gazes met, Lu Xueqing held Qin Peng's intense stare for a moment. However, Overwhelmed by the fervor in his eyes, she eventually averted her gaze and addressed the others, stating, "Although these match videos are from last year and many strategies have likely evolved since then, you can still analyze the tactics of this formidable team. In any case, let us all strive forward." At this moment, apart from Qin Peng, the others remained unaware that Lu Xueqing had already taken on the role of team leader. Yet, it seemed that no one was particularly concerned. To them, Lu Xueqing always appeared at their most critical times, providing precisely what they needed. A few of them enthusiastically exclaimed, "All right, now that everything is in place, it is truly time to intensify our efforts." As the group delved into studying the discs, Lu Xueqing quietly slipped out of the room, unnoticed by anyone but Qin Peng. Observing Lu Xueqing's quiet departure, Qin Peng felt that the more favors he owed her, or rather, the more she aided him and the team, the deeper his feelings for her became. However, when faced with perplexing matters, Qin Peng typically set them aside. If something remained unclear, he preferred to focus on the tasks at hand. Once Lu Xueqing had left, the group deliberated and ultimately decided to wait for Long Yan's arrival before proceeding with their observations. Having an additional person present might yield further insights, and at this moment, Yuan Qing and the others held a great appreciation for Lang Yan's skills. After all, it was no easy feat for a woman to reach the same heights as her male counterparts, let alone surpass many of them. Qin Peng couldn't help but wonder if Long Yan would arrive soon. With this thought, he meticulously reviewed the preparations he had made for her and tidied up once more. Finally feeling at ease, the afternoon passed swiftly amidst the training sessions of the group, and after dinner, they gathered to converse. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Peng dashed to the door, but remembering that Lu Xueqing was still there, he hesitated and sheepishly remarked to her, "It might be Long Yan. I'll go answer it." Seeing Qin Peng's demeanor, Lu Xueqing chuckled nonchalantly, "Just open it. Do you need to consult me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Qin and the others erupted into laughter. Ignoring their teasing, Qin Peng felt embarrassed, but continued on to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, Qin Peng was greeted by the sight of Long Yan standing outside. He promptly invited her inside. Upon entering, Long Yan was met with warm greetings from Yuan Cheng and the others, to which she merely inclined her head in acknowledgement. Lu Xueqing, however, scrutinized the woman before her. Having not paid much attention during the competition, she now found Long Yan somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, she soon rose with a smile and approached Long Yan to extend her greetings, to which Long Yan replied, "Hello," though the conversation did not progress further. Qin Peng guided Long Yan to her designated room, and she expressed no objections to the accommodation they had prepared for her, simply nodding in agreement. After closing the door behind her, Qin Peng intended to allow Long Yan some privacy to settle in. Once the door was shut, Lang Yan promptly dropped her luggage and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming to herself how comfortable it was. However, she felt a twinge of embarrassment from the attention she received upon her arrival. Meanwhile, outside the door, Qin Peng and the others remained oblivious to the scene unfolding within the room. Yuan Cheng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, fixated his gaze on Qin Peng, while Qin Peng feigned indifference, taking a seat beside Lu Xueqing. He casually initiated a conversation, sharing laughter with her. Observing the smile shared between Qin Peng and Lu Xueqing, Yuan Qing could not contain himself and gestured a playful insult towards Qin Peng, exclaiming, "Come on. The girls are all for Brother Peng. What are we supposed to do?" In the days that followed, life for Qin Peng and his companions continued as usual, albeit with subtle changes brought about by Lang Yan's presence. For instance, on the second day after Long Yan arrived at the house, she prominently displayed 3 prohibitions in the living room. First, please wear appropriate clothing at home. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Second, kindly flush the toilet after use. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Third, please strictly adhere to the above stipulations. Otherwise, in the event of any mishap, you shall bear the consequences. However, just a day later, Yuan Sheng became remarkably obedient, promptly pressing the flush button after using the restroom, and refrained from being bare-chested at home as he had previously. Wang Tao had once inquired discreetly whether Lang Yan had exerted any influence over Yuan Qing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing shuddered and hastily covered Wang Tao's mouth, a tear seemingly glistening in the corner of his eye. "Do not mention it. Just be more cautious in the future." Sigh. It was not until much later, during a meal together, when a tipsy Yuan Qing was asked about this matter. The usually cheerful Yuan Qing, surprisingly, spoke with a quivering voice. "If it were you, and you woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, only to find Lang Yin, dressed like a ghost, standing beside you, ominously reminding you to flush. Would you not be frightened? The others erupted in laughter, as Lang Yin had always been perceived as an exceptionally aloof woman in their eyes. It was fortunate that it was Yuan Qing. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have wet themselves. However, whether Yuan Qing indeed had such an accident remained a mystery. Thus, as time passed, they cohabitated for a week. The disc that Lu Xueqing had sent was nearly viewed by all, and they focused on analyzing the strategies of several teams. Overall, even if they were to encounter such circumstances in the future, they would have a good understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Certainly, apart from watching the matches, training is indispensable in our daily routine. On one hand, it serves to solidify and enhance our skills, while on the other, it fosters the synergy and understanding among teammates during competitions. At present, although everyone has been performing well, there remain areas for improvement. The primary focus is on Yuan Qing's mid-lane performance, a challenge that Lang Yin has adeptly addressed. He has tirelessly dedicated himself to coaching Yuan Qing, who often emerges from their training sessions with a forlorn expression, eliciting sympathetic glances from the others. Nevertheless, Lang Yin remains genuinely committed to instructing Yuan Qing. As a result, Yuan Qing's ability to withstand pressure in the lane has markedly improved. He is no longer susceptible to suffering first blood within the first 5 minutes at Lang Yin's hands. Moreover, Qin Ping and the others have recently come to realize that Lang Yin, in addition to excelling as a support, possesses formidable prowess as a mid-laner. While Yuan Qing's skills in this role are not particularly remarkable, he is nonetheless engaged in extensive training, particularly focusing on resilience under pressure. No one anticipated that during their first mid-lane confrontation, Lang Yin would dominate Yuan Qing, using Sona to decisively defeat Yuan Qing's proud Akali at level 2, leaving Yuan Qing with lingering apprehension whenever he sees Lang Yin play Sona. Despite this, Qin Ping has no intention of substituting Lang Yin for the mid-lane. On one hand, Yuan Qing is currently on an upward trajectory, with significant potential for growth, and on the other, with Lang Yin supporting the bottom lane, they typically establish a commanding dominance. This is not to say that Qing Shan's support is lacking. Rather, Lang Yin's understanding of the game dynamics far exceeds that of Qing Shan. However, at present, Qin Peng harbors a plan. When the National League commences, he intends to maintain the current lineup. Should they encounter formidable opponents, he will allow Lang Yin to assume the mid-lane role, thereby introducing an element of surprise. During their recent practice sessions, Yuan Qing often takes it upon himself to sit behind Lang Yin, facilitating his transition to mid-lane, while Qing Shan fills in the support position. It must be said that after several matches played in this manner, the team collectively agrees that the results have been quite favorable. Firstly, Wang Tao is no longer required to remain in the mid lane for at least the first 10 minutes, vigilantly guarding against Yuan Qing's potential harassment. Instead, he can roam freely across all 3 lanes, incessantly seeking opportunities to gank. The evidence supports this shift. Wang Tao, unconfined by the mid lane, often becomes a nightmare for the opposing team across all lanes. There exists a pattern in Wang Tao's jungle play. Whenever he ganks a lane, he is nearly guaranteed to secure a kill, provided that the enemy jungler does not intervene. Yuan Qing, seated behind Lang Yin, once recorded Wang Tao's success rate for lane ganks, which hovers around 90%. It is worth noting that even though these are not formal competitions, the skill level has escalated to that of the highest rank, and the opponents faced are no longer the weaklings of yore. Typically, they are evenly matched against Qin Peng's team, and even if they find themselves at a disadvantage, it is seldom catastrophic. Given this context, Wang Tao's performance as a jungler becomes exceedingly crucial. He has proven himself worthy of the team's expectations, gradually growing more astute and adept at handling each gank with composure. However, in most instances, Qin Peng and his team would adhere to their previous lineup, for it was, after all, the squad that would truly take the stage during the competition. During the training matches, Yuan Qing, playing mid lane, consistently exhibited a remarkably aggressive style, often utilizing some rather unconventional champions. In Yuan Qing's own words, obscure does not equate to weak, and it is easier for opponents to be oblivious to your true capabilities, allowing for a sudden and unexpected strike. Cold Yen, present at the scene, was notably impressed by Yuan Qing's performance and offered him rare praise. Time slipped away amidst the fervent training of the group, and outside, the weather grew increasingly warm. Yet, as August approached its midpoint, it was believed that such sweltering conditions would not linger for long. During this period, Qin Ping made several calls home, merely to reassure his family and to implore his parents not to worry about him. Additionally, Ning Jing planned to visit Nanjing before the school term commenced to see Qin Peng. Ultimately, Qin Peng could not withstand his sister's persistent pleas and agreed to her visit. With Ning Jing confirming her arrival in 3 days, glancing at the calendar, Qin Peng noted that after Ning Jing's departure, there would be but a week remaining until the preliminary dates of the National League, compelling him to intensify his training efforts. On this particular day, as was customary, a few individuals gathered at their computers after lunch to continue their training. Lu Xueqing would invariably leave at the most opportune moments. Qin Peng harbored a unique sentiment towards Lu Xueqing, who consistently dedicated herself in silence. However, such feelings were not at the forefront of Qin Peng's thoughts. His focus was directed toward the imminent National League. Once again, victory was theirs, and this time the opponents posed little challenge. I never anticipated my prowess had reached such heights. After completing a match, Yuan Cheng reclined comfortably in his chair, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face as he remarked, "Is that so?" It seems some players were eliminated during the second level, only managing to retaliate with the help of their jungler. Seated at the edge, Leng Yin took a slow sip of water and spoke. Yuan Cheng, unafraid to counter anyone's criticisms, held a peculiar reverence for Leng Yin. Upon hearing her words, he hastily returned to his screen, fingers dancing swiftly across the mouse, engaged in some unknown task. Qin Peng chuckled from the side. "All right, Leng Yin. Yuan Qing did perform admirably this match, despite a few missteps. Overall, it was commendable." At Qin Peng's comment, Leng Yin merely nodded, resuming her icy demeanor. Qin Peng had grown accustomed to her disposition, and amid their banter, they commenced the next game. As their ranked points climbed ever higher, the wait during matchmaking felt interminable. Yet, amidst their laughter and chatter, they entered the game interface, and after selecting their characters, they plunged into the virtual arena. As the loading screen of the game appeared, Wang Tao immediately called out the name of the opposing team, Pinggu. They are one of the top 4 teams from the last national tournament, the Tianqing team. However, judging by the name, it seems to be merely their second squad. But just look at their ADC's name. This is undoubtedly the ID of the first team SADC. Lone Wolf. As Wang Tao's words fell, Qin Peng and the others quickly turned their attention to the opposing ID. Upon confirming its authenticity, their expressions turned somewhat grave. Lone Wolf is a formidable ADC from the Tianqing team, consistently holding the title of the top ADC in the country. Many ADC players who focus on the bottom lane are well acquainted with his name, and Qin Peng is no exception. However, he did not allow himself to appear overly anxious. Throughout his rigorous training, Qin Peng struggled to find a worthy adversary in the bottom lane, and now, facing the renowned Lone Wolf, only a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. Meanwhile, Leng Yin unconsciously tightened her grip on the mouse. Although she seldom followed the League of Legends tournaments, she was at least aware that beneath the title of the country's top ADC lay an indomitable strength. Before long, Qin Peng and his team plunged into the game. In this match, Wang Tao chose to play as Jax in the jungle, to ensure a smooth start. He had previously informed Qin Peng and the others to initiate with a blue buff at level 1. Although there had been prior studies on the tactical maneuvers of the Tianqing team, they now faced the second squad of the same team. Aside from their bottom lane ADC, the Lone Wolf, Qin Peng and his companions remained entirely ignorant of the specific strategies employed by the other players. Wang Tao's approach was indeed prudent. Without a clear understanding of the opposing jungler's capabilities, and considering that he was utilizing Jax, an early-game hero highly reliant on leveling up, any targeted aggression from the enemy could plunge all lanes into dire straits. As time ticked to around 2 minutes, Qin Peng and Leng Yin finally made their appearance in the bottom lane. The Lone Wolf, wielding Lucian as his ADC, was soon accompanied by his support, Thresh, as they approached the lane. Qin Peng opted for Vayne, a champion he had been consistently practicing, while Leng Yin selected Janna as the support, maximizing Vayne's output potential. The process of last-hitting minions is monotonous for any player. However, one could observe Vayne and Lucian in the bottom lane, exchanging blows while simultaneously securing last hits. Thresh, ever the opportunist, made several tentative attempts with his Q. But after finding no success, he settled into a protective stance beside Lucian. Gradually, bolstered by Janna's shields, Vayne managed to gain a slight edge in their occasional skirmishes. Yet, the advantage was not particularly pronounced. The Lone Wolf's Lucian exhibited an astute understanding of the lane dynamics, adeptly discerning when to engage and when to retreat, showcasing a remarkably stable playstyle. Seated behind Qin Peng, Yuan Qing was utterly mesmerized. He had never witnessed such fierce competition between two ADCs who had not missed a single minion. Both sides boasted an equal number of last hits and nearly identical health pools, engaging in a simultaneous exchange of blows that rendered them evenly matched. After returning home to replenish their supplies, they resumed their pursuit of controlling Vayne on the lane. Qin Peng moved his fingers slightly, realizing that his mouse was slick with the perspiration from his palms. Despite his wry smile, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Such an opponent was not one to be encountered casually. While it appeared that the two were evenly matched, Qin Peng felt deeply aware of the reality after a prolonged exchange. Although reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Lone Wolf's mastery of ADC surpassed his own. For one, the opposing Thresh, aside from occasionally harassing him with basic attacks, consistently missed his Q skill, indicating a lack of proficiency. Yet therein lay the crux of the issue. Even with Thresh acting as a formidable presence akin to a super minion, Lone Wolf managed to hold his own against both Qin Peng and Lung Yan. Each time Lung Yan perfectly anticipated and executed his Q skill, Lucian deftly sidestepped it with ease. If it were not for the shield provided by Janna, Qin Peng's Vayne would likely have found herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, anyone familiar with Lone Wolf would have noticed that he only reached for his water cup when faced with a formidable adversary, reminiscent of a parched desert wolf, yearning for the refreshing waters of a spring after enduring a long drought. Once, it was discovered that the players of Team 2 were engaged in a delightful session of ranked matches. The solitary wolf, finding himself unoccupied, decided to join in, interrupting the ADC of Team 2, who was thoroughly enjoying the game. After a series of consecutive victories, however, the solitary wolf found his enthusiasm waning. Yet, during this brief landing phase, he stumbled upon an ADC player he had never heard of or encountered before. Although Lucian's inherent ability to dominate Vayne in the early game allowed him to hold his ground in skirmishes, the solitary wolf could not contain his excitement. He had forgotten how long it had been since he bore the title of the #1 ADC in the domestic server. And aside from renowned ADC players from foreign teams, it had been ages since he had seen anyone domestically who could match his prowess. He licked his parched lips, feeling as though the very blood coursing through his veins was igniting with fervor. Meanwhile, the players of Team 2, sitting beside the solitary wolf, were equally astonished to encounter an ADC capable of challenging him so fiercely on the domestic server. It was no wonder the solitary wolf had grown increasingly serious. In this fleeting moment, Wang Tao's Jax had already traversed the middle lane, successfully coordinating with Yuan Qing and Huiyu to eliminate the opposing laners. It seemed both junglers had reached an unspoken agreement. Regardless of the skirmishes in other lanes, they would refrain from interfering in the bottom lane, allowing both ADCs to engage in an unrestrained battle. Even though the players of Team 2 in the top and middle lanes had met their demise once, the solitary wolf remained oblivious, continuing to clash with Vayne in the bottom lane, his focus unwavering. However, as Vayne's level increased, Lucian began to feel increasingly outmatched. At this juncture, Thresh's contributions were rendered almost negligible, while the synergy between Vayne and Janna was nothing short of seamless, amplifying Lucian's mounting pressure. As Lucian's Q ability once again missed its mark, the minion wave gradually advanced towards Vayne's first tower. Lucian resolved to follow suit, intending to chip away at Vayne beneath the tower. Yet, the lone wolf beside him suddenly shouted, "Don't go." Alas, it was too late. Thresh had already lunged towards Vayne. Just as Thresh made contact and prepared to unleash his ultimate ability, Janna sprang into action. A Q ability, charged unbeknownst to them from behind, swept in unexpectedly, catching Thresh off guard and propelling him upward. In the next moment, Janna flashed between Thresh and Lucian. A more ferocious whirlwind erupted, sending Lucian tumbling backward, while Thresh, having just used his E ability on Vayne and under the assault of the tower, was forced even further into its range. Quickly regaining her composure, Vayne activated her ultimate, using a Q ability to reposition above Thresh. She then unleashed her E ability, a colossal bolt, pinning Thresh against the wall behind the tower, followed by a torrent of relentless damage. Although Lucian immediately retaliated with his E ability and unleashed his ultimate, the shield enveloping Vayne rendered her impervious. She stood firm, dealing damage to Thresh while simultaneously absorbing Lucian's ultimate from behind. Soon, the true damage from W was triggered twice, coupled with several shots from the turret, ultimately leading to Thresh's demise beneath the tower. During this prolonged landing phase, Vayne initially gained the upper hand. A closer examination reveals that Thresh's fate was sealed the moment he stepped out of the brush, intending to hook Vayne. Initially, Vayne remained stationary and was ensnared by Thresh's hook. Naturally, the ever-hopeful Thresh approached, eager to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Janna had already preemptively positioned herself behind Thresh, habitually charging her Q ability. With a well-timed flash and ultimate, she successfully eliminated Thresh. In the training room of Tianqing, disregarding the incessant apologies from the support of the second team, the solitary wolf observed Vayne, who had claimed a kill and was poised to continue pressuring Lucian. In this situation, most would instinctively flee upon witnessing their support's demise, especially when faced with an aggressive opponent. However, the solitary wolf exhibited a different resolve. Unbeknownst to him, Lucian was preparing to unleash his abilities towards him. Caught off guard, he failed to evade Lucian's onslaught and was subsequently targeted. Although Janna is renowned for her exceptional protection of the ADC, she had already expended all her skills, and given her inherent fragility, she quickly succumbed to Lucian's relentless assault. Although Vayne continuously harassed Lucian from the sidelines, Lucian's own condition was far from poor. Moreover, in the hands of the lone wolf, Lucian's skill set unleashed its power with remarkable swiftness. Previously, Lung Yin had already used her flash, and ultimately, she could only be pursued and eliminated by Lucian's E ability, followed by 2 basic attacks enhanced by his passive. At that moment, Janna's Q ability and shield had only just cooled down, which illustrates the extraordinary output potential of Lucian. His prowess was undeniable. Lung Yin seldom praised others, but in the face of such a formidable ADC, any commendation would be justified. Qin Peng nodded gravely. To be able to 1v2 under those circumstances, killing the support and escaping unscathed, it was evident that the lone wolf had meticulously calculated the mutual damage and the cooldowns of Janna's skills prior to the skirmish. Such formidable strength, coupled with keen observational skills, affirmed the lone wolf's status as the #1 ADC in the nation. While the bottom lane was momentarily a back-and-forth exchange, the outcome in other lanes had already been determined. Clearly, the second team of the Tianqing squad displayed some naivety, as numerous crucial combinations had been executed with errors. Wang Tao, however, seized several opportunities, leading to the collapse of the top and mid lanes. At this point, the opposing top and mid could only rely on the jungler's assistance to develop cautiously. Time swiftly passed to the 20-minute mark, and the advantage in the mid lane for Qin Peng became increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the two sides engaged in constant skirmishes, with economic disparities nearly non-existent. Vayne had claimed 2 kills from Thresh, while Lucian had similarly taken down Janna twice. It is worth noting that Long Yan's support was significantly superior to the opposing Thresh. Yet she still fell victim to Lucian's opportunistic strikes on 2 occasions. As the battle progressed, Qin Peng found himself increasingly astonished. The lone wolf opposite him seemed akin to a finely tuned machine. No matter how the circumstances shifted, his actions exhibited no hint of error. Several times, had it not been for Qin Peng's swift reflexes, he would have been on the brink of being shot down by Lucian's dual pistols. Just as they all anticipated that the match would unfold into a prolonged endurance contest, the opposing players suddenly typed GG, followed by a system notification indicating their surrender. Qin Peng was momentarily taken aback, then set aside his headset, stretching his limbs as he fell into contemplation before the screen. This was prompted by the message from the lone wolf at the game's conclusion. It has been quite some time since I encountered an ADC capable of withstanding my onslaught for so long. You are commendable, but should we meet again, I shall bring my true support, allowing you to witness my genuine prowess. This message was sent to all, and Wang Tao and the others naturally took note. It was evident from the lone wolf's words that throughout this confrontation, he had perceived the match as a 1v2. A sentiment corroborated by his actual performance. Observing the slightly unsettled expressions of Wang Tao and the others, Yuan Qing wisely refrained from further inquiries, though his countenance still bore the mark of dissatisfaction. What did you say? Ling, who has engaged someone? Where? I shall head there immediately. The solitary wolf, initially engrossed in his game, reluctantly answered an incessantly ringing phone. Upon discovering that a crisis awaited him on the other end, he promptly hung up, casting a lingering glance at the computer screen. Yet, with resolute determination, he left a brief message in the game before hastily exiting without bidding farewell to anyone. Meanwhile, the absence of the solitary wolf, who had anchored the bottom lane, further exacerbated the already precarious situation for his team, compelling his teammates to surrender without hesitation. Qin Peng and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances. Their unexpected victory left them somewhat bewildered. As Qin Peng gently closed the door behind him, Hui let out a soft sigh. He had spent the longest time playing games with Qin Peng and was acutely aware that, throughout their gaming journey, Qin Peng had rarely encountered an opponent capable of besting him. This was partly due to Qin Peng's undeniable talent in esports, but also attributed to his indomitable spirit. Yu silently hoped that this match would not adversely affect him. After the match concluded, Lang Yin remained seated, motionless. Her heart undoubtedly filled with resentment at being bested in a 1v2 scenario. However, she quickly cast aside her frustration and resumed training with Wang Tao and the others. Back in his room, Qin Peng, weary, reclined on his bed, reflecting on the events of the match. With a sense of helplessness, he sat up again, staring down at his hands. He had always harbored a deep aversion to situations beyond his control, much like the recent match, where the formidable strength of his opponents left him feeling disoriented. Qin Peng, it seems you are still far from enough. Slowly withdrawing his hand, he leaned back, supporting himself with both hands. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until suddenly, Qin Peng chuckled, recalling the words of Lone Wolf at the conclusion of the game. With a hint of self-deprecation, he stroked his chin and remarked, "However, I shall not be underestimated. Just wait, the next time we meet. It will not be as simple as today." With that, he sprang from the bed, clenched his fist with determination, and strode purposefully toward the door. "Qishan, please step aside. Allow me to take the lead." Oh, Brother Peng, you're all right." "Yes, you can take the lead," Qishan replied, his voice brimming with delight, which was soon followed by the laughter of Yuan Qin and the others resonating in the hall. Indeed, no one could defeat him. Observing Qin Peng, who was fixated on the computer screen, his gaze grew increasingly sharp, while Yu, sitting nearby, offered a gentle smile. The confrontation with Lone Wolf had long since become a mere footnote in their lives. Although no one mentioned it anymore, it certainly did not mean it had been forgotten. Nowadays, apart from their essential daily training, the group rarely formed squads for ranked matches, instead opting for pairs to engage in duo queues. After all, their squad's ranking points had risen significantly, yet the competitors they faced were not as formidable as they had anticipated. The high-tier rankings in Area 1 remained a murky depth, for one could never ascertain whether their opponent was a professional team member or a renowned player from abroad. In addition to these matters, Qin Peng has recently been delving into strategies and tactics suitable for his team. Although his previous tactical implementations during the Internet CAF League were quite effective, they were based on past experiences. In the intense atmosphere of a national league, where formidable opponents abound, all teams are generally well acquainted with various strategies. If one fails to showcase their unique characteristics, it is destined that they will not progress far. Consequently, Qin Peng has become the busiest member of the entire team. Aside from training and duo queuing, he is also engrossed in devising tactics and seeking various avenues to engage other teams in practical battles. However, weaker teams lack pressure, while stronger teams may hesitate to engage with an unknown squad like his, questioning why they should invest their time in practice matches. At this juncture, Qin Peng increasingly feels the imperative to secure a prominent ranking in the National League. A championship from the Internet CAF League, at this moment, holds little weight. As time gradually passes, the moment Qin Peng had previously agreed upon with Ningjing arrives, and, as expected, she comes to Nanjing. To honor this occasion, Qin Peng dedicates a day to show her around the city, after which he entrusts her to Lu Xueqing. However, witnessing Ningjing's reluctant expression as Lu Xueqing takes her away, Qin Peng cannot help but reminisce about the days spent at home. Though those days were rather mundane, they were carefree and devoid of the current exhausting turmoil. Nevertheless, Qin Peng soon smiles and shakes his head, resolving to not dwell on the past and instead cherish each and every day he has in the present. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Before departing, Ningjing merely visited the residence of Qin Peng and his companions for a brief moment. Though Qin Peng felt a profound sense of reluctance to part with the whimsical young girl, upon witnessing his forlorn expression, she boldly patted her well-developed chest and proclaimed, "What's the big deal? This temporary farewell is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion in the future." With that, she confidently followed Lu Xueqing away from the dwelling, leaving a bewildered Qin Peng standing at the doorway, somewhat disoriented as he muttered to himself. How could such words come from Ningjing? Why do I find it so peculiar? After bidding farewell to Ningjing, Lu Xueqing contemplated visiting Qin Peng again. However, as she neared the entrance, she recalled Ningjing's words from the car. "Sister Xueqing, if you ever become my sister-in-law, I can rest assured in trusting my brother to you." Initially, Lu Xueqing dismissed it as a jest, but upon reflection, She pondered whether Qin Peng had confided in the girl about his feelings for her. The more she considered it, the more shy she became, ultimately hesitating at the door before deciding to turn away. As she descended the stairs, she whispered to herself, "This isn't an escape. What is it called again?" Ah, yes. As Ningjing said, a temporary separation is meant for a better reunion in the future. Yes, indeed. Yet, as she finished her thought, realizing she would soon return to deliver meals to them, Lu Xueqing could only shake her head in resignation and continue down the stairs. At this moment, Qin Peng was oblivious to the unfolding events, as he was engrossed in formulating a tactical strategy that he hoped to test with others during an intense training session. Just yesterday, Wang Tao had mysteriously informed Qin Peng that he had located a team suitable for practical training. Although Qin Peng felt a hint of skepticism, the prospect of having a sparring team was like a timely boon, providing him the opportunity to finally experiment with the strategies he had contemplated for days. While engaged in the tactical experiments, Qin Peng glanced at Wang Tao, who was deeply absorbed in a video game. Realizing that he must take the time to inquire further about his insights, the tactical trials yielded considerable success, instilling in Qin Peng an indescribable sense of accomplishment for the first time. Even the taciturn Huiyu broke his silence to remark that, with this strategy, they should at least secure a spot in the top 16, reinforcing Qin Peng's determination to delve deeper into tactical studies. Meanwhile, not far from where Qin Peng and his companions resided, in a dimly lit basement, a robust man sat in a chair, engaged in a phone conversation. Flanking him were two stern-faced individuals, each adorned with a menacing tiger head tattoo on their shoulders. The seated man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, deftly manipulated a finely crafted knife in his hand while conversing. The increasingly pronounced smile on his face indicated that the discussion was evidently quite appealing. "Boss Lu," he spoke. "The funds you provided last time have nearly run their course, and the brothers have been feeling quite fatigued from the recent stakeouts. Given this sweltering heat, don't you think it's time to show a little generosity?" On the other end of the line, a noticeably subdued voice inquired, "Wasn't 5,000 just given? Have you already spent it all? Yet, up until now, you have not made a move." The man, unfazed, continued, "How do you know I haven't acted? A few days ago, I intended to trouble that woman you mentioned, but to my surprise, she proved to be quite formidable. I have several of my brothers lying in the hospital, and I certainly haven't asked you to cover the medical expenses. All I seek now is a token of goodwill. Is it truly so difficult, Boss Lu? Your internet CAF business seems to be thriving. Perhaps I should pay you a visit in the coming days?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end seemed to have reached a reluctant decision. "Fine, I will provide you with another 10,000 this time. However, if this fails again, even if you were to demolish my CAF, I shall not part with another cent. I will transfer the money shortly. I hope you can honor your promise." The man chuckled heartily, his response measured and unhurried, revealing that such dealings were not new to him. "All right, as you wish. 10,000. Rest assured, you will see results in the coming days." With that, he ended the call. The individual behind him perceptively took the phone from his grasp and remarked, "It seems the boss will be securing another sum, yet those fellows have remained indoors, leaving us with no opportunity." Upon hearing this, the man rose from his chair, laughing heartily before turning his head with a sinister expression and declaring, "What is a promise worth? However, that woman has dared to strike my brothers, and this matter shall not be easily forgotten. Go. Instruct the others to keep a vigilant watch. Should anyone emerge, they must be marked." The individual beside him, upon hearing his words, revealed a cruel smile, assuring, "Rest assured, boss, if they dare to step outside, they will certainly learn a lesson." With a nod, he departed from the basement. Once the individual had left, the man dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he shouted, "Old Mao, are you busy lately?" "Not at all." "Perfect. Wait for me. I'm coming over to test my luck." "Haha, you think I'm short on cash? Don't worry. I'll repay you the money I owe from last time." With a chuckle, he ended the call and strode out of the basement. If at that moment Lu Xueqing had been present, she would undoubtedly recognize this man as the leader of the thugs who had previously ruined Lu Yi's internet CAF business. Meanwhile, Qin Peng and his team, having recently made progress, were filled with ambition as they continued their training, aiming for a remarkable performance in the National League, wholly unaware that a conspiracy was slowly unfolding around them. Before long, the day of the National League preliminaries arrived, just 3 days away. After more than 10 days of training, regardless of the extent of their individual skill enhancement, their teamwork had already surpassed the level of camaraderie they had experienced during the Internet CAF League. In the final 3 days of preparation, as Qin Ping advised, they maintained basic training without overexerting themselves, while also familiarizing themselves with tactics, ensuring everything would proceed smoothly. Yuan Qing and Wang Tao, upon hearing this, naturally felt elated. After completing the necessary training, they cheerfully greeted Qin Peng and his companions before excusing themselves under the pretext of purchasing daily necessities and hurriedly left. Qin Peng, observing his companions, Hui Yu, Leng Yan, and Qing Shan, who continued their training beside him, glanced at the phones hastily abandoned on the table by Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao as they rushed out. With a bemused smile and a shake of his head, he returned to training with the remaining individuals. Once outside, Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao exchanged gleeful glances, resembling untamed horses bolting down the stairs, clearly having already plotted their destination. Just as they reached the entrance of the community, a young man with bleached hair, who had been playing cards in the security room, turned to scrutinize the pair. Upon recognizing them, he abruptly discarded his hand of cards and dashed out of the security room. While hastily following the already distanced Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao, he pulled out his phone and dialed. "Hey, boss, the bird has flown the coop." Half an hour later, as Yuan Cheng emerged from a mid-range restaurant, he patted his now round belly and, still savoring the meal, said to Wang Tao beside him, "Burp. I've been eating bento boxes lately, and my stomach has protested. Nothing compares to real dishes with flavor. In a word, delightful." However, Wang Tao's expression suddenly turned serious as he approached and patted Yuan Cheng on the shoulder, saying, "Rascal, regardless of the outcome of the competition, I assure you that I will exert my utmost effort to ensure that we all continue to play together. Trust me." Observing Wang Tao's rare earnestness, Yuan Cheng chose not to respond verbally, merely nodding emphatically. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he forcefully swatted Wang Tao's hand off his shoulder and, taking advantage of Wang Tao's momentary surprise, playfully ruffled his hair with a firm grip. Instinctively, Wang Tao felt the urge to resist, exclaiming, "Rascal, what are you doing? That hurts." Yuan Cheng remained unfazed, using his other hand to touzle Wang Tao's hair further. "Little Tao, before you call me a rascal next time, remember to add bro after it. Do you understand, rascal bro?" At that moment, a young man unexpectedly dashed out from behind them. The two were oblivious as the youth swiftly snatched a bag from a woman who had been walking ahead and immediately turned to flee. Upon seeing this, Yuan Cheng instinctively pursued the young man without a second thought. Wang Tao, who had initially intended to make a sarcastic remark, could only sigh and hastily follow Yuan Cheng, muttering to himself, "This insufferable rascal, why does he always meddle in others' affairs?" Thus, the three individuals formed a straight line as they dashed down the street. The woman, whose bag had been snatched, ceased her cries upon seeing that they had run far away. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she swiftly retrieved her phone from her other pocket. The trap was set, the net was ready. Wang Tao, whose physical stamina was not particularly remarkable, felt on the verge of collapse and was contemplating a much-needed respite when the young man at the forefront abruptly veered into an alley. Yuan Cheng, however, maintained his pace, pursuing him into the narrow passage without hesitation. Wang Tao, unlike the worldly wise Yuan Cheng, instinctively sensed the danger of pressing on. Yet he had no choice but to follow Yuan Cheng into the alley. Upon entering, he discovered that the previously fleeing young man had come to a halt. Standing at the other end of the alley, a broad smile plastered across his face as he regarded Yuan Cheng. Wang Tao hastily restrained Yuan Cheng, who was poised to confront the young man, whispering urgently, "This situation feels off. We should leave quickly." Yet, Yuan Cheng shrugged off Wang Tao's grip. His large hands balled into fists, his face contorted with anger as he declared, "I detest these thieving scoundrels. I must settle the score with him today, come what may." With no means to dissuade him, Wang Tao remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings while assessing the young man across from them. However, due to the alley's narrow confines and Yuan Cheng's imposing stature, Wang Tao could only catch a glimpse of the young man's striking yellow hair, nothing more. Just as Yuan Cheng had grasped the collar of the young man with yellow hair and was poised to strike, the youth suddenly spoke, "Go ahead. I will certainly return the favor tenfold. You wish to leave now, but it is already too late." Although Yuan Cheng was typically oblivious, upon hearing the young man's words, he instinctively turned to glance behind him. To his dismay, he discovered that Wang Tao was surrounded by a group of over a dozen youths, each brandishing a club. In that moment of distraction, the yellow-haired youth seized the opportunity to break free from Yuan Cheng's grasp, continuing to smile as he taunted, "Aren't you quite the runner? Haha. Let us see how you escape now. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words again, Yuan Qing had finally regained his composure. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not ignore the fact that he had likely fallen into a trap set for him long ago. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yuan Qing called out loudly, "Who sent you here? Even if a confrontation is inevitable, at the very least, we deserve to know what we are up against." At Yuan Qing's declaration, the surrounding youths erupted into laughter. Once the mirth subsided, the previously mocking yellow-haired youth stepped forward, his face twisted in a menacing grin as he said, "When one is paid to do a job, one must fulfill their obligations. Surely, you are not unaware of this. Brothers, let us take good care of them." With that, he gestured sharply, and the youths behind him immediately prepared to charge at Yuan Qing and his companions, just as the individuals surrounding him were about to pounce. Yuan Qing clenched his teeth and said to Wang Tao, who stood beside him, "I will hold them off. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Save yourself if you can." Wang Tao understood that this was not the moment for hesitation and could only respond with a firm nod. Meanwhile, Huang Mao, seemingly the leader of the group, was unleashing a torrent of curses, exclaiming, "You useless bunch. How could you let one slip away with a dozen of you? Forget the chase. Focus on dealing with the remaining one." Ugh. After which, he spat in the direction where Wang Tao had vanished. Seeing that Wang Tao had already fled, Yuan Qing felt an immediate release of restraint. He stood up amidst the crowd, and in that brief moment, he took a few hits from behind. Once upright, he resolved to disregard those behind him and exerted all his strength towards Huang Mao's direction. On one hand, there were significantly fewer people here, and on the other, he was determined that even if he were to meet his end today, he would take someone down with him. As Huang Mao noticed Yuan Qing advancing towards him with a fierce demeanor, he quickly retreated a few steps while shouting, "Someone stop him! You pathetic lot!" Those nearby, no longer holding back, raised their clubs and swung them forcefully at Yuan Qing. Although Yuan Qing was robust, it was futile against the onslaught of more than 10 individuals wielding weapons. It seemed he was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Yuan Qing was uncertain of his feelings. He merely sensed something building within his chest, as if it were poised to erupt. After experimenting with various tactics alongside others, Qin Peng finally reclined in his chair, feeling somewhat fatigued. The others also rose from their seats to stretch their limbs. Sitting there, Qin Peng couldn't help but lament. "If I continue to sit like this every day, I might end up injuring my back before even winning a championship." At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Seconds later, having ended the call, Qin Peng leapt from his chair and headed for the door in haste. Seeing this, Huayu quickly grabbed him and inquired, "Who called?" Huayu paused momentarily before swiftly grasping the situation, calling upon the still uninformed Leng Yin and Qing Shan, and promptly following after Qin Peng. As they walked, they spoke. Though Huayu admitted, "I'm not entirely certain of the details." Leng Yin and Qing Shan soon recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further questioning. Quickly keeping pace with Huayu, the group hurried downstairs, only to find that Qin Peng had already vanished from sight. Recalling that Qin Peng had mentioned a hospital, Huayu swiftly exited the community and hailed a cab, racing alongside Lang Yin and the others toward the location. Upon arriving at the ward, Qin Peng was met with the sight of Yuan Qing, who lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his legs. Each step forward seemed to require an immense effort. Quietly, Qin Peng approached Yuan Qing's bedside, finally comprehending the extent of his injuries. Although his body was entangled in bandages, the steady and orderly sound of Yuan Qing's breathing allowed Qin Peng to finally exhale in relief. "Pengge, are you all right?" Upon hearing the voice, Qin Peng turned his head and discovered Wang Tao lying in the adjacent hospital bed. He forced a faint smile, replying, "I'm fine." Qin Peng himself was uncertain. It seemed that every time someone dear to him was injured before his eyes, he would irrationally act in ways he could not comprehend, perhaps simply because he cared too deeply. Observing Qin Peng's demeanor, which appeared unchanged, Wang Tao lowered his head with a tinge of guilt and spoke with a quivering voice, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Yuan Qing wouldn't have been so severely hurt." Wang Tao endeavored to emphasize the crucial points, and soon Qin Peng sat there, absorbing the entirety of the narrative in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Earlier, after Wang Tao's arrival, Yuan Qing had indeed charged like a bull, dispatching several youths. Yet he himself sustained considerable injuries, ultimately succumbing alongside Wang Tao to their assailants. Sensing that both had lost the will to resist, the leader of the group, A young man with bleached hair leisurely approached the two fallen figures, disdain etched on his face. "I detest witnessing such displays of brotherhood," he remarked. "Hand me a club. I shall conclude this." As his words faded, someone nearby presented him with a stick. The young man smirked cruelly, brandishing the club with a few menacing swings. At this moment, the other young men nearby had already subdued Yuan Cheng, who, as Huang Mao had anticipated, had completely lost his ability to resist. Huang Mao shook his head from side to side, raised the club in his hand, and shouted loudly, "Apologies." Wang Tao, lying helplessly on the side, could only watch in despair as the club descended swiftly. With each crack of the club, blood began to flow uncontrollably from Yuan Cheng's hands. Observing this scene, Huang Mao's eagerness intensified, and soon Wang Tao found himself similarly restrained by the surrounding youths, suspended beneath the relentless swings of Huang Mao's club. With no strength left, Wang Tao resignedly closed his eyes, awaiting the merciless impact of the club. With a resounding thud, the club struck his body, prompting Wang Tao to open his eyes in confusion. He had not felt any pain. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Yuan Cheng's already battered form collapsing onto his hands, and tears began to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. It seemed that upon witnessing Wang Tao's distress, Yuan Cheng struggled to move his lips for a moment before falling silent. Meanwhile, Huang Mao, enraged at Yuan Cheng for obstructing his swings, was frustrated that what he had expected to be a simple task had become so complicated due to this remarkably resilient individual. Just as Huang Mao kicked aside the unconscious Yuan Cheng, preparing to continue dealing with Wang Tao, a youth stationed at the alley's entrance shouted loudly, "Someone's coming with the police. We need to retreat." After speaking, he ran towards Huang Mao with the others, intending to leave through another alley. Realizing it was too late, Huang Mao spat menacingly on Yuan Cheng, muttering, "Consider yourselves fortunate, but be cautious in the future." With that, he hurriedly vanished alongside his companions. Finally feeling a sense of relief, Wang Tao caught a fleeting glimpse of Yuan Cheng lying on the ground before losing consciousness. Just before succumbing, he seemed to hear a multitude of voices surrounding him, and then everything faded into oblivion. Qin Peng remained silent for an extended period, while Wang Tao sat there, the earlier events replaying incessantly in his mind. The memory of Yuan Cheng shielding him from countless attacks filled him with profound guilt. Had he been of any assistance, Yuan Cheng would not be lying there in such a state. Soon after, Hui Yu and the others arrived at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, they first noticed Yuan Cheng and Wang Tao in their respective beds, and then saw Qin Peng lost in contemplation. The three of them exchanged glances at Wang Tao, assessing the situation before approaching him to quietly inquire about the events. Just as they were beginning to grasp the day's occurrences, Qin Peng suddenly interjected. What transpired today was certainly no coincidence. Rising from his chair, he fixed an intense gaze on Wang Tao and asked, "Xiao Tao, did you mention that those individuals were ultimately targeting the two of you?" Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Hui Yu first spoke up, "Shadow, we have all been cooped up at home training every day. How could we possibly offend anyone? Although we have made some guesses, it is imperative that we remain calm and think this through carefully. Don't you agree?" Qin Peng nodded, about to continue speaking, when suddenly, standing at the door of the hospital room, Lu Xueqing interjected, "I believe I have a strong suspicion of who it might be." After saying this, Lu Xueqing entered the room, glanced at Yuan Cheng, and inquired after Wang Tao. Once she confirmed that both were unharmed, she maintained her smile in response to the puzzled expressions of the others and added, "This is merely my conjecture. Before the truth truly comes to light, Qin Peng, please step outside. I have something to discuss with you." With that, she took the lead in leaving the room. Without any hesitation, Qin Peng followed Lu Xueqing, leaving Hui Yu and the others in a state of confusion. Gently closing the door to the hospital room, Qin Peng turned to stand in the corridor, watching Lu Xueqing's retreating figure, and inquired with a calm demeanor, "Can we speak now?" Lu Xueqing merely turned around, casting a glance at Qin Peng, and with a hint of exasperation, replied, "A few days ago, while Ning Jing and I were out shopping, we were similarly harassed by a few individuals. You need not worry, there weren't many, and I handled it." Qin Peng, unfazed by Lu Xueqing's ambiguous choice of words regarding how she handled the situation, initially changed his expression and continued to gaze at her, urging, "Please, continue." This time, Lu Xueqing's smile faded as she slowly uttered two words, "Louis." Seemingly already aware of Lu Xueqing's response, Qin Peng merely smiled, confirming his suspicions. "So, I am curious, what will you do next?" Lu Xueqing paused momentarily, stepped forward, and grasped Qin Peng's hand, gazing earnestly into his eyes as she declared, "I believed you had already discerned my feelings." Qin Peng, taken aback by her grasp, quickly regained his composure and, matching her seriousness, replied, "I apologize." Henceforth, the two remained in silence, standing in the corridor. After an indeterminate span of time, Lu Xueqing broke the silence once more, asking, "What do you intend to do next?" Qin Peng, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head. "Yuan Cheng has sustained an injury. To be honest, my thoughts are quite disordered. Why is it that we merely wished to participate in the competition, yet such events transpired?" Observing Qin Peng's demeanor, Lu Xueqing opened her arms and enveloped him in a warm embrace, softly whispering beside his ear, "Everything will pass." Clearly flustered by the unexpected affection, Qin Peng stood there, allowing Lu Xueqing to hold him, as happiness often arrives unannounced. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open unexpectedly, prompting both to quickly compose themselves. Huoyu stepped out, somewhat bashful, yet still turned to Qin Peng and inquired, "What are your plans?" Qin Peng had no intention of concealing the matter from others. Upon entering the hospital room, he recounted the earlier conversation with Lu Xueqing, albeit omitting the final few lines. After a brief discussion among the last few individuals, it was evident that the National League was about to commence. Yuan Cheng's other injuries were trivial, mere superficial wounds that would heal swiftly. However, the injury to his right hand, inflicted by a blunt object, had damaged the tendons and bones, without a month of recovery. A full restoration seemed implausible. Fortunately, the doctor had assured him that there would be no lasting repercussions after recovery, marking this as the sole piece of good news for the day. As the trio descended the stairs, Huoyu suddenly turned to Qin Peng with a smile, remarking, "It seems we have yet to fight side by side in reality." Oddly enough, Lang Yin did not respond but merely stood there, stating, "In prosperity and in adversity, we share all." Upon hearing this, Qin Peng and Huoyu exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Huoyu then said, "I'll head upstairs to fetch some things. Please wait for me downstairs." Once on the ground floor, Qin Peng ceased his laughter and, with a serious expression, turned to Lang Yin, saying, "In truth, you do not appear as cold as your exterior suggests. Would you care to share?" Taken aback for a moment, Lang Yin then, with a hint of a smile, replied, "Are you certain you wish to hear?" Their time spent together had not been brief, yet Qin Peng was the first to witness Lang Yin's smile, leaving him momentarily entranced. In truth, Lang Yin possessed exquisitely delicate features. Were it not for her typically frosty demeanor, she could easily be mistaken for the girl next door. Realizing her momentary lapse, Lang Yin quickly reverted to her previous ICFA, casting a blank glare at Qin Peng. Just as Qin Peng was smiling and preparing to continue speaking, Lang Yin's expression suddenly changed, and she lunged towards him. "Be careful." 3 days later, on the day of the National League preliminary match, the competition format would be a single elimination system, meaning there would only be one opportunity. A total of 120 teams would participate, engaging in head-to-head battles. The victorious side would advance to the next elimination round. In other words, securing 3 consecutive victories would essentially guarantee a spot in the top 16. At the entrance of the preliminary competition, Yuan Cheng and his 4 companions stood there, their faces unmistakably etched with tension. This was their first foray into a genuine tournament, and the sight of over 100 teams gathered in one place was an immense source of pressure. Notably absent from this team was Qin Peng. While Yuan Cheng stood there, his hands still wrapped in layers of bandages, Wang Tao, having suffered a relatively minor injury, was nearly recovered. Yet his complexion remained pale under the sun's rays. Standing at the far side, Wu turned to Yuan Cheng and asked, "Yuan Cheng, can you manage with your hand injury?" Yuan Cheng glanced at the bandages on his hands and, with a resigned smile, shook his head. "Even if I can't hold up, I have to try. Brother Peng is still in the hospital, and participating in the National League has always been our aspiration. How could we possibly give up now?" He had originally intended to head upstairs to gather some equipment and perhaps find some protective padding for his hands. Undoubtedly, Huiyu intended to seek out trouble with Qin Peng. After some effort, she finally located 2 pieces of winter cotton cloth in the bathroom, which would suffice for the moment. Without delay, Huiyu gathered her belongings and prepared to descend the stairs to join Qin Peng. However, upon reaching the ground floor, the sight that greeted her was shocking. Both Lang Yin and Qin Peng lay sprawled on the ground. It appeared that Lang Yin had fainted, while Qin Peng was bleeding profusely from his head. A man clad in black was laughing maniacally, poised to strike Qin Peng with a steel rod. At that moment, Huiyu finally reacted, shouting as she lunged at the assailant, who was caught off guard and tackled to the ground by her. Yet, the words uttered by the man as he departed still sent chills down Huiyu's spine. If he does not die this time, I will ensure you all perish together next. This has left Huiyu troubled, pondering who harbors such a deep-seated vendetta against Qin Peng. She had already inquired with Yuanqing whether Qin Peng had offended someone in the past. But Yuanqing, after much contemplation, remained utterly perplexed. Let us go. Lu Xueqing has already registered us. We merely need to await the competition, Huiyu declared, leading the others into the venue. Due to an overwhelming number of teams, the preliminary rounds were divided into 12 zones, each capable of accommodating 2 teams competing simultaneously. Nevertheless, even with this arrangement, Huiyu and her companions found themselves waiting for nearly 2 hours before the first battle of the preliminary round commenced. In truth, when the competition commenced, the pressure that enveloped everyone was considerably less than anticipated. This was primarily due to the relatively low profile of their team, as the audience had already gravitated towards the renowned squads competing in other arenas, leaving them to face merely a handful of local teams, which alleviated the stress. In their inaugural match, Fire Rain found themselves up against the champions of another city's Internet CAF League. It was evident that their confidence was remarkably high. Even before the match began, the opposing team subtly raised their middle fingers in a collective gesture towards Fire Rain. One of them, with an insidious grin, leered at Lung Yin and lewdly remarked, "Sister, let the older brothers guide you. Look, there's even a cripple among them." This comment was accompanied by a pointed glance at Yuan Sheng. Today, Yuan Sheng appeared exceptionally composed, merely regarding the speaker with a faint, enigmatic smile. Soon after, the provocative team received a stern warning from the surrounding officials, citing the pre-selection rules. During the competition, teams were prohibited from engaging in any derogatory remarks towards each other. Should the situation escalate, disqualification from the league would ensue. Observing the once arrogant demeanor of their opponents now replaced with a chastened expression, Yuanqing couldn't help but lean against Wang Tao and burst into laughter. Once both sides settled down, and while the machines were being calibrated, Fire Rain, with a hint of amusement, posed a question. "Do you recall our first experience in the Internet CAF League?" The opposing team seemed equally arrogant then. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lang Yin exchanged knowing smiles, yet Yuanqing sighed softly. "Alas, with Ping Gu absent this time, I wonder how far we could truly go." Sitting beside Yuanqing, Wang Tao gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall certainly deliver Brother Peng's share." Yuanqing, amused by this, playfully punched Wang Tao, retorting, "Do I really need your help? I can manage on my own." The group continued their banter, and soon the match officially commenced. Due to his hand injury, Yuanqing opted for a champion that required less precision, a Widowmaker, while he chose the skill of Retribution. This strategy had been previously discussed among them, as Yuanqing's injury precluded him from playing mid lane, which was entrusted to Lung Yin, while Qing Shan would take on the ADC role. However, a dilemma arose, as Yuanqing was completely inexperienced in the support role. With the match day fast approaching, Wang Tao proposed a solution, which was swiftly put into practice. Yuanqing and Wang Tao would jungle together, with Huiyu in the top lane, Lung Yin in the mid lane, and Qing Shan in the bottom lane. This particular tactic was not unprecedented, while the dual jungle approach could yield high effectiveness in ganking. Any early targeting of the bottom lane or the 2 junglers could lead to a challenging experience. Such a risky strategy would only be employed in dire circumstances. As the game began, the earlier light-heartedness faded away, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness etched on everyone's faces. In the absence of Qin Peng, they could not afford to lose. This was not solely for Qin Peng's dream, but for an unwavering commitment shared by all. Meanwhile, Qin Peng lay peacefully in a hospital bed, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding beyond his room. Lu Xueqing, who had been dozing beside the sickbed, suddenly seemed to sense something and rushed out of the ward, exclaiming loudly, "Doctor, he has awakened." Typically poised and graceful, Lu Xueqing at this moment completely forgot about the alert button situated at the head of the bed. Qin Peng, gazing at Lu Xueqing in his arms, should have been enveloped in a tender scene. However, his countenance darkened as he gently patted her back, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "I'm sorry, I seem to have recalled something." Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Lu Xueqing felt a shiver course through her. Yet her mind echoed the doctor's words from when she first admitted him. The patient's brain appears to have suffered a significant impact previously, possibly resulting in memory loss. This incident may serve as an opportunity for him to regain his memories. "Have you remembered something?" she inquired. Qin Peng offered a wry smile, staring out the window as he murmured, "Indeed, I recalled someone, a person of great significance to me. 2 years prior, outside the rear wall of a private technical school in City L, a sudden thud resounded as a man and woman leapt down from atop the wall. The fall was harsh due to the height, yet the man, unfazed, quickly helped the adjacent figure to their feet, expressing remorse. Are you all right? I apologize for my impulsiveness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to flee alongside me." With some difficulty, the individual stood with the man's assistance, brushing off the dust with a carefree smile, and replied, "Had it not been for me, you would never have risked yourself. So, please refrain from speaking such self-reproachful words. All right, Peng?" Standing beside them was the man, Qin Peng, and the woman was his girlfriend of 6 years, Gu Xuelian. Upon hearing Gu Xuelian's words, Qin Peng glanced around cautiously before responding, "Yes, I understand. However, we should find a safer place. Remaining here is unwise." Gu Xuelian nodded in agreement, moving closer to Qin Peng and taking his hand with a look of contentment. "As long as I am with you, I am willing to go anywhere." Qin Peng smiled as he raised his other hand to gently tuck a few stray strands of Gu Xuelian's long hair behind her ear. "Let us hurry then, before they catch up." No sooner had they taken a few steps when a hoarse, mocking laugh echoed from behind them. "Planning to leave? It seems you were rather late," came the taunting voice as they found themselves encircled. Upon hearing Qin Peng's urgent words, the advancing man halted, chuckling to himself, then turned to Gu Xuelian, saying, "Xuelian, you must be aware of my feelings. However, since you two have stumbled upon my secret today, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. But if you agree to my previous proposal and be with me, I shall spare your infatuated boyfriend. What say you?" At the man's words, Qin Peng, who had intended to protect Gu Xuelian at all costs, felt a shift in his expression and turned to look at her beside him. Gu Xuelian seemed to perceive Qin Peng's thoughts at that moment. She grasped his hand with greater strength and offered a subtle smile towards the man in black. "You should already be aware of my answer, so regardless of what transpires today, I will face it alongside him." Upon hearing Gu Xuelian's words, Qin Peng's face flushed with embarrassment. "Xuelian, I am truly sorry." Before Qin Peng could finish his sentence, Gu Xuelian gently placed her hand over his lips and smiled, nodding at him, overcome with shame for having doubted Xuelian for even a fleeting moment. Qin Peng disregarded the circumstances and embraced her tightly. "Xuelian, being with you is indeed the most fortunate occurrence of my life." The man in black, witnessing the two completely oblivious to their surroundings, became visibly enraged. He nearly shouted, "If I cannot have it, then no one shall. We must resolve this today." As his words echoed, a tall figure beside him, looking somewhat uneasy, interjected, "Ning, is it really wise to escalate this to violence?" Without turning his head, the man struck the taller individual across the face with a fierce slap, his expression menacing as he retorted, "My father is the mayor of L City. This matter is none of your concern. Besides, they witnessed our previous transaction. If word gets out, do you think anyone will have a good outcome?" With that, the tall man clenched his teeth and swiftly drew a steel pipe from behind him, charging towards the two ensconced in the center. Engulfed in the warmth of his embrace, Qin Peng remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. With a resounding thud, the steel pipe wielded by the tall assailant struck his head with precision, causing him to feel a sudden lightness before he collapsed to the ground. As the steel pipe poised to descend once more, Gu Xuelian, without a moment's hesitation, leapt onto Qin Peng, shielding him with her own body. Though already prostrate, Qin Peng could hear the swift whistle of the pipe slicing through the air, followed by the sound of something shattering. Nearly losing consciousness, he sensed a warm substance flowing from behind him. Then came the sound of the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Peng's eyes flew open, fueled by an unknown surge of strength. He let out a furious roar and struggled to rise, thrusting himself against the tall assailant, who was caught off guard. As he regained his footing, Qin Peng swayed unsteadily, his gaze landing on Gu Xuelian, who lay motionless on the ground. It appeared as though she had lost all sensation, her head bleeding profusely. The more the blood flowed, the more her raven locks became drenched, creating a stark and unsettling contrast that pierced Qin Peng's vision. He stood there, momentarily frozen, unsure of what actions to take. Meanwhile, the onlookers, previously gathered around, erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions as shouts echoed, "Someone's dead. We must flee." Gu Xuelian seemed to have heard Qin Peng's desperate shout, struggling to open her eyes. However, her vision was obscured by the blood that continuously flowed from her head. preventing her from seeing. Finally, as if expending all her strength, she raised her right hand and gently caressed Qin Peng's face, which was still contorted in pain. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to convey something. Qin Peng immediately sensed this, and, grasping Gu Xuelian's right hand, buried his head close to her mouth, anxiously urging, "Xuelian, what do you want to say? Take your time. We have plenty of time ahead of us." As he spoke, he could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. Gu Xuelian's lips moved again near his ear, and regardless of whether he could hear her or not, Qin Peng nodded fervently, choking back his tears. I understand. Please don't speak. I'll take you to the hospital." With that, he disregarded his own feeble condition and, with a loud cry, lifted Gu Xuelian into his arms. Yet, after only 2 steps, he collapsed heavily to the ground. At that moment, Gu Xuelian maintained her previous posture, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Qin Peng tightly held her limp hand. Sitting there as if all his spirit had been suddenly drained away, the tall man, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events, hurried to the side of the man in black, his face etched with confusion as he asked, "Ning, what should we do now?" Upon witnessing the black-clad man sprawled on the ground, the individual who had been standing there in a daze, gazing in Gu Xuelian's direction, suddenly reacted to the voice of the tall man. He pivoted and, with a swift motion, struck the tall man down with a single punch, his countenance transforming into a more menacing visage. He advanced a few steps to seize the steel pipe from the ground, malevolently declaring, "Of course. One should neither hesitate nor relent." Meanwhile, Qin Peng remained motionless, as if entranced, oblivious to the man looming behind him. "You shall perish as well." The man brandished the steel pipe high above, swinging it forcefully towards Qin Peng's head. Qin Peng felt his consciousness fading, and as he gazed at Gu Xuelian, who appeared to still be smiling at him in his arms, a smile unexpectedly broke across his face. "Xuelian, let us depart together. That would be quite splendid." Eventually, the silence was broken by Lu Xueqing, who hesitantly asked, "So what happened next?" Qin Peng turned to face her, his pallid visage etched with tear stains. He offered a sudden, forced smile. "When I awoke, I found myself at home. I have no recollection of the events that transpired. My parents informed me that I had been in an accident, yet I retain no memories of it at all. Perhaps I ought to remember. Or perhaps it is better that I do not." Lu Xueqing discerned the sorrow woven through Qin Peng's words. Realizing that the man before her was stronger than she had previously perceived, exhibiting a resilience that starkly contrasted with the hysteria she had once imagined. Lu Xueqing yearned to extend her hand and embrace Qin Peng, yet at that moment, her arms felt inexplicably heavy. She could only let out a silent sigh, pondering whether there was still space in her heart for him, or if it was time to awaken to reality. Meanwhile, in the first match of the Fire Rain team, victory was nearly secured, awaiting only the final skirmish or perhaps a surrender from the opposing team. The strategy of dual junglers had indeed caught the opponents off guard. Wang Tao, utilizing the Sun Goddess as the jungler, alongside Yuan Cheng's Widowmaker, swiftly cleared both buffs and, leveraging their overwhelming jungle speed, invaded the enemy territory. Under the control of the Sun Goddess, the opposing jungler, despite using flash, could not escape death. Subsequently, the duo engaged in guerrilla tactics across the map. Whenever they appeared on a lane, a life from the opposing team was invariably lost. Wang Tao played not like a jungler, but rather as a supportive jungler. The formidable crowd control of the Sun Goddess ensured each kill was secured, as she would immobilize the opponents during ganks, allowing the Widowmaker to pursue with haste, ultimately enabling their lane partner to effortlessly claim the kill. The entire process was nothing short of delightful. Around the 10-minute mark, the top and mid lanes had established a significant advantage, while Qishan, facing the enemy's bottom duo alone, skillfully maneuvered, leaving the opponents at a disadvantage and even finding himself in a level superiority over the enemy's graves. By the time the Sun Goddess and Widowmaker arrived to assist in the bottom lane, the enemy was already being thoroughly dominated by Qingshan's graves, easily securing 2 kills for their team. As the skirmishes continued, the opposing team found themselves increasingly incapacitated, reduced to a mere semblance of their former selves, retreating into their lanes and scarcely daring to venture into the jungle. One could not predict what awaited them around the next corner, be it a cleared jungle monster or the long-anticipated presence of the formidable duo, the D.Va, and Widowmaker. Approaching the 20-minute mark, the outcome of the match appeared to be irrevocably sealed. Yuan Sheng, with an air of audacity, raised his hand and waved it before the 5 members of the opposing team, clearly conveying the message, Even someone you deem a cripple can leave you in disarray. You are more crippled than I. At that moment, one of the initially vocal opponents sprang to his feet, seemingly intent on challenging Yuan Qing to a one-on-one duel. In response, Yuan Qing feigned shock, instinctively drawing his neck into his collar, yet his eyes fluttered as if to say, "Come on, strike me." Just as the agitated player seemed poised to make his move, a nearby official interjected with a stern reminder, "If you truly wish to avoid conflict, then exit the arena. Your eligibility for this match will be revoked." With that admonition, the player begrudgingly returned to his seat, his gaze still fiercely directed at Yuan Qing and his allies. As the 20-minute mark approached, surrender became an option, yet Yuan Qing and his team showed no inclination to grant them that mercy. At the 19-minute mark, they executed a complete team wipe against their adversaries, subsequently advancing directly towards the enemy base, with the opposing team reduced to mere remnants within their nexus. Yuan Qing and his companions ceased their actions, allowing their characters to stand idle within the game. At this moment, the opposing team was also on the brink of resurrection. Although they had lost their fighting spirit, the provocative display from their rivals compelled them to rush out of the fountain. It was then that Yuan Qing and his team sprang into action once more, delivering yet another annihilation. This time, no mercy was shown, their base was utterly destroyed. However, as the match drew to a close, the expressions of the opposing team's members darkened collectively upon seeing the final time, 19 minutes and 59 seconds. They had not even been afforded the opportunity to surrender. After the match concluded, Yuan Qing and his teammates stood up to exchange high-fives before preparing to depart. "You lot are quite arrogant," came a loud shout from the defeated team, who had positioned themselves behind Yuan Qing. With the match over and the staff busy submitting the results nearby, it was evident that the vanquished team could not accept their loss. At that moment, they were eager to settle the score in reality. The remaining 4 members of the opposing team, upon seeing Yuan Qing's calm demeanor, immediately surrounded him, ready to engage. Yuan Qing nonchalantly waved off his allies, Fire Rain and the others, and addressed the 4 assailants. "Even if my hand is injured today, it would still be quite effortless to deal with you. Now, why don't you check on your fallen teammate?" As he spoke, he turned his head towards the direction of the downed player. Upon hearing this and glancing at their teammate, still lying motionless on the ground, the opposing players exchanged wary looks and cautiously began to retreat, helping their fallen comrade as they slinked away in defeat. Wang Tao approached Yuan Qing, observing the retreating 5 with a grin, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Nice job. You truly are impressive, my friend." As Yuan Qing observed the figure in the distance retreating, his expression swiftly transformed into one of mockery. "Oh dear, I exerted too much force with that kick earlier, and my hand was flung back. Ouch, it hurts." The onlookers burst into laughter at Yuan Qing's predicament. Nodding in agreement, they cheerfully departed from the arena, for they had triumphed in the competition without feeling any pressure despite the absence of some members. This victory was a testament to their relentless training bearing fruit. Soon, they arrived at the door of Qin Peng's hospital room. Fire Rain, leading the group, gently pushed open the door and discovered that Qin Peng was already awake and seated. "Shadow, you're awake." Upon hearing Fire Rain's voice, Yuan Qing immediately exclaimed, Where? Let me in first." Without hesitation, he squeezed into the room and, upon stepping inside, joyfully proclaimed, "Brother Ping, we've advanced past the first round. Impressive, right? Now you can rest easy and recuperate." The group shared a light laugh before following Yuan Qing into the room. Yuan Qing cautiously approached Qin Peng's side and quietly inquired, "Brother Ping, what happened to you?" Qin Peng shook his head and, in a manner that evaded the question, replied, "When you have time, take me to see her, would you?" Yuan Qing instinctively asked, "See who?" However, his expression shifted abruptly as he stammered, "Brother Peng, you remember?" Upon uttering those words, he noticed Qin Peng nodding expressionlessly. Yuan Qing sighed. "I understand, Brother Peng. Let's wait until after this competition." Standing to the side, he exhaled heavily, then turned to face Fire Rain and the others. After speaking, he departed the room alongside the others. Once everyone had left, Qin Peng slowly pulled down the blanket and sat up once more, turning his gaze to the sky outside the window. "Are you faring well over there? Would you blame me for having forgotten you? Yet, being as gentle as you are, I suppose you wouldn't." He mused quietly to himself after a considerable time, a pale smile gracing his lips. Wang Tao, observing Qin Peng's earlier demeanor, remarked, "Indeed, we all witnessed your state just now. How could we not be concerned?" Noticing Yuan Qing's slightly awkward expression, he secretly chuckled to himself. "This matter is known only to you and Brother Ping. Should he inquire in the future, even if we remain silent? How could he not deduce the truth? However, he did not let this amusement show on his face, solemnly nodding along with the others. It was then that Yuan Cheng began to speak. This incident occurred 2 years ago. One day, Brother Ping sought me out, expressing his desire to visit L City. Yuan Cheng's account closely mirrored what Qin Peng had shared with Lu Xueqing. The others listened, their indignation palpable. Though it was evident that they were still processing the information, Wang Tao exclaimed, "Is that it? What about what happened next?" Just as he was about to press further, Huayu gently restrained him, whispering, "It seems Yuan Cheng is reluctant to delve into this past. However, we have a general understanding of the events. There is no need to pry any deeper." Upon concluding his words, Huayu cast a meaningful glance towards Yuan Cheng's room and continued speaking to the others. "All right. Everyone is quite fatigued today. Let us retire for now and reconvene for some training this evening. Brother Black Tiger, I, Lu Yi, shall boldly address you as my brother. Your recent efforts have been truly remarkable and have alleviated my frustrations." Seated at the dining table, Louis raised his wine glass, beaming as he toasted to the robust man across from him, who, judging by Lu Yi's remarks, was named Black Tiger. Black Tiger promptly lifted his glass as well, subtly winking at the young man with yellow hair beside him. "Ah, Lu boss. No, Lu brother, it is indeed an honor for me, Black Tiger, to assist you in your troubles. Cheers." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Upon hearing Black Tiger refer to him as Lu brother, Lu Yi felt a warm intoxication wash over him even before the wine touched his stomach. Who would have imagined that just a few months ago, Black Tiger had struggled with his internet CAFS lack of business, and now he was here calling me Lu brother. Haha. Louis mused joyfully to himself. Just as he finished his drink and prepared to share a few words, the young man with yellow hair beside Black Tiger let out a soft sigh. Louis immediately set down his glass and cheerfully inquired, "What troubles you, young brother?" Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Huang Mao let out another sigh, his face reflecting a sense of despondency as he replied, "Boss Lu, you cannot fathom the extent to which brother, who has gone to assist you. He dispatched too many people, and unfortunately, some collateral damage occurred during the process. Several brothers are still lying in the hospital. With this in mind, how can I muster the appetite to eat?" Lu Yi's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Ah, young brother. Do you think I, Lu, am the sort of person who disregards the lives of others? Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, when I deliver the final payment, I shall also provide an additional 5,000 yuan for the medical expenses of the other brothers. How does that sound?" Huang Mao was on the verge of laughing, but upon catching a subtle glance from He Hu, he immediately suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious expression as he stood up and bowed respectfully to Lu Yi, sincerely stating, "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the brothers to Boss Lu." Lu Yi, unfazed, waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "Young brother, please sit down and enjoy your meal. Come, brother He Hu, let us continue our revelry." The atmosphere at the dining table remained jovial, with each person's smile appearing genuinely heartfelt. After the meal concluded, Louis declined the offer of accompaniment from He Hu and the others, choosing to depart alone. As he descended the stairs, the smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant. Sighing, he thought to himself, "I hope tomorrow's payment truly marks the end. Had I known this would transpire, I would never have sought their assistance. They are nothing but a covetous horde of leeches." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he walked with a slightly heavy heart towards the hotel's exit. In the dimly lit room, the two remaining individuals, Black Tiger and Huang Mao, were indulging in hearty laughter. "Brother Tiger, your brilliance is unparalleled. You've managed to extract another 5,000 yuan from that boss Lu. Truly remarkable." As the night deepened, Lu Xueqing, freshly emerged from her bath and clad in her nightgown, nestled on the sofa in her living room. Her alluring figure was subtly discernible, yet a shadow of worry clouded her brow. At that moment, the door to another room swung open, revealing a woman in similar night attire. Upon seeing Lu Xueqing's demeanor, she sighed softly and quietly took a seat beside her. "Sister Xueqing, are you still preoccupied with that troubled individual?" Xiao Qian smiled warmly. "I wouldn't dare. But why not clarify things with him? As long as one isn't blind, who could fail to perceive your feelings for him?" Lu Xueqing shook her head with a smile. "Honestly, I dread hearing a no or any form of rejection. Yet, truth be told, I do not wish to surrender so easily. However, for the time being, maintaining some distance is beneficial for both him and myself." Xiao Qian seemed poised to continue her thoughts, but Lu Xueqing quickly gestured for her to halt. All right, Xiao Qian. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own heart. No one in this world can truly harm me. By the way, I need to start caring for him at the hospital tomorrow. As for the daily needs of the others, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after them. Lu Xueqing paused, a look of surprise crossing her face before she chuckled softly to herself. If I only provide care without speaking, that should suffice to maintain some distance. Wouldn't you agree? Women in love often lose their rationality, engaging in actions they had never previously contemplated. Lu Xueqing, now acutely aware of a looming crisis after Qin Peng's recollections of the past, ponders whether she can still permit herself to cultivate her feelings for him as she once did. Meanwhile, in another part of the hospital room, Qin Peng, with his eyes closed in deep thought, suddenly opens them to find Yuan Cheng standing at his bedside. With a determined effort, Qin Peng props himself up against the railing of the bed, though his face remains inscrutable. Yuan Cheng, is something the matter? Yuan Cheng, who had appeared hesitant, gathers her courage upon hearing Qin Peng's words, and, with her eyes shut, replies, Brother Peng, if there is blame to be placed, let it fall on me. Had I not left first, perhaps Xuelian would not have before she can finish. Qin Peng raises a hand to interrupt, mustering a faint smile as he says, I believe that had you not departed first, you would likely be with Xuelian now. Yuan Cheng is taken aback. Brother Peng, you already know? Qin Peng shifts slightly, adjusting the pillow behind him, and looks at Yuan Cheng. Please, recount the events that followed. I am quite curious how one might have escaped such a fate. Yuan Cheng swallows hard, remaining standing beside Qin Peng's bed, and begins to recount. That day, I followed your advice and took the phone video away, but halfway through, I found myself unable to shake my concerns, so I decided to call the police. On the other hand, after listening to Yuan Cheng's account during the day, Wang Tao felt as if his heart was obstructed by some unseen force. Seizing the opportunity while Hui Yu and the others were resting, he approached Yuan Cheng's door and softly knocked. Rascal, it's me. Open the door. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, he casually pushed the door, which surprisingly swung open. Upon entering, he discovered that Yuan Cheng was no longer in the room. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tao exhaled deeply, gazing out at the moonlight, and rubbed his temples in a slight headache. Peng Ge, what on earth have you experienced? And why have you forgotten such crucial matters? As time slipped away, within the hospital room, one person lay with eyes closed, while the other, without lifting his gaze, continued speaking. It was uncertain how long had passed when Yuan Cheng finally paused, exhaling heavily before stating, that is how the subsequent events unfolded. Upon finishing, Yuan Cheng lifted his head as if liberated, awaiting Qin Peng's response. Qin Peng, in turn, opened his eyes at the appropriate moment, and, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired. According to your account, the individual named Ning Ge should have been taken away by the police. Did you provide them with the video recording? How did the situation ultimately develop? Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng pondered carefully for a moment before continuing. After I took you to the hospital, not long after, the court expressed a desire for you to serve as a witness. However, considering you were still in a coma and that the recording was also provided by me, I decided to testify. At this juncture, Yuan Cheng paused, clenched his fists, and, with a visage of indignation, remarked, ultimately, it seems that Zhou Ning's father intervened and forcefully suppressed the matter, resulting in a conviction of manslaughter and a 3-year prison sentence for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng did not exhibit the rage Yuan Cheng anticipated. Instead, he merely nodded and replied, so his name is Zhou Ning. 3 years, that makes sense. Yuan Cheng, perplexed, inquired, what makes sense? Without hesitation, he removed his shoes and reclined on the adjacent hospital bed. What will happen to her family after this? Yuan Cheng was poised to adjust the pillow behind him and engage in a meaningful conversation with Qin Peng when he instinctively asked, whose family? Qin Peng's expression shifted subtly. He ultimately sighed softly and chose not to elaborate further. Yuan Cheng continued, Peng Ge, I apologize for having concealed this from you for so long. Initially, I feared that knowing would cause you too much distress, and besides, you have been doing quite well these past 2 years. In any case, I am truly sorry. Qin Peng waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such formalities among brothers. You are not to blame for this, rather. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your decision to report the incident, I might have met a far grimmer fate. After this exchange, Qin Peng fell silent, leaning against the bed as if lost in contemplation. Yuan Cheng, observing his demeanor, chose to remain quiet. As for the competition, you all carry on without me. I trust that, even in my absence, your prowess will secure your advancement to the top 16. Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Yuan Qing initially intended to continue speaking. However, upon noticing that Qin Peng had already set aside his cushion in preparation for rest, he could only halt his words at the brink of utterance. With the cushion now laid aside, Qin Peng reclined, turning over and gently stating, "You have a competition tomorrow. It would be prudent to retire early tonight." Yuan Cheng hesitated, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh, remaining seated in silence, lost in thought. Qin Peng, having turned away, was not asleep. He lay there with his eyes open, his expression shifting between sorrow and rage. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Yuan Cheng, who had endured a restless night, departed from the hospital at dawn. It appeared that Qin Peng had not slept at all. As soon as Yuan Cheng left, he struggled to sit up in bed, gazing at the newly risen sun, and suddenly broke into a smile. 2 years have passed, and I remain uncertain of the depth of your resentment that drives you to wish my demise. However, since you have chosen to reveal yourself, it spares me the trouble of seeking you out." As he spoke, he clenched his hands tightly together. Lu Xueqing sat in contemplation for a considerable time, seemingly grappling with the earlier conversation, perhaps uncertain of her own course of action. Watching Yuan Cheng's departing figure, she let out a soft sigh. If he holds no place for me in his heart, how could I possibly influence him? With that, she gathered her belongings and left the breakfast shop. After Lu Xueqing departed, the owner, while cleaning the table, gazed at the untouched breakfast and sampled the now cold congee, shaking his head as he cleared the remnants away. Today's youth truly seem oblivious to the essence of life. Although the hour was early, everyone consumed their breakfast in silence. Even Wang Tao, who usually relished provoking Yuan Cheng, appeared somewhat distracted as he ate. The events surrounding Qin Peng seemed to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts, leading to a palpable lack of conversation. Eventually, when the time was right, they collectively set off towards the venue for the preliminary rounds. The second match unfolded with a dispassionate calm, as if the participants were burdened by unexpressed emotions. The match concluded with a raw and abrupt finality, resulting in the opposing 5 players swiftly departing the arena, unable to muster any parting words, merely gathering their belongings and leaving in haste. After a brief wait following the match, the event staff finally approached, their faces adorned with smiles. "Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully advanced to the top 30. The 30 contenders are now largely determined, and just moments ago, your next opponent was confirmed, the UP team. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence." Upon hearing the staff's final words, Yuan Cheng and his companions exchanged glances, sharing a resigned yet bitter smile. Meanwhile, Qin Peng remained seated in his hospital room, maintaining a meditative gaze towards the window. Even as Lu Xueqing entered, he merely shifted slightly and nodded in her direction. Lu Xueqing placed the meal she had brought for Qin Peng on a nearby table. Then, as if summoning her courage, she approached Qin Peng with a serious demeanor. She firmly grasped his shoulders and, gazing intently into his eyes, articulated with deliberate clarity, "I have something to discuss with you."